Yeah, the gods have helped us today. Like, yeah,
Well,
300.
especially if we know that there's technology that can lift all kinds of different things. Things could be, I don't know.
Yep. Yep. I wonder if they had the technology back then. I don't think that they did, but
I
I
don't
like to
know.
think it
We
was
Well, they
don't know
must
God.
have had
what
it. They
we
must
don't
have
know
had it
what
way
kind of
before.
technology
Yeah.
had back
I mean,
then.
you don't know
Whatever
what
the,
they might have out there beyond Antarctica and so on, and then they just either release it quickly or slowly, depending on how it conforms to their agenda.
whoever
Well, it
built the
wiped out
pyramids
all of their
certainly had
boats.
technology beyond what we can think of now. So
Yeah.
it's beyond what we can even comprehend as possible by any standard, mainstream standard.
Yeah. And something similar happened too. Like, you remember the shot that was heard around the world? You know that one that started the war? Same thing happened to us. There was a peaceful protest, and somebody unloaded a machine gun and killed so many of the leaders, especially one of the main leaders. I think his name is Tamasese. Tamasese, and we have a song. We have a song about what happened, and we in that song, there's a man that's being pointed out as he was the governor. So in the song, we say, we know it was you because so and so testifies that the children have testified that it was you that shot the gun, the machine gun. These are the words of the song. So I think about that. Think about the shot heard around the world. I'm like, this is all planned. This is so classic. Like New World Order. Um, you know what I mean? You kill the leaders. First, you take out the leaders, then you do what you want to do, and then you propaganda, you bring in the alcohol, you bring in the entertainment, you bring in the diseases and the vaccines and technology, and then that generation is dead. The next generation is now the new. Um, you know what I mean? They did the same thing here in Australia. They did the same thing in New Zealand. They did the same thing in America. I mean, they do it everywhere they go. And then the Pope claims ownership
That's
over it
that's
and
why they
says,
had world
exactly.
fairs too. They just have to dismantle the old world slowly but surely, step by step. The new world order. They
Mm.
literally call themselves that because they're getting rid of the old world.
Yep.
It's that simple. It's really simple. It's not that complex, but it's you know
But yeah,
they're saying
I
it.
want
They're literally admitting it.
exactly. And in one of the speeches that our chiefs gave, the guy that got shot, he said, "No, I have seen your way." He was talking about New Zealand. He was talking about this new world, the UN. Right? I have seen how you treated these people and those people, and no, we say no. That's how it all. They recognized what it was. I was like, damn, these old people knew what was going on. Like you sensed it. I was like, did they know? Like the new world order. Like the such a small place. It's like, why is everybody fighting over this tiny little area? But it's right there in the middle of the Pacific, right? China's here, Australia's here, the US is there, Hawaii is here. And right there in the South Pacific is the biggest natural harbor. That's the Pao. I mean, that's the American Samoan one, where the
You
US
must have
Navy.
had some really cool people that were willing to go out in the Pacific in a canoe, and get to all these other places. I wonder how many people tried to get there and failed before people finally got to these other places. And why did they want to leave there? It's getting too crowded, I guess, huh? Or they just had a natural desire to explore. I mean, I've heard that in the past people used to have this natural desire of curiosity to explore the realm where they were born, and they had things called personalities, and they didn't just sit there, plug their brain into the computer screen in the morning and ask the government if it's okay for me to breathe today. Oh, no
Yeah,
breathing. Okay,
yeah.
no problem.
Yeah.
I
The,
Master government, yes, tell me what to do. Can I cut my toenails? Oh, no, not today. You can't cut your toenails till next Thursday. Okay, sir, whatever you say, whatever you say.
no, you heard wrong.
Guess
That's
what?
misinformation.
If you get to Antarctica and plug yourself a cable into that giant wall, you're gonna have electricity forever.
Getting to Antarctica, though, eh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Superfluid
Oh,
helium is not
yeah.
a simple liquid. It is liquid electricity.
Wow.
That thing we call electricity is exactly those highly charged particles. Yeah, they like to call them electrons and all this stuff. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. They used to call it, James Cook called it the Navigator Islands. So, the South Pacific, this little triangle. They sailed these islands back and forth like it was, down the street, So it was always trade. There was trade, like Fiji and Tonga came to my island to visit my king, our king, which that's where all the power is political, and so there was a lot of travel and trade going on like all the time, and they used the stars to navigate. And I think when the Europeans got there, they were amazed that these people knew how to navigate the islands and everything. And I think that's
Yeah.
why the knowledge was destroyed as well. So that, hey, you have to rely on us now if you want to leave the island. But they're
What? Some people?
reviving the knowledge.
Who's reviving the knowledge?
Hawaii. It's called the Hokulea. Hokule''A. Hokulea. It's a boat, the sailboat that sails the world, the catamaran that was used back in the old days. You can go there and sail with them and learn how to do it. They came to my island. They came to my island. The Hokulea. Man, what a day that was.
Wow,
Hmm.
that sounds nice. Can you spell it again?
Yeah. Hokulea. Hokulea. They have a website and
Never heard
everything.
of that. I'll look it up.
Yeah. They're even on YouTube. You can watch it on YouTube. They've sailed the world using the stars.
Okay,
So they're
oh, this is great. This is exactly what we
hmm,
were just talking about. Like, yeah, so they're redoing these canoes. Yeah, that to
yeah,
me are incredibly impressive. Yeah. Wow.
yeah.
Yeah.
I wanna go and one day go jump on and or learn and get my own, catamaran and go for it. But not sail, just use technology, but use the stars to navigate.
Yes. That is
Yeah,
cool. Wow. I never heard you
yeah.
talk about that before. What a great thing.
I think in New Guinea, the knowledge is still alive there. That's where the knowledge was. They had to go there. Was it New Guinea? Was it? It's one of those islands. There's a man there that retained the knowledge. So that's where they learned it from. So I think on that island, the community there might still have that knowledge. Pop in there
They
and
do
see
something
what's
like
up.
that. They have dragon boats. They actually have dragon boat races. They're like Viking boats
Yep. Yep.
and so they're human powered with a bunch of people with oars. I
Yep.
went on one time with my daughter. It was fun.
And when you think about China used to sail the world back in the day. I think there was a lot of trade happening with Asia as well. Philippines, these little islands scattered around. I think they may have sailed and traded with us as well. There's
I
so
guess
much
the
history
dragon boat
there.
maybe is Chinese. It's another one I think that we were on that wasn't actually a dragon, but they're the same kind of thing. The things that the
Same shape.
Vikings
Yep.
used. I don't
Yep.
remember what they call those.
Yep. A lot of the knowledge of the ancient people is true. It's perfect. They've developed everything around nature. Like our houses, the roof is so big, but it's shaped after the sky. So the lore is that the god Tangaloa called a meeting to decide how they were going to build the roof. So a couple of days went by, and he's like, "All right, we're going to design it after the sky, which is a dome roof, and it's got really short poles, but inside there's a big open roof. Hurricanes can't take it down because of the design. Like the hurricane, the wind just goes right through it. It doesn't, it won't. So it's hurricane proof, and that blew my mind. So I was like, wait, my people knew how to do this, then all ancient cultures knew how to do things, right? Like way better than what we call technology today or whatever knowledge we think we have today. It was like, wow, I'm
You
very
misspoke.
interested.
You said ancient cultures as
Ah,
really. It's more than likely it's not just cultures but culture.
Yeah.
It's maybe slightly
Culture.
deviated, but it all stems from the very same, like the exact same buildings everywhere in the world.
Yes.
It's too uncanny.
Yes, the ancient culture. Yeah,
And
definitely.
that's how
So
they divide and conquer. They literally divide us, and we divide ourselves further, and then we become our own dividers of ourselves.
you become isolated. Then you become brainwashed, just like a cult. That's exactly how cults work. They isolate you first, and they teach you things that make you think the wrong thing about people, about, you know what I mean? And then they got you. And look at us now, right? 6 feet, social distance. It's like so isolated. Oh, and cover your face. I don't want to see your face. I don't want you to see your smile. No smiling. No. Everybody looks like a robot.
I went on one of those vaccine buses yesterday. We have vaccine buses in London, and I went onto it to try and get a vaccine to take home, but they wouldn't let me take one home.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah, I know. Yeah, I thought I'd just try it. I'd just say, could I just get one and take it home and do it myself? But they said no. But I asked them what's in the vaccine. Nobody knew. None of the nurses knew, and they gave me the leaflet that comes with a pack of vaccines. So I've got all the ingredients, and I've looked it up, and the conspiracies are true. They've got nanoparticles in them. This is the Pfizer vaccine.
Yeah.
And it's all true. Like I've literally got the ingredients straight from a nurse, straight from the box. And yeah, it's got one active ingredient, and it's nanotechnology.
Isn't that crazy?
It's
Isn't that
absolutely
crazy? They put
absolutely.
they write it down and say, here's the ingredients. There you go. But people read it, they don't believe it. Isn't that crazy? Because now because they need your consent. That's why, right?
But the thing is, when I asked the nurse what's in it, her answer was, "It stops COVID." That was her answer. Like, it's fucking stupid.
Come on, guys. Why would they lie? Come on, man.
But looking at the ingredients, it's a real eye opener. Like, it's got in this unprecedented technology that's never been used before.
Yeah.
It literally has nanotechnology in it. Like I've taken photos of the information that you get with the packs of it. So if anyone wants to see the list of ingredients in the Pfizer vaccine, I can send it to. But I mean,
Graphene oxide.
don't get me wrong, it might be brilliant, but I'm like 99% sure it's not going to end well with nanotechnology messing with your immune system. So
I would have went for the rubbish bin. I would have watched how they dispose it, maybe track the bins and try to steal, just so you can have a sample.
yeah, well, these things in London, we've got these vaccine buses, right? And you have two guys walking around, and they're promoting it like they're promoting a nightclub. They're walking around on the street handing out flyers for the vaccine bus. So I went to it, and you have one massive security guard, and then three nurses on the bus that crowd around you as soon as you start asking any questions, and none of them knew the answers. And they tried to blag me into it as well. Like as soon as you start talking to them, they're just trying to sell you the vaccine straight away. Like,
Yeah, we got a bus like that here in Holland too. Pretty insane.
what I also found weird is I've got the flyer for the vaccine bus. They don't require any ID or an HS number to take it.
What?
I know, yeah, that's mad, isn't it? No ID to get vaccinated. So, how'd you get a vaccination card?
Oh my God. I mean, that's too sus. Like how people don't.
Why would you need an ID if it's going to be effectively killing you?
That's yep.
Good point.
How
Purpose
can
of identification is useless.
yeah, but how can a vaccine passport work if they're vaccinating people without ID? That's what I can't get my head around. How can they have the two together? Because now I can just say
Because
I got
it's not
vaccinated on the
meant.
bus, right?
It's not
Oh,
meant to be given for travel. You know.
well, that's not why you need to. The reason why you record down the ID and the name of the person is because you want to account for people that have been vaccinated versus people that have not, right, in the population. But if they're not taking it, then how the hell do they know who has gotten it, who's gotten the jab and who hasn't? Right? How are you?
Yeah.
What?
I know, yeah, it's bonkers. I can't get my head around it. I've got the leaflet in front of me where it literally says it. No ID, no NHS number, which is your number the hospitals give you in the UK. Everyone has their own personal number. You don't need that, and you don't need ID.
Yeah, it sounds like some kind of drug dealer or something. Some kind of
Yeah.
illegal.
Basically, all you need is an arm, right?
Just give me your arm.
Yeah, just an arm. Yeah.
What's next? Drone mosquitoes flying around with the vaccine?
It's worse than that because they're not just handing out free samples. They're offering to give you a truck, a rifle, money. Like, you could win $1 million or a blood clot. Sign up now.
Yeah, side effects may vary. Death.
Well, I've got an appointment on Friday to go and get the vaccine, and I'm going to try and take it home again. See what happens. I've got some spy glasses. I think I might wear them if I can get them working. And I'm just going to try and take one home.
Yeah.
See if I can do it. I'm pretty sure they're not going to let me do it.
It's like a movie.
You just
I
got
Am
to get your
Legend.
crew to get. You just got to get your crew together and pull a night mission and go scoop a couple samples somewhere.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Guess what? I'm getting phone calls from companies from Germany, which I worked for like 5 years ago, and they're asking me if I'm available to come to work in Germany. And I told them, but I'm coming, but I will do no test, and also will not get a shot. And I need a paper guarantee that when I choose to come back home in my country, I will not require at the border a test or the shot. And they have issues with this guarantee. They cannot offer it.
Oh, that's your
So,
price? Yep.
my price? No, thank you.
No, I'm saying your price is no vaccines and you can come home whenever you want. And if
Yeah,
they can't pay that, then that's their problem. Yeah.
yeah. And they are crying that they have many vacant jobs in Germany. Like the German people, they don't bother to go work, physically work. You're kidding me?
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've restricted all travel and going out because I don't want to be out there when
Yeah.
turn off my Bluetooth
Yeah.
like a ghost
And
now.
they even tell me, hey, don't worry at the border. The Germans, they don't ask you any papers, just come. I said, well, I'm coming, but the problem is when I'm coming back. That's where the problem is. You can't go from Germany. You can't leave Germany without getting it.
So we're
I haven't
basically
checked.
doing it two ways. It's like You can't get out of the country without the jab, but then you can't get into the country either. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Lose-lose situation. You double your risk of getting the jab.
Yeah.
I heard pilots were affected, man. Pilots who died too. Pilots. You want to be on a
Yeah.
plane with a pilot that's having problems? I don't.
Yeah. They are so exposed to this killer, serial killer. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have open doors with all the crew inside. They breathe the same air. Yeah, they don't have a controlled atmosphere, climate inside the airplane. Yeah, it's horrible conditions inside there.
Yeah.
And they die. They die because they contracted the serial killer. Yeah.
Should have started like somewhere in the back of your head, and it goes down your
Man,
back, your spine.
I would hang these people for believing this bullshit. That's why I would hang them, not
Mm.
for doing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. To believe
And
in
you
this bullshit is worse than propagating it and contributing all this scam.
just tell people the truth. That's the cure. Sorry, what does Ace call it? Facts.
Yeah. Collection of facts. Our numbers. Our magical numbers.
Inconvenient
Data.
facts your government forgot to mention.
In the fine print. You didn't read it? What? It's on page 673. What? Turn to it. 600.
Yeah.
Wait,
Like
in the fine print. Yeah. You need glasses?
Okay, I got a parody in mind. It's based on the song Secret Agent Man, but it's gonna say Helio Agent Man, Helio Agent Man. They gave him a number and took away his name.
nice.
Yeah, yeah. Secret agent man. The truth is so incredible, so unbelievable that when people hear it, they're like,
Nah.
"Are
They're
you
like,
crazy?"
nah.
Are you
Right?
crazy?
Crazy? Cray cray?
Nothing good is gonna come out of this.
I was like, Bill Gates
We
said
are
it.
a world governed by handicaps. Literally.
Gates said it right at the TED Talk. And if we do a good job in the medical industry, I believe we can get this number. I believe we can achieve it. Yeah.
We can kill people.
If we do a good job in the medical industry. Like what? A good job?
Killing me softly.
Oh.
Huh?
with his
Da, da,
bullshit.
da. I
Can't.
better get an overdose of heroin instead of their stupid shot. It's even cheaper. And the ride is smooth. You know. I was reading today on Quora. Some university messed up in the head woman teacher. She was explaining to children over there how a heroin overdose can actually be not a smooth ride. You know, like, oh, if it's not effective, then and it's cut with different other drugs, they can damage you, irreversibly damage you, and bullshit. Like, this is what they are talking about. Teachers to children. I would hang her by her neck. I would spear her alive in the downtown of the city.
Seems
Seriously.
like they're looking for a
And
showdown.
who dares to to put her down or bury her? I will make the same to him. To remain under the sky so that the birds of the sky eat her.
Yeah.
That's what they.
Let us experiment on you, your family, and friends.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you for letting us experiment on you. We'll have better information on how to achieve the results we are looking for. Thanks for your participation.
Yeah, they're very afraid of that. You know, beget like they're
Yeah.
very afraid of the wrath of the people when people find
Oh
out.
my God.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
And
Just
believe
tell
me,
people.
I know that people's wrath is right there in their office buildings, in the White House, in the banks, everywhere. Is right there and is under
Yeah,
the shape of a like ghost-like being, you know, and it's
yeah.
pushing them. It's torturing them every day.
Can you imagine knowing the truth and being inside their system and knowing the truth? Wow.
Right. Yeah. Ted Gunderson, you know, all these guys that died mysteriously after they say something.
Right.
No, vast majority of people who realize that they are actually in such an evil system and the course of their own actions destroyed people's lives and children's and all this stuff, they committed suicide straight away.
Mm.
Yeah, they throw themselves out of the buildings, you know, the big banks, the tall bank buildings and office buildings. Yeah, how many of them throw themselves? Yeah.
You have to walk the line, yeah. Gotta.
And you know what? They had families like and rich lives, like financial. They were very wealthy people, you know. They had children, loving children, and all that stuff. And their children are like, "Oh, why did my dad throw himself from the top of the building? Why did he do such crazy thing?" Yeah.
Check it out. The only person I ever knew that lived in Laurel Canyon, I used to go up and visit up in Laurel Canyon, died mysteriously. Happened to be the same person that showed me a book that no one is supposed to have called The Rosicrucian book,
Yeah.
a huge book, about 1,000 pages long that I happened to glance through. I don't think he was supposed to have that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
that's
still got that book?
forbidden, illegal.
I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
illegal.
Listen, I'm guessing that that book was nowhere to be found once that person died. So there you go.
Sad. It,
That's my guess. I bet that book wasn't in there in his residence anymore.
Terminated.
So yeah, so people think they know what LA is. Us kids that grew up in LA, we know something more than most people about LA. So you can't even. I can't even describe it to you.
I've seen illegal documentaries, about LA, life in LA and stuff that's happening. Not only in LA. Yeah, I
City
can
of
imagine.
Angels.
Yeah.
For instance, we used to see these weird people walking around. This is when I was growing up in the 70s in LA. You see these weird people going around. They would come out every now and then. They were wearing these black robes, and their skin was so freaking white. It looked exactly like what is that on that movie? The one you were talking, Prometheus or something. Did that guy have like super duper white skin? It's like an ungodly kind of white skin. These people were weird. We used to just like make fun of them because we're like, who are these people? But I mean, so strange things were going on. Like there were rituals being performed or something.
Yeah, sounds like a ritual.
Yeah, and then we used to go hiking up in like Mulholland Canyon and up around Malibu Canyon. These are really rugged areas with like 30% grades and stuff like that.
Dude, they
Like
got any
steep.
groves like of trees out there because that's where they usually perform their rituals.
There is
Probably
when you
some
get
kind of
further
wood.
north. Yeah, there's some woods out there. There's a lot of woods out there by Griffith Park and stuff
Yeah.
like that. That's part of the Angeles National Forest.
Yeah.
And so we used to go up there hiking around and find like off the side of the road off Mulholland, you find like purses and wallets and all kinds of possessions that were like thrown off the side.
Sounds like, yeah.
Creepy stuff.
Yeah.
But as you know, if you know anything about Mulholland Boulevard, there's a lot of strange things around, like along in those areas in Mulholland Boulevard, and even Sunset Boulevard.
Oh yeah, Sunset Boulevard. Really?
Nobody can see you on the sunset. The dark place.
What does the word Los Angeles mean? City Angels, right? Is that what it means? Angel City?
To the
Yeah, City of the Angels.
I thought it meant whale vagina. Oh no, that's Ron Burgundy. Sorry, San Diego. San Diego.
Actually, you know, like Los Angeles was known by the indigenous people as the land of smoke, like the land of fires or something. Because apparently there were like plains fires and fires all, you know, since
Jim Morrison
history.
had a song like that, right? Hair is filled with fire. What is the name of the song? Dun, 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 dun. LA Woman. That's the name of the song.
LA Woman, yeah.
LA Woman. Yo, man, I love that song. Dum, 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 dum. Dun, dun.
Yeah, so a lot of these musicians and artists and stars like had penthouses in Venice, and now they all moved out because it's a homeless encampment.
When those fires were burning?
Eric Clapton sold his house in Venice.
Damn. Yeah, it's not. It's not as nice or clean as I expected when I went there.
It used to be great, man. I'm telling you what. Venice used to be so fun. I mean, there was danger there, but that's part of the fun of it, So it was pretty exciting back in those days when I was growing up.
Yeah, when those fires were burning there, and then there was fires here in Australia. That's when I remembered that song. I started playing. And it was like, holy crap! Like this guy, like what is it? Yeah, I was wondering, like, well, I guess it had to do something to do with California, right? Being the like you said. You guys look into Jim Morrison? He's into shamanism. That's where he gets his sound. He looks like he's high all the time, but I think he's in communion. You know what I mean? Like, with spirits.
You heard the thing. You heard the thing about what was it like? What was it? Bill Hicks being Jim Morrison, or was it Alex Jones being Jim Morrison?
Yeah,
what a freaking. That's a mind bender. And Morgan Freeman being Hendrix. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Really?
I heard about that. Yeah. That does not sound like Jimi Hendrix's voice.
I know,
right?
man. So yeah.
I know I look like Jimi Hendrix.
But if that were true, you would never see Morgan Freeman with a guitar, and I've never seen Morgan Freeman with a guitar.
Yeah.
Well,
I
I
mean, he
mean,
kind of even looks like Mandela.
if somebody gives you $1 trillion to never touch a guitar again, I'm just saying.
Right. I know. Good point.
Yeah,
Never be seen with a
I can do
guitar.
that. I can do that.
You can play at home, you can do private parties, but you cannot go out in public ever again. Here's $1 trillion. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, don't even be in the same
No.
room. I'm sorry.
In my whole lifetime, I probably touched like 2 or 3 times a guitar. So, yeah.
Give me
touch
1
it
million,
more, man.
I will touch anything.
That's weird.
Give me $1 million, I will don't touch anything, man. Who's giving money?
I just picked up the guitar again, like a couple of years ago. I used to play when I was little, but it's so good.
That baby on the guitar.
Was there gravity holding the guitar?
Yeah, the gravity to the guitar.
Does
Gravity can't hold
gravity
the tune, though.
Does gravity make the guitar strings bend?
Hmm.
I mean, it makes
At
light
least-
bend.
At least guitar has some curvature.
Yeah.
It's a finger gravity that makes the guitar string bend.
Of course.
No, actually, my fingers are bending the strings against gravity. So I guess my fingers are anti-gravity devices now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Add to the list
100%.
salt. Salt is the anti-gravity device.
Yeah. Hot
Static electricity.
fire. Yeah. Plasma.
Yeah, you can have a balloon. You can have a balloon filled with just regular air, like you blow it up with your air, and it'll fall to the ground. Well, if you rub it and it gets static electricity, anti-gravity device. I can make it stick to a towel on the wall.
Even if you shoot a ball with your foot at the right place, it's gonna be anti-gravity. It will make the ball fly.
It depends which guitar you are using, because if you are using acoustic guitar has the space time.
Yeah.
Yep, space time inside of it.
Yeah,
By the way, I want to bring up a forgotten point. Has anyone of you seen the movie Abbott and Costello Go to Mars?
That sounds like a good one. I haven't seen
Oh, I
that.
haven't. I've
Haven't
seen like so many of them,
Man,
but not that one, man.
man.
I got a new
They
idea, guys.
present in that movie, they say something about zero G gravity, about weightlessness, you know. Once you are in zero G, it will make your voice very, very low tone. You know, like the opposite of when you breathe helium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sulfur hexafluoride gas do the same?
Yeah.
Makes you
Yeah.
sound like Darth Vader because it's denser.
Yeah. If you breathe that.
You sound like Darth Vader. Glob, 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 glob.
Where?
Globe. Globe.
Go around saying glob.
Earth is globe. Earth.
Rond, rond. Earth
Yeah,
rond.
Rond.
Glob, glob, glob.
It's like those aliens from Sesame Street, right? Yip, 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 yip. Yip, yip.
Yeah, and
Glop, glop, glop,
instead
glop.
of going to Mars, they went to Venus, and there were only women there.
Oh, and Mars, the men were on Mars.
No, they didn't reach to Mars anymore.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's a nice movie, comedy, sci-fi, you know, fantasy. But yeah, this is how sci-fi movies were supposed, just like they did it back in the days.
Did you
That's,
watch the movie when they presumed the size of the Venus?
They presume.
Yeah. And then after that make math and they knew the distance to the sun.
Yeah. And you know, they used a lot of smoke and mirrors in the movie. So yeah, I like that technique.
That will come soon. What was the
Today,
movie?
today they only show the stupid mirrors in space. No smoke, no lights, effects, nothing. You know, just the mirrors. It's much cheaper to fake it that way.
Man, everything what was in movies must be in reality in future.
Yeah.
And sent you a link to my Google Drive for the FE folder on my Google Drive there. So there's a couple longer
Oh, snap. It's on now.
files.
Got it.
It's gonna get. Yeah. Hold on.
I've
to
got
your
an
Yes.
I've got an idea for a T-shirt. I was gonna share with you guys, get your feel for it. But do I do a copyright disclaimer before I share the idea, or what?
Up to you. I mean,
What's that?
Or not,
If I
right?
say copyright Flatman Can, does that hold any weight, or what?
Don't think so.
What does that mean?
It's my original idea.
Oh,
I
For-
think
and
For
I think
it's
you
my
should put it on
intellectual
paper, right?
It's my intellectual property. Like, it's my idea for another T-shirt.
oh, you want to sell it?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a T-shirt, design a T-shirt,
I
and
see.
sell them.
Yeah.
But I was gonna run the idea by you guys first to
Mhm.
see if you think it might sell.
So if I
Mic check?
download and
Make me
copy your idea,
Well, I mean, copy. That's the
I'm
ultimate form
joking.
of
I'm
flattery.
joking.
But
Yeah.
okay, so
Make
I'm going to share the idea. You guys, let me know what you think.
Sure.
Here it is. So
Sure.
you've heard of the Three Stooges, right?
Hmm.
Well, say hello to the four stoners. I've got three nephews and a niece, so I was gonna do a T-shirt, the four stoners, and like use their name in like a little caricature, you know?
Nice.
I don't know.
Nice.
Sounds like a cool idea.
Yeah. I hope I see it materialized ASAP.
First thing I have to do is get the approval of my nephews and my niece,
make Boban
Oh,
right? Because I
get some
want them to
candies,
be
some chocolate, and you will get it. Yeah.
give them an ounce each because they all smoke weed. Look,
Yeah.
guys,
Yeah.
if the
You
shirts
know,
sell, I'll
that's
make you
how.
money.
Yeah. This is how they do in Romania when they want people to go vote for a party, you know. They make these big festivals where they give free sausages, mustard, bread, you know. And then one guy is speaking there, yeah, go vote for this guy because it's a good guy, yeah. So, yeah.
Have you guys? Oh, he jumped. Never mind.
What? Oh, maybe he just dipped out. He's gonna dip back in.
So Canada is pretty French-minded, right?
Oh boy. Well, it's
What I think,
a whole
right?
other can of worms.
The French are pretty revolutionary. So when something doesn't suit them, they're going to the streets and protest. Right? They're pretty. There are folks that protest a lot. Now Macron has told the public that they need the jab to enter public places, and so this is going to be mandatory, I think, from the 1st of August. So my speculation is that they're going to try this on the French folks, and if they bend, right, then this will be the deal in the whole of Europe, right? If the French will bend to this, then it's done. Then every country will follow.
Well, I just watched a call for an uprising video. I shared it in the live stream about a half hour, 45 minutes ago, maybe. And like I've already made my decision. I'm sure you guys have too, you know? So
Yeah.
unless they're going to try to do something by force, which won't go their way, you know, as far as I'm concerned. So
Yeah, I don't think it will be by force, but by indirect force. So yeah, you won't be allowed to do stuff, right? Just
yeah,
be
ostracizing and stuff. I get that. But I'm along the lines of whoever it was that said in here, support those businesses that don't require you to have a vaccine or sorry, Fauci, or require you to wear a mask, or you know what I mean? Support those people.
right.
Because there are restaurant owners and stuff, business owners out there. They're like that. Here in Canada, the gentleman in Toronto, they arrested him 2 or 3 times. They eventually took his restaurant from him, confiscated the building. Motherfuckers. Because he was refusing to make people to just get takeout and only deliveries. Like he was letting you come in and sit down if you want and eat your wings. It's retarded. And then I got Facebook cuck friends that are like, "What's your problem, Chris? They're just trying to do the right thing." Yeah, the guy's at home with his wife and kid now. His businesses are ruined. He owned more than one location. Like, yeah, that's normal. Costco's right up the street, 5 blocks away, selling hot dogs and whatever. No problem in their location. You know? It's a fucking joke. Chris's Flatman Rants can't rant for the day. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's a clown world, man. It's a clown world. Unfortunately.
That's worse. Clowns are funny.
Yeah. Yeah, have you heard our Prime Minister said sorry, Martel? He said sorry for letting us go too early. They let us off the leash too early. Sorry for that.
Yeah, everyone went out to party and they tested en masse, and it's like, oh damn, there are too many shit. You got to go inside again, dude. I feel worse for like all the club owners and bar owners and shit. Like going out of their way to try and survive all this time, and then they can finally open again with all kinds of testing shit, and then no, sorry, you got to close again.
Well,
give it another month, dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing that really bakes my potatoes is the people behind the scenes are just sitting there with their hands so deep in the treasury, like they get any money they need to maintain their lifestyle, however, while they're shutting everybody else's lifestyle down with everybody else's money. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, so I just heard that our government is going to pay well, we are going to pay for it all, not our government, but we, right? So they festivals, they would get 80% of their lost income, but it's now 100%. So bars and nightclubs and festivals will now get 100% of their lost income. We are going to pay for this, right? Crazy stuff.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just what I just heard on the news.
Yeah, right at the start. That's what I said to my sister and a couple other people close to me. Right at the start of this lie, I said, don't worry, brace yourself. They're going to bail out the airlines and the hotel industries and and it's going to be on you. So just wait. This is just the beginning. Watch. And sure enough, what did they do? They gave all kinds of money to Air Canada and this and that, and then the CEOs took big chunks of it.
Yeah, and you're correct, because so these nightclubs and festivals are going to shit now, and they get this money. And my bet is it going to be on some kind of terms, right? So here you go, here's your money. But if you want to open again, yeah, then you need to do this and this and this and that, right? So you're basically selling your soul again.
Yeah, we'll help you out, but you're gonna have to test. So
yeah.
Well, it's even worse
Crazy.
here. I mean, our government has literally been sacked and demissionary for over half a year, and they're still at it. It's like, dude.
Mm-hmm. But we're still alive. We survived the most deadliest pandemic ever, guys. Give a round of applause for yourself. You survived it.
The real credit goes to my mask, guys.
To
That
your?
my
Oh,
mask,
yeah.
real credit.
Shout out to the masks out there. Yo, so I got well, I'm beginning to develop a daily ritual of like, just looking up flat earth videos on YouTube. And again, what I mean is I type in flat earth, I go up to the relevance tab, I put upload date, I click apply, and then all flat earth videos come up. I'm assuming anyway. From I guess it just depends on when it was uploaded because I've seen us up there, I've seen Arwen up there, I've seen everybody up there pretty much. So I guess it's when you upload, that's where it is because it says upload date. So who uploaded last? Well, okay, so I'm watching this segment that said Flat Earth the Mother's testimony, but it's actually about her and her family because she's in the medical field and her husband he's in the science or something like that. I don't know. So they thought it was fine to get the jabs, and when their kids when they volunteered to take the preliminary or the the ones before the ones come out and shit. You know what I mean? Like the clinical trials. Yeah, that's what they called it. And now she's sitting here crying, talking about all of these medical issues after having had it. Now, I'm only bringing it up because I'm looking at this lady pour her heart out on Fox News. Why is this on Fox News? I'm trying to figure out what's actually going on. They don't share
It was
information
on
for.
Fox.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna
Wow.
send you the video directly because I don't I don't want to post any links or anything like that with the words.
Yeah, so that's a good question though, Elijah. So who's in charge? That's a really great question. There's something odd happening.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. The fact that all these people are suing this big tech, that is so suspicious. And Project Veritas, I don't know if you know who that guy is, but something is weird with him. I feel like he's going to be the antichrist of social media because he's attacking CNN, Times, Twitter, Facebook, and I feel like they're going to try to take down all these big tech, but in exchange, give us like one monopolized tech, like one monopolized social media.
So I heard that Zero Hedge won a lawsuit against YouTube because they deleted their video. And they got some kind of claimed money, but this is what I heard or read somewhere. But Elijah, I think it's just to divide and conquer, right? They show you one side, they show you the other side, and just let the people fight it out, right? Just let the people fight each other.
Yeah, that's what I think is going on.
I just don't know how they're going to lock. I don't want to like trigger the argument again from yesterday, but I just don't know how they're going to get people to lock up and force them to take a jab if so many normies are watching Fox News and they're seeing this on the TV. Like,
I don't know.
Um,
I don't know. I'm so confused. I have no idea.
now, what it could be though is they're pushing the red shift, which they want us to be all like, "Oh, Republic is the way to go, freedom, blah blah blah," and then do some natural disaster and reinstill lockdowns, but not for COVID. See, I don't think they'll be able to. I don't know if they'll be able to do COVID lockdowns again in America, but they could maybe try to be like, yeah, we're going to do the Republican way, do some false flag next disaster, and then everyone will like run to liberalism again or leftism again, and they'll be like, oh, can't have a car anymore or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's weird though. Like when they push the right, they want people to go left. And when they push the left, they want people to go right. It's weird.
Order out of chaos.
Yeah, right now they're pushing red so hard.
Well, I think there was an agreement that there can't be any petrol or diesel cars in 2035, newly built. So after 2035, they prohibited the newly built petrol and diesel cars. So it has to be all electric now. Right.
Wasn't Ford's first car electric?
Pardon me, guys. Hey, Sonny, can you check your DMs, bro, please? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm looking at how to add you right now. 1 second.
And we have a few new people, new members here. I saw Trump. Trump, you're unmuted. What's up? Hello, Trump. Welcome to the
He's
server.
not. I don't think he's VC verified. Should we give him the role real quick?
No, he's unmuted. His mic is, he has his mic unmuted. Trump?
What's
Hey. What's up, man? Are you there?
Hello.
I'm giving you a minute or so.
Hello.
Hello, mate. Welcome to the server.
Yep, glad to be here.
Oh, you're very low. Can you speak up or turn yourself up? Trump?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello? Yeah, it's still low.
Sorry about that. I've not got a very good microphone.
Trump, can I ask you a question? Are you 13 or above?
I'm 14. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, welcome. How did you find the server?
My friends invited me.
Have you looked into the topic?
No, not really.
Not really. Okay. And do you think you're on a spinning ball hurling through space? Trump? Do you think the Earth is a ball? It's a globe? Oh, yeah. Anyway, do you have any questions, Trump?
I have a question for Trump. Where does he get his spray tans? Because I'm in a need of a good bronze glow. So can you just DM me where you get your spray tans, please? Thanks.
Yeah, so Trump, one last question. Did you go through the rules when you entered the server?
No, I didn't. I can do now, but
Yeah, please. And and do you agree with them? I mean, it's basically about trolling, right? We just want to have a civil discussion with you, civil conversation. Doesn't have to be a discussion. Just want to talk about the shape of the earth. Or maybe you're here just to listen. That's okay.
yeah, I'm just listening in a little
Okay,
bit.
cool.
If I, yeah.
Well, yeah, you can I will verify you in 1 second.
Okay.
So you're verified now. Yeah, you pop yourself on mute, and hopefully somebody comes in with questions, or maybe you have a question that pops up in your head, and ask away.
Okay then.
Welcome, cool guy. If you have any questions, shoot away. Welcome, Omsky, $7. How you doing?
Yes, thanks. Yeah, not doing bad.
Cool. So, you've been here for a while, or?
Couple of months. Haven't been really active.
Sound familiar, but
I don't know. Maybe I argued with you once.
okay. So,
Because like globe.
Sorry?
I'm a glober.
You're a glober.
Yeah.
Cool. Why? Why would you think? So let me ask you this, Omsky. Do you experience the Earth as a globe?
What do you mean by that? Do I experience it as a globe?
Well, when you look outside and perhaps go to a beach, do you experience the Earth as a ball? Right?
Went to Albania before, and the beaches there. If the Earth was flat, I should have seen Italy, but I have not. So yeah, I do experience it as a globe.
Okay, and how much kilometers is that from you?
What you say?
How much so you've been to a place and you should have seen Italy, right? That's your claim.
Yeah, I've been in Albania before, and I should have seen Italy, but I have not. That's one way.
Okay, and how far was that away from you? How far was your location from Italy?
Don't know. I actually don't know. I actually might go and check it right now.
Yeah, so you don't have Superman eyes, right?
No, I don't.
No. So stuff shrinks.
I don't think Superman would even be able to see through the horizon. It's crazy, eh?
Yeah, shit, and stuff shrinks when it gets away from
13,000
you.
kilometers.
Sorry?
Oh no, that was a mistake. Wait, didn't search that. Saranda, that's a city. I've been there. It's 700 kilometers.
Yeah, that's a bit too much, right?
Actually, I'm sorry. That's to the no, it's not 700 kilometers at all. It wouldn't even be 100.
100 is a lot, right? To see through atmos. Right. So when you look,
Now I'm checking. Now I'm checking it. No, it would be less than 100.
Wow.
So yeah, haven't seen Italy. Been to a city called Saranda in Albania. I should have seen it, but I have not.
Wait, hold up. Why do you keep saying you should be able to see like forever on a flat plane? You sound like you don't know how your eyes work on a flat plane when you're looking across it. Why should you be able to see forever?
But I'm saying I should see for pretty far away.
Yeah, but why do you think you should?
But you don't. I don't really have a question for you. I'm just gonna tell you. But you don't see that far. What's your point? I mean, you live on a rotating, stationary, non-globular Earth. We have the evidence for that. So you asking why you can't see that far? Well, you've never been able to see that far. Duh.
Yeah, I've been able to see that far because of the curvature of the Earth.
That's not true.
Well, then why can't I see that far?
I don't know, but that's not true. I don't know, but that's not true.
Well, I can give you a quick example about like angular
No,
size.
before you get into that, before you do all that, it wasn't curvature.
Then what was it? Refraction?
I don't know, but it wasn't curvature.
Yeah, there's lighthouses that I've seen.
But you
Listen,
know it's not curvature. Even though
So
curvature
I guess what I'm looking for, is your inquisitive nature. If you were honest, like, how do you know? How could you tell me that it's not curvature? What are you talking about? You know,
well,
like that
if it
would be something that makes sense.
curvature,
But
what could it have been?
all right, you can go into the angular size and all of that, the Rayleigh criterion and blah.
No. Listen, let me just explain.
Not you,
If
the
it
other
was
guy that I cut off. Not you, the other guy that I cut off. I don't want to have to start muting you because you're talking.
Yeah, that's Martels.
Just
Martels,
relax, okay?
Well, I was just going to give him a quick example of like being able to read a book when you're holding it, right? And then if a person's holding the book and he's going away from you, you can't read the book anymore, but you can still see him with the book. And then if he moves even further, eventually you're not going to see the book at all, right? Because it's gone past your angular resolution, what you're able to resolve with the eyes.
Well, if you go far,
this is a point, right? Whatever the shape of the surface, eventually you're not going to be able to see things. Period.
yeah,
Right?
eventually. But like at one point, I'm talking 50 kilometers, or even more. If it's a ginormous piece of land, I should have been able to see it.
It's not
like
true.
maybe as a
No.
blob, but
Well, it depends. Like how big of a piece of land are you talking about? What is your elevation, etc. I mean, if you're talking about a shoreline, then that's not very high above the sea level, right? So you wouldn't be able to see a shoreline at like 20 kilometers.
That is irrelevant, right? What is relevant is how big the Earth is, the ball Earth. That's what you're looking for, mate. And it's not there. You're saying I could see all the way over there. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, hold on. Omsky.
What?
Omsky.
What?
Do you know what size the Earth is?
What size the Earth is?
Yeah. Do you know what the radius of Earth is?
What? Sorry, you cut out. What did you say?
Do you know the radius of Earth?
Of the ball Earth, right? That's
of the ball Earth.
Yeah, what's the
radius? You say you experienced that one.
Yeah,
Do you know how
wait, I'm trying to get to a point here. Do you know what the radius is?
What you mean the the radii?
Yeah.
Don't remember.
Do you know what does NASA say the radius, or anybody? What do they say the radius of Earth is? Do you know that information?
No.
No. Okay. So does that also mean that since you don't know the radius, that you would not also know the amount of drop over a certain distance then either, correct?
Well, actually, I do know the certain drop. It is like 8 inches per mile. I don't remember that.
Do you know where that comes from? Where does
Well,
8 inches per mile square come from?
8 inches per mile square isn't the correct one. I know there's a whole.
Why not? Why not?
What?
Why isn't it the correct one?
Well, it's not. Well, it's the correct one is a whole different equation. I'm not the best with math. I'm only a 13.
Yeah, you just said you don't know the basis of the entire thing. You don't know the radius, so how could you know? Of course you don't know. That's obvious.
Well, he said he said that he doesn't know the radius, but then when you asked him, so you don't know how much drop there should be, he said, yes, I do, 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah.
Though what I just told you is wrong. So then dump the first answer you gave and give us the correct one.
Okay, just confuse me. Why do you want me to tell you?
Okay, wait.
Curvature, do you know how much curvature there should be given your elevation and given a distance? Do you know?
No, I don't know the exact. No, I don't know the exact number.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good. So how would you possibly know how far you could possibly see on a globe then? And that's what your claim is.
Well, I could simply just Google search it and then I could know.
No, we're not talking about Google. We're talking about if you don't know the basis, the foundation of this curvature measurement, then you saying you know what you could and what you can and cannot see on said globe is fallacious.
Well, I just Google how big. It's 6,000 kilometers.
So you're just going to dig into fallaciousness.
But you want to know what's the Sunny. This is what happened, and I mean, again, anyway. I'm not going to do it again today. I'm just saying, he never scrutinized the globe. He never set out or indicated to me at all that he was going to be saying anything about what he could see on a ball. He just came here with the idea that he can't see everything there is on the earth.
I'm
so
not
that
saying,
must mean
even if the Earth was flat.
okay. He said that he couldn't see Italy from where he is. Therefore, there must be obstruction in the way. There must be earth curve in the way. But that's not because he knows that there's obstruction based on the geometry of said globe. That's only because he didn't see something in the distance that he assumed he should see if it's flat. Because that's the easiest thing that people can say when they haven't actually investigated anything. Because they heard someone else say it. Oh, shouldn't I be able to see XYZ if the earth was flat? Well, we're not investigating if the earth is flat. When I heard the earth was flat, I investigated the globe.
Why I have photo that Italy from Croatia?
What did you say?
Why I have photo? We can see Italy. We can see Croatia from Italy.
You can see from Croatia. You can see Italy.
From Italy, you can see Croatia. It's the same, yeah.
Well, you must be able to see it from the beach. You must have some sort of elevation.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course that it's elevation. But you know what? You don't need to see anything, but you see mountains.
You see mountains. Mountains are elevated.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
How we elevated mountains? I have a question for you about mountains because you touch now mountains. How we measure mountains?
What?
How we measure mountains?
Really simple. Just check the air pressure.
The air pressure?
Yeah, that tells you how far from sea. Well, that isn't the most accurate thing, but if you want to get a rough estimate,
how we are measuring mountain, man?
Well, as I say, you can easily check the air pressure. That's a simple one.
That means if I check the air pressure on the ground, I can know how much high it's the mountain.
What?
Hey, Joe Biden?
How you measure the elevation of mountain?
Yes.
How you measure that?
If you're from the ground.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, just pinpoint where you are, pinpoint where the peak of the mountain is, and then just check. And then just check, your angle to the mountain, and you should be able to do that.
But reference to what?
Reference to sea level, of course.
And to sea level? Everywhere on the earth or only in one country?
Everywhere on the earth, it should. Sea level.
Everywhere on the earth, we are measuring mountains referencing to sea level. Is that true?
Yes.
Welcome to the flat earth.
Sea level.
The globe is a certain size, man. You're not
All right, I'm
thinking
not
about
asking you a question about
the
the flag.
size.
Actually, before I ask you
You're
a question,
not you're,
I
you're not you're not thinking about the size of the globe that you're saying you're on, right? You're not thinking about it. You're only thinking about what NASA told you. Oh, I should be able to. Ridiculous statements. You're not thinking about how big this ball is and what you should not be able to see on it.
Yeah,
That's what we're asking about.
You
Just want
practically
to check. Omsky,
that C
are you?
equals
Hold on, Sasha. Omsky, are you able to see what's in the voice text?
what's in the in the
The
what?
text, the
The
live
voice
stream
text.
voice text directly above this live stream. There's a voice text. It says hashtag live stream voice text.
Yeah, I know. I'm on it right
Click
now.
on that so you can start following along because we're putting information. I don't want you to miss that information. So I posted these testimonies of people about lighthouses, how far you can see. The first one's at 40 minutes after the hour. See where it says the Isle of Wight Lighthouse?
So what you're saying, you should be able to see that.
I'll just read it. The Isle of Wight Lighthouse is in England. In England, is 180 feet high and can be seen up to 42 miles away. At which distance modern astronomers say the light should fall 996 feet below the line of sight. The Cape Lagulas Lighthouse in South Africa is 33 feet high, 238 feet above sea level. It can be seen for over 50 miles. If the world was a globe, the light would fall 1,400 feet below the observer's line of sight. The Statue of Liberty in New York stands 326 feet above sea level, and on a clear day, it can be seen as far as 60 miles. If the Earth was a globe, that would put Lady Liberty, which is actually Helios, at an impossible 2,074 feet below the horizon. The lighthouse at Port Said in Egypt, at an elevation of only 60 feet, get that, has been seen an astonishing 58 miles away, where according to modern astronomy, it should be 2,182 feet below the line of sight.
I haven't checked on that. I might have to do research after this to figure it out. Is it true, or are you just or are you just saying bullshit? I have to check that.
Well, look at the citations, who they're from. Okay, so that one, I'll put the link. I'll put the link right here. Okay. You can read it yourself and find out who those quotes are from.
Oh man, I just searched on Google. Could you see the Statue of Liberty from that far away?
Listen, Dr. Samuel Rowbotham, hold on. Satiric Astronomy, it's from his book. Dr. Samuel Rowbotham, go look at the book.
Well, fuck me. Yeah, I'm just
the one that said some of those things, as well as William Carpenter from his book, 100 Proofs the Earth is Not a Globe. Satiric Astronomy, Samuel Rowbotham.
Right, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm about to go to Albania soon, and but soon again in Albania, and I'm gonna get I have a phone that is the Galaxy Galaxy Note S20, and that has a really damn powerful zoom. I don't remember the exact number, and I'm gonna use that to check on a boat. And do the classic one, bow down. The boat is obviously gonna go bow down first. There's some proof for you. I'm planning to do that.
Yeah, good. Watch. Once the ship from your naked eye disappears completely,
yes,
then I want you to zoom in and see that the entire boat, all the way to the waterline, minus the mirror range, because the horizon at distance starts mirroring itself. You will see the entire waterline of that boat when you zoom into it. So, not a globe. You can't zoom in over a curve.
It's good that you've thought about this. So just
do that.
You can
Yes,
do a couple more things to try. I obviously say just trust everything we are showing you. But I would also say if there's a lot of people who are well documented seeing too far, you might need to try a couple times. Like, I don't know what time of day or what the air quality was like the day that you decided to go see Italy. You could have picked a foggy day. So not even a foggy day, just a polluted day. So
I'm gonna make sure there's no pollution, and while
okay.
I'm gonna
That's
make sure
good.
there's no. I'm gonna make sure it's a clean day then.
That's good. Yeah. Good. Just because, right? Like if you're actually trying to check, then you'll want to account for some variables to really know, right? Like if I went out on a day it was snowing and I'm like, I can't see. Well, no shit. So, but it's good. You've clearly thought about this. So that's really good. That's a lot better than a lot of people that just yell at us,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think, Omsky, once you see this yourself,
yeah,
welcome to Flat Earth, because once you see what I just told you about water, about zooming into it, once you see this yourself, it'll never go away. So you can either accept reality at that point or completely deny reality. So that'll be your choice. But I think once you see it, welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay, once I see it, okay, I'll try to see it. What else I want to tell you? Oh yeah. Oh, there's a very simple argument. There's a very simple argument. Doesn't require any sort of science. Just requires some thought. So, for the Earth to be flat, you're saying that all the pilots should be into it. Everyone that works at religiously, most of the people who work in the military, they work on aerospace, helicopters.
No, they're not all in it.
Yeah.
Okay, so who's in it? The pilot.
There's just people doing their job. These jobs you're talking about, in their training manuals, they have to assume a non-rotating plane. Whether you're a pilot, radio man. Yeah.
I mean, I've heard that argument before. That's
It's not an argument. There are actual military manuals. I used to be in the military. I was a radio man. They exist. They're out there. Any manual, go down the street, grab a manual, look it up online. Pilots, they have to assume a non-rotating plane.
Okay, let's assume not pilots, but there are thousands, if not millions, of people at this point who work and who have worked for NASA. You're telling me that they were all in it.
They don't work for NASA.
Listen. Hold on. Let me clear this up. Do you know anything about the military-industrial complex, of how it works?
What do you mean by that?
The military-industrial complex. Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, so there's this military-industrial complex. It's one of the largest industrial complexes on Earth. Okay? So the military-industrial complex employs hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of employees. Some of these employees are shuffling paper. Some of the employees are creating blueprints of engineering schematics, electrical schematics. Other people are taking those drawings and they're making widgets that fits into one little tiny piece that might be their whole entire job. That they just push a button that makes a widget. These people are going to continue going to work. They don't have to be in on it. And then the thing about the air flight, wait, hold on. The thing about air flight is all the pilots assume a flat stationary Earth. So can you provide any instance or claim of any pilot manual or linear aircraft model where they're using a globe Earth? Can you provide that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could search it up right now. Maybe take some time to find it, but I'll try it right now.
Okay, good. So I want to make sure you know what you're looking for. You're looking for an actual claim from experts that are flying aircraft or building aircraft or anybody else that is going to make a claim that what they're using in their engineering specs, that they're factoring in a globe Earth. Show us that.
Doing right now. Do pilots ever factor in a globe Earth?
Yeah, we're actually looking for a official document, bro. So you're gonna go on Google and you're gonna get
How many?
popular opinion is not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for actual documents that are making a claim of adjusting for a rotating spinning globe of the said dimensions. And I'll back off.
Why do you think that you can? I mean, Google is good for finding terms and definitions. Sometimes, at least they'll link you to sources, but when you look for something specifically or you ask them a specific question, I mean, it doesn't everybody know by now that it doesn't even come up. Before they used to try to be somewhat relevant, back in the day, but now it's just straight up something's wrong. Little
Okay.
dinosaur.
Yeah,
Nothing comes up.
I searched on Google. This is a reply for
Why didn't you just Google is the Earth flat? I mean, surely they would have just said, "Of course not. That's an archaic." Like, you should have just started there.
Yeah, so if you're going to look for, you need to look for this. Technical, wait a second, just let me finish and you can go, I won't be long. Technical Field Manual of Linear Flight.
Okay, I'll talk now. This is what the pilot said. I could probably find a manual about this. Yes, pilots have to constantly adjust their controls to the curvature of the Earth, but not the controls you are thinking of. The controls to the weather radar need to be adjusted up and down in order to see turbulence that is farther away. So
yeah, what you're reading, my son, is not what I was asking for. That's what I was saying. I don't want a testimony. I want a citation. I need the technical. No, you need to look. No, technical manual. I don't care about anything else. I don't want a popular opinion or what somebody thinks about it or somebody saying something without any basis to back up the claim. So what I want is a claim. That means a technical manual, a PDF of a linear flight model using the globe Earth.
But did you just say, or did the thing that you read just say that they adjust the controls, but not the controls you think? So I guess the controls that the controls that adjust the actual plane, right? I guess that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about adjusting the weather,
turbulence.
whatever. What the fuck would that have to do with what Sonny was asking?
It's not adjusting.
Why do things fall down?
Why are you running away from the question?
I'm not. Why?
You are though. No, they
Okay,
asked
quick answer real quick.
Yes, please go back. Do you why did you come here, Omsky? Do you want to learn or do you just want to say nah to everything?
This is what I want to do. I want to see some actual evidence about a flat Earth.
Okay.
And I am doing everything that you're saying. I'm here to try to learn and to understand flat Earthers too.
Okay.
I'm
Okay. Okay, but he's asking you some questions, and in those questions, he's actually showing you the lack of evidence for the globe.
Okay, so I found an actual manual now.
Okay, great.
It has 70 pages. It might take some time to find it.
And who is it written by?
Keyword search. Keyword search. That's the hack. Just search
What-
curvature.
What's the
Can I
source?
say-
What's the source of the manual, please?
What's
Can
the
I say
source of
something?
let's see. This was posted by the www.skybrary area. This looks to be some sort. This is a manual. Actually, I'll just copy the link and send it. I haven't checked if this is an actual thing, but still, it's a PDF.
So, are you aware of the live stream as well while we're having this conversation?
Yeah, I know. It's live streaming on YouTube.
Can I say something real quick? The evidence for flat Earth is everywhere. That's what we're telling you, right? That's why you're looking into these manuals. That is the evidence. When you go outside, that's the evidence. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that it's flat at 128,000 feet. That stuff is flat. What the evidence that we don't have is the evidence for a ball. That's what you're looking for, right? You get it?
Well. Before, look, he,
Go ahead,
because
Alex.
I think that when people say I want evidence for a flat Earth, is because they have an idea of what that is, because
Yeah.
it's been given to them. So they're like, well, where's your evidence? And it's like,
Yeah.
you listen. If you're not here to understand why the genuine flat earthers are here, then it's a waste of time. So let me tell you why we're here. Okay. When I say there's no evidence for the globe, what I'm saying is they have claims out there that you can verify and falsify, right? So one claim out there is that the earth is a certain size with certain dimensions, and that the obstruction is going to be a specific distance as predicted by the mathematical model. The problem with that is it doesn't make any predictions at all. That's a big ass problem. That's not a problem that I wanted to come across. It just is something that exists. So when I realize, wait a minute, I don't feel movement. Wait a minute, things move in the sky. Wait a minute, water is level. With everything that I experience, the only difference between now and years ago is I said I'm experiencing this, but the reason that I don't feel it moving is because insert story. The
Hey,
reason that the sun is
do you feel
moving
a
is
plane flying
because
far?
insert story.
Do you
I
feel
mean,
a plane?
you're talking, so that lets me know that maybe I'm not really connecting with you. Was I too long with like what did I say that you took away from it? Or did you just not like how I'm like what I'm saying? It's not my best. It's not that
Okay.
poetic. I get it.
What I took away from that is that flat Earth, that it took you time to understand flat Earth, and that that you actually started thinking about everyday things, like what you mentioned right there is I don't feel the Earth moving, and about that I want to say something. Do you feel an airplane moving 600 kilometers per hour? No. Why? Because you move.
Yes. No,
Yes,
yes, I do.
you do.
Hell yeah,
You
I
do
do. What are
feel
you
it.
talking
You
about?
do. You do feel it.
But the point is when I said I don't feel movement, so there's a justification for that. You're moving past the justification to give me something that you think is analogous with your just so story. So you're like, well, we don't feel movement. And I know that I've been told that when there's no acceleration, I don't feel movement either. So a plane is a good example. Well, again, like everyone said, no, it's not because you can feel movement. But
Okay, of a
yeah, but
movement.
you would say theoretically, if all things were perfect and there was no like, turbulence or there was no like that's irrelevant because what I'm saying is I don't feel movement, but I'm told that I'm moving and there's no way to verify it. That's the problem. I don't care about why they told me I don't feel movement. I just want to know how they verified that we're moving if we all can't feel it. I don't
Do you
want a
First thing first.
understand
story
that
as to
now?
why I don't feel
Does
it.
he can he repeat that back so he understands?
Yes, can you basically share my sentiment in your own words, as brief as you can?
As brief as I can. What you just basically said there. I'm trying to think about this because you said a lot of crap. Because you said a lot of stuff. Don't have the best wording if I can
Just
be
the
honest.
last part that he said is the key part. So repeat that.
Basically, no, I didn't understand that at all.
Okay, so he said maybe he just has a hard time like hearing deeper voices. Like maybe he's like a dog and he like only responds to like high pitched voices. So I'm just gonna talk really high for you so you'll get it, okay? So here we go.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, okay, I'm gonna say what he said. So he says it's not what you don't need to worry about is the story of why you're not feeling the spin. You need to check, see if the spin of the earth was even verified to begin with.
Ah, yeah, I was
Okay.
getting
Okay, there we go. Okay,
Yeah,
you just
you
Elijah
flatter
just talk.
first.
Elijah talk really high pitched, and then I think it will sink in for him.
No,
Okay.
it doesn't do anything. Yeah, okay, because I actually wanted to get somewhere. I understood the guy, but I didn't know how to explain it. I wanted to get somewhere. You flat earthers, prove that there's a 15 degree per hour drift. You remember that? You remember the guy named Bob
So
who proved that
you're going off of a propaganda piece from Netflix. Let's just say Bob says he did, which Bob will tell you that they edited it severely to make it seem like what your takeaway is the case. Let's just say that he actually did. Do you know how he did? Do you know if it's a valid method? Do you know if it's a valid method that you can walk away from and say, okay, Bob has finally proven the movement of the earth? Because guess what? Why wouldn't he have gotten a Nobel Prize then? Because no one's ever done it.
No, you definitely can prove them. He forgot.
But no one's ever done it. Can you Google it and tell me the name of the person that actually detected the spin of the earth? Google it.
Well, not detected, but the man that did an experiment that proved.
Well,
here comes the pendulum.
It's my God.
Were you going to bring up the pendulum, Ski?
Yeah, the pen. Well, I'm not gonna even bring that up because I know you'd find a way to spin that.
No, it doesn't. You don't need a way to. Hold on. You don't need a way to spin that, because what they're basically claiming is that the pendulum is in a different reference frame than the Earth, so that there's a deflection. The problem with this is that the pendulum is on the Earth.
I just told you that you're gonna spin it, and you're spinning it right now.
I'm not spinning it. I'm just trying to explain it to you. This pendulum that's supposed to be deflecting is actually on the Earth. It's physically on the Earth, right?
Yeah, both parts are on the Earth. The pendulum is attached to a ceiling that's attached to walls that's attached to Earth, and whatever they're pointing at on the bottom is actually on Earth.
Well, I don't know which one you spin it. I said that you're gonna spin it, and you just spin it. I'm not gonna even try to mention that.
We have we have a vestibular system, and here you go. Hold on a second. Anyway, it exists in a place that's a bony labyrinth in our membranous tubules and chambers called the membranous labyrinth. This membranous labyrinth is considered to be the functional part of the vestibular system. Learn more about the vestibular system. I have a video. I think I put it in the voice text already. Very informative.
I didn't see anything. I probably could.
Yeah, you have these things called semicircular canals. They're basically set up 90 degrees from each other in 3 axes. Do you know anything about the inner ear, my son? My son. You're not my son. Son.
Yeah, I know it's people call son sometimes other beef.
Yeah, see, that's how you know you're not moving, because if you were moving and didn't know it, you wouldn't be able to coordinate your movements.
Holy, what you're getting?
You are basically, you in your inner ear, how you know when you stand up that you know you're standing vertical, or when you're laying down, you know you're horizontal, or any other motions in between in 3 axes. You know that because of physical locations in your vestibular system. You have a liquid in there called the endolymph that moves around and bends hairs that are at specific locations, physical locations inside your ear. Some of these hairs have a nerve on one side of it, on one side of the hair. Do you learn more about the vestibular system? This is how we know we're not moving.
So,
Well,
we
here's
have
the thing. Everything in the visible system, including the liquid, including everything, is moving with the Earth. The air
Oh,
is moving.
magic. Oh, wow. Now it's all magic. Yeah, okay.
So magic.
Really?
And I
I
thought
think you,
Yeah,
you
you
say that
just
the
gotta
Earth
set
is
it up.
say
You better set
everything is
it up.
everything, and that's the magic of science and gravity. Like, what? What are you talking about?
So you better go check NASA because NASA says
Everything is
gravity,
moving.
but NASA says gravity doesn't affect the vestibular system. Go check your own shit, bro.
There's a dude in VC check-in. I just thought I'll mention that. I don't know if you guys are aware of that.
I feel like this guy
Oh no,
will
he
only
left.
believe
No, he
something
left.
if it comes from
Okay.
Netflix or Google.
How old are you, Omski? How old are you? Curious.
Can you guess?
17.
13.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Wow.
Don't worry. This kid has
I'm
potential.
jealous.
He's just confused. But
I'm jealous. I wish
Not
I was 13.
confused. You're misguided.
okay,
You're
so
smart. You're smart for a 13-year-old man.
yes, I get
Good.
your teenage fever.
He's
So
I don't 13,
Exactly a
really.
teenage
I
fever.
mean,
So
come on.
So okay.
I know.
So here's the question though. So you said that reason where I get why you're asking questions or thinking these things, because this is what everybody goes through when they're learning about flat earth. They have the same questions and thoughts that you do. So you said, well, we don't feel the spin because we're on the earth. That's what you're saying. Like our ears can't pick it up because we're moving.
There are two reasons why we don't feel the spin. Can I mention those?
Yes, go ahead.
First thing first, we are moving with the Earth. And second thing second, you say that the Earth is moving 1,000 miles per hour, which is technically correct, but that's more of a shock number. The correct way to measure the movement, the spin of the Earth would be to measure in RPM, rotations per minute. So can you guess how fast is how fast is the Earth spin in RPM?
No, listen, we're not going to RPM because you don't exist. You don't exist at the axle. Hold on. You don't exist at the axle of a wheel where that is measured from. We're on the outside of the rim, on the outside of the ball, which is a larger diameter. So don't go into RPM. We're at terminal velocity on that surface of a ball. It has a diameter of two times the radius. So I'm sorry, bro. No.
Sonny, we're missing the teacups, Sonny. We're at Disneyland and we're missing the 5 other movements of the teacups. He needs to be informed
Oh
of
my God. I know. We're not going to RPM. Stop. Stop at RPM. No.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Wait, I was gonna say something though, because I was trying to get somewhere with his question, and he says it's because we don't feel the spin. We don't observe the spin of the Earth because we're attached to the Earth. Okay, so what about things that are not attached to the Earth, such as a helicopter?
Yeah, or an airplane. Let me explain those things too. Actually, even when you jump off the Earth, you don't land in the exact same place like you could do right now. You don't land in the exact same place.
Okay, so wait a second. Okay, just wait. Okay, so you said I just need a yes or no. This. If I jump up in the air super high,
no, you can just a normal jump.
I'm not going to land in the same spot that I took off from because of the spin of the Earth.
It's a normal jump. It's going to be very, very, very small. We're talking about nanometers here, but there's still going to be some difference.
Okay, so what if I take a helicopter
Why?
And I hover in the air?
Yes.
Take a helicopter and I hover in the air for 7 hours. Okay. Are you telling me when the helicopter comes back down, it should land in a different city or different country, even?
Well, I'm not saying it should land in a different country, and there's something else you're going to notice with that. The helicopter was moving with the Earth, and it left the Earth. It is still moving with the Earth. It is very, very slowly, it is very slow. It is very slowly losing
How do you
speed.
know that?
You just contradicted yourself, though, because you said when I jump up in the air, I
a
land
very
in a different spot because of the earth
yeah,
spin.
that
But you're saying a
helicopter also land
helicopter.
spot. That helicopter would also land at a different spot, but it wouldn't be a different city. Obviously, it'd be at a small difference. And when I also jump, it's not going to be far at all. It's
Right.
going to be very,
Mm,
very small,
Really?
immeasurably.
You're wrong. I just
Hey,
jumped and I
Omsky.
just landed exactly in the same spot I stood on. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. So Omsky, you remember that radius we were talking about earlier? Yeah,
Yeah.
that thing. So on the outside, do you know how fast that spin is supposed to be where you currently are right now? If you jumped up, do you know how
Yes.
fast that's supposed to be going? How fast? Can
Well,
you
we
tell
said
me in
how.
yards, how many meters are going by you in 1 second? Can you tell me that?
What do you mean by that?
Oh, because 1,000 miles an hour, if you like, let's just take that as a round figure, 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. If you jumped up, how much Earth would spin by you in 1 second? Do you know?
Well, it's very simple math at this point because
Yeah. Do you want me to tell you, or you want to figure it out for yourself? You should
well, let
figure it
me
out.
try to figure it out myself because this is very simple math. I'll go in. Well, I gotta search how fast does the Earth, moving
That's
kilometers.
not math. That's
No,
called
it
very
is. All
simple Googling, not math. Right?
you don't have,
Stop,
yeah. So
stop
check it
making
out.
stuff up, man.
Yeah, you could do it. Like, check it out. It's 1,500 yards per second, bro. Per second. You see that
Yeah, per second.
hummingbird? Do you see the hummingbird that's in the voice text?
Yes.
Does
Well,
that
no,
look like
wait.
1,500? Does that hummingbird that's not moving at all? See how still his head is?
Yes.
Does that look like
Not so.
1,500 yards whizzing by per second? That those
No, it is
trees
not.
are moving. That those trees. He's separate from the Earth. He's separated from the Earth.
Yeah, and I just
He's not
explained why.
attached to the Earth. He's not attached to the Earth. Gases are not bonded to each other. He has left the reference frame of a spinning Earth. Does that look
Yeah.
like 1,500 yards per second whizzing by?
Yeah, can I say something right here?
No, just
If you
answer.
got a
Does
racing
that?
car,
No,
and
you tell me. No, I want you to answer. Does that look like 1,500 yards whizzing by per second from that hummingbird?
it does not, and there's a reason why.
Answer the question. It's real simple. Is it whizzing
No,
by
it
or
does
not?
not. No, it does not, and there's a reason why.
And now you have an excuse. Okay, what's your reason?
If you have a racing car, just any car, it's going 500 kilometers per hour.
We're not
And
in a
you
car,
turn
bro.
the
It's a flying. It's a bird. It's in flight above Earth. We're not talking about no freaking racing car. No.
You're making
I'm just using this as an explanation to show my point.
No, you're not going to use a racing car. No, you're not going to use a racing car. No. It's not.
Well, because it doesn't even apply because you already said that when you leave the inertial reference frame, okay, when you leave the object that's rotating and you come back down, there's a deviation that you'll land in a slightly different spot. So don't be talking about the car. Talking about the car at this point.
Can you just let me explain myself?
Let me guess what you're going to say.
Okay,
When
no,
you're
you
in
don't
the
even
car.
get
When you're in the car,
No,
do you?
let me explain something to you.
Oh my.
If an object is moving and there's a force pushing it, and that force stops pushing it, guess what's gonna happen? That object is still gonna go, and it's still gonna go for a very long time. Then it's gonna stop. Bullets, for example, like bullets, for example, you fire a bullet, it does not have any force pushing it, but it still travels very far away. That's what happens with
Around the curvature of the Earth, right?
Right. Okay. So how long after the bullet leaves the muzzle does it start slowing down?
Well, it is gonna start slowing. Can you wait a second? I gotta do something. Sorry,
No,
it's
the answer is immediate. You know the
Exactly.
answer is immediate.
Exactly.
You fucking
Right
asshole.
away, as soon as it leaves the muzzle, it starts dropping as well.
When a bullet leaves the muzzle of a gun, it is still it is gonna decelerate. Obviously, it is, but not very fast.
So you
what
totally
happens
ran
with
away
you.
from the hummingbird. So you just totally ran away from the hummingbird? Is that it?
Let me explain something about the hummingbird.
No, I'm tired of this freaking hamster wheel.
He's the expert on everything.
You realize you're,
Why?
you
Why
realize
did
you're
Felix
talking.
Baumgart? Why
Sonny,
did?
You're
listen,
Why did?
talking
Sonny, if
absolute
you guys
freaking
listen, guys,
nonsense.
Sonny, okay, if you guys need to know anything, this guy's gonna tell you. He has all the information.
So why did Felix Baumgartner land on the west side when he jumped off that fucking Red Bull balloon thing? He landed on the east side. I mean, he landed east, and the Earth's
Yeah.
rotating.
Well, first thing first, he jumped off. He jumped off the balloon. He moved a little bit. You know, because
Yeah,
he moved
okay.
with his body.
He moved a little bit the wrong way.
Like how cats wiggle when you drop a cat, it wiggles, right? And it can drop where it wants to, yeah.
But you just said. But you just said
Oh, there
if
we
I
go. You just
jump.
proved it to me. Okay, cool. That makes a lot of
But-
sense. Thanks.
But you just said that if I jump here in place, that the Earth will move beneath me. Yet the guy jumped from space and it didn't move like much.
Yeah. No, remember, he moved a little bit.
Should have been.
Yeah.
He should have been like a 200 miles offshore, off the Pacific coast, or something like that.
Yeah.
You are really. Let me explain something to you. When you leave the Earth, when you're not attached to anything, when you're not
Yeah.
attached to any
When do we leave the Earth? Who has left the Earth, and when have they done that?
No, I mean
Yeah,
when
Have you ever
you
left it?
stop touching the Earth.
Hold
you
up.
stop
You
Let
leave the
everybody.
contact with
Let Omsky explain something to everybody. Okay, go ahead, Omsky.
you jump, you're not in contact with the Earth anymore. You are still moving. You still have momentum. No, you
Really?
still
What momentum? Do you have a measurement? Do you have a measurement of Earth's spin detection? Where's the official detection? I need a document that states we have an official measurement of spin of Earth. Do you have that?
Well, just asking me of me right now. I have to take a fight.
Where's the official document that states Earth is spinning at this? This is how we did it. We detected it with this method. We had high-speed interferometers that checked it. Do you have that document? It states Earth is spinning. We know it is. We have high-tech we have, sorry, high-tech apparatus, technology.
Sophisticated. Yeah.
I'm trying to find that right now.
Mr. Globe won a Nobel Prize for proving the rotation of the Earth.
That's
This kid is actually really good. Like, I'm actually shocked for your age how much you know on this argument.
First 13 is underestimated.
He doesn't. He's got Google up. First, he doesn't know the radius. Then he shoots off the curvature of the Earth.
He's putting up a better fight than like some like old globers that come in here that are just dummies. Like
Old fogies and stuff.
Yeah, you're not
I'm just
spiraling
shocked.
as hard. Yeah, you're not spiraling as hard as most people.
The thing about flat Earth is a lot of people misunderstand. They think they're insane or stupid, and I don't believe that. You seem like pretty smart people who can actually do things, but I'd say you're misguided.
Yeah, you're a
The
few.
religiosity is strong.
That's okay. We don't mind.
So our eyes are misguiding us, right? The Earth is misguiding us, right? But NASA will guide us home, right? Our eyes seeing flat, that is misguided, right? When you see a man, you are misguided. It could be a woman. See, we need NASA and the government to guide us. That's what you're saying, right? Eyes are stupid.
You religiously took my
Misguided.
word. Misguided, and you're taking it religiously. Take it
Misguided
favorably.
because listen, we're not going by what anyone says. No one is guiding us. We're using our senses. So you're saying that we are being misguided by our senses and by the earth and whoever the hell made us, if you believe in God. Right?
And you need an expert to tell you how you're feeling.
But NASA will guide us to the future, right? To space.
Yeah, the experts will save us and let us know what we can think, what is safe to think or not.
No, I'm not saying that. You can think whatever you want. If you want to think that, I don't know, we're in the back of a giant turtle, you can think that, but we're obviously not.
Who do you? No, that's not. We don't think that though. Where do you think we get the idea from? Do you think? Yeah, but do you think there's an organization that is guiding us? Is that what you think?
I
Like
don't
NASA?
even know. We shouldn't be talking about this. We should just stick to debunking the globe.
I think he's going through some cognitive. That's why he's kind of pulling things out.
But we're letting him, like, you know.
I know, but like bringing up our senses is like honestly irrelevant. We just need to hit the 3 points, Send it off.
Yeah, I'm game for that. So yeah, the
We're already
physical,
on the
like
second point. We're already done with the two. We gotta go
hey,
on to three.
hold on. I heard Omsky say something about physical, like be concerned with the physical. Well, that's what we're talking about. Reality we look at. It's measurable. If it's physical, it's measurable.
Listen here.
Right. So listen,
Senses
Omsky,
too. You
if
can
something
detect.
isn't listen, Omsky, if something isn't curving in any direction, what is it?
If it isn't curving in any direction, but what's the shape of it? It could be a square.
No, if you're
Not a
on the
square.
surface, I'm asking you about the condition of the surface. If you're on a surface and it does not measure any curvature in any direction, what is it?
Flat.
There you go.
So,
Okay. Do
can I just before you guys get to point 3, like about the whole? Can I just ask you a simple question? Do you think that the air is rotating with the Earth
Yeah,
in your
the
globe
air
model?
is moving with the earth.
It's moving with it. Okay. Can you just, since you're on Google, can you look up the trade winds that are at the equator? Because this is a set of permanent winds
Well, I'm not saying all moving with the earth. My point
opposite
it is
to the
going to start
rotation.
decelerating
Right.
still.
Right, but this is the crux of the argument because we can observe that the air is moving in directions that are opposite and completely different from this alleged rotation. But then at
Yes,
the
that's
same time,
exactly
it
what I
would
said.
have to be moving toward, but that's mutually exclusive, right? Because it's either moving together with it or it's moving separately. It can't be doing both,
Well,
right?
winds are
The air
positive.
can't be moving around all over the place and yet somehow be some collective thing that's also moving, right? That doesn't
Well,
really
first
make
things
sense.
first, guess there's a lot of reasons that cause winds. All the, all the,
I don't care about the cause of winds. I know, like there's temperature differences, pressure.
yeah,
It's not. It's
in the
irrelevant.
air.
The point is,
Move up and
the point is, we can observe the air is moving in all kinds of different directions.
Yes.
That have nothing to do with the rotation. So if you want to assert that, the Earth is rotating and the air is going with it, then you need to be able to prove that somehow, right? But how
Yes.
can you assert that the air is moving with it if all you experience is a stationary ground and the air is moving around in all directions randomly?
Well, first thing first, as I said, the Earth's RPM, the 1,000 miles per hour. As I said, the air is doing that, but sometimes the air starts to slow down, air starts to speed up for many differences. Air temperatures that you just mentioned. So the air is moving with us, but sometimes it slows down, sometimes it speeds up in different directions. Matters, the conditions, mountain, terrain,
Full
everything.
story, bro. Full story. But you can't prove any of that, right?
What?
But you cannot prove any of that. That's a story you got from TV, right? From school, from I don't know,
No.
TV.
Well,
no. Did you go out and prove these things, and that's how you know?
No, I thought
You get it
about
from
it. And
Google.
it makes sense.
It makes sense. Of course, it makes sense. If I tell you about Middle Earth, okay? If I tell you all about how everything was created in Middle Earth, it's going to make really, really good sense. But does that mean Middle Earth is real?
No, it
If I
doesn't.
told you about Star Wars and the lore behind Star Wars and everything makes perfect sense, does that make Star Wars real?
Yes. No. Sorry, I made a mistake
No,
there.
it doesn't.
No,
So when you say it makes
Freudian
sense,
slip.
right? When you say it makes sense, that's because you've got a story and a lore behind it that
well, the same could be
explains
said
things,
about
right?
flat Earth, so be
It it
careful, man.
it doesn't matter. It explains things. You can't prove what you're saying. You can't prove
Yeah,
it's spinning.
you're saying that the atmosphere is moving in synchronization. Well, actually, you're contradicting yourself because
no, I'm moving.
in what? No, my turn. So in one hand, you'll say when I jump up, I don't land in the same spot because the atmosphere that I was just jumping in is not in sync with the earth. That's why I will land in a different spot. Okay, so on one hand, you're saying that. But then on the other hand, you're saying, no, the atmosphere is in complete synchronization with the spin of the earth. So you have to pick one. You cannot have both. Cannot have Coriolis effect and perfect synchronization of the atmosphere. So if you don't have perfect synchronization of the atmosphere, then that means that a plane that's not attached to the Earth is going to have to attempt to land on a moving runway, which wouldn't work because the plane can only travel half speed as the moving target. Okay? The plane can only go max, like a commercial plane can only go 500 miles per hour max. The Earth is spinning twice as fast. Okay? And if you're going to say, well, no, the atmosphere is moving the same speed, so it doesn't affect the plane. Then you're saying that there will be then there should be no deviation. If I jump up and down, I should land in the exact same spot.
Right.
There should be no Coriolis effect.
Yeah, this is the whole point because it's mutually exclusive. It's either moving with it or separate from it. It can't be doing both at the same time. If you want a really simple analogy, just imagine, like a water ski where you have those things and then you're behind a boat, right, with a little rope thingy. You're skiing on the water. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, jets. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the boat is moving in one direction, and you hold on. You are also moving with the boat in the same direction, right? Can you now, while you're doing that, be moving in the opposite direction as well? No, right? Of course not.
Yes. Wait, what did you say?
All right. So if you're on the
I'm sorry, I can't hear
skis, right?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, I'll try and speak up a bit. So basically, the point I was making, if you're like water skiing, right? The boat is moving in one direction. There's a rope. You're there, and you're also moving in that direction, right?
Yes.
So while that is going on, can you at the same time be moving in the opposite direction, like going the opposite way behind you, while you're going forward with the boat at the same time? Obviously, no, obviously not, right? Because you're stuck to the boat and you're only moving in that direction. So this is the point.
Yeah.
If the air is stuck to the earth and moving with it, then it can't also be moving in different directions from it, right? It would have to be one or the other.
Can I explain now, please?
Sure.
Out a lot. I think there's something wrong with my internet.
No, we can hear you.
Okay, now I can hear you. Okay, now can you hear me? Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, you were coming out for me a bit. So good.
Okay. Okay. So first thing first, the atmosphere does move with the Earth, but it is not in synchronization with the Earth. First thing first, the lower.
This is already like mutually exclusive right off the bat because you're saying that it's moving with it, but it's not moving with it.
No,
Like, it can't be both at the same time, dude.
It's not completely synchronized.
Okay, then it's not in sync.
Oh.
Yep. When you say the second you say that, you run into so many issues.
Okay, first thing, the atmosphere is moving with the Earth.
How about this? Would you say that there's like a percentage that you could say that there's that much of a percentage it's moving with it, and then the rest not? Because that just sounds ridiculous, right?
Well, the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, but sometimes, as I said, parts of it because winds and low temperatures, higher temperatures.
Right, but this is not sometimes. This is always. There are always winds and temperatures and everything.
Yes.
It's always moving all over the place, right?
So yeah, that's what's happening. And as I said about the airplane.
Welcome
the airplane goes off the Earth, and and the airplane goes off the Earth, but it is still moving it's still moving with the Earth, even though it's not attached, because it still has the momentum of the Earth.
But why? Then how does it sync itself up if it's landing on a runway that is going crossways or perpendicular to the rotation?
Well, the Earth doesn't move that fast when you think about
Either
it.
synced up or it's not. Is it synced up or is it not? How does the wait? It gets this simple. How does the aircraft wheel adjust for the non-synchronous rotation if it's not perfectly synchronized? How does the aircraft wheel change so it doesn't freaking crash? Are you kidding me? Do you know how aircraft work?
Yeah, I know a lot about aerospace. I love things. I love planes and all that crap.
Yeah. So
Yeah, they
how could a plane land on a spinning ball, bro?
Because the plane is spinning with it, and that spinning ball is moving very
Where
slow.
is the plane? Is the plane flying in the atmosphere? Is the plane flying in the atmosphere? Yes or no?
Very confusing, you know.
Yes, the plane is flying on the atmosphere in the lower part of the atmosphere.
Okay, it's flying in the atmosphere. Now, is the atmosphere in complete synchronization with the Earth? Yes or no?
I wouldn't say in complete synchronization.
Okay, thank you.
You could say it's in complete synchronization, just certain parts. Slow down and
So it's
speed up.
not. It's either a yes or no. It's either a yes or no. It's like is the cat, is it a cat or a dog? It's not, kind of a cat, kind of a dog. It's like, so when I'm asking you, is the atmosphere
If a cat and a dog had sex together,
move on.
Hey, you need to stop.
This is why I can't even use analogies, is they just can't even fucking move on.
They just go off in their head. You need to stop doing that, dude.
Atmosphere is, just answer yes or no. Okay. Is the atmosphere in complete synchronization with the Earth?
Yes, or is it not in complete synchronization with the Earth?
I'm asking you to answer that.
Holy shit.
Well, I would say it's obviously not, because I can see the air moving in all kinds of different directions.
I just wanted him to admit it. So the plane is in the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is not in synchronization with the Earth. So the plane would actually, if the plane is flying if the plane is flying in the opposite direction of the spin of the Earth, okay, there is no way it's going to be able to keep up with its target, because the target is going in a different direction than the plane.
Yeah, it's going in a different direction. It's going in different direction slowly.
So it's going in a different direction slowly as the. Oh, wow.
1,500 feet per second, folks. Is slowly.
1 RPM per day.
No.
Yeah, you can hit a wall.
You're literally talking about how fast the surface is moving, not about RPMs, dude.
Yeah, you're talking about at the axle. We're not talking about at the axle of a spinning wheel. We're talking about outside on the rim, like on a bicycle wheel.
In America, we say checkmate. This is when you are backed into a corner and you have nowhere to go. You have backed yourself into a corner and you have nowhere to go, because you cannot have both.
Into a corner.
So
Checkmate. So how would somebody filming, let's say, a hummingbird or filming anything that is not attached to Earth's surface?
Yes.
That we don't show any of this deflection you're talking about, because at every height in your paradigm, away from the surface is perfectly synced. You would see it. It would be measurable. You would see it in photos, films, and everything. Anything that lifted off, like helicopters, aircraft, hummingbirds, insects, birds, jumping freaking squirrels.
You mean flying?
Hey,
yeah, flying.
check out these clouds moving in completely different directions right here. It's timestamped too.
Yeah, that's good. That's a
The funny one is when globers say the clouds
completely different directions.
No, but globers say that they rotate in unison with the rotation. Like, people claim that they see this to me.
I know.
They actually claim this. I'm like, wait. When have you ever seen clouds like look as if they're rotating around a ball?
Correct, but listen to this example. They're saying one aeroplane. Let's take all these aeroplanes who are flying in this moment.
Yep, so you have layers of clouds, lower clouds moving in completely different directions than upper clouds. The upper clouds are going in, like, there could be 3 different directions going on with the layers of these
But yet
clouds.
we're all moving at the same time, guys. So don't worry.
Yeah, right there, deep.
Don't look at the eye. Don't visualize anything. You know, you can't see it. It doesn't happen. No,
Oh,
you're not
no,
seeing
So
those
you're
clouds
telling
move.
me
You're not seeing those clouds
visualize
move
things
in
now.
different ways.
Visualize
You're not.
this.
You have 10,000 aeroplanes in this time moving in every direction, and they are moving together with the air also.
What's your favorite sport, Ski? What's your favorite sport?
Skiing.
The clouds, though, moving in all different directions. That just makes
Skiing.
complete sense, guys.
Sorry, I should. Do you like soccer?
No.
Football?
No.
Okay. Well, let's just pretend you do. Can you imagine how ridiculous soccer or football would be if the Earth was spinning underneath the ball? Can you imagine the players would kick the ball in the air, and the ball? I mean, the Earth underneath would be moving under the ball. Like they wouldn't even be able to play the sport.
Not to mention golf as well.
Oh yeah.
This sounds like some form of.
I'm a golfer, and
My gosh,
I would
that
love
golf ball.
that.
That golf ball would be gone.
Well, depending on what direction you were to hit it in. So.
Oh yeah.
Golf ball.
So if you hit it
and then
into the curve or into the rotation, then the golf ball would stay right in the sky, right?
Well, yeah, and
still.
if you added a load of like topspin to that, so we had the Magnus effect as well, or a load of backspin.
Try
to
that next time I go driving.
You know,
you'll have to use the putter.
Listen to this. Listen to this. If you had, so if you went against, so you put it. Well, you basically drove into. So the rotation of the Earth is coming toward yourself, right? Yeah. So you do so, and you put loads of backspin on it, so the Magnus effect occurs, which would propel it forward. But because the Earth is rotating underneath it,
but you need to
right,
on curvature also.
It would basically stay in the same place, like it was levitating. Technically. For a certain amount of time.
That's when you pull out the putter roll.
It would. No, but like the ball would reach like maximum altitude, like from the a velocity or the amount of kinetic force you put into it, and then it would reach its maximum height, and then it would literally float for a certain amount of time. It would float in the same spot. Yeah, from your perspective. Well, because the Magnus effect, with backspin, it forces things forward as well, doesn't it? You know what I mean? With backspin, that is. I'm not talking about corkscrew spin. I'm on about backspin.
This would be an apparent floating, right? Because you're turning around.
Well, it would always be falling. Yeah, it would always be. Yeah, of course. It would always be moving,
So
and it would always be spinning. But from your perspective, it would appear that it would be floating in the sky. Right. If the Earth rotated, that was underneath it, and you were to put into the Earth's rotation, and you attached a load of backspin. And you did it off like a dam or something.
But
something hard.
The funny,
can I say something?
Funny thing. One second. Neil deGrasse Tyson claims this, right? He doubled down on this with the football.
Yeah, with the football goal.
So he really doubled down, mate. Like he didn't just say a little bit. He said that the winning the winning field goal, it was because of the rotation of the Earth on the coil.
He said it again, right? In another video, like a year or something, like a few months, year, I don't know. But
yeah.
So here's the plan. Here's the plan. You're an acrobat. Here's the plan from your trainer. So here we go. You're gonna do a freaking quadruple flip from the 20-foot high rings. Then you're gonna land onto the next set of rings. Oh yeah, by the way, those will be 50 or 60 feet to the perpendicular of your left side. You're going to have to catch those like that. And then good luck on the landing after you do all that.
Okay, so it's clear that I'm not gonna be able to, get you in the globe side using, using logic, atmospheres, and all that things. I'm gonna try something more simple, okay?
Wait a minute. Let me understand. You said you're not going to be able to prove the globe using logic or anything like that.
There's somebody. Wait, 1 second. There's someone
I'm
here.
gonna be able to
Holy
understand the globe using, using the atmosphere and airplanes. Okay,
Dude,
so I'll
we
try something
understand the
more simple.
globe. You don't.
What could be more simple? What could be more simple than direct observations?
No, this actually does involve laptops. This doesn't. Listen to.
Let's use.
Holy cow, this guy.
Guys, one at a time, please.
All right.
I'm getting a bit annoyed now. One at a time. Let him go ahead. Go ahead, dude.
Don't make me referee you, crack villain. Sorry.
Referee me.
Can I talk, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, the moon is in the sky. I think we can all agree on that, right?
No.
No.
Okay, we can all agree that we can all see the moon, right?
Yes.
Sort of.
Of course.
But,
yes.
but not at the
not
same
all
time.
at the same time.
Some days
Yeah.
I can't see it at all. Some days.
Yeah, but sometimes moon phases. But here's the thing. We all see the same side of the moon too, right?
Oh my god. Face, yes.
Uh-oh.
Face.
Oh,
We don't know about sides, especially with a sphere. A sphere doesn't have sides to it, right? That would be like a cube or something.
Yeah, just like we all have the same face.
Yeah.
If the
So
Earth was flat,
what appears
we
to
would
be
not
a
all see
face.
the same
my
face.
gosh, stop.
Yeah, Professor Dave, baby.
Oh yeah, I knew it.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Because the
We
moon
would-
looks
okay,
two-dimensional,
now you're
therefore the
backing
Earth is a
off.
ball.
Tell
It's got to be
me,
the
we see
dumbest
the same
argument
face.
ever.
Wait,
We
okay,
see the
right.
same face.
Let him finish. Let him finish what he's gonna say. We know what he's gonna say, but let him finish it. All right, go ahead, dude.
Yeah. I know what you're gonna say, but explain it to me. Why do we all see the same face?
Can you
Yes,
explain
the
to me
Earth-
how
yes,
you would do that on a globe first? Because the main issue here.
Yeah, let
No, it
me
doesn't make sense on a
real
globe.
quick, crack.
Go ahead.
The reason
go
why
ahead.
because it's not a sphere. That's why. Your turn. Go ahead.
That was easy.
Well, if it wasn't a sphere, it wouldn't work like that. If it was flat like Earth too, it wouldn't
Oh
work
yeah,
like.
right. Because if it was a
That's-
sphere, we'd only see
You
a
know
two-dimensional
everything about a
side
flat
all
Earth,
the
right?
time. That's right. If it's a sphere, we'll see a two-dimensional side of it all the time. We'll never see a sphere. That means the Earth is a sphere. That's great.
Yeah, let me ask this question. How many spinning balls are there? Have you ever seen a spinning ball that you never see any other side, but it's spinning? Can you show that?
Well, here's the thing: the moon is spinning, but the Earth is spinning too.
Wow.
Good
I
story.
love how he can just
What a
say
great
that.
story. Cool story.
We do not see the moon or the Earth spinning, so you cannot say that.
Well, here's the thing: we all, as I said again, we all see the same face of the moon. So I don't know what
But
you
we're
want.
not seeing
Yeah.
any spin at all. Observing
Yeah,
no
no.
spin.
No.
Right. Can you just maybe point out the lack of logic here? Because what you're saying is that we're all looking at the same thing, therefore we should be seeing something different.
That's
No,
basically what he.
If it was
No,
flat,
that is tantamount.
seeing something different.
Why would we? Why would we?
Well, because one guy is in one side of the world and the other guy is in one side of the world, and it's both during night.
What do you mean? That's
Right.
what?
One
So
guy
that means right.
This is
Canada,
terrible.
Right, exactly.
Okay, wait there, dude. If
Can
you
I
have
can I
something- Yeah.
can I real
go
quick? All right. Think about a painting on the wall. Are you listening? Painting on the wall. You can. Everybody in the room can see the same face. Okay. Now think about a basketball in the room. All right. You're standing on the other side of the room. I'm standing on the other side of the room. Somebody's standing in the middle. Are you gonna see the same face that I'm seeing on this basketball?
yeah,
No.
closely the same face.
No. What I'm saying is, if you're standing in Africa and I'm standing in Australia, okay, and there is a ball in the sky, are we gonna see the exact same face if that thing is a ball?
What? That would never happen. That's during night or close to
That's
the night.
So then,
right. So
what's the
that's for
argument?
you. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. That's for you to explain. Okay, you have to explain how this can be possible if the moon is a ball. Okay, that's your problem.
Wait.
It's not the
You
flat
have to-
Earth's problem.
Wait, what just happened?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Craig.
I don't.
Of course.
Yeah, well,
The moon is
right.
very
He doesn't
far away.
realize. Listen, dude. I don't want you to whistle past what Bong's just said, basically. So, what Bong said to you is the issue of the globe, right? Is that you've just admitted if you had 10 men to stand in a room, there was a ball in the middle, you would not all see the same face. This becomes an even bigger issue when you start to add the degrees of angle to the thing that you're stood on. So now you're not just stood on a room, you're now stood on a room with a basketball in the middle of it, but now it's on the ceiling, and now all of you are at angles facing away from one another, almost like backwardly. Like you think of a hedgehog's back, and all the spines are the people on the hedgehog's back. And all of these spines somehow see the same face of a ball, a sphere, all facing in different angles backwards away from one another from the central point of it in the sky. And people see the same face. How would you explain this to be possible? This would be tantamount to,
The moon is really far away. We don't often, see it that clearly. It's pretty far away, as I said. So yeah, people are standing on one side of the room, they're standing on the other side, one guy's at the roof, they're all but the moon is really far away, the basketball is really far away. You'd still see still see mostly the same face of it.
Oh, so that's why the basketball looks 2D on your ball. Because it's far. So you're saying that if I put a ball far away, it's gonna start looking 2D like a painting, and that's okay with you?
I'm not saying it's gonna start looking 2D like a painting.
Why can't it be? Why can't it be the same on the flat Earth then? Why can't it be the same on the flat Earth then? You see the same face, so do we. Why isn't it? Why can it not be the same on the flat Earth then? You see the same face, so do we. Right.
Well, first thing first. You talk first.
Well, I'm just saying we're not claiming anything about it being a sphere, right? Okay, we're not claiming anything about what it is. We don't know anything about it or the nature of it, right? You're the one who makes vast claims and very specific claims about what the moon is, where it comes from, and all of these other things. We're not saying any of that. So how is it like sort of inconceivable to you that, on a flat Earth, we might only see one face, but on a globe where it's clearly demonstrable when we're talking about the way geometry works, that you wouldn't be able to see the same face unless you presuppose distances that are ridiculous. And still, even by doing so, I still don't quite understand observations of people, let's say me in the United Kingdom, Elijah in New York, someone like Jin, for instance, in Japan, people in Australia, all of us observing the moon all at the exact same time, right? All seeing the same face when we're on a sphere facing with our heads in different directions in 3D space, right? Technically, the way you can really see
is,
this doesn't listen. What I'm saying is there's no line of sight is my point, even for us, some of us, to see the moon with the issue the Earth in the way.
One time of day during the night or close to the night. And the reason why, because most flat earthers say that the moon is close to the Earth, close to the flat Earth for some reason.
What? No. The moon, okay, listen. The moon is a sphere in the globe world. Okay, it's a sphere. But when we look at it, it is not presenting itself as a sphere, right? The way your face has a left side. Listen, your face has a left side and a right side, right? And pretend you're the moon looking down. All right. Everyone that's looking up is seeing the front of your face. No one can see the side of your face. Okay. In the globe Earth model, it's supposed to be a sphere, like a face.
Well, actually, most people, the first half, they can see, the first half of the moon.
Well, that's the thing. On flat Earth, we don't know what the moon is, and we can't explain what it is. But on the globe Earth, where it's supposed to be a sphere, right? You have to explain why it's not looking like a sphere. Okay, you can't see the
Who said
sides.
it is looking like a sphere? It does look like a sphere. Just grab a telescope.
No,
You can
no, no,
notice.
no. That's not what I'm talking about. You're not seeing the sides. Okay, you're standing on my right side, Crack's down on my left side, and you guys look at me. Okay, you're gonna see my right side. Crack is gonna see my left side. Whoever's standing in front of me is gonna see the front of my face. What I'm saying is, no matter
Can
where,
I not be in
when you
front?
stand on my right, you're seeing the front of my face. When Crack stands on my left, he's seeing the front of my face. The guy in front of me sees the front of my face. This is supposed to be happening on a ball. You have to explain that. Doesn't make any
Can
sense.
I not? Can I be in the front? I want to see the front of your face. Go ahead.
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Okay, so first thing first, if you grab a telescope, we all you could notice that we all see the same. You know, the first half of
We
the
all
moon,
see
and as
the
I said, the
front.
moon is pretty. Well,
Wow, we're
that's
still
why.
here. We're still here.
You see the
Real quick,
front.
real quick. Okay, Crack and Bong, please let me say something. We've been here for 20 minutes. Okay, so you admit we all see the same side of all the stars, right?
Well, no. We all.
Oh, so the objects that are much farther away, that's a complete contradiction. The stars that are 10,000 million times farther away, we can see the balls, but we can't see the moon that's a ball that's right there next to us. Man, you are out of your mind, sir. I'm sorry.
What did you? I didn't understand anything about what
You're
you
not
just said.
getting everything you're saying is insane, bro. You're saying we can't see that the moon's a ball, therefore the earth is a ball, but the stars look like balls, therefore we're
When
also
did I
a
say
ball.
the moon isn't
That's
a
the
ball?
point. That's
wait
the
there.
point. You're saying
You
we only see a
implicitly-
two-dimensional side. We see a two-dimensional side, correct? We only see
No,
the
we-
same face
you
of the
can-
moon. Yes or no?
You can notice the
You
different
see
angles
the
on the moon.
same
Definitely.
face of the moon, correct? No matter where we are, we see the same face of the moon.
Yes.
Do
Well,
you know
almost
we
the same
also
face. They're
right? So watch.
like
Do you know that we also only see the same face of all the stars in existence? Do you know that?
Well, it matters where we are. We definitely see different stars.
Oh, so now we can see it, the stars as a ball, but we can't the moon. You just keep contradicting yourself, bro. You don't
Right.
even understand anything. It's insanity.
What he's
What are you?
about
You're
what
just,
wait there,
saying
dude,
things that in your
wait
mind
there,
make
can
sense.
someone take it through the zone chat? Can we right? What he's not understanding about what Pillbox said, what EXO is saying is that if every star in our solar system and outside of it appears that we only see one face of it, right? The reason as to why you would say we would see one face of the moon is because we would be in relative motion with it in lockstep, so therefore we can only see one face, correct?
Yes.
Right. So how come you can only see one face of stars that are outside of this solar system?
Thank you.
That is his point. It is every star that we can conceive of in galaxies that go beyond galaxies, beyond galaxies.
Okay,
we're
we
talking
can't
about.
see galaxies. Like that's getting ridiculous. We can only see the Andromeda.
No, you are ridiculous.
Is that in our solar system? Is that in our solar system?
The Andromeda is another galaxy.
I know it is. So the point is why do we see one face of every star in it?
Well, because
same effect.
It's pointing
that we
at
see
us.
with the moon. It's pointing at us. Is that correct? Is it? Have you got a citation for that?
Remember?
Oh, so you remember you live on a heliocentric model that is an ever expanding universe where all galaxies and solar systems must be always moving, right, at a trajectory and at a certain speed away from one another, right? There's something called the axis of evil that NASA did actually using cosmic background radiation. There was observably shown at the North Pole.
All right, that isn't that.
Equator. Wait there. I'm not finished. What I'm trying to state to you is like you said, pointed towards us. Okay. The issue is this points completely away from heliocentrism and goes completely toward geocentrism, as if all things were emanating toward the center of the universe being us, right? Instead of the theory, which is that everything is expanding outwardly, rapidly away from a singularity.
Wait, so you're saying right now
which would result in
pointing at us. That's what you're saying right now.
Pardon?
You're saying that everything in the universe is pointing at us.
I'm telling you that the observation, the axis of evil that was done by NASA, whether or not credible or not, whether I even believe the findings.
Not exactly. It's a
You said
theory.
wait there, don't talk over me again. You just asked me something. I'm about to answer. I'm saying, and I'll tell you very clearly and concisely, NASA, there is something called the axis of evil. Okay, it was coined that due to the fact that it flies in the face of heliocentrism. And this is the observation, okay, of other galaxies, right, in alignment with one another, emanating as if they're coming toward the Earth or emanating toward. So when you have 7 galaxies emanating towards singular points, right, what you have is the opposite of an expansion of all things moving away from one another, as if they came from a singularity. And this is a similar problem, again, as to why all stars we see one face of always, no matter what solar system they're in. It's all part of the same problem, which is that everything, when we look out into space, doesn't point towards a spherical heliocentric model in a solar system. It points towards a geocentric Earth as us as the center. Thank you.
Missed it.
Yeah.
You missed it. Well, hold on. You missed it. He said everything is pointing at us, so everything has a finger to point at us in space.
Okay.
Galaxy's Earth is round, okay? That is star
Yeah.
just beyond you.
This
You know,
is-
Hold on a
back when
second.
Earth
Hold
is
on,
round, nobody's
Omsky.
gonna get
Omsky.
Pyro.
Get
We
back
are
down
so
to earth.
far
You're
into the
spiraling
weeds.
Take
bad.
a break,
It's
Omsky.
because we're into the weeds, though. We're so far into the weeds.
We are
We were
into the
talking
weeds.
about. We were
Yeah, for
talking
an hour and a
about.
half.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Somebody, please. Okay, no, just.
Can I get it back on track?
Can you
Can I get it
see?
back on track? Can I get it back on
Yeah.
track? Okay, look,
Just
Omsky.
someone
Omsky,
show
hold
me
on, hold on.
one
Omsky,
shot.
this, I'm going to put this to rest. I'm going to put this to rest, completely to rest, to bed. Night, night. Omsky, do you believe that you're spinning backwards when watching the sunset?
What did you just say?
Are you spinning backwards while watching the sunset?
That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, actually, it does. To
On a
everyone
spinning-
else in here, it makes sense.
On a
That's
spinning
global.
ball, if you're
But you see
rotating
the-
away, they say that's what causes the sunsets. Do you believe you're spinning away from the sunset?
Wait, the Earth is spinning.
Why does the sun? Why does the sun move across the
Wait,
sky?
wait, let Sonny say it
Yeah.
again. He's explaining how
What?
the globe model explains
it very well.
sunsets.
Yeah.
Yes. So,
You know how the globe
Omsky, once again, hold on.
Omsky,
Let me ask it again. Hold on a second.
Everyone stop. Sonny, go ahead.
Okay, Omsky. So the question is, do you think that you're spinning away on with the rotation of Earth, and that's why you see sunsets?
The Earth is spinning in itself, and the Earth the Earth spins, and the sun is no longer in.
Do you believe that the cause of sunsets is that you are rotating away from where the sun is?
No, I spin around, and the sun is no longer in my view.
Cow.
So you are spinning away from the sun. Is that what the cause of sunsets is?
Do you mean I'm spinning away from the sun?
Yes. Why does the sun?
Because you're spinning away from the sun. That's what's causing the sunsets. Is that correct?
No, I don't spin away from the sun. The Earth spins, and the sun
You
gets out of
never
my
spin away from the sun. You don't spin away from the sun. Let me make sure I got this right. Do you not spin away from the sun?
I'm not even sure what you're saying. That's the problem, right?
You're on the surface of a globe, right?
What?
Are you saying that you're on the surface of a globe? Earth is the surface of a globe, right?
I am standing in the globe. The globe is
On the
Earth.
globe. Okay, good. We got that far. Okay. So now, is the cause of sunsets on Earth, on this ball you are standing on, is the cause of sunsets that you are spinning away from the location of or the view of the sun? Is that correct?
Yeah, the Earth the Earth is spinning. And the sun
Okay,
is
good. Okay, good. So the cause of sunsets on the globe is that you're spinning away from the sun. Okay, good. Now, in the globe model, hold on. in the globe model, is the sun sitting still?
No, the sun isn't sitting still. Actually, it's rotating around the Milky Way.
There we
That's
go.
not entirely true. Also, it's worse than that. The sun. You have to remember.
Hold
in the
on.
solar
I
system,
don't want
I'm
to.
just
I don't want
saying-
this to get lost. I don't want this to get lost. Hold on.
We're not going to get lost.
So,
It's not gonna
so hold on. So
Carry on.
you're spinning away from the sun, and that's what's causing sunsets. So that's the sun is supposed to basically, from that point of view, be pretty much in the same place. Like you're spinning, and it's going away because you're spinning away from the view of the sun.
Yeah.
So
Away from
so what about the other stars then now?
What?
What about the other stars?
What you mean? What about the other
They
stars?
never spun away. They're still rotating perfectly around Polaris. They didn't
Well,
go
first
away
thing
from your view, no matter where you are on Earth. They never went away from view. But the sun
They
did.
stay in your view. They stay in your view all time. What he's trying to.
Yeah, the sun.
Mhm.
Yeah,
But they're missing the obvious thing, right? If
Mhm.
the reason why the sky moves is because we actually are moving and rotating, then why is it that when you leave the rotating Earth, the sky still moves?
Yep. And
That's
somebody else, for instance, somebody in the UK
That's a
will
good
see the
question.
same sky that I did, but the Earth is supposed to be rotating around. And it did apparently rotate around away from your view of the sun. So what happened? The stars are still in the sky. Same stars
Sonny,
every night.
I need to run this by Sonny very quickly. One sec, guys. I need to run Sonny. So I thought about this as an idea. So to get a long exposure shot out of the front of a cockpit or on the top of a plane, right? And then you could do this flying at 1,040 miles per hour eastward along the equator, right? Or just eastward in any direction. Just eastward would be fine, even in the northern hemisphere, whatever. And to do so, and then to take a long exposure shot while traveling at that speed upward, yes, you would have the motion of the stars going almost in a certain direction backward and swirling. But the point would be is that if this were on a globe, can you imagine what you were supposed to be able to see? Because you leave the thing that causes the rotation. So if we see any circular rotation of those stars in any way, shape, or form, then we have a problem. Another problem that he has is that when we look out at the stars, admittedly, all the way up to Polaris, lots of these stars are not in our solar systems. In fact, they're in their own orbital, their own orbital microstates of areas in so-called space. But when we take long exposure shots, we see all stars orbiting in the same, relative direction, or to one another, or clockwise or whatever, right, or counterclockwise relative to its position. So, in doing so, what I'm saying is we would not only we would see stars like pools of ripples of water that were orbiting or rotating in lots of different directions. We would see bigger pools, we would see smaller rings, all in one frame of reference, if in fact the Earth was rotating, and also all of these other things were rotating in their own respective areas in their places in the universe.
Yeah,
we
I agree.
never see the Earth rotate underneath us.
Ever. That's true. So the thing is about that is that, so like obviously this, you're moving away from the sun. It doesn't correlate. It doesn't match up with what the skies are doing. Like if you looked at the difference between what the star trails are doing and what our supposed rotation is doing, and looking at what the sun is doing, if you try to correlate the sun's motion, like our motion away from during the sunset, if you try to correlate that with what the stars are doing, it doesn't match up at all. How is that even possible? You have the same stars night after night. They're moving it. They're at different locations. They still have their same exact circuits. So do the wandering stars. So does the moon. So what happens?
And
the rotation,
also, there are stars that are 100 million miles away.
This is so
that are in. Wait, there are stars that are 100 million miles away that are in the field of reference or field of view of Polaris in the northern hemisphere that we see do this concentric ring around, right? That we see time and time again. It never changes, and it's exactly 100 million miles away. yet it appears to behave completely differently to the way the sun does. The sun, in fact, seemingly takes some form of a figure of 8 pattern, actually, and
That's what I'm saying.
does some form of
Yep.
retrograde motion in order to do so. So why is it that the sun, and this is what Sonny's really is asking him, is why is it that the sun appears to perform differently than all the other stars, and why are stars called stars, and why is the sun itself known as a wandering star by all other civilizations up until now? People knew the difference between the sun and the moon and the rest of the stars. Now they're being equivocated as the same thing. Why do you think that is? And how do you explain it?
Okay, so
Yeah,
back
please
in
do.
the day, they didn't know that the stars were other suns, and they thought that the stars were just stars, and the sun was a sun. They didn't know that. Nowadays, they found out.
It doesn't matter what they are. I'm on about what they do. I'm not on about what they are. I'm on about what they do. We can't prove what they are whatsoever. I'm on about what they do.
We
Okay.
have the Hubble
Why?
we have the Space Telescope.
Yeah, they did not verify what they see in the sky, according to what you just said. That they found out. No, how did they verify that?
Can I ask this guy a question? You mind, Omsky? Are you in the live stream voice text at all? You know the stream where all the stuff.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Okay, I'm about to post something in there. If you wouldn't mind reading it, it has to do with Polaris and all the things we're talking about. Go ahead and read what I'm just posting right now, and you'll understand what we're trying to say there. The new perspective I just posted. It starts with 1 light year. Can you read that for us?
Okay, let me read it. 1 light year, 50 is really a lot of miles. The North Star Polaris is 430 light years away. They say this Polaris zoomed in with a $600 Nikon P900. The appearance doesn't seem to be in focus or in camera issue, and even if it were, is this what you might guess? You'd see coming from a light that's that's very far away, 430 light years away. Well, a couple of things. The Nikon P900 probably has some sort of autofocus that it's using right here.
Which I mentioned says even if it were a focus issue, is this what you would expect to see from something coming from 430 times 5,878,600,000? Wait, I can't even read that number either. What is it? 5 quadrillion or whatever?
No, 5,878,625,370,000.
370, yeah. So that times 430. That's what they're saying that light's coming from. And that's the kind of definition we get. Whether it's an in-focus issue or not, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
This is also. How did they know? How did they verify those miles? It wasn't 379 miles. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous, man.
Just take a look at that. Look at that GIF that I made.
Yeah. How would you
Imagine that
see?
light coming from that far away.
And we listen. We had somebody in the server the other night that was in the cinema and was showing his live feed of his telescope, and he produced the same similar types of motions from regular lights like street lamps when he or house lights. He would zoom into those, and they had the same kind of motion. They had the same kind of motion as the lights in the sky. They behave just like it. There's some different character to the lights in the sky, but the same kind of motions were detected from a house light. So they are definitely lights.
Yeah, but the point is that the definition you're seeing in this, you wouldn't get those lines. You see those lines that are
detail.
consistent no matter where it moves.
Yeah, the
That's
detail.
not a focus issue. And they all look different.
Clear that you're not going to understand this.
If it was an in-camera misfunction, then they would all have the same effect.
It isn't a focus issue. It isn't a focus issue at all. Perspective, you're right. I grew up on a light reserve pretty much, and we grew up with an actual auditorium that had what you would call like hexagonal platelet windows that could be rotated at different joints. in order to change the actual light in the room so that it was to be able to look through the eyepiece of the telescope better. And I'll be honest with you, you know, you would have programs that would obviously do what this moonshot program has on like the new Galaxy, where it fills in the gaps of, you know, using many shots taken before from different perspectives and using different pieces of equipment. When we look at the, you know, planets like Jupiter and stuff like that, generally speaking, we again, it appears the way it appears on the P900. The focal issue that you're talking about would be the medium between you and the thing that you're looking at. Until you go to a light reserve, however, you're never going to get rid of this so-called apparent focus issue that you created with the Nikon P900. It's not anything to do with the camera. It is literally to do with the light attenuating through the medium, and the medium itself having water vapor in it, and that effectively does become, you know, cubic meters over distance to the light source. Effectively, that atmosphere and the light attenuating through it becomes almost like looking at light for a swimming pool, and this is what we would expect to see. And that's why light reserves are obviously different, you know, because not only do we not have light pollution is what would be the thing that would create a greater scale, or should I say, like ambience to the medium, the vapor, for the light to get trapped into, right?
It would give you less. It would give you less visibility because it would make it more smudged looking, like a fog over the whole thing. So you wouldn't have differences.
Mates, I have to say sorry, but I gotta go. It was a great time talking to you.
No, wait, one more thing before you leave, dude. I have to ask you something.
Okay.
All right. So I check in the live chat. I posted a video of Saturn. I filmed Saturn like 2 or 3 days ago. I don't know if you saw that video that I posted in the live chat there. I'll post it again. So, you know, the Saturn, they say, is this planet, and then it's got the dust and a whole bunch of particles going around it. You know what Saturn looks like, right? The way NASA gives it to us. All right. Now why is that ring just as bright as the actual inverted commas planet is? How can it be the same brightness?
Of them. Actually, those, if I'm not mistaken, are made from ice, which is actually even more reflective. So yeah.
So then, why is it still the same color? Or why is it the same brightness? Yeah, it should be brighter then. Why is it the same brightness?
Why isn't the planet actually casting any shadow on the rings either? Is it the light source is coming from the exact same spot?
Why do I always see the moons of
Jupiter? Well, no, because Saturn is getting light lit up by the sun, so it actually should be the shadow.
There's another one. Jupiter is in our solar system, correct? And we see the same face of it, correct?
Yes.
But you did realize that we shouldn't. But wait there. But we see the moon, we see the sun, right? In its motion, in its path, and the way it should behave. But Jupiter behaves exactly the same way as the sun does. Did you know this? Do you want to know why? Because, in fact, Jupiter orbits around a center of mass that doesn't exist, that exists apparently between the sun and Jupiter itself. So when we look at Jupiter, in fact, we should actually see, and considering the fact that it has things that orbit around it, i.e. its moons, we see the same face of Jupiter. We have the rings. Sorry, we're on about Saturn, weren't we, with the rings? But I'm talking about Jupiter itself. I'm on about why do we always see Jupiter in the same way, when in fact we know that from our perspective, we should be able to see difference in Jupiter's trajectory, because we see a difference in the movement of the sun, and we know that Jupiter and the sun orbit around a center of mass that doesn't exist, because they're of equal actual masses due to their sort of like their density.
Well, I don't believe we always see the same part. I'm not sure. I've seen different pictures online.
We do always see the same face of
well, there's probably some explanation for it, but I can't dig it up right now. I gotta go. Thanks for having me. Have a great time.
Yeah. Thanks for listening, and thanks for joining.
Yeah, I didn't need an explanation.
Respectable debate. I get your viewpoints. Trust me, I do. But still.
All right, man.
But my suggestion would be to go learn about your globe model and then you'll realize how retarded it is.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
probably
see
the
you.
best.
Bye.
anytime, 24/7.
Yeah.
Don't be the last one in your class to believe in the globe.
And here, imagine being the last twat to think the Earth's still a globe, like
I
in a
know.
classroom.
That's
That
going to
would be
get
weird.
really bad. That's going to be
Well,
really
it's kind
difficult.
of like that already. No, it's kind of like that already, Sonny. I've heard. So I
Already,
did offer it, but my goddaughter said that someone was being ridiculed for believing in the globe the other day at school, and I said, "Don't do that. That's disgusting." Because remember, that's what we effectively have gone through. But a lot of kids have really jumped on the bandwagon of flat Earth because they're like, "Fuck you, teachers,"
Mhm.
Sorry to swear, guys, but that is the sentiment.
Yeah, that's terrible that their system's crashing to the ground. They lit it on fire themselves.
And the globe hasn't really stood any test of time, has it either? Let's face it, because like we had Chocolate was talking to someone, I believe, or Chocolate was the one that was talking about it. I might be incorrect. And then we also have the case of the people in Texas that were talking about how there was debate about the Earth being flat before the space race, and it was the space race that put it to rest. And then we have Chocolate telling us about him talking to this lady, or telling us about seeing this. Somehow it came from Chocolate anyway. This lady that was around about 90 or in her late 80s. And this lady was actually taught at school that the Earth was flat. So when we take into consideration that, it was still up for debate, the Earth was flat, space race age, 8-year-old, 90-year-old woman still saying she was taught it at school. Me knowing also for a fact that my great-great-grandmother, right, who passed away about 10 years ago, was taught the Earth was flat. Bear in mind, she was 100 and something. No, she didn't pass away 10 years ago. She passed away about 20 years ago. But I know for a fact she was taught that the Earth was flat, and she passed away past 100. She had a letter from the Queen anyway, so I know she was over 100. But my point is that so in the last 100 years, we know for a fact the Earth being flat was being taught curriculum, even in the UK, in small areas like where I live, in a rural area. So the globe hasn't really stood the test of time because it's not even been one generation that have then come to question the validity of the globe itself and the lie. Because you've got to remember, guys, the first time we saw an orbit around a planet, or we saw a planet, really our planet, was Universal Studios in the 1920s. Now we're in 2020, 100 years later, and we are all questioning the globe itself and the orbits around it. So think about it hasn't stood the test of time. This lie actually is one that I believe has been found out very quickly. They would like you to believe that people believe that the Earth is a globe all the way back to the Greeks, but this is untrue. The Greeks were outliers and were the minority, in fact, of their time.
I started searching for old geology books from 1900. I'm gonna see what I can discover there.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start looking around.
Geology would be right.
Wouldn't it be in geology? Yeah, probably. But here's some geology textbooks. Let me see.
Geology would be the study of rocks, though. I'm just saying.
So what? Maybe it would be in actually cosmology or something. You think they
it could be cosmology. It could be in cosmology, but again,
it would be in religion, maybe cosmology, or.
But it's the main curriculative authoritative bodies going back a couple of 100 years state that the Earth was a ball, right? But we have to remember that, going back 80 years, most people, respectively, were still being taught by non-standardized or linear forms of curriculum that were given to you by the state. And because the state-based education system, I believe as well, is something that hasn't stood the test of time, and it's actually something that's it's not something that's really old. Like, I feel like people act like state schools or the curriculum in a sort of like homogenized sense for everyone and agreed upon curriculum is like an old thing as well. This isn't. That's also something that's very new, I believe.
Wow, some of these books are £2,500. Whoa.
Yes, they're very expensive.
Dang,
This is the issue.
750 pounds.
So like,
Wow.
I was trying to find books on so books that were like about 125 years old or more, that were about astrology or astronomy, should I say. And they were like £5,000 and stuff like that.
Yeah, astronomy. It might be an astronomy or something like that.
And they were published by the publishing company that publishes all the stuff that the Scientology publishes. You know those people? What are they called? Fuck, their name. But yeah, so same individuals again, who are publishing those sorts of works, and then they just become incredibly expensive, and you can't afford to buy any of the information at this now sort of thing.
Journal of what is
and a lot of these older books become almost like declassified, you know, like military documents where you should just be able to read them in archives inside of libraries, but they don't allow it. They still somehow have a beneficiary or a benefactor somewhere that could still make money from selling it. So therefore, they're not public knowledge yet, and it seems to be all the books that we need to show their vapid, stupid claims.
cosmology?
It's like when I said to him then about the center of mass between Jupiter and Earth. He said, well, there's probably some explanation for it. This is the general sort of attitude of globers at this point. There's probably some sort of explanation. Cool. That's fun. Probably. Supposedly.
Finding access to the old school books, that seems to be pretty difficult. Can't seem to find anything.
No, it's very difficult to find things. But you got to remember, like, even so, like, so for instance, there's a TV program. This is anecdotal and stupid, but it's about Mounties, right? And it shows the local church and how everyone chips in for the localized church, and they're under a state curriculum. And this is in like 1890, I believe, right? Sorry, and she was teaching sorry, about 1910. She was teaching Newtonian physics in the classroom, but the date that it was on the newspaper of the day on this episode that I was watching this program, I can't. What was it called? I wish there was a girl in it with no. Right there, let me ask someone in a moment. When Calls the Heart. That's it. When Calls the Heart. Right. So she's teaching Newtonian physics, right? But she's teaching about gravity, but she's actually teaching something that is out of date, right? Because obviously they have the curriculum, and this is sort of they're using historically correct, you know, curriculum of what would have been used in, like, you know, rural sort of towns in Canada at the time. And she was teaching stuff that was like 40 years out of date. Do you get what my point, right? In this program, it was like an historic, you know what I'm trying to say. She was teaching shit that was out of date. And when it comes to like books and curriculum for schools, when you've got 200 or 300 students and you have curriculum already established, you're not going to buy a whole new set of books that are updated with new truths or more scientifically accurate information when you have stuff that's sort of roughly similar, you know what I mean? And it's just a couple of corrections. So curriculum lags behind what you would call like pinnacle scientific discovery, like the newest pinnacle of science. Curriculum has lagged behind by at least 40 years, I believe, as well, from what I can see. And even in the cities I'm talking about. So, like, let's say a new scientific discovery was found, for instance, a public school in London, for instance, their textbooks might not start talking about it for maybe a couple of years or 5 years. You know, you go to like where I live, maybe it's going to be 10 years. And then maybe you go to somewhere like Russia or, you know, the middle of America, the flyover states of America, maybe it's going to be 40, 50 years before these things are changed in the textbooks. Do you get my point? Like, So we also have a lag on the wrong information as well. I'm just like, sorry, I'm gonna shut up.
I mean, here's some of the things. This is from a book from what year is this? Dang it! Oh man.
If anyone wants to speak and shut me and Sonny up, feel free to do so.
Here's a book from 1807. Yeah, feel free, you guys. I don't want to dominate, but that's a good conversation. So this book called Useful Knowledge, Volume 1 from 1807, Historical and Geographical Account of the United States for Use of Schools by Noah Webster.
Yeah, and I can almost guarantee the information that's going to be in there.
Yeah, listen to this.
It's probably
Listen
going to be
to this.
very useful, actually.
Yeah, listen to this. Like it says a few comments. It goes, Father of light and life, thou good supreme. Oh, teach me what is good. Teach me thyself. Save me from folly, vanity, and vice, from every
This
low
is the
pursuit,
Bible.
and feed my soul. No, it's in the school book. With knowledge,
I know, but I'm
conscience,
saying-
peace, and virtue pure, sacred, substantial, never fading bliss. Thompson.
No, I know it's not the Bible, but I'm saying it's the Bible. As in, you can clearly see how reflective the Judeo-Christian values are in that opening. Is there any more of that book? Like,
There's only 20. I have the whole thing. There's only 20. It says, be it remembered that the 21st day of July in the 27th year of the independence of the United States, only 27 years after, Noah Webster Jr. of said district, Esquire, hath deposited in this office a title of a book, the right whereof he claims as author in the words following vis-a-vis Elements of Useful Knowledge, Volume 1 contains a historical and geographical account of the United States for the use of schools by Noah Webster Jr. in conformity to the Act of Congress of the United States entitled An Act for the Encouragement of Learning by securing copies of maps, charts, and books to authors and proprietors of such copies during the time
do you get my
therein
point?
mentioned. Yeah,
that even explains my point a little bit, though. Then something. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
To procure maps and stuff like that for educational uses. So, like, there's always been a collectivized sort of effort toward just procuring information or literature to sort of take up the time, because teachers have to effectively, the job of a teacher is to effectively try and fill a day up of talking to kids about stuff. And I've done this myself, like tried to fill up a day where I'm teaching stuff to kids. It's incredibly hard to do, right? The more intelligent you are, the more inventive, creative you are, the better, right? Because you can make a task out of anything, and you can. But the point is, there's always been this like collective sort of effort toward trying to procure literature for curriculum, and in doing so, right, we've actually ended up with, like, I remember like whole areas will believe certain like myths and stuff. Like, I was taught things at school as a fact, right, that are not
actually,
even
hold on.
spoken about.
Yeah,
Sorry.
actually, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but actually, this book is teaching that it's a globe. So
It is. No,
yeah,
that's interesting. I knew
it's
it would be.
teaching
I knew
it's a
it would
globe.
be.
Yeah.
Yeah, of
This
course.
particular one.
When's it from? When's it from?
It's from 1807, and it is written by Noah Webster, and it's got a dedication from the clerk of the District of Connecticut.
The clerk of the District of Connecticut.
In conformity of an Act of Congress of the United States entitled An Act for Encouragement of Learning.
Right, an encouragement of learning. So this is like a new brochure that's out at this time. So remember, this is out at this time. I'm just saying. So really, it would be really good if we could find something like before this that predates this, like where let's say it doesn't even talk about the shape of the Earth, right? Because you got to remember, like, it wouldn't have ever really been taught that the Earth was flat. That would have just been common knowledge, because that's what the census would have told you. That's what you would just it would just be. So it being taught as being flat would never had to have been a thing. The globe is the opposite assertion, remember? So, but even that's more an introductionary thing toward education. So they're going to have the newest pseudoscientific rhetoric in there, right? 1807 globe was being purported and pushed at that point, so that makes sense. But like I said, that's main curriculum going back a couple of 100 years. I guarantee it wouldn't take long if we went back before before the teaching of the globe itself disappears. Do you see what I mean? And that's the main body of curriculum. Like I said, most people weren't being taught by main bodies of curriculum. They were just finding bits of literature and trying to fill up the day. This is the main thing from Congress, right? Like, this is going to be up to date, is my point. But everywhere else would lag behind by many, many years on the newest rhetoric.
Yeah, I'm having difficulty finding anything. I'm sure it's probably out there, but it's going to take a more time to research. Like maybe like late 19th century school books.
I know I've tried myself, mate. I don't think you will find anything.
School books but which ones? Like I think specifically we'd need to know. Wait a second. Let me look at this. 1 second. The book talking about.
Yeah, I just want to know the cutoff point of like when they started teaching it exactly in main curriculum. You know what I mean? Like when it was instituted in.
Yes, because it wasn't that long ago. I was probably like in the 20s or something. I would think.
I would think so. For it to like get to like the inner cities. Because you've got to remember, like.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, just so you got to remember, cities were at one time the last place to receive things because the aristocracy lived outside of the cities. But then the aristocracy moved into the cities, so then it became now the cities are the first to receive the new things. So, let me just search something real quick. I'm gonna look up like institutions of science. Like old institutions of science and the creation of curriculum itself, scientific. That would be a best way to look into it. The creation of scientific curriculum, and its institution. Like when did they start teaching the scientific method, for instance? Like how would we go about finding someone out? Like, I'm going to take that tact instead of trying to find actual books. I'm going to try and find when they mandated that it must be taught to kids about books instead of the books, because it's more about what people learn, isn't it, than what is written.
I think it's cause and effect is common sense, in my opinion. That's how we all, when you're a little kid, you're learning stuff, you're experimenting. But I think they just hijacked it and try to turn it into this little, for their model. And then they try to teach it as if it's their thing. We all experiment all the time. You touch that, it's hot. You know what I mean? Ow. That's why Dad said not to touch that. You experimented. You know what I mean? Now you know the cause and effect of the pain.
Well, yeah, the cause of the pain. Yeah. Obviously, the scientific method as a method. To be honest, the scientific method has been their undoing. I think, like, really, because, like, I can show you guys PDFs of like there's a PDF, Sonny. I think I've told you about it. It's called the myth of the method, and it's published by a very well known scientific like journal, right? And in this article, it's like a leading chemist and then a leading astrophysicist talking about how the scientific method has locked us down into positions where we can't find out truth and all this stuff, and we can't prove things. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, that's because you guys keep saying science doesn't prove things. You keep telling us that science disproves things. So, and then, yeah, cool. The scientific method is rigorous and it is reductive. That's kind of the point of it. That's how it finds out cause and effect relationships, because it is that way.
It does prove things, right? You build a hypothesis and you prove that hypothesis by experimentation, or you prove the null hypothesis.
Exactly, but Veritism was saying literally yesterday. I was listening to him say this, that science doesn't ever prove anything, and I'm just like what was the fucking point then? It disproves things. So basically, that is a really stupid way of investigating things as well. Is that, if you can be a lot more, like I said, you're quicker to the punch if you can quickly just prove something to be unequivocally true, instead of disproving every other alternative first before you would then say this thing is true. If you already have a test or method or experiment or way to prove something to be true, then that's proven it to be true. Like, I don't quite understand this sentiment. This thing it's being said all the time to me.
This is my first time reading it. I posted the link, but yeah, it's I in my thinking about this, I just said to myself, like, this is how you do witchcraft. That's what I said to myself. This is how you this is how you turn witchcraft into science, quotation marks, right? Because there's it's all based on belief anyways, right? Like, and the thing is, science is about discovering how life and everything works, and in that process you find out it was designed. Now, why would you let people find these things out, right? So you take ownership of this idea of experimenting and say, this is a scientific method and this is how we prove, and by the way, the earth is a ball because we did stuff. You know what I mean? And this is why people say, well, I'm not an expert in that, so I don't know what to do. It's like, yo, but you are an expert in life and you do know how to figure things out, right? It's like, well, you don't trust yourself, so you're gonna trust that guy to go experiment for you and then come tell you know what I mean? It's like putting a wall between people and real knowledge. Or, you know what I mean?
But I was sorry.
I get that.
Just reading.
I'm finished. Go ahead. Yep.
I was just reading this, and this is hilarious. Have you read this? The myth of the scientific method.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, Roger. This was what I was talking about. I could cite many articles. You found the one that I love. Thank you very much for doing so. And Roger's going to read this. Roger, are you able to read this for us? Yeah.
Yeah. So
just to preface very quickly, this was exactly what I was talking about, right, guys? This is exactly what I was talking about. The myth of the scientific method, and you can see why they had to do this. And if you look at the date of when it happened, Roger, when the article was written, the date
2001,
right, it coincides with obviously things that are about to start happening in 1999. Really, anyone can ask Battlemod. Really, 1999 was really the date when the globe started to get smashed to pieces. There's certain things started to happen at that point. And then boom, 2001, after that, they started publishing articles trying to back up this idea that the scientific method itself is a myth. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's claiming. So this is I don't want to read it all, right? So I'm picking.
No, you don't need to read it all. Just pick a part.
The description of the scientific method that we have given above is actually something of a myth. Not only is it a myth, it is a fairly recent myth. First elaborated in the late 1800s by statistician Carl Persson. Copernicus did not use the scientific method described above, nor did Sir Isaac Newton and Charles Darwin, the French philosopher and mathematician. Yeah.
Just as a quote. Well, listen, this is the point. This is why this is so good, because it's an admission of guilt that the scientists that everyone loves didn't even use the scientific method, so we have a citation now.
There you go, Glovers. There you go.
I sent this to QE ages ago, but I don't think he understood how
Did
how
I
good
put
it was.
the right
But,
one?
yeah.
There's a couple with that name, though. That's interesting. Hold on a second.
Roger, carry on. What's that?
Yeah, so
Sorry,
this part is also The molecular the molecular structure of benzene was discovered initially not in a laboratory, but in a dream, as was Einstein's theory of relativity. These theories did not originate through some laborious process of formulating and modifying hypotheses, but through sudden moments of inspiration.
And this is what Lemon Bird's actually talking about. A lot of the time, this is what, Lemon or Meadows like.
Yeah.
This is sort of what Lemon's talking about with the scientific method. This is what I believe
Yeah, this is golden.
Lemon has come to, is that Lemon is sort of saying that, well, none of the so-called discoveries of the past were using the scientific method. It's reductive, and it's more these creative moments of intrigue, of looking at something and seeing it a different way, and then thinking about how you could play around with it. But the point is all of the shaky science comes from these moments of intrigue, and that it's actually a bad thing. It's not a good thing.
I'm sorry. There's one from Discover Magazine. Here's another one from Forbes.
Yeah, there are more.
Let's see.
That word, that's the word, inspiration. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is where the witchcraft comes in. Okay, guys, like, listen, when a scientist, when a musician, when anybody who is experimenting with anything, right? There's this idea that there's a muse out there that will come and speak to me and give me, this thing we call inspiration, right? So you're having a shower, you're in the bathtub, and then you get inspired. Something you see inspires the answer or the the thing that you're looking for. So this inspiring process is where I think the information comes from. You know what I mean? Like, you can call it spirits. I mean, that's what the word means. In spirit, inspiration, inspired, to breathe it in. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, spirit as well. Like, the spirit of murder is more like a modality, a modus operandi, a wavelength, a sort of way of thinking, a way of being. It's a palpable sort of people when they go out and they drink and they get drunk, and they get drunk on spirits, and they're in the spirit. When we talk about spirit itself, right? People think about the Holy Spirit, and that's where I think they get confused. Where really in Hebrew it doesn't mean spirit, it means breath, which is different. It means holy breath. But I'm just saying, the spirit, you're correct, that there's like a modality behind spirit itself. The spirit of anger, murder, the spirit of creativity, right? Like that is, I know
that's how we categorize it. But I think there are entities, like actual entities that are influencing our decisions and our thoughts.
So do I. So do I.
And the people who put out the propaganda, the plan, because John Dee, if you look at how John Dee and Edward Kelly, these guys spoke to spirits. And when you look at things like CERN, right, and their rituals, and then you backtrack science, and it goes back to the Pope, and it goes back to it's
dreams.
Always been this way, like from the beginning, and that's why I got angry one day and said all technology and all science is witchcraft. You know what I mean? Like,
I remember you saying that.
Yeah, because I look into my phone, bro. Yeah, I look into my phone. I'm like, this is a black screen. This is a black mirror. I am a seer. I am looking into this reflective glass surface, and I am seeing things, images, information is coming at me. I was like, what's the difference between
that's
you?
what people say
Google
to
and
me. They're like, where do you go, crack? Like, where do you just disappear to? Like, you fuck off. And I'm like, mate, I've become very morally convicted about what we're even doing here now. Like, this, I feel like I'm a magician, right? Like, not, and I don't just mean the platform of Discord itself. I even mean the roles and the formats of the roles, of the way that we implicate ourselves in these little hierarchies, as if these hierarchies in any way, shape, or form would resemble the hierarchies of how things would happen in real life. I believe effectively online hierarchies do tend to occur similarly to how they would occur in real life, but I also know of people in platforms like this that receive no respect, who in real life would receive the utmost respect. And yeah, they might not be outspoken members of the community or anything, but they're the sort of person that would receive some reverence or some respect, but here they don't. And that's a form of, like I said, witchcraft, right? Is that, you know, those that involve and indulge in it do well in it. And that's why you start to feel like, you know, I would say I would feel convicted. This is just myself. At certain times I'm convicted when I'm on here, because I'm not just a soothsayer or, you know, on a black mirror. I'm also somebody that is doing well at doing that. You know, I'm you know, doing so in a way where I'm, you know, succeeding at it as well. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, so it makes it even more convicting.
Yeah.
And yeah, and we have a whole pleasure system that's linked into, you know, making us want to continue to do this more and more and more and longer and longer.
There's what, yeah, no, knowledge does make you. It's like getting high, you know, when you're learning stuff, like real. And that's what I mean, like, you know, the spirit of truth. That's a thing too. But the internet, when you
That
think
is
about the
true.
internet, when I think about the internet, when I think about the computer, it's modeled after the brain. And the brain, there's a mind, right? And when you think about all the computers that are connected, it's like one super brain. It is a spirit. I thought spirits live on the internet. And when we watch things, when we click on things, especially porn, I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah.
Those are the evil spirit. These are spirits that are dumbing you down, and you know what I mean. That's what I mean. Is like,
Yeah.
yeah. That's all. Yeah, I think yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Let me say something. I feel like music videos and like movies we watch, like they have spirits that influence us. Because if you listen to like rap music that have like guns and stuff like that, like subconsciously you're gonna start being attracted to those kind of stuff. Like kind of.
You are correct. You're correct. People will deny that all day, and science will try and deny it all day. But now we have rehab centers of children that are effectively going into forms of withdrawal from dopamine imbalances and serotonin issues, having to take SSRIs because they are so addicted to Fortnite and Call of Duty and World at War. So actually what you're saying is correct. If something can affect our dopamine system and our endopleasure system, it then thus can affect our behavior, because it affects parts of our behavioral, affects our parts of our pleasure system that inform our behavior. So therefore music videos do the same thing to our pleasure system. They light up our serotonin and dopamine, so therefore they can affect our behavior. It's just, that's biochemically a fact. So you're correct. I'm gonna go short quick.
Just a random thought. I feel like TVs, like 5G technology and like atomic weapons, they're like out of this world. Like I don't even know how we were smart enough to make them. Like I'm surprised. I'm still surprised.
Yeah, that's where I think the knowledge came from. No, I asked the question, how do you know how many protons are in an element? Did you count it? I mean, how do you know how many electrons are in that, you know, and what is this model? You know, where'd you get this information? And it goes back to all the way back to India, all the way back to the Kabbalah, all
It
the way
goes
back
all
to
the way back to
Kabbalah.
India, indeed. It
Well,
does.
this
And
What the? Yeah.
Have you
This is
seen those
science.
sundials in India? Those things are insane.
yes.
Yeah.
Well, what I would say is that regardless, I would say I find it more astonishing. Not so much the technology that we have is actually more the ability to piece it together. As in Roman aqueducts, for instance, right? 6,000 miles or more of aqueducts and U-bends that were able to transport water over 6,000 miles into houses that was, I'm on about freshwater aqueducts, not irrigational systems. The irrigational systems were huge also. These were freshwater aqueducts that would run water effectively into the Roman households like taps, into the baths, underneath the actual stone of the buildings, where the buildings would have fans that were attached to wheels that were powered by the propulsion of the water going downhill through the aqueducts that would push oxygen into the flames underneath the furnace so that it would warm up the water that would create the heated flooring in the Roman bathhouses. Like the collection.
You cut out. Did I cut out?
That is the shit that I find impressive. I'm like, whoa. Like,
Yeah. It's like, where did it come from? Like, where is this information coming from? To me,
Yeah, you don't know if even you never witnessed this nuclear bomb, right? So
I mean, we have Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
yeah, you weren't there. There are stories
I
about
was-
firebombing, right? So how would you know?
Well, and a nuke, metaphorically speaking, would just be a big thermobaric bomb anyway, really, which would just be a high enough flash point that you'd be able to, actually ignite the medium of the air itself.
It could just be another fear they put in your head, right? Like there's always a nuclear bomb on its way to kill you. There's always a terrorist around the corner to shoot you. There's always an invisible bug to infect you, right? There's always something you need to fear.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
This is the way in which
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bob.
No, I was gonna say, can you imagine the first World War ever? Right, that must have been an exciting time for these people. Our first World War, yes, drop that bomb. You know what I mean? Like this scare of nuclear holocaust. You know what I mean? And then onto space. You know, and then it's like, well, if Russia bombs us, we'll bomb them, and then the whole world is going to blow up. I have a solution. What? Space, because hope is there. We'll put a laser up there, so when they shoot a nuclear, we'll shoot it down. And this is how, you know what I mean? Like the whole propaganda being wrapped into, a nice little ball for everyone. Does that work? I mean, Aleister Crowley, NASA, space, World War, nuclear holocaust scare, and now one new world order. Henry Kissinger said, all we need is the right crisis, and we can usher in the new world order. And look at all these things that's been happening in the last 20 years. It's crazy.
There's always seemingly like a scientific advance as well. Like we look at Darwinism, that didn't method, and as Darwinism happened, Darwinism directly correlated with the creation of the cotton wheel, which made it possible for us to make, much better sails for boats and stuff like that, for instance, right? Yeah. So at that time, we have Darwinism come out, and at that exact time, what do we need? We need labor. We need cheap labor. So now we have a book that's apparently scientific in nature that actually stops men from feeling morally convicted for enslaving their fellow man by categorization of black people as being non-humans. You now do this in a way that's scientific, and you have to be that allows for the moral, condoning of atrocities against your fellow man.
I think I found some cluage. Oh, am I too close? Am I too close to the mic? Is this better? Sorry, someone told me I was better.
Yeah, it's a better. This is a better.
Yeah, this guy named let's see here, Benjamin Silliman. Born on August 8th, 1779 to November 24th, 1964, an American chemist and science educator. First American professors of science. He was one of the first American professors of science at Yale College and the first person to distill petroleum in America. So listen to what he taught. Educated at Yale, received a BA degree in 1796. He studied law with Simon Baldwin from 1798 to 1799. Became a tutor at Yale from 1799 to 1802 and was admitted to the bar. That same year, he was hired blah, 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 blah. As a professor of chemistry and natural history, despite his never having studied chemistry. And then, hold on. Here we go. In 1833, he discussed the relationship of flood geology to Genesis, the Genesis account, and wrote about this topic in 1840. Fluid, man. He taught geology as how it relates to the flood.
Craig, I don't know what you're doing, but it's very
Oh,
loud.
what is that? Is he eating some chips?
What is that?
No, no. Sorry.
Wow.
Is it happening now?
Are you making an atom bomb, bro?
It's better.
My noise suppression, I need to turn it on.
So like his son-in-law James Dana, Silliman was a Christian, and an address delivered before the Association of American Geologists, he spoke in favor of, he says, old Earth creationism, stating, "It is already admitted by multitudes that the chronology of the scripture is in strictness applied only to the history of our race, the sole moral beings of God has placed in this world, while all that precedes man and the creation is limited in duration backwards. Only by that beginning, whose date is known to be no being but an infinite creator, and which certainly precedes by many ages the creation of man." He posed arguments against atheism and materialism. This guy was brilliant.
Very nice.
I'll put a
Sounds
link.
good, man. Yeah,
put a
man, link that.
We could do more research with this guy. Because it took me an hour. You saw how long. I started looking through textbooks to find anything about what was taught in schools. Here's one dude.
It's very hard to find anything about it. Which is it's quite funny, isn't it? You can't find anything.
Hey, Sonny, how did you come across this guy?
Through about freaking 12 different sites looking for textbooks from America from, like, say 1800 to 1925 or somewhere in that period. So I just started doing searches. But I looked through a whole bunch of different websites looking for anything where they taught geology or astronomy or cosmology, where they taught a geocentric, and I just started looking, sifting through information like I do. And I just happened to come upon it. So I put a link
what stuff does that?
To the wiki. I put it in the voice text.
I'm looking for it now.
One of the first dudes in 1864, Silliman noted oil seeps in Ojai, California area, which is not far from the Santa Barbara Channel, which now they drill oil out of all the time. So this dude led the start of oil exploration and development in the Ojai Basin of oil. So American geologist, this smart dude. He went and checked out a meteor in 1807. Blazing fireball about 2/3 the size of the moon was seen traveling southward by early risers in Vermont and Massachusetts. 3 loud explosions were heard over the town of Weston in Fairfield County, Connecticut. Stone fragments fell in at least 6 places, the largest and only unbroken stone of the Weston Fall, which weighs about 36.5 pounds, was found some days after Silliman and Kingsley had spent several fruitless hours hunting for it. The owner of a Trumbull farm named Elijah Seeley was urged to present it to Yale by local people who had met the professors during their investigation, but insisted on putting it up for sale as purchased by Colonel George Gibbs for his large and famous collection of minerals. When the collection became the property of Yale in 1925, Silliman finally acquired this stone, the only specimen of the Weston meteorite that remains in the Yale Peabody Museum collection today.
Hey, Sonny. His picture, man. He's doing the Freemasonry and the Knights of Templar hidden hand thing.
He is. The dude was teaching geocentricity, and he was centricity, and he was teaching flood geology, and was a chemist.
Everyone was a Mason back then. They've fallen off.
Yeah, it sounds like before the reset, maybe. If there was one, shoot, I don't know if there was one. What the hell? Interesting, though.
Well, this is the great one, right?
Very interesting. One little piston breadcrumb that we have to sift through.
Well, this is the great one, right? So there must have been others.
I'm finished it. Sorry. Sorry about that. Sorry if you guys can hear.
Random question.
Yes.
Do you guys believe the Holocaust was real?
I don't know.
We don't comment on that here.
Yeah, we don't really talk about it. We can't verify that. Like, really, anything in history is speculation at this point. So most of it is it's speculative.
Like, we don't deny that a bad event happened, but it's the numbers and all the other surplus stuff that's around it that we don't necessarily conform to.
Uh-oh, more cluage. Hold on. Here's another name to look up. In relation to Silliman, this guy, his name is Jules, Jules, Marcou, Marcou, a French and Swiss-American geologist. In 1862, he published a geological map of the world. So I'd like to see that. So hold on. Well, he has published work in mathematics, but had a growing knowledge of natural history. It became so extensive that by 1845 he was able to publish a highly original analysis of Jurassic fossils. And then, hold on. He said Marcou's outstanding contributions were in stratigraphical geology and geological mapping, and notably a geological map of the world published in 2 European editions in 1862 and 1875, a work one biographer classified as the point of departure for all subsequent maps of this class. He was awarded the Grand Cross of the Legion of Honor. He was anti-slavery, and he Marco did not support the theory of organic evolution. 3 years before his death, he wrote that Charles Darwin had failed to give doctrine well-based and acceptable, insisting that natural history progressed through reliance on new facts rather than hypotheses and theories. Yes. I don't know if he was geocentrist. I'm just curious. Like, sounds like he was.
So do you guys believe in evolution?
No. If something was true, why would we have to believe it? Wouldn't we have facts and information that showed positively that it was a real thing?
I mean, there are fossils of hominids and
Do you?
Is that somebody hot micing, Sonny? Who is that?
No, I think it's Gip Gip. I'm not sure, but you're not.
It was me. Sorry, guys.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we can't verify any of those bones.
How are you?
We know they've constructed whole, complete skeletons from one single piece of bone.
I was
But
actually
here's the
thinking
main
about that
problem.
today. You know, they call it
I
the
gotta-
missing link still. Sorry, quick point. They still
Go
call
ahead.
it the missing link, not the found link.
I just have to point out, finding a fossil of a creature that's not a creature that's living today has nothing to do with the creature that's living today. That's why we find different creatures, and sometimes we find the same. Either or doesn't prove anything regarding evolution. It proves the creature died. And if it doesn't exist today, then that doesn't help evolution. That proves it died. And then if we find the creatures in the system still alive today and in the ground, then what? Is it falsifiable now? If we have, horseshoe crabs 400 million years ago, right? But we have horseshoe crabs living today. So is it falsifiable? Can we, is there anything that's science here? No, it's just a man-made religion, and they find things and they put their interpretation on the finding.
No, they just call those living fossils, XO. Come on.
Right.
Then,
So if
then
it's still
they
right, so-
survived all
right.
the cataclysms, all the fire, all the asteroids hitting the planets, and they're just still around today.
Well, the problem is if we don't know that it's not living today, let's say we don't know about like the coelacanth, we'll say this is an index fossil. Then when they find the creature still living today, they say, oh, we change our mind. Is that science? No, that's a religion. We changed our mind because it's still living today. Listen, there's alligators still living today, cockroaches, dragonflies, the coelacanth, whales. These animals still are alive. So where's the evolution? They're still here exactly the same. They don't even have a claim for evolution. It's just another cartoon they show you on TV.
Evolution is a product of the Big Bang Theory.
I'm just quite curious about this line of questioning. Sounds like she's watched a video where they say flat earthers don't believe, and then the 5 things that flat earthers don't believe.
Yeah, exactly.
Never addressing the nuance of the argument, just simply saying that we completely reject it entirely out of hand. Who was the lady who asked the questions?
I wasn't even paying that much attention to what light was lighting up. Are you still here, young lady?
Yeah. I was just curious. Like I already know. Like I didn't believe in evolution. I just wanted to hear you guys' intake on it.
Yeah, you want to talk about that, Solar or Exo?
I just got to say this. It's just like the globe Earth. You can't find a claim for it in reality. Try to look, you can't find any information that's concrete. They admit this because the textbooks say things like it must have happened. They don't even have an example of evolution. Just try to find an example of evolution or any sort of magical space religion. They don't exist. And that's what we just try to show people, like, where's the information? It's only on television cartoons. That's where it comes from.
Yeah, and there's a deliberate attempt for misinformation when it comes to this topic. So most people think of evolution as natural selection, meaning that if you stand in the sun and your skin starts to darken, hey, look, you're evolving. But the true aspect of evolution would be trans-species mutation. So a cat becoming a dog, or a dog becoming something else, or some species becoming another type of species that can no longer breed with the species that came before it. And that has never been demonstrated. And then there's a concept called irreducible complexity. That even Charles Darwin said, if you found a single-celled organism that was too complex to have arisen through this, one cell becomes 2 cells, becomes 10 cells, and then multicellular complex organisms eventually arrive at the end of that chain. If you look at something called a bacterial flagellum, it's a single-celled organism that's made up of, I think it's 36 different components, and those components have to be assembled in a very specific way. And that concept of irreducible complexity shows that on the micro scale, there's things that are too complex to have evolved through random chance. So I think the whole concept of evolution, when you actually look into it quite deeply, it's quite laughable. But yet, like you, XO was saying, it's one of those topics you may not question. You know, everyone knows it happened. It's considered in the body of science that it's a fact, you know, but a fact without facts, a fact without evidence. So, like Sunny said earlier, when you know something, you don't have to believe it. So when you know evolution is false, you don't have to believe it. When you know the Earth is not a globe, you don't have to believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you still
Also,
believe it's a globe?
Oh no, I'm a flat earther.
Yeah.
Like the guy Joe Hansen 30 years ago that found Lucy, this supposed fossil called an Australopithecus, was about 2 weeks away of being defunded. And they told this guy, you better find something or we're going to take your money away. And what do you know? He found some bones and then found some more bones a mile away and then said, this is your missing link. Can I please have my money? So that's how the story goes. They admit it.
Yeah, that Lucy was found in the cradle of humankind here in South Africa, quote unquote.
All right. Do you guys think it's okay to make new species of animals?
To make new?
Yeah. Scientists are like cross. Is it possible?
Yes, they call them.
Absolutely not. It's absolutely not possible at all. You'd have to show an example. Nope.
I mean, there is like crossbreedings among animals. Scientists have tried to take like switching. It's like I was watching something and it said like they were growing air on a mouse and stuff like that. Like they were trying to cross human and animal species in China or something. Like that could be like a new species.
Yeah, they call them chimeras. And it's any time that you've blended something that should not have been blended in the first place. So even like certain viruses that go through a gain of function study where they can take it from an animal to a human, that is, even in that form, it's a chimera. It's adapted to be in another living organism that it wasn't originally intended for. And yeah, there's been releases since about the 80s and 90s of Russians doing all kinds of animal testing and animal cloning using different egg cells from, I think it's either an animal or a human, and then mixing it with various other components.
All right.
So,
What?
and then they would normally terminate at the end of those, but who knows if they always terminated.
All right. Is it possible to harvest those animals' organ, like the hybrid organs, and use it in humans?
You can do it right now. They've actually put some animal artifacts like hearts and things and mixed them with
Valves,
humans.
yeah.
But the problem is that has nothing to do with a speciation event, because a speciation event must take place in nature alone. So as soon as man starts messing around, everything goes right out the window. And as he already said, it's just called a chimera. That's it.
Okay.
But generally, whenever you have a trans-species interbreeding, so for example, if you take a lion and a tiger and you produce a liger or a tion or tion, depending how you want to pronounce it, that second species or new species that's created out of two separate genus, they cannot reproduce. So the next generation would be sterile if you are making a mixture of two genus or genii, however you want to pronounce that. So even the idea that things could evolve into something else and then still continue to backbreed with its previous link, that's even provably false. So the entire premise that this thing can change into a new species and then still go on to breed and become even more species thereafter, it's like Exo said, without intervention or man catalyzing the thing, causing acceleration, then you don't get this in nature. No matter how many times you breed cats, you never get a dog.
The main problem being, though, the terminology is still incorrect because they're just different breeds. Because if I take somebody from Africa and I take somebody from England and they create a new baby, that's not called a new species. That's called a human being. So there's no such thing as speciation. They've told us these words to confuse us. There's also no such thing as adaptation, even, which is the best thing to discuss, because if you can't do step one, then everything else falls apart. But that's the thing, is that the tiger and the lion are actually the same kind, and that's why they can breed. Now, if their children can't breed, that still has nothing to do with the fact that they're still the same kind. If I'm born of two different parents and I don't have the ability to reproduce, am I a new species? Absolutely not. So again, it's just a fictitious word, and that's how they play their game. I just want to make this example because in my 15 years of the study, this is by far the easiest way to even use the conversation, as far as if you want to find out if evolution is true or not. All you have to do is ask somebody to give you an example of adaptation, which is also known as microevolution, small changes within the same kind, right? Small variations, leading eventually to big ones called macroevolution, to obviously completely different phylum or families coming from previously existing phylum or families that were different. The problem is step one fails. There's no such thing as adaptation. And as soon as you look up an example, just try to find one. Of course, they claim there is. But as soon as you look into it, they admit there's no such thing as adaptation, because they always admit, if they're honest, that any creature, plant, animal, or organism of any sort already has to have the ability, period.
That to adapt to.
Yeah, it's impossible.
But
because if you don't already have it, then you don't have it.
But like there are these things called receptors that require certain specific keys or chemical signals to unlock them. So, for example, in a plant genus or a plant family called the ficus, there's 200, 300 different types of ficus. Now, between those ficus species, they can all pollinate at the same time, and they're not going to cross-pollinate. The receptor of the natalensis will receive the pollen from the natalensis, but the other type of ficus will receive the other type of pollen because its receptor is designed to receive that type of pollen. And it's similar that when you have lions and tigers and leopards and all of them all intermingling on a plains in Africa, they never crossbreed. The lions breed with lions, the leopards breed with leopards, and the cheetahs breed with cheetahs. But if we force them, so like same way with plants, if we go and manipulate the stamen and actually dust the pollen from one into the other or force it in, we can cause cross-pollinations, but then those are sort of interfered with. So this is also where I find it quite it's not a clear-cut thing that they definitely are the same and that they would have bred anyway. But there are subtle manipulations that can then produce maybe a fruit with a thicker skin than either of its parents. Or now, is that a new species? No, I think it's still carrying all the genetic traits of its parents, but it's still something that's a little bit new, kind of like with the dog breeds where your bulldog can't breed naturally. You've actually got to artificially inseminate it and do all this other bullshit.
Well, no, they breed. I thought you just had to give them C-sections. Like they had to have a vet.
Yeah, and then like certain ways to raise them, and you got to like bottle feed them and all this, so that you've created something that actually would never have existed on its own or bred on its own. But
yeah, like
we play God.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's like a running theme in humanity. I think we saw it's like we saw our parents do it, so we can just do it too. Yeah, genetic manipulation, woo! Just do that with no consequences and see what happens. Ugh.
Well, that's how the whole world's acting now.
Yeah, like even fruit. Like I don't know if you guys were talking about fruit. I just walked in, but you're saying like like cross pollination and stuff like that. Like fruit has evolved so crazily. Like there used to be over like 100 species of apple. Now there's just like 7. Like they used to be inedible. Like it's been look at like old bananas, like what bananas used to look like. They were all seed, and it was just like barely anything edible. And now they're just like completely changed.
Are you implying that it's changed naturally, or
No,
that it's been...
not at all. Like we've been selectively breeding these things.
Yeah.
Like they got like pioneer guys going out and trying to like save as many like apple species as they can, like going out to old orchards from like hundreds of years ago, trying to find like seeds and trying to find like all kinds of like like these like relic plants and stuff.
Cultivars.
Yeah. It's cool.
But I find it quite fascinating how, like they call it gene expression. I think, this is just my own idea, but I think that we have the potential. We've got all these genes wrapped up inside of us, and it's just about what's expressing at the time. So the same way that with dogs, we've managed to express 100 and whatever different shapes and sizes and colors and temperaments and all the stuff.
Just like people.
Correct, yeah. But if we actually look at like one or all of them, they're pretty much carrying the same genetic code. It's just like white color is turned on in this dog and white color is turned off in that dog.
Who bloody
like little on and off. So a lot of people often think, okay, we get to the end of this genetic expression and we think, okay, we've lost the dodo, for example. Now, if you went back and looked at sort of the large flightless birds that are still around and you started to crossbreed like we did with dogs, I think we could still get a dodo out.
Or
I
there's
think
gotta be
that
preserved
genetics,
ones
all preserved ones, but I think just within the genetic code of that bird species, you should be able to
Wind it back.
re-encounter that type of genetic. What I've seen with like now that the whole world's going crazy with cannabis and everyone's starting to do breeding and cross-pollinating and everyone's trying to create their own strain and all this.
It's bad.
What you're finding is that your core strains, like your Kushers and your whatever, as they just like crossbreed across one other type, and then suddenly it's a throwback to a purple bud that was 4 or 5 breeds previously.
Oh yeah. Have you ever heard of the the feminized auto budding plants that they do?
Yes.
So those are
I don't
those are
like
just cross
those
those are
personally.
crossbred with another another weed. That's not even marijuana. It's crossbred with another weed to give it those qualities. Like my buddy had a whole field of those and he's like, "Here, just eat this whole bud." And I ate it just like, "Oh yeah, cool, just grab one and munch it down." I started going into anaphylactic shock fucking immediately in the middle of a forest, like fucking 60 miles away from a hospital.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's just like that was a zen moment for me. It's like if I don't calm down, I'm going to die. It's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, shut the fuck up and leave me alone for a minute.
Give me some silence.
Yeah, give me some water. Like I went up to touch my throat, just casually, and then it started closing like a fist just from a finger touching it. And I'm like, don't do that again. Just
What's amazing is that those autofem traits, I've also seen how they've taken some of the Afghan Kush that grows in the furthest northern regions of Afghanistan, and they're in such harsh climate that they literally get like about a month of optimal growing condition. And then what they do is they accelerate their entire growth cycle in that month. So as soon as they've germinated, within so many days, they start to flower, and within so many days, they're done with their flowering cycle. And they've now taken that trait that they found with the Afghan Kush that's really far north, that grows wild, and started crossbreeding that with other strains as well. And then you get these plants that after so many days automatically go into flower. But it's, to me, I think that once again, you're sacrificing one thing for another.
exactly.
A large marijuana plant that can produce 1 kilo or 2 kilos will always be better than a plant that's knee height that produced 50 grams, you know?
Well, yeah, the most autoflowers produce about 6 ounces each. 60? Me. What's that?
What's an ounce? Like 20 grams?
28
25.
grams. 28 grams. 24? 28, can't remember.
You say six ounces off an auto? Never, bro.
So, autoflowers are actually just a ruderalis cross with a sativa, and ruderalis gives autoflowers too. It's not a random weed; it's another type of cannabis.
Close. I thought it was just like a regular weed. Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, you gotta. Well, first of all, think of what you're saying. Regular weed. There's no such thing. They are all an individual plant, a kind of a plant. You know, if you just let it grow, you'll see it turns into a beautiful plant.
Yeah, I thought it was like really, really separate plant, like separate from marijuana.
Well, marijuana is not cannabis anyway. That's another problem. They tricked everybody with the names.
I'm just glad I don't have to deal with it anymore because like fucking like I think I broke my my THC receptors or something because I just can't get baked anymore. It doesn't work.
And tobacco's actually the word
I
tobacco.
give myself
comes from
downtime every day. Anyway, hey Solar, I'm glad you're here.
Real quick, Sonny. Incree was trying to explain something real quick.
You're good.
I wanted to hear. Incree, go ahead. What were you saying?
The word tobacco is related. It has something to do with morning glory shamanism.
What's going on back there?
Okay, they can't hear you for some reason. There's a mismatch of communication here. They can't hear Incree, I'm assuming, because they just keep talking over you.
Mm-hmm. I can hear.
Or they just don't
Sonny,
care.
do you hear him? You hear him, Sonny Incree?
Let me check.
There he is. That was him.
He's super low. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I got him now. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear. Yeah, there you go. Go ahead, Incree. I wanted to hear what you had to say.
I'm going to clarify that first anyway. I just came across this, that the word tobacco comes from some Mesoamerican shamanic snuff tube, like an administration tube.
Like a blowpipe.
So there's just so many of those
What?
words that have just been taken and used for other things. Like marijuana was a name for tobacco, but tobacco is actually a name for a snuff administrator for Mesoamerican shamanism.
What?
Yeah.
Tobacco is what the hell?
Yeah, the word tobacco comes from the name.
The word.
Yeah, the word.
Interesting.
But the word
Obviously,
is the
then
name of a plant.
The word.
Like tobacco is the name of the species of plant that they grow as tobaccos, and you get
Yeah, well, even then though, like the
it could have
cigarettes
been-
the cigarettes you're smoking right now, like it might as well not even be tobacco anymore. It's so genetically modified and so like just
it has been
tinkered
changed
with.
a lot. That's why when you smoke a cigar, comparatively to smoking like a Cuban cigar, that's why they're illegal.
Mm.
Like even the burn speed of tobacco has been effectively changed. Like in the United Kingdom, I know this because
everything, yeah.
Yeah, they banned the chemical in the United Kingdom because people were dying in their sleep from smoking cigarettes straight, right? We smoke a lot of self-rolled here, and they go out. If you don't, you have to keep relighting them unless you toke it the whole way through, right? So obviously straights, you guys in America, they're cheaper. Tobacco's a lot cheaper, so predominantly you guys don't self-roll. Well, over here, because of the self-rollers, we really noticed the amount of people that were dying from the fires. All right, one sec. So we really noticed the amount of people from the fires, right? So we had to actually ban a chemical that's inside of cigarettes that makes it so that they burn at a certain rate so that they can sell more.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yay.
But
They put gunpowder
yeah,
in the paper.
basically, yeah, not gunpowder itself, but a similar. Well, yeah, basically gunpowder.
Yes, they do. Look at the little black lines around your cigarette.
Yeah, it has over 3/4 of the same blend of what would make up gunpowder. Yeah.
Probably weaker or easier to burn. Real quick, where was that one guy, Claw?
Yeah.
Of the conciliator. How do you say? Conciliator. Very good. I heard you say the word. I don't mean to pick on you. Just out of curiosity, did you have an example of anything of adaptation in nature? Because I heard you say the word. Not sure if you meant it or not. But
what did I do?
Well, as far as using the word adaptation, because you seem to be pretty versed on some things. So I was curious.
Sometimes.
Do you have any example of anything?
Wait.
Adapting in nature?
What do you mean?
That's it. Do you have any example of anything in nature adapting?
Oh, like you're talking about evolution?
Correct.
Yeah, like things evolve all the time. Well, not all the time, but like a lot of things have evolved.
Can you just give me one example of adaptation in?
Let's see. I don't know. There's like a fish that like grows a secondary fucking jaw, or like something like weird. There's like
Okay, well, hold on. Okay, one at a time. There we go. So if we get one, it'll be
like,
a huge
what are you saying?
find. Hold on. You just
saying?
said one. You want to stick with that? It develops a jaw.
Or like, what are you saying though? Like, are you saying that the Darwinian evolution doesn't exist or something? Like, what are you saying?
Well, that's I could easily disprove that. I'm just trying to see if you can give me an example of adaptation in nature. That's all. Which is called microevolution. Well, let me explain. Let me just stay on this track, guys. Well, hold on. So microevolution involves adaptation. It's strictly 100% adaptation, small changes to of course help creatures live in their environment. So all I need from you is one example of adaptation, and it will prove all of evolution. Go ahead.
I don't understand. Like there's like what is it? They have those geckos that like lose their tails and stuff, like due to predators and shit like that. Like
right. So they already have that ability. So they already have the ability to So they already have the ability to lose their tail. So that's not adaptation. You have to show a new ability.
That was a constant. I don't know, man. Let's see.
So that's right. Go ahead.
So like demonstrable change is what he's actually asking you for. So like, can you document the fish before it grew that other jaw?
I wasn't
and
around
then
for
document it once.
Right,
it
but
grew
hold
the
on.
jaw.
But let's not remember. It's not macro. It's just micro, little tiny genetic changes to help the creature just survive. We're not even trying to get a new creature, guys. We're not trying to get ape from a fish.
Oh.
We're just trying to make the fish help it survive. Is there any form of adaptation in nature that has been documented ever?
Apparently, there's like, what is it? Giraffes' necks getting longer. There is.
No,
let's
that's
see.
not true. Giraffes have always had have long necks.
I don't
Only
believe so.
giraffes have long necks. Yep,
Okay, but like only giraffes have long necks.
No, only
There's,
giraffes
like-
only always have long
there's
necks already. There's no such thing as a
Species
giraffe
of
with a
birds,
short
their
neck.
bones are getting like bones that get lighter due to like they have to fly
Yep.
around. There's
They already have the ability to fly, correct?
but there's
so
like
no adaptation.
certain predators get longer teeth.
Nope, they already have the ability to have longer teeth. That's called normal
I
reproduction.
think your mind is already set on this subject, sir.
Nope, you don't. You can't give me an example. You require something new, not the creatures using normal reproduction based off the already existing gene pool. Like I'm not identical to my parents. That's called normal reproduction. I just had a cat have a litter of 6 kittens. There's 3 tiger stripes, 1 orange and 2 white. They all came from the existing gene pool of 2 purebred tabbies. So there's no adaptation. Adaptation is a literal catch-42. There's no such thing as the point. No such thing as
cool.
adaptation. Yep.
Cool. So you're just saying Darwin's like full of shit?
Oh, Darwinian evolution is just a complete cartoon. There's no evidence for any of that.
Yeah,
I'm just showing
I can
the
totally,
cartoon. Yeah.
What about as it applies to humans?
There's no such thing as adaptation.
Why do I have to be
I
out
like
right now?
that.
Why do I have to be out?
I like that. I don't believe it applies to humans either.
Right. There's no such thing as adaptation or evolution. Adaptation is
Okay.
microevolution. Evolution
Okay.
is the whole scheme of things, but adaptation is microevolution. And there's
Okay,
not
whatever.
even an example ever. Listen, not a single textbook has an example of adaptation in nature ever. Go look.
Well, it takes millions of years to do this. It's not like an overnight thing. Right?
Incorrect. Adaptation is one literal one family or one generation for
Or it's
adaptation.
like a freak mutation. It's like a freak mutation, and like that breed just keeps breeding because it's a good quality, and like
Nope. No,
really?
that
What
would
is
be
it?
normal reproduction. If I go to a place where it's cold and I make babies, let's say I have a wife, right, and I meet her there, and I have one baby that can handle the cold and one baby that can't. The one baby that can't handle that cold, I'm going to have to constantly keep that baby warm, right? Certainly not adaptation. And the other one already has the ability, also not adaptation. See what the problem is? There's no such thing.
Exo's example there.
Oh, okay. So like,
is a good one about like making you more survivable for an environment or something
What
like
about-
that. He's right. I don't think I've ever heard an example of that.
What about like?
But there are other examples that I have heard where they claimed it was adaptation. Something like. There was a pride of lions like that during a really bad drought. There was just like no. Like they were having trouble finding food. The only thing that they had that they could eat was like flamingos was the only animal around that were out in the water, and lions weren't ever known to go in the water to hunt. But this one family of lions, like this one lion, decided to go out there and grab a flamingo, and supposedly he taught that to his cubs, and now like they're all hunting flamingos in the water now.
Right.
Like
Just as I've taken animals from the wild and then they live with me and they have a different diet because they can already have the ability to change their diet. There's no adaptation.
They say bottlenose dolphins have adapted to like work with fishermen to fucking actually chase fish towards their boats, so they like end up eating.
Nope, they already have that ability.
Did that change the dolphin into a new?
Either way, that's fine.
No.
I get your point.
I'm just trying to make it. I just want to show you for my conclusion, guys. It's so easy because if you're telling me a feature, guess what? It already had it. That's how easy this is.
I just want to make one point. I just want to make one point on this. You know,
It's
it's
almost
like
semantics, though.
Like Exo said, we're seeing the animal now, and it's got all these capabilities, and then they're telling you a story of where they think that animal came from. Now, for example, we've got lions and very much smaller cheetahs. Now, a lion's bones are big and thick and dense, and a cheetah's bones are very thin and light and small for running fast. Now, if those two carcasses are found side by side, they could say the cheetah was the smaller animal, and then it wanted to get stronger, so its bones got more dense, and then look at this lion's skull. So this is how the cheetah evolved into a lion, because I found these 2 feline skulls, and one was small and one was big. And the same with the giraffe. They have a horse skeleton, and then they say, and here's a giraffe skeleton. So it must have elongated its neck up to this point to then want
Well, I
to
wouldn't call it a
reach the
horse,
bits
like,
at the top. Well, that's the narrative is
it?
like a horse-like
Right, he is
ancestor.
right. No, he's correct. He is showing you this is what they teach children. They'll show a non-giraffe, and then they'll draw an intermittent animal in between the horse and the giraffe, and they'll say evolution. That's the point. That's a fictitious story. There's no such thing. He's correct.
Like, there's like also behavioral, physiological, and structural adaptations. So, like, you know, like you're saying all three of these don't exist, or like just
Absolutely not. There's absolutely impossible
Okay.
for any adaptation
Well,
in,
if you
in nature to
compare-
occur whatsoever. Because let me show you, if it already has the ability, how can you say it now has a new ability? It already has it. It's that easy, guys.
Well, and even if it was
Why
behavioral, doesn't get passed genetically anyway. That's not evolution either way. It's just like if I teach you to, if I make up a word and it catches on, like, is that evolution?
Yeah,
No,
I don't
that's
know.
social engineering.
It's almost like we're arguing about words at this point. Like,
But yeah, you called it.
No,
semantics.
words have
I want-
meaning.
I
Go ahead,
wanted
Elijah.
to know why, but really, why do you believe it? Other than a book that says, "Hey, evolution is where we all came from." Like, why, for any evidential, like, what have you come across that has brought you to the conclusion that this is why I'm behind this, because of this discovery right here? This proves to me that where I came from was rocks.
yeah, I wouldn't even ask myself that kind of question. But
You said what?
I don't think I would. That's not really a thought I would have.
What do you mean it's not a thought that you would have?
I'm not really too sure why. Like, that would be a very weird thought for me to actually.
What do
have.
you mean? Why? I just asked. Well, something was taught to you. Something was told to you that it exists. That it is where you came from, and you in your entire life have not thought about having come across any evidence to substantiate.
No,
what
I
you
haven't. I haven't really been told anything. I'm just kind of like I'm kind of on my own.
What do you mean you haven't been told? You mean you wrote books and then said, "Yeah, that's true."
Dude, what are you talking
Is that
about?
what you said? The information that you're asking us if we believe. I'm asking you
Dude,
why
I think
you believe it.
you've lost me at this point. Like,
Stop trying to troll him, bro.
Yeah, dude, it's not working.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah,
Yeah, you're talking to a moderator right now, guys. So you probably should behave. Yeah.
Well, who are you asking? Stop
Nobody's
trolling?
doing anything.
I'm not talking to you. Who are you asking to stop trolling?
I'm telling the guy to stop trolling you. You told him a clear question, and he's beating around the bush trying to play games. I mean,
Oh, that's what
Thank
you
you
think's
very
going on.
much.
I'm just lost. That's all.
yeah, your question was very clear.
All right, 1 second. I want to clear this up.
This
that
guy's a
guy
little
wasn't
ban-happy,
calling.
probably.
Wait there. Why are you talking over me? That guy wasn't calling you a troll, Eli. He's pointing out the other guys being a troll, and then the guy tried to be smart and be like, "Yeah, stop trolling me, Eli," to try and like flip you two
Kinda
against each
backpedaled-
other. If you know what I mean?
Backpedaled a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I'm on about you, by the way, doing that. So
I don't even know.
And
You
you're
guys are kind of just running.
He
circles
just tried to
here,
do it just now to you, bro.
You don't have to play stupid to convince us you're stupid.
No,
okay?
I am actually stupid at this point because like you guys have
yeah,
got this
well, I'm
like so
convinced.
complicated that I just don't know what's
Listen.
going
I
on.
asked you a
Dude,
very,
I put
very
mad
normal
dukes on that.
question.
Have a good day.
Can we get back to the topic? I asked you a very normal question, which is
He ran away.
He just left, bro.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. He was asked a question that was very hard to answer by Elijah, which is, what is it that tells you or points toward you believe in or thinking in any way, shape, or form if we evolve? And then he went into a form of like hissy fit, like a child. Obviously, no one can answer that question because no one has a value that they evolved from monkeys or from rocks. No one's asked themselves that because if they fucking did, obviously they wouldn't be asking the questions they asked prior to being asked that question themselves.
He didn't want to admit his view is faith-based. There's no better than believing in a religious book.
Wait there. Really? Say that again? It's religion?
I said he didn't want to admit, because the question Elijah asked him, he'd have to admit that he doesn't actually know of any evidence to support evolution. and he'd have to admit that it was completely based upon faith.
Yeah,
Nothing more.
basically you'd have to admit it's a religion.
But yeah, exactly. But that's the thing with the evolution is that they're trying to separate themselves, right? They're atheists trying to separate themselves from, religion, right? But they're actually believing in a religion, so you would expose their contradiction or their hypocrisy. Take your pick.
Well said.
He
Well
said
said.
religious.
Well
I wanted to
said.
say that Indio said just
Well
like
said.
believing in a religious book, and I wanted to agree. Yeah, all religious books are trash. Thank you.
Wait, that's India. That was India
Well,
talking.
no, I'm just saying
I
that
know. I'm agreeing with
they
him.
think that they think any random religious book there's no evidence for, and that you're just believing in the words of men, and that's exactly what they're doing.
He was.
They won't admit it.
He was obviously playing devil's advocate, bro, just for the sake
Oh
of
no, he wasn't.
No, that's
bro.
his belief. No, Enoch, that's his belief system. And all Elijah had to do was say, "Where are you getting this information from?" And it was over. That's the point.
Yeah, guy couldn't answer.
Something really funny just happened. Someone come in and started making a load of sense, and I was like, yeah. Started agreeing with the dude, and then someone said India, and then I realized it was talking the sense. I didn't realize it was you, India.
All Americans sound the
Like,
same. You're British.
Evolution is silly, man. It's just a silly idea.
Yeah, nothing's ever given birth to something that's on its own. A bird didn't give birth to a deer. A fish never gave birth to a whale. Like a salmon never gave birth to a whale. It's just stupid.
Well, Blue Buck, what I'm trying to do, Blue Buck, is show you that it's much easier than that. There's no such thing as biological adaptation, let alone evolution. And once you stop somebody, just like as Elijah did, if you stop somebody before you even get to the evolution word and you're on the adaptation word, it shocks them because they don't even have an example of what they thought everybody agreed with. Everybody agrees with adaptation. Turns out there's no such thing as that either. And once you do that, the entire paradigm is over right from the beginning.
Show me a fucking horse that turns into a giraffe, bro.
Well,
No,
okay,
show me
so
a horse that
I was
gains any
watching a
feature
video.
to survive.
Right, so I was watching a video yesterday by Veritism. Right, it's quite an old one. It's called the longest running experiment on evolution. It's funny that an experiment on the word evolution, when even evolution as self-defined is a form of herstory, scientifically speaking, it's not even. I don't know how you experiment in a realm of something called evolution when it's not even in the realm of the category of science. And we were reading earlier, remember, guys, we was reading about the methodology, right, where they said that even Darwinism, Einsteinianism, these things, developed, these hypotheses was developed via dreams and moments of intrigue, not via the scientific method whatsoever. And then we've got, like, basically the point what I'm trying to say anyway was, it's like evolution-wise, right? I don't know why, but it's almost as if Darwinism's been put on this pedestal and everyone's too afraid to even touch the pedestal or rock it a little bit or even look at it. It's almost like people won't even look at Darwinism for like longer than 2 moments, and it's almost as if people have been educated to not look at Darwinism, but while say it's amazing. So it's quite smart what they've done with Darwinism. It really is.
It's not that they don't look at it; it's that they don't question it.
No, I'm saying the way that we're taught it, it's the way that we're taught about Darwinism and evolution. The way in which we're taught about it is so sophisticated. It's the thing that has no evidence for it, and then it's the thing that we are taught in a way where we don't ask about it. The longest running so-called experiment on evolution. And do you know what it turned out to be? It turned out to be bacteria growing inside of a laboratory. And then I started looking into the words of the guy who actually started the experiment, the so-called experiment itself. I don't know how it's an experiment. It's just growing bacteria in a lab. Just trust me, there was no naturally observed phenomenon. None of that shit.
So check this out. Let me ask you a question about this so-called experiment. If they get a certain result in that experiment, is it going to prove evolution wrong?
Exactly. This is the point.
So it doesn't matter what the result is, right? So yeah,
Correct.
It's not falsifiable. There's no experiment that you can even conceive of that would falsify evolution because they can just say, "Oh, you just have to wait longer."
You can't.
The conditions weren't right, you just have to wait longer. You need to wait 65 more million years, and then we'll get something. Maybe.
Exactly my point. Like, how do you experiment on something in a category of science that is self-admittedly in a category
correct,
of
villain. Now,
called
correct, villain.
history?
Correct. Now watch this. There was also no adaptation that took place either. And that's what we're stuck on. People are stuck on this word adaptation. They think, well, I'll believe in adaptation because that's not evolution. Actually, they are the same. And that's how they've deceived millions of people. In fact, people like Kent Hovind don't even know that. And they're the #1 anti-evolutionist guy on the internet. He doesn't even understand it. That's how big this deception is. Once you give in to adaptation, you've lost the argument. It's over.
Yeah, rapid pace. The idea of rapid pace adaptation. I believe obviously. So the best way to deal with that is to ask for examples thereof. But then what people often do is they point to a different form of makeup, biologically speaking, in let's say a group of individuals or people. So someone might point to like the pygmies or that tribe, for instance, that live near the water, and they have different size like kidneys and things like this, so that they can hold their breath for longer. And then I would say, but would that be adaptation? Because no one can them as something like me before, and then them adapt and change into what they are now. I would just simply state that they were created in that way by God, and they never change state whatsoever, and it's just because they are a water-faring people that they have that apparatus to support them.
Right,
and
exactly. Because the people that already live there, the ones that survived, already had the ability, and they gave birth to children that had parents that already had the ability. There's no such thing as adaptation, and this is one of the biggest deceptions in the so-called truth movement.
But the reason why they start to look at that as adaptation is because as you move people, what we see is a slightly smaller expression of the same biological difference, right? A smaller expression, meaning that there isn't the exact same magnitude. But then that's just because the people that were on the coast that have a sort of, like I said, a bigger sort of difference or aberration to the usual biology of a human. That's because they mixed with people that don't have the aberration. And that's the reason why their kidneys are a little. That's still not adaptation. That is just development into something that was already pre-coded to be that way in that design from the beginning. But we do not see changes of state from one living organism being the same living organism and then it state, or even generationally speaking, we don't see it in that sense, right? Because then we could say that getting a tan would be tantamount to adaptation because, there's an increase in skin, right? For instance, or, this is ridiculous. This isn't the same thing as what evolution is trying to describe. It's not the same thing.
I mean,
either, so.
Cartoons get the ideas all the time. Like, I got my idea of gravity from fucking Dragon Ball. And it's like NASA couldn't even fucking do that right. Come on. And then fucking Pokemon got evolution right. And no one can point us to an example of that. Like a cat getting chased by dogs every day and then finally growing a fucking spiked back tail or some shit. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, innit? When did dogs stop chasing cats, and when did dogs lose when they finally catch? When do they stop losing when they catch the cat? Like, when does that occur? Like speaking evolutionary wise, like, there must have been like in their own story, there must have been a predator that was way above us, like a type of person. Because what they say is because of our intelligence. The reason, so us being intelligent, we would destroy the planet quicker and much faster than, let's say, chimps, right? Because we have the ability to be more destructive due to the fact that we also have the capability of being more introspective because we're more intelligent. But then that would also go along with the idea that they sort of think that there may have been figures that are like people that were more intelligent than people that would have just due to them being able to be even more destructive, like the idea of like giants, for instance, or hyper intelligent beings. And science is sort of now, some scientists are now saying that these types of individuals existed and stuff like this. And I think they're going to try and that in as a, like, I don't know, maybe it's an identity politics type point at some point, like trying to say that a certain race has DNA that is similar to, let's say, something they find archaeologically speaking, to like a sort of more superior life form that's similar to a human. But like, I can just see it coming. I've already sort of seen the prerequisite material laid out, and I remember when I was a kid seeing them talking about the myth of the scientific method as well, and they're setting it all up. They're setting everything up so that they can escape when we sort of like pull the blinders off, if that makes sense, or change the narrative to fit their own. That's why science has to be ever changing, guys, because they're full of shit. So they need to be able to quickly like change what they're saying whenever, and everyone be cool with it.
Moment of silence for evolution.
Exactly.
But that's why I try to tell people, crack villain, again, this isn't for everybody. It's something that I like to do, but I'm a weirdo, so what do I know? But my point is, if you want to discuss naturalism, because remember, you're after the hearts of people. Sometimes they just use the globe as a shield. That's not where their heart is. Like this gentleman earlier who believes in evolution, 90% of the atheist community, that's where their heart is, right? Probably even more.
It's true.
And that's what the first thing obviously, like, if I talk to a Bible believer, it's a completely different conversation. I don't have to talk about evolution, obviously, if they actually believe in the Bible.
Yeah.
But if I talk to a so-called atheist, first, because remember, they're going to come in here and they want to know what's going on. And sometimes it is very important that we have the ability to switch gears, because if I can just show you your heart's wrong, then all this other stuff that you're using to protect it is no longer necessary. You don't have to protect your heart because I just ripped it out of your chest. You can't even show me an example of adaptation, let alone evolution. It is the most destructive comment you could tell any non-believer or so-called skeptic or atheist, whatever you want to call them. And that's why I always say the simpler you keep something down to earth, the most basic principle is how you're going to win the argument. If we start letting it get complicated and what about this and that, then you're already off the reservation. You're done, because they're just obfuscating to hide from what we can prove. And I just bring it back down to right here. Forget evolution, sir. Just show me an example of adaptation in nature, and I'll give you anything else you want. And they can't, because remember, by necessary antecedent, the creature already has to have the ability. But crack villain, do you know how I absolutely know that there's no such thing as adaptation more than anything? Do you know how I know this? Because it's in the very first. I'm going to tell you, it's in the very first page of the Bible. That's why.
Exactly. Amen.
Yeah, and like talking to these people make you feel like you're high. I mean, which I am, but I was talking to him and I was just like, yo, when he said, I don't know what you're talking about, or when he said, I don't understand, like, I didn't know what to say. I'm like, am I high? Did I just say what I think I said? Or is everyone confused because nobody else is talking either? You know what I mean? Like, that's how they'll have you feeling. I don't even know why we talk to them for any lengthy amount of time. We should be trying to figure out what they're about, not by, hey, are you here because you're a shill? Or not like that. What I'm saying is, you just have a conversation with someone. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Why are you here? Okay, you want to know why I think the earth is flat? Okay, because there's no evidence. Oh, you want to know how seasons work? Oh, that's because you already have a concept in your mind of what you think that I believe in, and that's not true. The moment that after I've made that clear to them, and they kind of circumvent that and try to come about it another way to ask me something again that I don't subscribe to, that's when the conversation should be over.
Yep. So I think that's a really good point. I think if we could separate those two and figure out which one, how they're, like, what they're thinking, if we can separate that out and say, okay, you have something in your mind, so can we just like hear what it is you think we all believe, or do you have some concept that you have in mind?
Because if I was to walk in a room and I was to say, "Oh, well, you motherfuckers are retarded. You think this and da 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 da," and if I hear cacophony of, "We don't think that," I'm gonna go, "Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean you don't think what I just said?"
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
It's like when you're having an argument, Eli. It's like when you're having an argument with someone and say, "Yeah, right," and then you go, "Oh no, I didn't say that," but then they like to continue to pretend that you still said the thing that you said. You're like, "Yeah, but like my sentiment was never what you think it was. Why are you sticking with my old sentiment?" It's that same type of mentality, believe it or not.
Yep.
Not wanting to know. So like, well, we don't even think that. So okay, what do you think then? That should be the question.
And this all because of the CIA given TV that everyone watches, in the movies, on the news, how they respond to one another in the programs that they show us is inundating us with how to perform a conversation. This is why we're fucked up.
And but then people would say that me and you, for instance, are very arrogant in the way we speak on this platform and the way we talk. But in fact, we we don't really fall out, but sometimes we'll have a go at each other and be like, "Can you just be quiet? Like you're talking over me," and we communicate that way. But it's more expedient to be that way, and it's easier to take less offense to directive, or should I say, people being a little bit critical of you. It's actually more expedient, and it's faster, and it's better for communication overall, that we're able to directly communicate. Like nowadays, people go around hinting at what they need. Like when someone needs money, they don't turn around and say, "Oh, can I lend some money?" They say, "Oh, I can't lend you any money at the minute because I'm skint." And then like they hint at the fact that they need to them by telling you that they don't need money. And I'm like, don't expect me to get these hints, people. I'm not one of those people. Like, be direct. And I feel like the world effectively has been teaching us to be indirect for a very long time. And we need to get away from being indirect completely. It's a diabolical way of living, being this indirect all the time and so indecisive. Like I said, to the extent where people are not for things that they want, or it's to our detriment as individuals, because everyone's walking around on eggshells, not knowing what anyone wants. And then what I'm talking about stretches into lots of things. It's more prevalent than what you believe and what we think. It's so prevalent, actually. As in, when you're at school and you're being educated, for instance, right? There might be something that you want to know. There might be something that you're interested in. Why don't teachers ask kids, what do you want to do when you're older? And then say, what skills would it be that would aid you best toward you doing that thing eventually, right? So like asking direct questions. Like we don't ask enough direct questions. We like to stick in generalities. And this is what Darwinism is and stuff like that. It's like a general sort of like consensus that people can stick to as like a truth, because it's easier to have some sort of like crappy truth, like a vapid claim like Darwinism. It's easier to have that there than deal with where we may have came from. And I feel like it's easier for some people because, let's face it, a lot of people want to exist in a depressed state of mind, and they don't want to be positive, and they want to be nihilistic, and they actually wish to exist in a world where they don't have to look after tomorrow, and they believe it's survival of the fittest. And the reason they want to believe in is because they aren't the fittest, because then that would reaffirm to them that, well, it's just some biological predisposition, and evolutionary speaking, I just am of the genetic makeup, biologically speaking, that means that I'm predisposed to being a loser. Evolution is atheism's, feminism's, bitchiality. All of this shit goes together, because at the end of the day, like I said, evolution is the perfect excuse to fail. You just didn't evolve well enough, bruh. But I've got to agree with you, Pillbox, actually. I feel like evolution is at the heart of it for a lot of them, more so than the actual shape of the Earth.
Oh yeah, it's the idea of dealing with creationism for sure.
Well, I think that's why me and Pillbox end up going on about, evolution a lot, or abiogenesis, or talking about irreducible complexity. We talk about this a lot. The fact that I believe it is one of the more effective ways to break down those walls first in someone, because, like I said, like Pillbox said, it's usually evolution. That's usually the hill that they're dying on, and that's.
I'm guessing you guys saw this, right? That's the shot it showed with him looking through the window, and you saw the other shot.
Say that again.
This is the Virgin Galactic, supposedly him looking out the window and like seeing the curvature of the Earth, right?
I don't know what you're on about.
In the voice text, and then this next picture is.
Oh, sorry.
Look at it.
Look at that.
He actually came back to Earth and said the words, "I saw the curve and everything."
Oh my god.
And everything. And everything.
awesome.
What's everything?
And I had
wanna
a
know.
hot chick with me too.
I saw it and everything.
Why would he say a thing like that? Of all the things he could say, why would he use that word, curve? Who goes up there and says, "I saw the curve"? Apart from the fact
Look-
that he didn't go anyway.
Looks like that's the curve going the wrong way.
Yeah, literally, all you have to do is go to their YouTube and screenshot it, bro. I just screenshot that on my iPhone. Like,
Honestly, though, it doesn't surprise me that somebody, why would he say that? I mean, why does anybody say it? Idiots come in here all the time saying that they got on a plane and they saw the curve on an airplane. People come in here and say that they went to the beach and saw the Earth's curve. Why would he say it? I don't know. Why does anybody say it?
well, I guess the point being that like it's like he has to address flat Earth, right? Like, why even say that you saw the curve? Like, everyone knows there's the ball, right? Like, why do you feel the need to say I went up there and saw the curve?
He was coached.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he knew ahead of time that he'd be taking a lot of shit from flat earthers after this. Like he doesn't already. Like he does.
Yeah, he knew that me and Lou were stood there with one hand each on the trigger, like, let's have it, bro.
Oh, did you guys hear the theory that he had like a kind of like a Lolita Express ordeal himself? He has like A-listers come to his islands, and his plane that he flies them in on it's called Virgin.
Nice. I've heard of this guy.
Yeah,
last
very
year,
subtle.
Virgin was a music studio first, right? And then it was Virgin Galactic or Virgin Atlantic.
Virgin
right?
Records.
Yeah, taking pedophiles to space, bro. Taking pedophiles to space since never.
Virgin Galactic, yeah.
Now it's Virgin. Now it's just Virgin Media because my ISP is actually Virgin Media. But that guy, he took such a hit to his finances last year that he petitioned the government. He wanted a loan, or he wanted money from the government. He asked for a couple of billion, and I think it was 8 billion. And he is the man who has he's offshored all his business. So he makes money here, but he his tax bill must be pretty small. People are outraged.
This is the thing with corporations, which people don't get. Why would governments give over, X amount of money? And it's because obviously they provide a massive amount of infrastructure in whatever respective country they're asking the government the money from, right? Like, they might, for instance, like he could, like the people threaten governments all the time, like, right, I need a tax cut effectively that would equal toward me getting 2 billion over the next 5 years from you. If not, I'm going to literally sack every person from your country in my company. So like basically you're gonna have to put 80,000 people onto welfare like instantly. Like that happens in the UK all the time because I see the people getting the tax cuts. Like You know I'm on about Ariel, I think.
I just think it's pretty hilarious that he had a private jet that he flies A-list celebrities and
Yeah.
politicians to, and its name was Virgin. Like when you look at what Epstein was doing, right? It's like, what a
He's like the big
name, though.
version.
What a name.
He's like the big version of Epstein, right? Like you know, like Epstein was the little guy who was the fool guy who was gonna take like the fall for like, you know, if we get caught bringing all these virgins out, these virgin planes, you know, who's gonna take the fall for it? Oh, Epstein will take the fall for it. You know, he's not very well known. He's established. He came out of nowhere, was allowed to teach. Wasn't he like born in Coney Island or some shit, and then was allowed to like teach without a degree and everything? Like, where did that guy come from? And then, I don't know if you've seen that video, Witsit. I showed it to you, Ariel, I believe. Actually, I think I sent it to you. Sean Atwood to John Maxwell's handler, so Glenn Maxwell's father, the guy who runs the Sun. And in this video, they literally talk about pulling the plug on Maxwell, as in like the Israeli, not Mossad. He wasn't being directed under Mossad, apparently Epstein, that is. He was under just the Israeli intelligence, the standardized civilian defense. And the guy's pretty much clear as pie, saying, you know, well, he was the guy who's talking, this agent Epstein, not at the same time. You know, this was during the Iran-Contra deal. But he said it would be impossible on those like you know, protected wings to hang yourself, and he was talking about that. But then he just turns around in this video and basically said, yeah, Epstein had like, you know, become like almost too much of a problem. He had too much information, and he had sort of. But he talked about his purpose, and his purpose was to get videos that would be for the use of blackmail if ever Israel needed to blackmail said politicians for any reason, for legislative reason, to do with, you know, supporting countries that may be a threat toward Israel, for instance. And the guy says this plain as day and admits it all. So yeah, check out Sean Atwood and his breakdown on Epstein. He's got a lot on Epstein, and it's really quite clarifying.
So this thing with Branson, though, like now even with this flight, like they're not saying that he actually went to space, right? They're not saying he went above the Kármán line.
No, yeah, they're saying that he went like right around 50 miles. Like, there's a futurism mainstream article says there's still clouds there. He didn't actually go to space, but if you look at his YouTube and his Twitter and everything, he's saying like, we just went to space, right? So like to the mainstream general public, they're hearing that he went to space, and that's where they get away with it.
What my point was going to be, though, that like shit, I was in like middle school when they announced in like the mid-late 90s, when it was kind of a thing that they were going to be opening up space for privatization, and that they had these two competing companies, Virgin and SpaceX, that were, you know, there was a new space race and blah 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 blah, and they wanted people to like, you know, get behind it,
sign up
and all that stuff, and at the time, like actually, I thought that the idea that Virgin had seemed like the better idea, honestly. Like,
it was a better idea.
But all this time, I mean, that was, like I said, in the late 90s, and they still haven't gone on past the Kármán line, huh?
No, do you not remember us talking about this, Lou? You spoke about when it happened once
before.
Yeah, which was interesting.
That's not really
because,
the point.
No, but I'm just saying it's funny because Lou had him as me, where we had the same type of like thing where they were like, yeah, we're going to do this, and we like that.
Yeah, you cut out completely for me. Anyone else?
Just connected in the middle of it.
I find it odd that you went on the same day as the Euro 2021 final, when like half the world was occupied with something else. After all these years, he's like, by the way, I've been to space now. On the day, it wasn't even a story. Not in the UK.
Well, I think that it's unremarkable when, you know, I see a talking head saying something about a piece of literature or maybe an article or some sort of source, right? and then you go to the source, the article, whatever it is, and you read it for yourself, and you're like, yo. Not only that, like you see the title and you're like, okay, the title, yeah, says exactly what, you know, the news pundit said. But then at the end of the article, there's always something that undercuts the title and everything that they just said. Or they'll just say, well, there's really no actual evidence yet, but this is a good advancement towards finding some evidence or some shit like that. And it's unremarkable to me now, after having been looking into, you know, news and stuff for so many years. But when anyone else, like a casual listener, which is most of the normies, whenever they see titles, that's what they accept it as. And the majority go on to read the title and it's like, yeah, that's what it is. And that's the feeling of the nation at that point. So the problem with this is everyone's going to think that we're flying in space and shit because that's what the titles say and that's what they say. They don't care about the little details about it's not really space, right? Like, they don't care about that detail.
Well, they would care if someone told them, right? But they're not even going to hear that. Like, they're going to see the interview, and he's like, we finally went to space, the title, we finally went to space, and that's all they're going to hear, right? Like, they're not going to go read and find out. Like, 90% of people, when I go back on the mic next time, I guarantee you, people will start talking about, wow, you're a flat earther, and we just sent people to space. You know, that'll 100% be one of the main questions I get. All you have to do is hit a title, have someone say what's in the title, and then boom, 90% of people rock with that.
Yeah. We're flying to space now. Haven't you heard?
Right, dude, it's so crazy. It sucks. It's so sad. Like, that's what we're fighting against.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah, I saw one the other day saying that they've got a real T-Rex in a museum, and then you read the article and it goes on to explain how it's not a real T-Rex. But the title of the title was "They have a real T-Rex."
Wow.
A globe earther sent me because I told him there's no accurate map of the entire world anywhere. Like, and then he sent me this article that said, this is it said something that had me think, okay, this title is basically saying that they have a 100% accurate map. Like, that was my takeaway from the title. And then I read it and I go back to them, I'm like, dipshit. They said the further south you go, the more distortion there is. So there's not 100% accuracy, but they hope to one day achieve this. And they don't read anything.
There's also the cartographer's paradox, which says that you could never have you could never have a perfectly accurate map. I don't understand it perfectly, but the more fine of measurements you take around a coastline, the bigger mass gets. So, like, where you have more data points, you're going to end up with a bigger mass on the map. Something to that effect.
Wasn't Virgin Mobile working with like Sprint, and didn't they just like
That's
lose
right, they had mobile too. Shit.
money on them or something?
Oh, so this is the same company.
Yeah,
I mean,
not.
Yeah,
this is them. That's like, could you imagine, like, there's like FUBU out there, and it's like FUBU Technologies or FUBU, and then you don't put two and two together, but you know that FUBU, like, the only time you've ever heard it was like, you know, with the sneaker, like, and then FUBU Galactic, and it's like someone says, no, those are the same niggas. What?
FUBU Galactic.
You know?
Galaxy Galactic.
Well, in the UK, Virgin sold off all their trains literally 1 or 2 months before COVID started. which is like an amazing coincidence. Just as travel gets restricted, they've already sold off the company.
Well, you just want to Google how many CEOs left their posts in 2019.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Seriously.
We have the same problem.
World's a stage.
I wonder if Crack can hear me. Hey, Crack, can you hear me? I don't think nobody else can hear me.
I can hear you, North. What's up, brother?
Yeah, what up, bro?
Oh yeah, I was talking for a few minutes. I didn't know if anyone could hear me, but it's cool.
Oh yeah, we did.
How you been, brother?
What's up, guys?
What up, Miggy?
Miggy.
Chilling, man.
Hey, Miggy. What's it?
What up, Sonny?
What's up, man?
Chilling.
Yeah, there's a good YouTube video with Cammy Nodell. I haven't watched it yet, but I found it from this website called. Hold on a second. I'm not moving real fast today. TheDailyPlane.com. I never heard of it. It says news, media, and science in a post-globe reality.
That is so weird. Like that. Look, yo. See what I'm? This is such an upside down clown world that right there isn't enough to turn someone today. Like just by reading those words is like, huh? Why you said that like that? That's some weird shit to say. Like I was watching I wasn't watching the news. It had to be John Thor or maybe it was Dave. And they uploaded this news clip, or it was a part of one of their videos, which is what makes me think it's John Thor, because he like put videos together and stuff. And well, I guess Dave does too, but the crazy thing about it was the news lady, she says, "Good morning, on this beautiful globe in which we all live." And I was like, yo, am I tripping? Am I tripping because I just became a flat earther? And do I just feel like that sounded weird? And now I'm just like, like.
That's great. Yeah, really.
Why would you say that? Like,
I'd be like looking around me like, who's she talking about? I'm like, we don't all think we live on a globe. Like, you talking for everybody here, lady?
Dude, imagine spending $250,000 to go on a 0G plane and float for 4 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't wait for you to incorporate all this into your damn, where am I?
Ordeal.
I did just wake up and smoke all at the same time.
Presentations.
Yeah, your presentation.
Really? You don't do that every day? You don't do that every day? What's wrong with you, man?
Oh, wait.
Yeah, really, man.
Sorry.
What's up with you, Richard?
That's the first thing, coffee and
Source.
So they're going to the edge of space. They can't even deny it straightforward. That's crazy.
Dude, I will give you an article that literally says they didn't go to space. There were still clouds where he was, and it's a mainstream article.
That's insane, bro.
Nah, I want to send me that though, just in case. Because I mean, I don't even be saving shit no more. Because I'm like, yo, I've had some of the most amazing memes, some of the most amazing articles, some of the most amazing papers, PDFs. I've had everything over the last 4 or 5 years. And for some people, it just doesn't fucking matter. So I've come to peace with, the shit's flat. It's not a globe. And it's like saving all that shit to my phone now is like, if I got to do all that, I'm not having a conversation with you.
It's in the voice text, bro.
Oh, sweet. Appreciate it. I was reading the article and I found this quote. I'll post it in the voice text.
Do you guys think that Branson was taken to the Antarctic and shown the colony there?
Maybe. I don't know.
He's in the club now.
Yeah, maybe so. I think that's actually that's my working theory. Is they have the group of people that are basically born there, the real elite. We'll never know their names. And then if you're on the world stage and you fulfill your role, then you're brought in, right? Like Kobe fulfilled his role. So very possible, yeah.
I heard some weird stuff about Kobe.
I mean, it was definitely a psyop. His death was a psyop for sure.
They buried him in Corona, something, California, and it happened just like shortly after the whole Corona thing in the United States, like the big lockdowns and all that.
Yeah, man. And he literally died the day after LeBron beat his scoring record, dude.
I'd be hating because now you're making me feel like a coincidence. I kind of have to accept it to not be looked at as a hydra to all my friends and family to say, isn't it weird? What do you mean, isn't it weird? You talking about Kobe?
People get triggered about Kobe, bro. My homies get triggered about Kobe.
Triggered.
Yeah, like
I'm not saying nothing. I'm just saying, damn, what Lou just said. You really you can't even ask them because it sounds absurd. Obviously, it registers to people when you bring two views to them that they believe, and it is absurd because they immediately go to defend.
No, you can't say what I just said to you guys to normies. Fuck no, that's a bad.
What did you say? I didn't hear it. Say it again, please.
No, you just bring up the fact that they shortly after COVID lockdowns, Kobe died in that helicopter crash, and they buried him in Corona something or another, California. He's yeah. Like you just bringing that up, they'd be like, "What's wrong with you?" Like that's obviously a coincidence. They'd be, you're just a fucking weirdo for saying such a thing.
You could probably
LeBron beat his scoring record, bro. LeBron passed him in the scoring list, and then he died. Are you kidding me?
Never heard of a coincidence. What's it?
It's like, okay, LeBron's now the guy you're supposed to worship. We're gonna kill your other idol, or at least tell you he died.
And it was on The Simpsons.
Yeah, and it was on more than one cartoon as well, wasn't it? It wasn't.
There's another cartoon that he dies, and they can't get him out of the helicopter that crashes while he's dying because he won't let go of his trophy.
Yeah, but then he was made to let go of his trophy because Thingy overtook him, right? Metaphorically speaking.
Oh, holy shit, man. Wow, what a coincidence that is. I got my diver certificate at Corona Del Mar.
Oh, dude, Illuminati confirmed, bro. Did you guys know that it's like, I think 2021, 2022, 2023 is 6,066. So maybe their next 3 years are really going to be a big part of their plan. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Just explain that again. Say that again slowly.
If you add 2021, 2022, and 2023, 6,066.
Oh, hectic.
Well, I literally just heard someone say that.
I'll get back to you on that. Just give me an hour. Just give me an hour. I'll work it out if that's true or not.
Like that's probably a coincidence that this all started.
It would be 6. It would be 6066.
Yeah, 6,066.
Basically, there's 3 6s, which is worse than 6666.
Right, it's better for them to have 3 6s than if it was all 6s.
But
good, just a coincidence, man. Just a coincidence, bro.
They'll say some stupid shit like, it's not even like 666 because it's got a 0 right there. That's what they say. They'll think of something like that. That's the whole thing, all the way down the line with this globe nonsense.
Yo, I'm
It's
just
that
that's just
same
one of
way.
those things I'm just sprinkling in there. You know, I'm not making any claims with that. I'm just saying the whole world got real crazy, and if you look at 2021 forward, it looks like they've got their orders. You know, us desensitized to lockdowns and stuff like that. And who knows? Maybe the next 3 years will be kind of crazy. But who knows? It could be a coincidence, I guess.
Correlation isn't causation, but when
They
shit
use
correlates.
correlation all the time to make their little plans.
That's what I'm saying.
You guys
Correlation.
are crazy, bro. They all have our best interest. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
They never wait there. I love I love how governments like would pretend to be like we've got your best interests at heart. Like when did they ever take a survey to ask people what they actually want?
You guys, they took an oath to be public servants. They dedicate their lives to us. Like
To the
yeah,
666. Power to hell to the 666. So 21, 22, and 23 is 66 exactly.
But I said that to my friend. Like, what? When does the government ever actually ask the people what they want? Like, ever?
Well, they allow you to live freely as long as you're in the confines of their social norms.
As long as you obey them, you can be free.
Yeah, as long as you pay your taxes, man, you can have this nice car, this beautiful
right.
house.
Oh, I thought you said for free. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, did you guys know that
you pay them for your compliance? That's crazy.
the Saturn V rockets feet in diameter is 33, and of course you have 33 vertebrae. They try to say that Yeshua died at 33, but he literally didn't. They just made that up. And then you got the 32 degrees on a compass, and you're missing the middle, which would be 33. So everything
did he
doing
die?
that.
And then you've got the Merlin engine.
Looks like he died at
The
age
Merlin,
30.
that rocket's got that rocket's got a Merlin engine, right? And it was called the Dragon as well. That one's pretty cool. I always like that one.
When
we landed the Mars rover, or was it that one, or was it the SpaceX rocket?
I meant Jesus.
Yeah, it looks like Yeshua died at age 30, but it doesn't. You have to use a lot of things to figure it out. It doesn't specify it. 33 is just made up. So there's actually a early church father that claims he was in his 40s. I lean towards 30. Yeah. There's a lot of evidence for it, but 33 is definitely not it. It's just the occultic little story that they put in there. It's nowhere in it.
I would say 30. I would say 30, but then if it's not 30, it's way above 33. I'd say 30. I'd say 30, but if it is not 30 and it's above that, it's way above 33. Like
really good evidence for 30. I'd have to get it all, but I had Jack break it down to me. I'm like, wow. But look, so they changed his name, they changed his birthday, they changed the date he died, right? And then you look at 9/11. And they started building the towers 33 years before. Rockefeller's on a magazine with 9/11 on his watch. Yeah. On the front of this magazine, 33 years before. The same year, Israel printed a coin with like two towers getting hit with a plane. That's supposed to be a scroll, but looks just like towers 33 years before. So it's like they take this Gnostic teaching about Yeshua, and then they do all of these practices based on it. And it looks like he was born on 9/11, which is why they did it on 9/11. So it's really crazy. It's a crazy situation, bro. Like 33 is a rabbit hole. 27.3 is a rabbit hole. 666 is a rabbit hole. 13 is a rabbit hole. 32 is a rabbit hole. Then you look at when's the new year, right? I think that they think the new year begins every year at 322, like the vernal equinox, so the equal time of day and night. And actually, Enoch says that too, that the sun goes through portals and that there's like 6 of them. But when it comes to the 4th, that's the beginning of the new year. It'll be the equal daylight and sunlight. And that roughly happens on like 321 or 322 every year, March 22nd or 21st. And so, 322 is the number for skull and bones. And so they tell us, of course, that the 10th month, December, is the last one. And then they have New Year's Eve, and you go 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year, right? Well, 321 is the day before 322, right? So it actually 321 is the New Year's Eve. 322 is the New Year according to their belief. And so that's one of the big secrets. That's what 322 represents, is the actual new year. And actually Enoch even says the same thing. And so like that's one thing too. I think we're trying to explain the sun. I think it's doing something
There's a
pretty
problem
crazy.
about the whole
problem with
change
that, though,
in
that the
the
sun
times.
certainly does not go through portals.
Yeah, I don't believe it does. I don't believe it goes through portals either. Like Enoch, like I have a lot of issues with the Book of Enoch, personally.
Yeah.
Personally.
So you said all those rabbit holes. What's at the bottom of the rabbit hose?
Well, I'm just saying that the elite think that the new year starts on 3/22. So
There's rabbits down there.
Yeah, March 22nd, right?
yeah, or the vernal equinox.
Yeah, I heard you and Jack talking about that before.
Right, and like if it's sometimes it'll be March 21st, right? But 3/22 is guaranteed to always be after it. So that's the safe number to start the new year on.
Yeah, when Jack came over to my house, we were talking about a bunch of crazy stuff like that too.
Why don't we have 13 months then, like in like a year?
Well, we have the construct of a calendar that's just a complete joke, right? Like the sun isn't even 24 hours, right? So like what there wouldn't be 13 months though. Like that's a Jewish thing. And when the Jewish calendar tries to do
13 because it's like 28 days roughly in a month, and then but if you do that with the 13 months, like with the shell of like a turtle, for instance, like I don't know. There's like a day overlap.
There's like a day overlap in all the ancient civilizations. You just let everything rest and you reset all death and stuff on that day. Just like they used to use the back of a turtle shell, right, to represent the calendar.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they would have the one day, but now they've just added it where they do it mathematically, and it goes a little bit over a day, and then around 4, it's close to the full day, but it's not quite the full day, and so they add a leap day in February. It's just a mathematical construct based on like Roman gods.
Well, it has to follow whatever they do. It has to follow the cyclical nature of the sky, right?
Sort of. Like it's not really.
To have like you have to be able to come back next year and witness the sun in the same position and say, oh look, there's an analemma and all of that. I mean, it has to reset, and it can't reset if you don't have your days, lined up with that.
Yeah. Like it stems from that, like a sundial, but then they threw the sundial out and they just go based off a mathematical construct, and it doesn't even work perfectly because you didn't take the leap day on the 4 after the 4 years, but it's not actually a exact day, right? So even if you didn't, that's why if you look through back in history, there are periods whenever civilizations adopted it, there's like 12, 13, 14 days missing out of their calendar randomly because they reset it. So it's just like a mathematical construct that's actually overcomplicated it. You should just know that the sky does the same thing, and there's like a day, there's like a solar day effectively. Right? There's like a day every year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, is this Witsit talking? I just joined here. It sounds like Witsit's voice.
Yeah.
Hey man, what's going on? I'm gonna not interrupt and just let this go on. But what's up, man?
His name's Wit.
I'm gonna interrupt.
I'm gonna interrupt.
What's it? I'm getting hungry. You want to go earlier?
Everybody interrupt. What's it now? What's it?
No, not really, because I actually need to take a shower.
All right, never mind.
But I mean, well, maybe after I'll just text you when I got a shower. I'm about to say I gotta go. Thanks, man. No problem, QE. That was hysterical, bro. I was rolling. But I'm gonna catch up with you guys on the flip side, like a coin toss. So I'm gonna take a shower and I gotta grab my clothes, and then I'll text you, bro.
All right, cool.
Peace.
See ya.
All right, man. Be safe.
Safe.
He's in town to do some flat smacking at the NBA Finals, and since he's here a few days, we're gonna go get a bite to eat and a couple drinks.
I want a picture of you two together.
I will take a picture for all of you.
Nah, in the toilet stall. Penises in hand.
I'm not taking a picture in the toilet for you.
Whoa.
That's a joke, obviously, guys. Come on.
English humor is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, well, no one laughed at that, but everyone laughed at
Well,
what I
how
said.
about this, Crackville? Guess what? Guess what Tyson Fury
Sorry,
said?
oh my God.
Guess what Tyson Fury said a week ago? Guess what Tyson Fury has, Crack?
Wait on it.
Watch this. To avoid Deontay Wilder rematch. Watch this. Tyson Fury now has something called Kofifi, so he's going to extend that. So now we have professional boxers saying they have the magical TV virus, so they don't have to take on their opponents.
I know, right?
Congratulations.
Wow. Oh, look,
You may-
yo.
I'm not in
Biggest
on
duck
I don't want to
dynasty in history. Biggest
Listen,
duck
I'm
dynasty
not in on it, all right? Pillbox,
You
I'm
in
not
on
in
it.
on
You are
it.
part of the conspiracy. Yes, you are.
I'm not fucking in on it. You need to drop
All
it.
British people are in on the conspiracy. All British people are in on it. I know it for a fact.
I'm not British. That's the point. No, I agree.
English, Irish, all you pale-faced, buck-toothed Europeans are all in on it.
I'm not Irish.
Oh man.
Absolutely disgusting.
Wow.
Gosh. 2 weeks before the fight, it was supposed to be July 24th.
really
All of a
far.
sudden, Tyson Fury. I have Kofifi. I can't fight. Thanks.
You realize I helped get you unbanned, and now you're being racist towards me for being white.
I am racist. Yes, that's
Uh-oh. I think Crack Villain's got his battle axe at the ready. With a tear in his eye.
Oh,
You hurt his
no,
feelings.
That's yet another
not a
racist trope. Oh my God, his battle axe. Okay. Stop it.
The poor English have been suffering through racism for hundreds of years. What shall we do? Oh, goodness gracious.
To be honest, though, wait there. To be honest, though, the English haven't been suffering from free racism, but my people did, definitely, 100%.
You won't even tell us who your people are. What are you part of the Gypsy clan?
Not the Gypsy isn't a clan. I'm part of a Scottish clan called the Macmillan clan. But I am part Gypsy, realistically, we're not British. No, we hid Robert the Bruce from the British. You know what I mean? Like, we fought the British for years. We still are.
Well, on a side note, the Book of Enoch uses a solar calendar, and the Hebrews used a lunar calendar. Big problem.
What do you think of Enoch?
Well, 2,500 years ago, guys, this might come to a shock to you, but not everything written down was Bible. There was these things called stories and fables and tablets today. And it turns out that 2,300 years ago, people liked to write fan fiction so that it would be in a nice, context, this nice story for fun and things like that. Just like we go to movies now, there were no movie theaters back then. And that's why they wrote these stories.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
23, there were no movie theaters like we have today is what I'm saying.
We don't know that.
Yes, we definitely know that for sure. We do have a historical account in the Bible.
Unless you have an uncle from back then.
No, what he's saying is we don't know whether we had movie theaters back then. That's what Elijah's saying.
Okay, right. So the point is that pseudepigrapha has existed for quite some time, and it's now being.
I'm sorry, Pillbox. I don't know why I was about to die on that hill.
It's okay.
I don't know why I was about to die on that hill. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm not going to worry about it. But that's the thing. There's a book of Jude in the Bible, which is very interesting because it mentions several different things that are not Bible to explain how even things that are wrong are right twice a day, like a broken clock. So you figure it out if you want. The problem is that if there's contradictions with the Bible, it's not Bible. It's that simple.
Yeah, I agree. No, I think me and you are on the same respective. That's my opinion too. Also, on that matter.
Well, I forced you to believe that. I have brainwashed you. Correct.
No. It's that's I could go into why I think that, but there are not just massive contradictions, but I believe there are whole portions of the Bible that is the established Bible where words apparently say something they don't. As in people recite things in Genesis that aren't there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Tell her thank you, Elijah.
I did.
Amen. Right. So the biggest problem, Crackville, and you probably know that, but 150 years ago, it said Enoch was the savior. Do you think that might be an issue?
Obviously, yeah. Oh, no, I just mean like all the other prophets fell on their face when Yah sent an angel to them. But with Enoch, all of them come to him.
he had a party with them. The angels ended up shagging women, like all sorts of shit went down with Enoch, and like he was humble about it. He didn't fall on his face like, oh my God, thank you, Lord, for sending me, these people, and like, it was just took it in his stride. It was just normal, you know what I mean? Like out partying with the women, right? And like for real, like I've got more than one problem with it, but like we don't need to go there.
I got something to say to the last comment about the Savior, right? So, would there be a problem if there were saviors plural instead of singular?
Absolutely. Only God is the Savior.
Okay, so
Only God is the Savior. Yep.
Yeah. So I asked that for this reason. So Obadiah 1 verse 21 says, "Saviors plural shall come upon Mount Zion." So a lot of people don't know
Is
about
that the
these
same as the
words.
Messiah? But is that the same as the Messiah? Because they said Enoch is the Messiah.
The word is the same, but once you look into the Paleo Hebrew or you start looking into others, it's very interesting word,
Paleo
but
is what?
it's the same
Well,
word
not
as saviors, right?
Well,
So
paleo. Also, no, because we could look at the pictograph even ourselves and try and because
yeah, the
it's
only
not.
thing it has missing is very interesting, crack, because we were kind of doing that with me and a friend, and
Yeah.
it looks like in the paleo the only thing missing from that word is something that looks like a nail.
Right.
And we know our Savior had the nails, so
yeah.
All I'm saying is if you look up the Hebrew, the word saviors is plural. So we shouldn't say things.
I get that. I get that.
Yeah,
So like
yeah. So we
so like
shouldn't say things. So we shouldn't say things like, it's never in the plural when it is in the plural, and then we have to go to context
That's out of context.
and is
Yep,
it a
it's out of
prophetic
context.
thing or say like if it's a prophetic thing or if it's something that's happened in the past, we have to know the context of what's going on there, And are we all going to be just like him? Are some going to be just like him, right? So if they're going to be just like him as he is, will there be more saviors?
Well, there's many more problems, though. I'd have to ignore hundreds of problems. The issue is it describes Enoch as the Savior. That's the problem. The Savior. That's how it describes Enoch. The other problems, are just literally redundant, as there's actually no point to it, since every time I've asked people, can you show me why this book's important? I can't even get an answer, because all it talks about is all these fantastical things about angels teaching us things, which is another form of blasphemy. That's what the Bible says. You shouldn't learn things from angels. Only God teaches you.
Yeah, and
messengers, right? Specifically called
yeah, but that's what he's saying is what is the message? What is the message like from that? What is the message?
It just gets worse and worse. Another part would be when Jesus is actually speaking to the Pharisees, saying that you don't understand my Bible. A lot of people try to say that he's talking about the book of Enoch, but no, he's reciting from Exodus, which existed 1,000 years prior. So that's the point. If you're discrediting the actual Bible and saying that he's preaching from this, that's a serious problem and an offense to God.
So we're on the religious.
Well, it's
I'm
not
anti-religion. Thank you.
Anti-religion, yeah, at the moment, to be honest. But like, yeah. So if we look at obviously the dating of when Enoch was in, if it states him as to be the savior, that's a problem, obviously, as the savior, because then there would be no need for Messiah to be a savior, right? Because obviously, if the savior had already came, then there's no need for Messiah. So that would be an issue if that breaks down in the language. But I'd have to look at all the language, and almost go back to the paleo, like was said, to really see. But I don't really know who he saved. To be honest, Enoch caused more problems than what he did great by the sounds of reading Enoch.
What? Oh, you're talking about the book. You're talking about the BOE. You're not talking about Genesis.
I thought he was talking about me. What?
No. I'm on about the book. I'm on about the book. I'm on about the character Enoch in the book. Like,
right, I was gonna find it a little insulting, bruh.
No. I'm just saying, like, I don't really know exactly like what was his message and like what did he actually achieve, and like that's more sort of my. I feel like Enoch's obviously
become very popular because it reaffirms the flat earth. But I'm saying we shouldn't discredit, or should I say we shouldn't disregard or remove our own discernment when it comes to the testing of the spirits when we're talking about the biblically speaking, due to flat earth. We should still keep our wits about us and really try and follow the Ruach on this one. Like,
shouldn't we take things with a pinch of salt if the mainstream narrative is a book that talks about God, this God that they present to us? Shouldn't we shouldn't we take that with a pinch of
mainstream uses the Bible or the Book of Enoch?
No, they don't.
No.
What am I doing? What are you talking about? Yeah. What country are you living in?
It's in our face. It's in our face, right?
What's in your face? Well, the Bible's in my face. I never even knew about it till I was like 11. What are you talking about?
You don't understand?
No, you tell me the Bible's in my face. No, I see magical space balls in my face and cartoons and.
I've got to stick up for PMAC. He's from Ireland, where there's a Gideon Bible on every bookshelf and every bookstand.
Oh, that's not mainstream either.
But we've sort of come to a realization that everything mainstream is a fugazi. It's all bullshit.
Right. So that means the Bible's true since the mainstream is anti-Bible. Thanks for proving my point. Yeah.
I love the way you do that.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
The way Pillbox does that, he just always uses people's own words to prove it.
I will take the knife out of my back and place it into your heart.
But when God says there is no other God before me and all this here, and I am a jealous God, maybe there was gods before him, and he's just trying to hide the fact.
Oh, no. See, that right there was blasphemy. You cannot tell us what God thinks. In fact, you can't even search for his understanding. Don't ever do that, people.
Yeah. You can only ever ask that your desires be the same as the desires of the Father or Abba, right? You can only ask.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not a fundy.
PMAC, I am a terrorist, actually. By default, PMAC, if you could understand the thoughts of God, he would not be God. If you could predict his actions, right, it would not be God. If you could understand God, he would not be God, right? So all of those things you just got to push out of the way and go, you know what? The best thing to do is to trust God, not question him. In fact, he already gave you the answers. If you want to question God, they're already written from Genesis to Revelation. It's all there.
And to be honest with you, like within the side of the sciences that we can confirm, for instance, so let's say stuff like chemistry, biochemistry, neurology, stuff that has tangible physical evidences to it. But even let's talk about psychology. The Bible, provably so, is at the cutting edge now of all of these fields in terms of applied ways of living, especially as in, when the Bible talks about no sex before marriage, and we look at statistics based on what happens when you have sex before marriage and children out of wedlock, God wasn't trying to destroy your fun. There was no contraceptive, and guess what? You are more likely to have a continuity of joy for the rest of your life if you follow those instructions. It doesn't destroy joy. It may get rid of some form of instant gratification, but getting rid of instant gratification is great for gratification long term. So just in terms in general of being chaste, and also women covering themselves up and stuff like that, that's also very good in terms of like comparison. So like Instagram is the exemplification of the opposite of what God intended for us, which is that everyone looks introspectively in toward our lives and assesses our own walk with even God, or with our own partner, with everyone else's, as a sort of like comparative nature of relationships, where relationship you would have with God would be your own and individual, and the same with your wife. But they would wish to create a comparative database, and in doing so, in fact, it destroys a lot about us. But the point is that the Bible is really, again, the reductive nature. In some people's minds, it's a reductive nature, no sex before marriage, or, don't do this, don't do that, don't get too drunk, da-da-da-da-da. But all of it points towards how to avoid addiction and how to avoid all of the major pitfalls, in fact, that destroy.
Yeah, that's
you
true.
know, that's the perspective that no one thinks about. Like, and that's it. That's just it right there.
Yeah.
That like what you said is worth more than most people know because they don't have that perspective for some reason. Like it's always the instant gratification, like you said, or if something happens, now you're looking at it through, well, why did this happen to me?
Yeah.
And instead of, oh shit, I took this step 8 months ago and I had the thought, maybe I should take my time with this decision. Maybe I should do this. Maybe I should look into this. Maybe I should, whatever. But 8 months later, or maybe a year later, maybe 3 years later of doing the wrong thing, and you're in a deep hole now. And now you blame everyone. You blame the creator even, or you blame the creator for not being there for you. When actually the reason that everything is in that book is because when you don't do it, there is a consequence for whatever reason.
Well, sin equals death, and the wages of sin it is death. And the point in that is that, well, we know that, like, let's say to treat the body as the temple, right? Okay, so to sin against your own body would be to do things that defile it, right? So this would be, taking on carcinogens, or, involving yourself in extremely stressful situations, which would increase cortisol, which would, for instance, heighten your chances of heart disease or forms of strokes, or, lots of different various things. But again, like I said, if you do what the Bible says, and you don't involve yourselves in the matters of fools, and in things like this, like, you can avoid these things. And if sin in the body, like I said, equals death, again, it does, scientifically speaking, it does anyway. So the Bible is to state that, for instance, not treating your body as a temple would be smoking, because it's doing something opposite to what it naturally needs to exist. So anything outside of what it needs to exist, meaning food and water, would be classed as additive, adding to food and water, adding to that list. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. It's economically speaking as well, non-viable toward being a human, especially in the past. Before, some people say we're not post-scarcity. I would say the moment people are able to smoke and add to the list of food and water, we're sort of post-scarcity in that respective area. But so the point is that, again, sin against the body, you smoke, eventually you die quicker. Sin equals death. The Bible states to take in smoke like that would be classed as sin, and guess what happens? You die from doing it. I'm just saying the Bible seems to be proven correct. Time and time
You
again.
don't know any crack. You don't know any 90-year-old smokers.
Jesus, you could talk, sir. So what is
one of the things I would like to say is, is building a fire a sin? Is that polluting your temple?
Is what?
Building a fire when you breathe in that smoke.
No, I would say, listen,
when you burn a piece of meat and it's carcinogenic to you, right? That's what everyone says.
Yeah.
Is that polluting your temple?
Right. I would say you take the good with the bad. Like I said, adding to the list of food and water. So that list would be, if not doing something would result in something worse than the result of the thing, then therefore the thing is probably okay. Meaning, the carcinogenic nature of the burnt meat would probably be okay, because the bacteria, if you didn't do so, may be more harmful than the carcinogens. So therefore, for expediency's sake, or should I say, in a sort of utilitarian-esque sort of way, I guess you could say that anything that causes less harm to the temple would be classed as not harming the temple, because it is effectively, that's just called living. We still have flesh bodies. Those bodies still decay. They do not go on endlessly forever. That is not plausible right now, not anymore. We could argue that, obviously, in terms of it, between me and you, in terms of our own beliefs, but I mean,
unlike yourself, going on forever. Just kidding, bro.
No, yeah, I mean, it's kind of a it may be a controversial thing, because some people, I mean, we shouldn't add things to the text, right? So we shouldn't say, hey, you smoking that cigarette there, you're polluting the temple. That's a sin. You're in danger. That's not accurate at all.
Well, no, I would say that
was there
I would
incense in the
say that
temple?
is
That really doesn't bother me. I don't care if there was incense in the temples whatsoever. I'm gonna unequivocally state right now that it is not biblical to smoke. Do you want to know why I would say so? Because smoking actually would be along the realm of pharmakia, almost. So smoking as we know it right now, anyway, how it currently is, I would state that it would be definitely something that you should not be doing. It's not biblically correct.
You've got to.
And that would be because of would that be because of the chemicals like that are all added to, and you got the GMO and the chemicals and all the things in the tobacco, or if you grew your own, could you smoke it?
That's what I'm saying. So, like, would you need to smoke it? Why do you need to smoke it, even if you did grow your own? Do you have to smoke it?
Why do you need to eat figs? Do you need to eat them, or do you enjoy them?
Well, that's the point. It depends. What have you got to eat? Have you only got figs? Have you only got figs? Do you get my point?
Man that tills his land, any man that works his land, right? He's going to have his pantry is going to be full.
Yeah, I understand that.
So
but
he'll have an abundance of many
that's
things.
kind of my point. But that's kind of my point is that we have an abundance of not all things. It's kind of like the idea of like, it's just like self-sustainable living, right? Living off of the land. You would eat what you would need there and then to keep you alive, for instance, right? Sometimes that thing would be more healthy or less healthy. Like I said, the alternative of not eating it would be less healthy because you would maybe not be functioning correctly, which would mean you wouldn't be able to do your jobs for the day so well.
Of course. Yeah, of course. But you eat things you enjoy, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, right?
Yeah, no, I would agree with that in some senses of the word, yes. But then if we're talking about receiving instant gratification because I'm eating sugary things that give me, levels of dopamine hits that are beyond the capacity for me to have a continuity of joy, which is what I believe Abba wants for me, which is a continuity of joy. That's why I believe his laws are written in the way that they are. When it talks about not defiling the temple and all of this stuff, I believe it really is about preserving the ability to perceive and feel joy in the long run. Which is limiting the release of these endo pleasure system or endorphins in your brain. It's limiting the release of those at times when needed or not needed, so that we have clear and defined terms and lines of what's correct and what's not correct. We can teach this to ourselves by our ideology, and this then eventually becomes laid on our heart, I believe. But that's
I get you. Yeah,
only for the Kodesh,
Yeah, I get you. And I think we should just be prepared to kind of stick with what the scripture says is unclean to put in your body or on your body. And
that's what. Okay, let me ask you then. Would you say you think it would be clean to smoke? Because that would make my life easier because I do smoke. So that's why I'm maybe talking about it.
I mean, if it's bothering your conscience, it's a sin for you because it's outside of faith, right? Now, my faith is that when I start a fire, if I enjoy the smell of the fire, if it's a certain kind of wood, I enjoy the smell of it. I breathe the smoke, right? Sometimes smoking is helpful for congestion. So there's many aspects that you could talk about. And
yeah,
just
because
your enjoyment of it.
It can remove guitar. Yeah, that's correct. But overall, it's not good for your lungs, right?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, just like you said earlier, everyone's decaying, right? We're not.
Yeah.
The flesh is not going to go on forever. It's decaying.
Yeah.
So
I would say that well, I'll make it my point that regardless of what you do, I think it's just it's a sin to abuse anything. I mean, because usually we think about drugs like the material, the thing that we use, but really, we choose our vices. It could be anything, but it's really tied to an emotion, which is why you can also be addicted to certain types of relationships. Like it's the addiction, like that mechanism, that thing about us ourselves uh, that we allow ourselves to get addicted to something. That's the issue, because we shouldn't be addicted to anything.
Yeah, a grape. I mean, you got FDA, Food Drug Administration. A grape will change things inside your body when you eat it, right? So anything you put inside your body is going to change something. It's going to change something chemically. Something's going to change in your
Information
system.
input. Yeah.
So that's not pharmakia. What pharmakia is when someone's practicing that sorcery and mixing all these things that should not be mixed.
Well, that would be the preparation of the cigarette. To me, that would be the preparation
I got
of
you.
the cigarette.
Yeah, that would be. Well, then you shouldn't eat anything out of the store, right? Because everything has pharmakia in it, right?
Try not to.
Okay. Yeah.
I do try
So
not
I'm
to.
just-
I'll be honest.
Ideally, yeah, that would be great if we didn't have to eat from the stores. Yeah, it would be great if we didn't have to use a satanic dollar bill, right, with Satan's name on it. So, I mean, there's a lot of things we'd love to get rid of, right? And there's so many things in this deception. We have to play the game, right? And that's why God warns us. God basically says you're going to have to do all that except what? Except the mark of the beast. That's the one time where he's going to say, nope, you are not going to accept the mark of the beast. And if you do, it's your ass. And I just wanted to point out North Star, then Obadiah 121, that word in Hebrew is deliverers, not Mashiach, not
deliverer or redeemer.
Word.
Well, deliverer or redeemer is the same word as savior, right?
No, it's deliverer.
It's the same definition.
Nope, completely different. Got the Hebrew.
So
completely different.
What's this? Okay, so what's the savior different? What's the different definition?
It's a completely different word. It's Yasha instead of Mashiach. Completely different.
What does it mean? What's the definition of that word?
Deliverer is not savior. That's the point. It's a different word. They are the deliverers. Yep.
And so, yeah, the reason I pointed that out is because it's not because most of the things I was like disagreeing with you. I was just saying be careful about what you tell people is in their Old Testament, because when they read it, if they go to Obadiah 121, they'll see that saviors is in the plural, right? And when you tell them it's always in singular, then they can just say, "Oh, he's lying," and they'll forget what you're saying.
Well,
But
I never said that, but I have to correct.
I didn't say that was your claim, bro. I'm not trying to argue with you. I didn't say that was your claim. You just said that, savior. There's only one savior in the Old Testament, and I'm telling you that saviors is in the plural in some versions, and it's there. I mean, just be careful when you use words like that with people who don't know.
I constantly have to find problems in the English. That's what I've been doing for several years now. I can find a mistake in the first sentence of the Bible in King James, and on the 21st passage, it's wrong again. I mean, I've found all kinds of there are so many mistakes that's why you have to literally use your discernment and go through these extents to find out what this Bible means, because context is everything. Yeah.
Now here's the thing. Exactly what you just said is so important, because when you go to look who those deliverers are, who will come up on Mount Zion, that's not everyone. That's not everyone, right? So there's deliverers, and just think about what that word means. You know what I mean? Think about what a deliverer does for someone.
Well, you could deliver someone from.
He's not delivering pizza, bro. He's not delivering pizza, right? So he's delivering you. It's like a savior word. That's why they use the word saviors in the English.
But could we not all be? Listen, wait. Does the Bible not state that we are effectively deliverers, that we can call out demons in His name? Like that would be a form of deliverance. Correct?
I wouldn't ever use like a broad brush like we, because define.
I'm asking you, like, in terms of like. That has no relevance to what you're talking about right now, right? Like, as in, to deliver someone from an evil spirit, that wouldn't be equivocated.
This is specifically a certain group within believers. It's just like Revelation 12 when you get into the woman goes in the wilderness and the remnant of her seed. They both keep the commandments, right? Wait, just a minute. They both keep the commandments, but they're two distinct groups. One goes into the wilderness, never gets touched. The other does.
Yeah.
So why so? So there's two different groups. That's the point I'm trying to make, and it's a prophetic message. And I shouldn't be making it in a live stream, but I thought it important to say just earlier because the context of the conversation. Yeah.
Well, I don't feel like I think we keep religion out of here, but like we're not really talking about religion right now. I don't feel like it's not religion, and it didn't go like we didn't start arguing, and we can move it straight back to flat Earth anyway. So it should be all right. It's all good. I think it's when it becomes very like people are at each other's throats over the subject. But like if it swings out and then swings back in, it sometimes aids better to the next part of the conversation to just let it flow, you know. But yeah, have we got anyone else new in here? Should we have a little look down the list? I don't believe there has been anyone else to come in. That's why I sort of didn't stop anyone from from what they were saying at that point.
Yeah,
Like,
good to hear you, man. Good to hear you, and Elijah, good to hear you too, man.
Yeah. Oh, something gold new. Something gold new. Is that?
He's an OG. He's been here for years. He's been a flat earther for years, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
There have been 2 people come and left.
Something gold
That's
new.
your fault, Crack. That's Crack Villain's fault.
I wasn't the one talking.
Wait, do you ever stop talking?
I do, and then people message me and ask me to continue to do so. So I'm very confused.
Crack, I realize what it is. When you cut out, you think people stop talking. I hear you cut out sometimes, which means you're hearing us cut out, and that's why you start talking. Yeah.
Yep. That's exactly right. I have to like load in and then load out all the time as well.
I'll distract Crack Villain with a DM.
Well, no, something gold new, dude. You've just got the VC verified tag. If you want to DM me, and like we can, get your role sorted back out to Flat Earth and make sure it's actually you.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, it's definitely you. I know your voice. All right, dude. What roles did you have?
I really don't know, to be honest. I had a Flat Earth one.
Yeah, Flat Earth. No, you had valued. I know that. I remember giving it to you.
Valued, Flat Earther, and I forget what else.
Don't even know. He might have even been. Was he silver?
He probably was. He's been here a while.
To be honest, he's been here. He probably was silver because he's been here such a long time.
You should give him silver. Listen, here's why you give him silver, because he's also had his girlfriend, apply to the server and join as well. So I think you automatically have to give silvers to that, don't you?
No, I'm giving him silver because I remember that he was. Yeah. Yeah. No. Any other roles that you want while we're here, mate? Just quickly, like if you want, like Bible study role, anything like that.
No, that's fine. I'm good. Whatever you drop on me.
All right, bro. But yeah, generally speaking, I talk continually because it's a live stream, and I like to keep the live stream going.
Yeah,
Maybe you can change your screen name, Crack, to like M134.
I want my land in Somerset. Actually, they sent relatives to the tower. Who was that? King. Which king was that?
What's the rate? What's the rate of fire on that? Sorry, it's because he spoke about a gun. I'm sorry. Don't talk about guns around me.
Goodness gracious, 40 a second.
James II, King James II. Yes, they put my relatives to death in the tower. So I want my land holdings. It still has my name.
You're still all right. You're still alive, so the land holding stuff like that, mate. Nobody really owns. So, like for instance, right, like I often say that people are like, why are you still in England? I'm trying to get back my inheritance, right? But you won't get shit back from the British.
Of course not. Yeah, exactly. That's hilarious, huh?
They still own your shit in America. People just don't like to admit it. Absolutely right. That's absolutely. Let me tell you something, Crackville. When I was about 8 years old, Dad was listening to AM radio, and he was a talk radio guy. And some caller came on, back when you could, call in the radio shows. He's like, yeah, you guys don't know it, but the Queen of England still owns America, and that's why you have a president. And I'm like 8 years old, bro, and he was telling me the truth. English are scum. You English are the scum of the earth. Thank you.
No, so yeah, you English. Don't please stop including me in you English. I'm not even one part English. I've told everybody this.
Yeah, we're probably so much more closely related than we would like to admit. Like Crack and I probably are related. Like probably not that far off. Also.
Yeah. To be fair, yeah. I believe your ancestral home is like only about 20 minutes if I put my foot down around the corner.
Yeah, and then they moved up to Ireland. They were in Ireland. They also went to Scotland. They were in Scotland. They were part of the Highland tribes, the clans in the Highlands, like the same family names. So,
yeah. Well, it's like, Meme. I found out Meme's family that at a time his whole family, I think, lived with my family.
What the heck, man?
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah. Or my family lived with his family for like 6 months or some shit. Yeah, I haven't even spoken to him about that, actually. I need to tell him about that. Really interesting.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing I enjoyed from. I think it's Truth in Genesis. I don't know, but there was one of those shows had something very interesting saying, like if you have parents, right? We each have two, and then it keeps going incrementally so much further that there would be far more people than had ever been born. Like there would be far more people than, like Earth has never had that many people. So you have to start cutting out links because obviously like 3/4 of the links that you think are not there, and then they just link up with each other.
Well, with the nice English people killing millions of innocent people every year, we've made sure to keep down the population. Yeah.
Well, that was the other point between the American and English war. Like, it's like, and like, do you think the English really cared about sending men to their death to fight over there? Like, it really helped our economy. In fact, actually,
so that's called what is that called? Not metallurgy. What is that? What is it with the Isaac Newton practice with the wizard
alchemy?
Alchemy, yes, they turned lead into gold. Congratulations, English.
No, they did not. Holy shit! Yeah, that's the
point. They did. Yes, they did. They built millions of weapons, right? In the past 200 years, everything's turned to lead, right? Bullets. They made trillions of bullets, and guess who gets all the gold? That's how it works.
Bullets for gold. That's true. That's true. They did.
People who don't know the lead.
That's true.
Who could have thought how far batshit would bring us? And if you don't understand that, then sorry.
They turn that lead to gold.
Correct, Villain. Are you saying you got mod by ancient nepotism?
By ancient nepotism? No, I didn't. No.
You said, you said me with your family, his family over your family. Ancient nepotism going on. That's pulling strings, man, from way back. That's like,
bruh.
Your great granddad owes my great granddad.
What are you on about? You gave me mod.
You need to mod me up.
Wait, you gave me mod. I thought I'm confused.
Yeah, I know. I'm fucking with you.
Oh, you admit it. Ah, yes.
Well, we all gave you mod. It wasn't one person's choice.
It was a collective decision.
We don't make unilateral decisions here.
No, absolutely not. Now, a new person has entered the room. So there you go, Crack. ISSEI.
Did you just say SS? All right,
Issei. Or the Kriegsmariner. I'm talking about the person that just entered the room. Gosh.
Oh,
Issei.
Sorry.
Issei.
Oh, Issei. Issei is.
I can't read. Sorry.
Is that Tokyo Ghoul? Maybe. Which one's Issei from? Issei. What? I'm. Shall I just? Oh, I'm mute. Issei, you have control of your mic.
Yo, what's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Yeah, please be respectful while you try not to swear and troll or anything like that. And then, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You're too close to your mic, bro.
A little bit.
You can hear you breathing.
Oops, my bad. I have a little bit of, asthma. It's going away.
No, you got a little bit of troll going on.
Just try to take a little
No, I'm
coffee
serious.
inhaler. You should be okay.
No, I'm serious. No, I don't have asthma. I'm just too close to my mic.
You are.
Yeah, stop swallowing your mic, man. Wait for Friday night before you swallow mic.
So Issei,
Wait, so India, wait, so India, hold on. India, are you like the head admin, or like are you the owner?
I don't know. It's for me to know. We need to find out. This is not the owner account.
Wait for Mike.
So anyway, what's up, Issei? Why are you here? Just to show,
I'm just here.
to ask
Yeah,
us
just
questions.
yeah, just to chill.
Okay, fair enough.
Sweet. Little question for you, if I start out. What would you say your opinion is on the shape of the Earth, dude?
I think it's flat, and like NASA's just been like telling us a bunch of BS.
So what would make you think it was flat? What would make you say that?
Man, I would say because there's like no proof of like the curvature and everything. Like, as a kid, I used to go to the beach, right? And I used to be like, this, this doesn't look round. And I would like tell my parents like, where's the curvature at? And they couldn't answer me at all. They would still say the Earth is round and all that.
Okay. Sweet. No, yeah, you are correct, Drace. Asthma does not cause one to be too close to the mic.
Yeah, and it doesn't cause you to also like over salivate either, dude. You gotta like spit that shit out of your mouth.
So, the lukewarm will be spewed out of the mouth first. Are you lukewarm, sir? Please be, sir.
Maybe he's talking quietly because he doesn't want people around him to know that he's
That's what I
talking
was
about
thinking.
flat Earth.
Maybe that might be true. Maybe we should ask. Is that why you're so close to your mic?
Yeah, because yeah, that's why.
Could be Glover's around.
Sounds like one of them pervert
get it.
calls.
I feel like we shouldn't give people that option. They're like,
You think about a younger person, and it's
Yeah.
like, what are you gonna do? Let him go nuclear in his house so they can kick him out? Like, chill out.
Bait me now, bro, in front of your dad, and you better use cuss words.
You wouldn't want to have him come right out and say, like, in front of whoever that is in there, like, what? You mean they never measured the Earth's curvature?
I'm just waiting for him to say, "What color panties are you wearing?"
What's that?
Oh,
Just black. Just black.
You are so Irish, bro.
It sounds like one of them perverted calls, dude.
Listen, T-Mac is that Irish. T-Mac is that Irish. He sounds Scottish. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm sorry.
So Irish, man. Dang.
He sounds that Irish.
You sure he's not just Australian?
No, the dude's
All right,
Irish. He's seriously Irish. You could tell.
T-Mac is someone that perplexes me.
Oh, guys, who are you guys talking about? Who's Irish?
Aren't you Irish? We
T-Mac.
thought we were picking up an Irish accent.
Yeah, I thought it was you.
No, I'm African American.
Yeah,
Did you come over from War? Okay, real quick. Did you come from the War of Words server?
And no, I just went in the Discord invite and put flat Earth and join.
Fair enough.
Wait, how did you find us?
So you know how like you can like join servers.
Wait a minute. You can join servers? I had no idea.
Right, Boyman.
Right, how much more simple can you be?
Yeah.
So you know how you go to the search bar and you
How
type
do I-
something in.
Yeah, you go to the
Press
search
the
bar.
button that says
That's funny because I just slipped on a banana and ended up here. I had no
Do you know what's funny about that? Sometimes I ask people how they find us, and they say on a subreddit, So like I sort of meant in that way, but yeah, I get it, man. I know how search bars work. You smart ass fuck. But yeah,
Maybe we should let the ladies talk to him. Maybe they'll get farther.
yeah, no, but I'm just saying there's someone else called Boyman in the room who's lighting up over and over again. So I'm just letting everyone know that. Just to introduce you to
I don't want anybody to think we're doing like some type of teenage porn or some shit.
Yeah, and that's good. We talked to IC. Say that's good. You know what? You have a sense of humor. You go a long ways with that sense of humor here.
That's all we do is laugh at Globers here, literally. Yeah.
I just don't want to not look at another person that's in here so they know we're not ignoring them. I'm not a troll. My guy is here also. But anyway, we could continue conversation with Issei.
Oh no, my guy is definitely a troll.
No, he's not. That's reverse psychology.
Way.
I'm not a troll, my guy. I'm just gonna unmute him.
Yo. What's going on?
What's going on?
Wait, so I'm not a troll. Are you flat earther too?
I'm just here for opinions, bro. I just wanna.
You're here for opinions. I got an opinion. The Earth is a non-rotating geocentric plane. Prove me wrong.
See, I told you, Issei. I told you.
Let it out, honey.
It's
Let
okay.
it out.
It's okay though. It's okay though, because if this is their first time and this is their first interaction, then wherever else they were, they didn't do a good enough job. So let's attempt to do that.
All right, but
I'm sorry.
look,
No,
for
guys.
real though, I'm not a troll. I'm not a troll though, for real.
No, guys, I just laugh when I get nervous. I'm sorry.
Bro, you're having like anaphylactic shock right now in the flat earth server.
But we all troll a little. I mean, when we say we don't want trolling, it's when we show someone some actual information that we didn't make up, we didn't conjure up, we didn't whip up. We just say, hey, look at this source. You trust this source? Okay, fine. You see what this says in their paper? Fine. Okay, you rolling with that? Those are the kind of questions that we ask. Or we'll ask, you see what they said in this paper? Do you see anywhere in this paper a link to an experiment or a verifiable valid hypothesis? Do you see anywhere in here where they point you to the verification of the shit that they're talking about? That's the kind of conversations we have in here. So, I mean, I know it's funny to think that the earth is flat. I get it. But it gets deathly serious when we start talking about where the evidence is.
You seen any of that evidence, boy?
Take your creepy voice and back off, bro. No, I'm just kidding.
Was that you, P-Mac?
Nope.
So like what are you guys' like opinions on like NASA?
Yeah, they exist. They definitely exist.
Have you watched ISS live footage, like, you know, for prolonged periods of time? Well, when you say NASA, do you mean NASA or do you mean like the ISS?
No, NASA. NASA.
Oh, what about them?
Like do you think there's like the stuff they put out is like CGI and stuff?
Other than the things that they actually say on their website that is CGI, other than all of those images that they admit is CGI, I don't really think anything more of them. They said that they went to the moon, but there's no evidence, and all of the evidence that they claim they had, they trashed or lost. Actually, they didn't trash it; they lost it somehow. So
well, no,
it
I
was
heard someone
filed
say,
away, never to be.
I heard
found
someone say
again.
that the reason why they never went back to the moon was because they found a reptilian ship on the moon and they got scared. And they said,
I'm sure someone did. But it gets much deeper than here, because you can ask questions like, do you believe in NASA? Do you believe in any of the narratives that NASA puts forth, which would be, okay, do you believe that even though you look in the sky and you're like, okay, I see the sun, oh, okay, I see the moon, they look the same size. However, even though I can't go there and put a physical measuring tape or inspect it for myself, I'm supposed to believe that those two things that look the same to an earthling like me, actually, that's 400 times bigger when I look at the sun, and it's 400 times bigger and 400 times further. Now that's the story for why I don't experience it looking larger than the other thing. But there's no validation for it. Where is it? What is it? Rather than laughing and thinking that sounds ridiculous, why don't you Google it? Start there.
Yeah, Google it. Ask, where did the moon come from? Google that.
My dad said that the moon was originally a piece of the earth, but then it broke off.
No. Well, it was the Earth and the Wayward Planet. The Wayward Planet that crashed into the Earth that replenished our molten iron core, which was about to burn out, and that's that. And thank fuck it did so 4.5 billion years ago, because if it didn't, we wouldn't have an electromagnetic field that would be, permeable to be able to be livable in terms of the atmosphere, for instance. So, your whole model, the heliocentric model, hinges upon an event 4.5 billion years ago of a planet crashing into us, replenishing our molten iron core, creating debris that then coalesces into a mass on the side of the Earth that's then slung out into space, that then creates the moon, which is exactly 400 times the size, the scale to distance ratio needed so that we could experience perfect eclipses with the moon and the sun. So when you have narratives like that hinging on your Earth being a globe and existing, and you even having gravity, who's telling the fairy tales and who sounds silly? Because that's the official narrative of NASA of how we got our moon, right?
Well, damn that it sounds silly. How do you verify the story to be true?
Yeah. The fact
So the moon controls the ocean.
That's not even the claim of
Can you talk in your real voice, dude? Like just talk in your real voice.
So when the moon goes overhead, right? Because that's the thing that causes tides, the gravitational pull of the moon. So when it goes overhead, right? You ever feel like a tingling sensation, like the hair standing up on the back of your neck or anything like that?
Yeah, but I never really like paid attention to it, but kinda.
Oh my god, what a bastard. Eli, I'm gonna cry.
I figure, all of that water and the moon should be beaming us up like fucking alien chips.
Yeah, this guy though. This guy's like, yeah, kind of. I did feel that. What a fucking liar.
Can we talk to a different globe earther?
Yeah, please.
Okay, that was fun.
Yeah.
Next contestant.
Like we are way too advanced to put up with this bullshit. Like way too advanced.
Yeah, you're
I'm
right.
trying. I'm trying. I don't know.
No, I know
What
you're
about-
trying to be
what about
nice
that
to this
other guy?
dude, but
What about that other guy?
has sailed behind the
Not your
What
fault,
about,
Eli.
what about the
It's
other
like-
guy with the regular voice?
The one that's not a troll. I'm not a troll, my guy.
Not though.
Yeah, but your name says it, so it's hard for us to not call you a troll because it's in your name. So we're just trying to talk to
No,
you.
guys,
so-
I'm trying to talk too, but people don't
but,
take me.
but we
don't
want
take
you to
me
shut up.
serious.
You guys see the live stream, the live stream voice text right now.
My guy, yeah. My guy,
like,
left.
I'm coming. Sam. Do you know where that is?
Wait, what?
Hello? I am under the water. Can you help me? That's my favorite fucking meme, yo.
Oh man.
I was just gonna ask him if the outside of a sphere satisfied the definition of a container.
Yeah. I don't know. Could the outside of a sphere satisfy? Wait, I'm gonna shut up.
The needs of a container. Prerequisites of a.
Fuck it. Is gravity does that satisfy the definition of a container?
Nope.
What's the
Nope.
volume of gravity?
Even if it did.
Nope. Can't
I
do
keep
it.
telling them, even if we give them gravity, they have gravity, so therefore gravity would be the cause of the movement of the gases anyway, because there are other gravitational vectors. There are a whole other solar systems with their own gravity, which would effectively, if gases are affected by gravity, the moon would affect those gases. The sun itself, the center of mass between the sun and Jupiter itself, that the center of mass between the sun and Jupiter that doesn't exist, that center of mass, that one. The one that's in the middle of space, the one that isn't a mass, that is nothingness, that is the center of the mass between space and Jupiter, that center of mass. You have all of these vectors created by these imaginary things that would then affect the gases too. So when they have gravity, I think it's much worse for them even. So they really need to rethink this.
Well, are the dudes still here? Any of them? Either of them?
No, they're both gone.
I wonder what why could they not troll better? Like what? Why didn't they? They didn't do anything. They didn't ask anything.
They were terrible. And like
maybe they were like, "Oh, these motherfuckers are serious. I don't know what's going on here, but I don't want it."
Oh, they're lucky they got out while they still have time.
Yeah, that happens a lot though, doesn't it? Let's face it. People come in and they think they're going to troll, and then they go, "Oh fuck, these motherfuckers are serious."
I would have rather listened to Crack, Belch, Mozart than listen to those guys, honestly.
Obviously.
Yeah, so get to it, Crack.
No.
Drink soda and start burping. Because I'd much rather hear that.
No, I am.
Ty, you know who I would have loved to see you debate?
Who?
Soda.
Yeah.
Oh, who's that?
Bruh. We can set that up.
Never heard of her.
We can set that up.
Is it a girl?
Never heard
Yeah.
of it. Yes, it is.
Oh, let's make it happen. Let's do it.
She would fuck Soda up, I
the
think.
thing is, she was like, I don't even know. I don't know. Honestly.
What was Soda?
Yes, you do.
I don't
yes,
know.
you do, Elijah. She met Cunny and then it was over. Yep.
No, it's no. Okay, so she was someone who was
pretended to be a flat earther, I believe.
I don't know if she was a flat earther or if she never said she was. Yeah, she fucking had like silver, didn't she?
She said she was a flat earther, dude. She lied. I believe that Kosho had been coaching her.
I believed it as well. I got a recording of her on Gem server where she admitted that she had been working with Kosho for over 6 months. So
Thank you.
I went back over the entire time she had been in here pretending to be a flat earther.
You guys should have let me talk to her. I could tell you lying within 2 minutes. We had this girl come in yesterday that this flat earther was trying to white knight for. This bitch was so obviously fake. Like, so I had Truth Prevailed pretend to be the 24/7 flat earth complaint department. It was so funny.
That's not.
I wish I hadn't missed that.
So funny.
Was that last night?
Yeah. And the girl literally thought that Truth was like the legit complaint department.
Oh man, that's
Truth would be good at that though. To be fair,
I'm gonna try to grab that clip then from last night.
Because Truth would be good at that anyway.
But it was
Kosho come out as like gay or something because he was having such bad luck with ladies.
Kosho, I don't know. Oh yeah, apparently I gained mod through from hereditary, through some form of hereditary advantage, because I was reading the other day meme that either my family or your family, we actually lived together for a very small time.
Oh, interesting.
Let me come out for the let me defend the gays and all logic for a second. Just because girls don't want to fuck with Kosho don't mean that guys automatically will because he says, "Hey, I'm gay."
Yeah.
If
He's still
you
going to be an
put-
incel.
Exactly.
Hey! This ISSEI guy wants to talk.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, unmute him.
I already did. Did he leave? Wait there. I'll do it. Yeah, I don't know. He must have left. And then
If
came
he
back.
left it, yeah.
Yeah. I'll just VC verify him.
I think they left to get their shit together, get their game plan going. Maybe not. I don't know. Hey,
Neem, you should have fun with this guy.
no,
Hello?
it wouldn't last more than 5 minutes.
Hello?
But I'm game. I'm down.
Hello, Mr. Close to the mic.
Hello.
So why are people like calling me a troll and everything? I literally did not say nothing.
You were laughing a lot. That's all.
No, he didn't. But he's right. He didn't. Like the way we act, highly skeptical of new people. That would be funny to me as a new person joining a Discord full of grown ass people if I'm a young child. So he didn't actually troll not one time. Yet we accused him of it. We said a lot of silly shit. So let's just try to focus on exchanging information, please.
Like, I've got one question for him. Are you a troll? No, I'm joking. Let's not go there. So, Issei, did you have anything in particular you would have liked to have said since you asked to be unmuted to speak? No one's claiming you're a troll anymore or anything like that, dude. So that's over with.
Right. So does water like all right, so you know how like the people say the earth is flat and everything, so does the water like fall off the earth? Like in the ocean?
Why would it?
I don't think we've seen that. Do you know anybody who's claimed to see that?
No.
Well, that's a good question. Why do you think that? Okay, let me say it like this. Other than you saw it said somewhere and it made logical sense to you and the way that they set it up, why would you think that we would think that? Like, why would we be here thinking that the water could fall off the edge if that's why would you think we believe that that is some sort of like that is part of the thought process of thinking, hey, the earth is flat. Oh shit, the water would have fell off by now, but let's put
We'd all
that
be
to
building.
the side.
Like if that was the case, we would all be building, right, Elijah? Like,
let's build a wall.
Maybe
Because
because
really to keep the water in. But anyway,
That means that we are not
anyway,
flat.
so my
We have
question
water.
is hold on, Sasha. So my question is serious though. Why would you think that?
Well, it was just like a question because I was wondering like does the water fall off the edge in the ocean?
Why would?
Because
Fall to
you know
where?
how, like
Fall to where?
What edge?
to like space.
Like where? So why would it
There
fall
you
to
go,
space? Why would it fall to space?
Like it falls like down.
Things fall to space.
Hold
So why
on.
isn't shit falling? Hold on.
Let's
Why
just
isn't shit falling up then into space? Yeah. That's how stupid you sound. Yeah, it is that funny.
Well, let me say it
Fall
like
to
this.
space, dude. You just said water would fall off into space. First of all, water would evaporate if it hit the vacuum. It wouldn't fall to anywhere. Okay, so it would turn to gas. Secondly, how is it falling to space? If gravity exists, doesn't it have to fall to some body?
Maybe it's just like fall into like nowhere.
And you're not good at it.
But I don't get how I'm trolling. I'm just asking questions.
Well, let me okay, so let me say it like this. Maybe you haven't thought about this before, but when you go to the beach, there's a shoreline, right? And then the water begins, and that's the beach. You go swimming in the ocean. Some people drown, some people don't because they're stupid. I don't know. But what I'm saying is, what if the Earth has a shoreline? Like every other body of water that has to be contained ever that we experience. What if it's just like that?
It must be like that.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know, man.
No, I'm just saying, what if it's contained like every other time we experience containment? Water. That's all I'm saying.
Like how come water doesn't usually just go somewhere? What like when you usually look at water, what happens with water when it just stays in its hydrostatic state? Like it just stays static, right?
Yeah, how do
Why
I
does
keep
it
water
do
in my
so?
swimming pool, Crack? How do I do that? Yeah.
Yeah, like the swimming pool doesn't need a top, right? It doesn't need a bottom, right? It doesn't like I mean it needs a bottom. It doesn't need a top though, right? Like so, like you know, unless we provide like evidence of an edge that has some form of a drop off, then we don't really need to start hypothesizing like what would happen to said water going off of the side of said thing. Because that's not even within the side of the paradigm or reality that we live in at all. That doesn't present itself anywhere. What we know is that there is water, and usually water is contained by embankments and shit like that, right?
Yep. So let me break the ice here. No real flat earther believes we're a
Exactly.
spinning disk in space. None of us believe that. So that first has to be removed from your mind. Okay.
I just wanted to point out, guys, this Issei guy said he was a flat earther. Just remember that.
I don't remember that. In fact,
He did say it. He
for
did
my,
claim
for
that.
my,
Yeah, I did.
in fact, for my sake, I'm gonna pretend he didn't say it.
Well,
Good.
Because listen, I don't have like a lot of like knowledge. I don't have like a lot of knowledge yet.
No, that's fine. That's why I wanted to kind of go more on the offensive in the sense of like taking control of the conversation to get you along a line of thinking that makes you not accept what we're saying, but go out there and investigate for yourself.
Make you more open.
Because I'm not here to preach to you. You don't know me. I don't know you. It's not about that. It's about the information that we have. Either you want it or you don't. Either you apply it or you don't. So usually when people come in here and they ask us why we're here, well, it's simply because we've been asked 3 fundamental questions. And we've searched for the answer and found, well, there wasn't any evidence or validation for these 3 said claims. So the first claim is that the Earth has been measured to be a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, the circumference being almost 25,000 miles. The second claim is that the Earth is moving. And the third is that space, or the vacuum of space, is a medium that we can travel to, or that it even exists. So when I first got here, that's what I wanted to know. How the hell did they measure it first? Because I can't experience it for whatever reason. These flat earthers and these globe earthers are going back and forth because they have to do all of this weird stuff, have these weird conversations to prove something that should be evident. So where's the one piece of evidence that I can just accept and go, oh, well, yeah, there it is. So anyway, I'd like to ask you those 3 questions if you don't mind. And the reason that we ask people these questions is to illustrate to them that they have a belief rather than knowing something. So I know that I was with my mom this morning. Right? I know certain things. And then I believe certain things.
I was with her this morning too.
So there's a difference. When you know something, it's because you verified it to be true. When you believe something, it's because you have logical faith in something that was told to you that you have not yet verified to be true. So the first question is, who and when has measured the curvature of the Earth and how?
You say that's directed toward yourself. Do you have an answer for that question?
Oh, and by the way, I don't know is a perfectly valid answer.
And anyone else is also welcome to answer the question. Issei?
Did it get too real again?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But I'm not unmuting the motherfucker again. He comes back in.
No. I didn't leave.
Well, so
Can I help him? Can I help him?
Why? He didn't even get to answer. So did you hear the first question?
Yeah, I heard the question.
Did you also hear me say that I don't know is an acceptable answer?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. Now, it's funny. People know that they live on a globe, but they don't know how it was measured, right? So I know the dimensions of my apartment because I had to do certain work in there, which means I had to measure it to know it, right? So all I'm saying is for people to know that they live on something that they have never measured, never seen, it's kind of weird, a kind of weird belief to have. But anyway, so the second one is detecting the movement of the earth. Do you know who's done that and when?
Nah.
Okay, fair enough. And how about the third? That space or the vacuum of space, the void of nothingness, other than everything we see in the sky and us, of course. This is a medium that we can travel to, or that it exists. Do you know how to validate that statement? Or do you know who has validated that statement?
Trace it up, bro. We just gotta grab the thing.
Where's that tip?
We never found it, bro.
How are we gonna weld?
I don't know. We're gonna hope that it just flops right.
You're
I
hot
don't know.
mic. You're hot micing, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
So-
I didn't even realize my mic was on. My bad, bro. I was
That's
just
all right.
listening to you guys.
That's all right. So yeah, number three, the medium of space that everyone likes to ask questions. How does this work in space? What about these planets in space? How do the stars move? How does the sun? How does all this stuff working in this medium that you believe in that no one is verified to actually be an actual thing? How do you know that it's actually what they've told you? Do you think it can be verified or validated?
No.
Fair enough. Usually when you, I mean, these are fundamental to actually being on a globe. These three things must have evidence. You can't live on a curved surface and not have evidence of it being curved. Which is another thing that we can take you through. We can take you through the geometry of the globe and how there should be physical obstruction between you and certain, sorry, the noise.
You're all right.
But there should be physical obstruction in some instances based on your elevation above sea level between you and certain landmarks that can be seen. But geometrically speaking, they should not be seen. And we have tons of those. We have a lot of shit here, man. But the first thing we like to do is get people to understand that, well, a lot of people believe that they live on a globe, not know that they live on a globe. And when they're pressed with simple questions like, oh, okay, who measured it? How do we know? It's a shape. Who measured the shape? I don't know. Oh, word, somebody did. Who? I don't know. Oh, okay, fine. You know, it's that's the only thing I'm trying to illustrate. But anybody else want to take over if you have any questions? We're
Very
here.
nice spoken,
And if you're
Elijah.
met with any heat, I'm sorry, it wasn't me. Have a good one.
We're done holding hands.
Applause for Elijah.
Kai, did you just say we done holding hands?
Thank you, Gabby Gab.
Yeah, are we done holding hands? Because
Well, you want to rip his out? Want to rip him a new one now, right?
no, I'm just that there's people that have come in here way more
Robot.
way more
Robot.
that get banned in like 2 seconds. We entertain somebody like this who can't even actually use his big boy voice.
You just you
it
just
makes us
mad that I
look
took the
dumb,
opportunity.
dude.
You just mad that I took I took the easiest opportunity I could.
Oh God!
I got through everything I wanted, and now I'm out.
Yesterday.
I'm
Don't worry,
gone.
Elijah. Don't worry, Elijah. Get a screenshot of his name so you can put him on your tax refund and get your charity work in the year.
Put a note in his account. Keep track.
God. Sorry. I
Appreciating.
just get so triggered by people who don't use their real voice. And when it makes me mad because Elijah's like trying to be genuine and trying to reach out to this dude, and this dude can't even like get over himself.
But that's how
to even
I don't know,
realize.
but what do you mean by get over? Hold on.
Exactly.
But what do you mean by get over myself, though? I'm really just listening to I'm just literally just.
He's asking questions, and you're just like
I can't
not even
answer
really
them.
engaging. Yeah, but you're
But
not
he
even.
doesn't. But he doesn't.
Oh,
know,
are we
like,
concerned? Are we concerned trolling?
Yeah.
Are we
All right.
Oh hell no!
All right, bro. Well, you gotta understand. There's a lot of J trigs. J trigs are like like people who are meant to go to places and cause disruption and.
That's all right, Eli.
Stop
You just
information from.
you just
No, wait.
carry on.
Let me just say this before. Let me just say this before. So what I'm saying is we are people who are highly skeptical of certain behaviors. It's not your fault. It's I honestly still don't trust you. To be honest. I'm just
at this point, Eli.
Trying to,
at this point, Eli, I feel like Eli. At this point, bro, I feel like you're trolling with him. At this point, Eli, I'm just saying.
Yeah, we can I agree with Elijah to a little degree. We can forgive a lot of these
I've
behaviors
trolled you
because they
guys
are
for 3
pre-programmed.
years.
Can you
I'm a
not
glow
interrupt
worker.
me? They are pre-programmed into us from our environment and the people around us. So I wouldn't put too much blame on him for sounding like a troll sometimes, but he just needs to really think about what he's gonna ask and ask himself, does this sound weird?
Guy, what's happening here? Like, so Drace and Eli and this guy are all trolling us now. Like, I'm so.
I'm joining in. I'm joining in.
Remember yesterday we were having a conversation about wanting people to actually come back. I'm just trying to be a good
I'm
host.
joking, bro. I'm joking. Sorry.
I want to say, I think Elijah did a great job.
Yeah, so do I.
Yes.
I do too.
Yeah.
Awesome job.
Godric, didn't I tell you to shut up?
Can't say it enough.
I only did it because I only did it because I knew that there would be no opposition. It was the easiest path taken. I took it. Like when I know it's gonna be hard. When I know it's gonna be hard, I'm like, well, I'm riding my bike. Indio, you got this. Like,
you're lightning. You're like lightning, right? You're like lightning. Path of least resistance, baby.
Yep.
It's a good way to go.
Pens.
But anyway, yeah. I mean,
it's someone like
look, I was muted when I got here. I was muted when I got here. I was never. Actually, no. Like people wonder, like, who is this dude? I'm not sure. Like he sounds like he's a flat earther, but there are instances that he stands up for certain people, and I just.
He sounds like a flat earther.
I think
he sounds like a flat earther.
Infiltrator. That's what it was.
They knew I was a flat earther from the very beginning, from the first conversation I had with Helio, but they thought I was a smartass too, which I don't blame them.
yeah, but I backed you from day one as well.
I'm not really good at like answering questions.
Oh,
I believe you, bro. I think that. I think that you might think that. Like again, I don't believe that you're a flat earther. I didn't even hear you say it, so I'm just gonna pretend that you're not and say that. I think that it's normal for people to think that it's silly. However, I also believe that when I talk to my friend Jonathan, he gives me less what you just did less. And he's a very intelligent guy. Well, look, I don't want to say well because he's a global still, but I'm saying he is though. It's just with this topic, it's like really, it kind of
Yeah,
goes
this topic is
over
make
your head
yeah.
in a sense.
This
And it's
topic
like
can make or break a man. I know what you're saying.
we're so used to the information that we don't understand that some of the words that we use, like we think it's not even a
We're
word,
high
it's not even
level,
a
bro.
thing. And people think that we, for instance, how many times did people come in here and said that I was talking down to them?
Yeah.
I had an arrogant, kind of.
But you do that a lot, though. You do that a lot. That's why.
Well, I don't know.
I'm just fucking with you. No, you're right though. No, people do think that, but yeah, you're right. We have to be conscientious of the fact that we're dealing with this information nearly every day, and that it becomes almost rhetorical for us. Like we can cite the radius of the Earth in seconds, and we remember this information because we deal with it all the time because it's something we're
But it's not
passionate
even
about.
just about that, right? It's like
No,
the imagery that, like the simulator in our minds knows how to work through the info. Like when you tell someone who's never came across the information, you say, "Yeah, we've debunked the curvature of the Earth with the radius that they gave us." That someone is gonna go.
Some people don't know what I mean.
I think the radius is like the half of a diameter. What I'm not okay, but what the fuck does that have to do with anything? They don't like. How are they gonna connect us saying that to an
I
image
agree.
until we paint that picture? Like, not just paint that picture, but use the information that's already out there that we didn't make up and say, you see what this says? Yeah. Matter of fact, let me go to 2009. You see this article? Okay, this pretty much validates what I'm saying, which I'm saying that this is what the mainstream narrative is. I didn't make it up. I didn't tweak it. This is just what you're supposed to believe because it's right here and it's based on these numbers and this information. Okay, good, great. Now look at this observation. You see this observation? Okay, hey, this observation does not line up with this information here from 2009. So what do you think? It's until you actually
get them involved in the language and the actual words used in the language and explain what the language means, you're not going to have a productive conversation with anyone because they don't really actually have a clue what we're talking about at all.
You think someone knows that? You think that? You think that the sky is a second law of thermodynamics violation?
Yeah, people don't know what that means.
That means absolutely nothing.
Well, me and you agree on that then, Elijah, that we have to define our terms properly with people if we wish to have productive conversations. Whereas some people like to bamboozle people with this intellect and it's very easy to bamboozle a member of the public who's never talked about this topic before. Because like I said, everyone believes it's a globe, but they don't want to teach anyone about the finite and the finite parts or the nuances of the globe because then it would undo itself. So you're right. We're talking to people that are ignorant on the topic, and then we half expect most of the time for them to be not ignorant, and it's actually it's our own folly doing so sometimes. You're all right, Elijah. You are correct.
I would love to hear you guys talk like this if Quantum Racer was in there. How quick you would shit.
Well, actually, I'm not afraid of you.
Quantum Eraser has left the room because.
So now you tend to be different. But if Quantum or Meme was in there,
did you hear what I just said?
Did you just hear what you just said?
Did you hear what I just said?
I'm talking now.
But
I've been listening to you talk. I've been listening to you.
I just responded to the question that you asked because I've known Quantum for at least 2 years, right? So
this is my first time.
Exactly what, if I'm talking like this, he goes, "I'm out of here, man. I can't. All this feeling shit is."
You wouldn't even talk like that.
Yes, we do.
She doesn't even know.
No.
We do.
But excuse me.
Y'all are full of shit.
But excuse me.
Y'all
This is my
are
first time.
full of.
I don't know why. Like people in here like hating on me, bro. Like this is my first time like ever talking about something
I don't
flat
know,
Earth.
bro. I don't
We
know
don't
why they
hate
hating
you.
on you so hard. I don't know.
You are new.
I don't know
No,
either, bro. I think
and
it's
she was
well.
like, oh, you can't even use his real voice. Like, come on, like it's unprofessional.
See, and this is what pissed me off is when
Yeah,
flat
this is
earthers
not a
constantly side with
professional
trolls. It drives me
server.
so nuts.
I don't understand.
Yeah,
the
we
troll. Like, I
draw
don't
them. He's
understand.
not. I don't even think he is,
I don't know
Mrs.
how
Musk.
racket.
I don't think he's a troll. But even if he is,
All right,
Kai,
yo, I can't. I
He's
can't.
either a troll
I
or
can't with the hypocrisy.
wait a
Y'all
second.
are
Wait a
such
second.
fucking hypocrites. Y'all
Kai,
really are.
hold on. And no, it's not like that.
Oh,
Listen.
wait, wait. Can I respond since she thinks that I'm the hypocrite because I'm the one that is setting this tone? Since I've been here before Mrs. Musk got here,
Yeah.
why the fuck am I a moderator and why did it happen so fast? Because I've been like this since the beginning.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Are you trolling me?
I don't
I don't
think
even
she's
know what
got
y'all are
anything.
arguing about. Anyway,
I don't-
friendly fire isn't.
Yeah, let's stop.
She doesn't.
I want to deal with this. I want to deal with this dude.
Yeah.
Let's put this guy that's swallowing his mic like on break or something. Sometimes wrong guy that's in here. I want to deal with him. And he's in the lobby talking shit. I want to get him on voice.
Yeah, let's get him in here. No, what it was,
I
think...
got scared. I thought you guys were talking about me for a second.
You're the guy swallowing this mic.
Yeah, I think his explanation for that was that doesn't want to talk about this topic in front of the people he's around. I don't know.
You're suppressed. You're not suppressed. You're unmuted.
Oh, hello.
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 What's up? How's it going?
Pretty good. Bit tired. I'm on here longer than I thought it would be, but yeah. How are you doing?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Not bad. So, why do you think you would see a boat from 300 miles away? Like that if you could see a boat, you could see a mountain. Like,
so I don't think you would, because I think the Earth is a globe.
why would you see it anyway?
What I don't understand is your perspective of why light can only travel 300 miles.
Because I told you why.
You know, I have a
Because
bizarre
you're
approach
applying you're applying vacuum physics to a medium.
No,
I
but
have-
like I agree with you that light will be absorbed, but I just think 300 miles is not long enough for light to be absorbed in air.
Oh, it depends on the light source, right? So depends on the brightness. I'm talking like typically some terrestrial object, right? So that terrestrial object is going to be illuminated by light from the sun. That light is going to reflect, and it's going to go to the optic, and then you're going to see it. Right?
Yep.
Whereas the sun itself, ostensibly, is further away, and the light is traveling through more air. Right, so let me ask you a question: how much of the globe do you think is illuminated in the globe model at once?
Well, I don't know. I'd probably give the wrong answer to this, but I'd probably say about 40%.
Oh,
wow.
It's more like 70%.
Okay.
Which is, and I'm going to show you a graph, right? Because we have what's called civil, nautical, and astronomical twilight. You are aware of those things, right?
Nope, never heard of them.
Okay, so I'll show you. Hold on. We can see the sun. We can see brightness, right? The Earth is illuminated for a long period of time, right? Even when the sun is not visible, everything is still. You still see illumination. It is not completely considered night, except for a very short period of time where the sun is invisible. And I wish I really knew. I saw this a few years ago. I should have saved it. I might have saved it on another computer. But the Russians, right? They took a photometer, right, and they filmed the horizon, because they wanted to see like how long they could see the sun. They actually never lost the brightness. They never, because the light from the sun has peculiar properties. One of these peculiar properties is a big frequency of ultraviolet radiation. They never lost sight of this ultraviolet radiation.
Right.
Like they
I
always
agree.
detected it. So
I
listen,
agree.
if the entire Earth is blocking, right? That's what you think, that the Earth spun, and now we're on the other side of the ball. How can they detect the sun through the ball?
So I thought what you were asking is how much of the Earth has the light of the sun shining directly
He
on?
was.
But I think that's different for how much light from the sun is also internally reflected through the Earth's atmosphere. And
Well,
then,
the
What they say is scattering. They don't say it's reflected. They say it's scattered.
well, that's another way of saying internally reflected.
Now, total internal reflection is something.
I would disagree with you on that.
It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. So there's Compton scattering, then there's Rayleigh scattering.
Oh yeah, there's
total
different
internal reflection is when you have a medium of higher density when it's past the critical angle. Reflect back into the medium without transmitting.
I didn't say total, however.
Yeah, scattering is different, basically.
Scattering is a completely different optical phenomenon.
It is.
Trust me, when India talks to you about light and stuff like this, he's not gonna lie to you about any of that shit. Like he's talking textbook definition. He's very meticulous in that sense, like autistic almost in a sense, in that way of categorizing info. He's very good at it.
He is very good at it, but I think he has some misunderstandings.
Oh, okay. So educate me.
Well, I think that you misunderstand the rate at which light is absorbed by air.
Okay, so what is that rate? So give me the equation. Yeah, so light is absorbed by air. Light is absorbed by any medium it passes through.
It is.
How do you calculate the rate of light absorption in air?
Well, I'm not
flat Earth
claiming
Discord is
to.
down. I mean,
You're just saying I misunderstand it, but you don't understand it yourself. So how do you know I misunderstand it if you don't understand?
The thing is that you're.
This is a typical Glober nuh-uh.
The thing is,
this is a typical Glober nuh-uh. You're wrong because you're like, I don't know why you think I'm wrong because I'm a flat earther. Is that it? Because it doesn't support your narrative?
Well, to be fair, right now he actually has to provide the method in which you would measure the absorption of light into air because
give me the physics equation.
His claim was that you didn't understand it. So really, he needs to show that he does understand it in order to be able to show that you don't. So can you do that, or are you going to concede that what you just stated was basically effectively untrue?
See, the way this has gone is that you've told me that light is absorbed by air at a certain point.
Absorbed and attenuated. It's called optical distinction, right?
Yep, attenuation.
Like the Beer's transmission law, right? When they build lighthouses, right?
Yep.
They have a calculation to figure out how far away that they're going to see the lighthouse from. Not the curvature of the Earth, but the brightness of the light source. And it's not inverse square, double exponential.
And I thought this was pretty interesting because it seemed like you had a definitive value, and I wanted to get that from you. It's almost like I was asking you to measure the curve, but it was kind of the other way around. And eventually, you did give me a definitive value. So
that's a guess. That's a seat of the pants guess. About 300 miles, based upon what we've seen in reality. Because physics models are just physics models. This has not been experimentally tested, has it?
Yeah, we haven't done this ourselves.
We don't just make shit up here, right? We don't just rely on a physics model and say, this is what would happen because the physics model says X, right? I know for a fact, an optical path of 300 miles air has never been tested, or 600 miles, or 1,000 miles, or 10,000 miles. This has never been tested. So to claim it would do X, the properties of light through air would do X or X, Y, or Y. That's completely that you'd just be making shit up. That would be faith-based assertion. My number is based upon long-distance photography, what people have seen, eyewitnesses of how far people can see the maximum distance. And I would guess, and it's just a guess, about 300 miles. Even though there are some sight distances where it has been further than 300 miles. The longest recording sight distance is it like 480 miles, I think.
I think, is it 480 miles? Wait, there may have been one even further than that now. Memes the one he always posts that. I'm not sure, but yeah.
One I know of was recorded on a British ship. They were watching the sunset, and they saw the sunset behind the silhouette of a mountain.
Yeah,
the mountain silhouetted it. So they drew on the map where the closest mountain. They're in the is it the Sea of Korea or something like that? They're off the coast of North Korea. And the line of sight, the closest mountain was something like 480 miles away.
Yeah, it was.
This is witnessed by three officers on the deck of the ship. It's in a published meteorological journal. Whatever. Right.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. 480. South Korea, 480 miles. Yeah.
Yes. So it's the longest distance we could see a terrestrial object, I would guess, about 300 miles. Obviously, we can probably see the sun. The sun's obviously probably further away, but it's also brighter than a mountain or something else.
Okay. So
there's a fun fact about the sun is that, like, listen, you think, like, when you think about the sun.
I'm listening.
Yeah, when you think about the sun, you think that that's an object in the sky, right? And that everybody is looking at this, like, same object. And that when we all, like, someone's in New York and someone's in Florida and someone's in, like, St. Louis, and they all look at the sun. When they all look up at it at the same time, they're all looking in the same direction. It's actually not true. And this can actually be shown to not be true using time and day, sun calc, or any other thing, and taking the azimuth and elevation angles, loading them into AutoCAD or Blender or whatever app you choose, and you can see that the lines of sight to the sun do not intersect at a common location. All observers. Now, this makes no sense. Right, because you have this idea that the sun is just like an object somewhere, right? Like a ball. It's a ball somewhere. Mm-hmm. But you should know this is that distance and size of the sun was not included to even the globe one by looking at the sun. Realize that, right? They didn't look at the sun; they looked at something else.
I do realize that, yeah.
And inferred that the sun was a certain size from looking at something else, because looking directly at the sun, you can't get the result that you expect.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
So, I mean, what are we going to say about the sun? I mean, yeah, there somewhere. Where?
Really,
who knows?
So I wasn't really talking about the sun, to be honest. But what I do want to ask is, and I kind of worry you're not going to engage me on this, but to go back to what we were talking about in the chat, let's say you were, let's say 2 meters above sea level, and the conditions are good. There's no waves that are high enough to obscure your vision, and there was an object, within 480 miles that's big enough that you should be able to see it. It's not going to be obscured.
What do you mean should? What do you mean should? Like, what does should mean?
It's let's
should
say
according to what?
Let's say it's 100 miles wide, right? It's huge. I know that no such object exists.
You're going to need a vertical height. That's the problem. You're trying to differentiate it from the horizon.
I'll give it a vertical height of 2 meters.
You'll never be able to see it.
Why
Are you
not?
crazy? The diffraction limit of light.
Yeah, diffraction and angular resolution.
Caused by what? Caused by the air above the sea?
No, caused by the properties of light. Because don't you know like what an airy disk is or anything like that? Know what the diffraction limit is? Yeah, so if you have two light sources, now a body is composed of like, when you look at something, like, why don't you see like the individual cells and molecules and atoms in your hand, right? Why do you just see skin?
Well, the resolution of our eye is nowhere near.
Exactly, right? You can't differentiate one molecule to the other. Like the smallest thing you can differentiate. If you put your eye real close, maybe you can see pores or something, pimples or whatever you want. So we can't you have to differentiate it from surrounding objects. If you have 100-mile wide island, right, but it's only 2 meters tall, you can't differentiate that from the horizon from 200 or 400 miles away.
Right. I don't really see what the resolution of our eye being too low to see skin cells, for example, has to do with air discs or refraction?
Airy disk. An airy disk is the simplified form of angular resolution. 2 points of light. Okay, so there's something called the Rayleigh criterion. If you have 2 points of light that are separated by some angle, right? There's a minimum angle where in which those 2 points of light will blur together. But you won't be able to resolve them separate points of light. They'll look at like 1 point of light. This is angular resolution.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why you can't differentiate individual cells or individual molecules. That you see some blurred together version of them that we call skin.
That does come into it, but also just the pure fact that our eye is not got high enough resolution. Like you don't even need to bring in angular resolution to explain.
Minimum angle the human eye can resolve is under perfect conditions is 0.02 degrees. That's the theoretical limit. But in actual practice, it's nowhere near that. 0.02 degrees.
This might be totally not okay, but you can increase the the resolution of your eye with certain psychedelics. I couldn't.
Yeah,
man.
That's because it holds your because your pupil is pinned open, man. That's why.
I'm sorry, I couldn't let. Anyway.
So that's what determines the resolution of an optic is the diameter of the lens, diameter of the open. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. If you just do a simple calculation, like what's 2 meters? What's the angle subtended by 2 meters from 400 miles away? It's nowhere near the angular the resolving power of any freaking optic on Earth.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. So your contention would be that you wouldn't be able to see it, but only because your eye would not be able to resolve the image.
I mean, it's not. Listen, no, that is one factor. There are lots of factors, right? So you need high contrast, you need brightness of the object, right? So because we're talking about reflected light from 400 miles away, you have to be able to differentiate it from background objects. When objects are further away, because of the absorption of light through the air, they tend to get bluer. And blue is the worst. You have the lowest amount of epithelial cells in the eye, right, to actually detect variations of blue. So we have the least amount of receptors for wavelength. So, like, the further away an object gets, the harder it is to see. Period. Like flat Earth or globe Earth, it doesn't matter. That's just the way it is from the way light travels through air. Object gets smaller. It gets less contrast to the background. There's more air that it has to go through, so that light gets absorbed. And not just air, so it's air, dust, water vapor, pollen, turbulence. Turbulence affects how much light penetrates air. There's all these factors. Like you guys, you Globers, it's hilarious, man. You guys come in with this like pure geometry. Like this is just a pure geometry question, and that's all it is. It's way more than just a pure geometry question. You're in the physical world.
Until we talk about how far the horizon is, then it's no longer pure geometry.
Yeah, no doubt, right? No doubt. But do you think like the horizon is the edge of a ball? Is that what you think?
No, I was talking about this with someone earlier. I can't remember what his name was, so apologies.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that there would be a horizon on a flat Earth?
I'd have to think about that for a minute, but yeah, I think there would.
Yeah, there'd have to be, right? Because the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground. And if there was no horizon, you could only see ground or you could only see sky.
Yeah.
You wouldn't see any line dividing them. Why do you think that there is a horizon? Why do you think that we would see a visual horizon on the flat Earth?
I think because of what you were touching on and what we were just talking about, our eye would not be able to resolve a distance as long as the Earth is flat, if you'd excuse it. I don't think we'd be able to resolve that gap that would be
Yeah, at some point, right? This flat
or
surface.
the ice wall, as it may be, of course. Sorry.
No, so you have a flat surface. Think about an infinite checkerboard. As you like, just imagine this in your head. Infinite checkerboard. So the checkers under your feet, they look like squares, but as those squares get further and further away, at angle they start tilting, right? And they start looking like trapezoids, and eventually they look like a line. And eventually your angle to that checkerboard is so shallow you can't see the surface anymore because you're looking nearly parallel to it. Same as if you were like to look at a TV, if you look parallel to a TV, right? You can't see to the TV screen. You can't see what is on the screen. Not because something's in the way. It's just because your angle is too small. That angle is determined by the Rayleigh criterion, the diffraction.
Is that the incidence of the angles far too acute?
Yeah, it's far too acute. Acute angle.
See,
That's what creates the horizon visually. Because the angle is just too acute to see the surface.
I think where I would have an issue with that, though, is that suppose you had an instrument strong enough to resolve the image at the end where the horizon appears to be. Obviously, there is no such instrument that would be.
But no, you could just get a bigger. Listen, you could get a bigger optic, right?
Well,
you're using your eye. You'd get a camera, and then you'd get a camera with a bigger diameter optic, right? We've done this test.
We've
tested this.
What's being disputed, Indio? Like, just for clarification, I've just come back. What is he disputing about this? Because
I don't know. I think don't think he's disputing anything.
The angle of incidence, because this is obvious. Like, have you ever worked close to a ceiling? Like, have you ever painted like a big ceiling in like a hall or anything? And then you'll notice that the incidence of the angle to you to the ceiling and your eye to the ceiling, right? When you look out across the hall, right? Now it's more acute, the angle to the ceiling than the floor. So now the horizon, or what appears to be the horizon in this so-called room, right? Yeah, is different. So that acute angle then has the same effect as if you're on the ground and the acute angle was there with the horizon, with the sea, looking out to sea, for instance.
Well, I can tell you I've never been in a room that's big enough that's appeared to have a horizon.
I suppose I am from England. Not appears to have a horizon, but you can see the effect of being close to the ceiling because you're on a gantry, you're painting the ceiling, you look out across it. The angle of incidence of your eye to that ceiling as it stretches out farther away from you, right? You have the same effect as when you're close to the ground and you're polishing the floor of the mansion, right? And you look out. The angle of incidence, right? So, like when you roll the basketball disappears bottom first. Well, if you were to roll a basketball, on the end of a stick across the top of that ceiling while you're painting that ceiling, right? As it goes away from you, you would see the top of the basketball disappear first, right?
Well,
are you understanding?
Basketball would actually roll towards you, but I
well,
think
you get.
What you're saying.
Pardon?
But I think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. India, did what I say make sense in any way, shape, or form?
It makes sense to me. You can do this with a wall too, right? So you can take a long hallway. You can put your head on one wall, and then you can see. And if you look at the opposite wall, you can see the entire surface of the wall. But the wall your head's up against, because of that shallow angle, you can't see the entire surface.
Well, yeah, but that's not what I'm disputing, anyways.
Yeah, I know, but that's the phenomenon.
What exactly are you disputing? That you could see a freaking 2 meter, 100 mile wide island from 400 miles away?
Well, I'm disputing that you should be able to on a flat Earth. Yeah.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't be able to see that far away. Period.
Why would you be able to see forever? Like, do you know the cubic so the cubic meters, for instance? So you obviously have the air itself, right? You have what the air and the constituent parts of the air. I have the calculations for this somewhere. I have to dig them up. So technically over, let's say, a mile or 2 miles, and like I said, I don't have the calculations in front of me, but when you work out the calculations over, let's say, something like 400 or 500 miles, effectively the air and the water molecules in it because they dependent on the atmospheric conditions between you and the end of the distance, right? The location of where you're from to where you're looking, dependent on the atmospheric conditions, that it can become tantamount to literally being when these things, the constituent parts of the atmo overlap, it becomes tantamount to being thicker than a 4-foot brick wall over, I think, 1,000 miles, and then it's like a 2-foot brick wall over like 500 miles. Do you get my point?
Well, I get what you're saying, but I think if I saw,
so you can't see forever, no matter what.
That I would be more on board with what you're saying.
Well, the evidence for that would be for you to go and measure how much water vapor is in the air, right? Then go and measure the actual atmospheric pressure, right? Then to look up exactly what you're dealing with in terms of what those things are, right? How much space they take up. Then work out the cubic meters in terms of how many deciliters of that thing would be in between you and there. And then when you overlap them in a smaller sample, right? So just simply water vapor over distance, overlapping almost like pixels, like on a screen, but with depth, right? Eventually, what happens is it becomes a wall of water, right? Like this is common sense. You don't even need to do a test to understand that is just true.
But you're just
right?
restating your conclusion. What I've
But how are you not understanding the simplicity in what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but I'm looking for what has led you to believe understand this. I mean,
this is not new or discovered by flat earthers. Look up visibility and relative humidity.
What's your overall? Wait. You said you're trying to understand why we believe what, or what is it that you said, and can you expand on what you meant?
So the idea that there's a very limited or a very specific distance at which light becomes unable to travel in air or water vapor. I'm looking for what exactly has led you to that.
What do you mean by that?
I'll tell you what led me to look at that.
Do you think that?
Like I remember it was foggy one day. Like seriously, dude, you never been in fog. You've never seen fog before.
Yeah, I have.
Okay,
Exactly.
have you ever had like a day like where like it got really like storm clouds came in and the streetlights came?
Yeah.
Why couldn't you see the sun? Why don't you see the sun when it's above the clouds?
Why isn't the bottom of the ocean?
Like where is that light going? Like how can it possibly penetrate those clouds? I mean, Jesus Christ.
Well, you can.
Well, why do we need binoculars? You know binoculars are real, right?
Like, what do you think that? Listen, so do you think like a 1,000-foot cloud cover, right? A 1,000-foot cloud cover is equal to the don't you think maybe the same amount of water vapor in a 1,000-foot cloud is equal to the amount of water vapor in a 300-mile line of sight?
I would be guessing, so I'm going to say I don't know.
Yeah, but
exactly.
In common sense, it would make sense, right? That 1,000 foot of fog.
Wait, I got a picture.
Would be less than hundreds of miles, correct? Right.
Common sense can also lead you.
I got a photo to illustrate. I got a photo to illustrate Indio's point. I was just taking these photos the other week. Where is it? Not the sun ones. It should be right here. God damn it! Give me a second.
Wait there. Why is the bottom of the ocean?
Oh, okay. Right here.
What did you say?
You see that right there? That I just posted?
Sorry, which chat was that in?
How dare that biker photo bomb me? The live stream voice text. You see how vibrant the colors are in the foreground, but in the background everything is whited out?
Sorry, I'm like new to this Discord.
That's no more than 3 miles in the distance.
Hold on, he's not even there. So directly above this live stream, there's a hashtag live stream voice text. You need to click on that. And then go down to where Elijah posted at 32 minutes after the hour.
I don't see any voice chats. Yeah.
What?
I don't think I have a role or anything, which might be why, but...
He needs to be VC verified. I'll do it now.
So what the pictures are showing is...
Right, what's his name?
Obviously, I don't know.
What's your name, dude?
Sometimes wrong.
Sometimes.
Yeah. I think this is like, because a lot of people here seem quite heated. But I was never arguing the point. I was looking for the fruit. And like it seems I'm getting somewhere there.
Yeah, yeah, just hang in there. So, we'll get your VC verified. You should be able to see that now.
Yes, yeah.
Don't say anything too nice or speak that soft, Sonny. Somebody might think that you're holding someone's hand.
India, how was it that you worded that thing that you said earlier about how I became mod? How did you word that? That's besides the point, doesn't matter.
I'm just curious, Crack Villain, if we could explain maybe why we use binoculars, because our vision is limited, and then if we use binoculars and we can see farther.
Whoa, I don't know. I believe they do something like they increase, our focal length almost. It's almost
and
like
they narrow it, right? And they narrow it, and they change where our visible horizon is. Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think like sometimes it's convenient to just say see when actually you mean detect light with a more sensitive instrument than our eyes. So I apologize
But did
for
you?
when I say see instead of detect light.
Well, did you agree with? If you agreed with what he just said just now,
yeah, Elijah, I'm the same.
What?
Go ahead. I'm excited too. Go ahead. I'm excited too. Go ahead.
Based on your agreement of what was just said, you know that you can't be a globe earther, right? Because you just said that you just said that you understand that the position of the horizon is based on your optical equipment.
That's not exactly what was said. What was said that binoculars increase the focal length of our eyes, which is also like
so if the horizon, so if you're looking at a further horizon, then it's optical in nature and not physical. Because if I increase the focal length of my optic, I'm not going to look through this building right now, am I?
And let me just say one thing. Let me say one thing to help out. What he's saying is, remember when Pillbox just spoke, he said, so like basically what he's saying is the distance of the horizon itself could change dependent on using binoculars. Correct? Do you agree with that statement? Like,
the horizon was never implied in what I said. I agreed with. You're now
I'm
reading
asking.
the horizon.
I'm
I don't
asking you.
agree with that. No, I don't agree.
Well, I'm saying there's only two positions that the horizon is optical, which is what we say because it's obvious, and the other position is the positive claim on the globe side that the horizon is physical obstruction dictated by 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet because of the radius of the Earth that they say is the radius.
It has to be, yeah.
So it's either one or the other. It's not that you implied or said anything. I'm still manning the position.
Yeah. Well said. Yeah, so dude, it was implicit in your agreement with Pillbox's or Exo's statement. It was implicit with your agreement with his statement that it's implicit anyway because even Globers now do not claim a geometric horizon. You understand that the horizon itself is not geometric, as in it's not a geometric location, correct?
I really have issue with the way that you've framed that. Like, what do you mean when you say geometric? Because
geometric would mean
Earth measured, geo Earth metric measured. It has never been measured.
I would completely disagree with that definition of geometric.
Could you provide the incidents where it was measured?
What is geometry? Then?
Hold on. What does metric mean? What is a metric?
A metric would be a measurement of something.
Okay, and what is geo?
Geo would be pertaining to the Earth.
So geometric
when I
horizon.
said Earth measured, would you say you don't agree with that wording when you just said exactly what I just said?
So would you describe geometry as the measurement of the Earth?
Yeah.
Is that what you would describe geometry as?
Listen, I wanted to just say one thing before you get beyond. You can't extend your optical distance on a sphere, once it reaches past that geometric horizon limit that Eli pointed out, it cannot be extended past the geometric limit. Sorry.
Someone's
Okay,
receiving
but
a
if
call.
you use your binoculars to look straight up,
The globe is over. The globe is over. We're talking about the horizon. You could not
I was never
extend
talking
your
about the horizon.
distance.
All that was said was some
Yeah, you
comment
said
about
extend the optical distance. The limit, the optical limit, you can extend it. You can't extend optical limit along a globe.
Oh my gosh, someone keeps on calling.
Once you get to the geometric, that's a blocking. Do you understand that that's a blockage of your view?
I agree with that, but if you look, like,
He says, out or I will, mate. Sort it out or I will.
You agree
this
with it?
argument is
Oh,
changing.
hold on. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Well, now, welcome to flat Earth is how it's changed because you
No,
just
the
admitted it's a
argument,
flat
every
Earth.
sentence that
Well,
we
let's
talk
slow.
about is
Well,
changing the argument.
let's slow down because I didn't think that we were arguing. I was
Yeah,
exchanging
I didn't feel.
information with you
Yeah.
that I was sharing information with you
That's my bad,
is-
Indio.
that's relevant to the conversation. Because
I
if we're
don't
talking
think
about,
that's
because
the
if we're
case
talking,
either.
if we're talking about the horizon, because he said, not you. So I'm just noting that when he said that when you use a different optical device, you are looking at a horizon that is further. That wasn't
That's
his
not
words
what he
exactly,
said.
but I just said that wasn't his words exactly, but
That is what he was saying.
Pillbox,
That's
Well, he-
not what I heard at all.
Pillbox, can you repeat what you said? Who was it? Can you
It
repeat
was
what you said?
MG42 EXO.
Yeah. Can you repeat what you said that he agreed with? The point
Well, I
is
can.
the
I can say it.
he said the position of the horizon changes. So I then said if the position of the horizon changes, it's not physical, it's optical.
Right, can I say what he said? Right, so what Pillbox said is that Crack, you're right, Crack. Do we or do we not use binoculars in order that we increase our focal length to things that we previously couldn't see before? So now that we can see, now that we do have the binoculars?
Has nothing to do with the horizon, though.
Yeah, but it does though. That's the point. You're just not understanding how it's relational. Instead of saying it has nothing to do with it, you should ask why it does instead.
Okay, can you let me speak for like a minute? At
Yeah.
most a minute.
Of course,
let's
dude.
say
Yeah, that's fine. Give you the
a
floor. Go
very,
ahead.
very small bird flying really high above you, right? Not
Yeah.
over the horizon, above you. You can't see it, but then you use some binoculars and suddenly you can see it. Right?
Well, you could see it,
Yeah.
but you
So
weren't
just give
able.
him, just let him
Wait
get
there,
through it.
wait there.
Just
You
let him
were
get through
able
it.
to see it. No,
Just
sorry,
let
you're
him get,
wrong.
just let him get through it. Just let him get
That's
through
it.
it.
That's
You
it.
you
That
you
is
was
don't
it.
you
I
can't
agreed.
resolve something in the distance. You change the optical equipment, and then you can see the thing, right?
That agrees with the point.
but-
that
Yeah,
was
but it's not the same. He's used a non-analogous. Sorry, I can't let him get away with
No,
that.
I know it's not analogous, but he has to finish in order for us to explain to
thought he
him that
did.
it's not analogous.
It's
No,
not
I
even,
thought he did.
it's not even masquerading as an analogy. It's a literal interpretation of how you would use binoculars to see something.
Yeah,
that
no, I
previously
agree with that.
could not resolve with your eyes. Like
Yeah,
it doesn't
there's
involve the
no
horizon because
there's
the
no disagreement. There's no
statement.
disagreement.
There's no disagreement.
There's no
Sadie.
disagreement there. However, what I said is still true.
But I'm saying it's not analogous to Pillbox's statement because what I meant by what he said is that you can use binoculars to bring something into vision that you couldn't previously see. With the bird, for instance, you could see it, you just couldn't make out the detail in it, right? It was still in your field of view. Pillbox is on about things that literally are not even in your field of view because they're being smudged into the horizon due to the angle of incidence. So you increase your focal length toward the thing, and thus the angle of incidence changes, right? Because you've pushed forward your focal perspective. That's what Pillbox was saying, and that's why I was saying what you were saying was non-analogous.
If
It's not the
that's
same
what
thing.
was
Like if a
implied,
bird flew behind a wall, you wouldn't be able to resolve. I mean, the bird is now, you can't change your optic and see the bird because it went behind a wall, right? When we say the horizon, is the horizon the place where boats disappear over or behind? That's the horizon, right?
Well, first I want to say, if that's what was implied, then we use English in a fundamentally different way.
Yeah, we were
What
all
happened?
taught that the boats go over the horizon, right? And that's why
We
they
were
disappear
not
on both
talking
fields.
about that when the
hold
throwaway.
Is, right?
Hold on, Fuzzy. Hold on, Fuzzy. Because this is turning into a confrontation that makes no sense because there's no true disagreement. And we keep talking as if there is. I'm not going to allow you to say that we have a disagreement, and therefore we're speaking across purposes, or maybe we're not using the same language. That's not true.
That's why I'm trying to
no, Fuzzy, please. So what I explained is something that is simply true. The thing is, you're not dealing with it. You're not actually answering to what we are saying. You're trying to make a point that you think we don't understand. We already said we get that, but we're trying to point you in a different direction, and you're not being receptive. That's what's actually happening.
Well, that's how
What is actually happening?
He's saying the horizon doesn't apply in this situation, but the
No,
horizon
the horizon. If you want to talk about the horizon, fine. But I'm not interested in you guys trying to get me into this kind of gotcha of
No,
like.
we're not. No, we're not interested.
But it's not a gotcha for me to say that the horizon is not 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet away.
That's just a fact.
That's just a fact. That's not me. As a matter of fact, I already told you. I'm not asking you questions to got you. I'm telling you that that's the case. Now you can investigate what I'm saying by asking questions, or you can ignore it and attempt to talk about what you're talking about while thinking that what we're talking about is irrelevant when it's actually the linchpin to the entire belief of the heliocentric model.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna try and defend the models that you are straw manning onto me.
We're not straw manning this onto you. We're not saying
this isn't. I didn't ask you a question. I didn't take a position that you had, right? Change it and then argue against the position that you didn't have. That would be a straw man, and that's not what anybody did here.
Eli, can I just try for a second? Because you're actually trying to stop confrontation and other people are trying to start it. And for some reason, he's taking it as if like you're being confrontational. It's really confusing to me. This seems to happen to Eli all the time. Don't know why people take him as being aggressive when he's actually being very cordial. I'm confused just as you are, Eli. No, right. We're not trying to straw man like a model onto you or anything like that, dude. Because of the conversation you're having with Indio, it became apparent to us that you believe that you live on a ball, that you believe that you live on the heliocentric model, the round Earth.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, correct.
So it wouldn't be a straw man for us to say, that you would agree then therein that if it was mainstream scientific rhetoric based on the geometry or the size of therein of that Earth that you believe you live on, it wouldn't be a straw man for us to then sort of say that you believe attributes about that Earth. It would just be us stating, based on logically as a framework, it would be logical for us, and it goes as far, logical for us to assume, and I say assume that you would agree with things such as the size and dimensions that are given by them to us.
Hey, Crackman, this shit's been a minute.
Yeah. So get Nitro for Friends, was that? Was that Get Nitro for Friends? Anyone?
Was.
Yeah, it was.
Who was that?
Damn.
Who was that? Name?
Please not next.
Please not, and C said XT or whatever.
No one banned them. Please, actually, someone ban that person because they've left.
I can't even.
Oh no, he hasn't. No, he hasn't. Don't worry. I'll do it. Hard
I
ban.
saw it. Andy for truth.
Can someone go and
to put a conclusion on the last thing, like to take it back from the micro points that are within the that are a part of the entire paradigm. Effectively, if I were to generalize it, I would say that if I were to make a parallel with what just happened, I would say, well, if I said you believe in the globe and that was just my statement, and you said that I'm trying to straw man your position, I would be confused.
Okay. I see why, but the way I felt was that because I believe in the globe, you were attributing beliefs to me that I don't necessarily hold, let alone want to defend. So
I was only talking about the geometry and how it's impossibly not true, or it's impossibly false that we live on a globe with the dimensions they give us because it's testable. That's all I was saying.
Well, I would, again, it's not a position I want to defend. It's just something you're trying to, well, I'm going to be generous and say that is something you assume I believe.
Right. What we were all talking about, boats going over the horizon, what NASA themselves claim is going on. We're assuming that you agree with that. Do you disagree with that? Are you saying NASA is wrong?
No, I wouldn't be arrogant enough to give an absolutist position on what people who are much smarter than me are doing.
Wait, who's much smarter than you?
NASA. Scientists.
NASA. Yeah, but this is the issue. That is an issue right there. To assume everyone at NASA is much smarter than yourself. This is the type of thought pattern that gets people in the position that we're in. No one trusts themselves anymore. How would you even know that? Like, that's ridiculous. But yeah, go back to the conversation that was at hand, please.
So how far have we got with something's wrong? You guys got him to admit
he's not engaging the evidence yet.
Okay. So is there any evidence for the Earth being a globe? Something's wrong, if I may ask?
Any evidence. I think one of the more compelling pieces of evidence I've seen is getting pretty accurate measurements for size and radius of the Earth using shadows.
Okay.
That doesn't work.
All right, let me.
How do you
If you may, let me just kind of take the wheel just for a second, guys.
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
All right, so if you're saying that we've done it with sticks and shadows, what method are we talking about here? Where did you derive that information from?
So if you had two people measure shadows at a significant enough distance away from each other at the same time of day and compared your results and compared
if you go to the end of the Earth.
Hang on, Tricky. Let him finish.
Then you'd be able to get a pretty reasonable estimate for the size of the Earth that actually lines up.
Okay, so like I'll say it once again. I don't know if you understood my question or not, but where did you derive that information from? Where did that information come from? Can you tell me?
It didn't come from me. It came from other people whose opinions I trust.
Okay, so who?
I can't remember off the top of my head, but from my own experience of doing the experiment myself, it's a pretty reliable.
So you don't know who told you, but you've done.
Remember.
Okay, but you've done this experiment, right? Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay, where did you do this experiment? Like, can you tell me the location?
Well, 2 locations from Essex. I don't want to be too specific.
Yeah, you don't have to be.
Somewhere in Western Scotland.
Okay, and what was it that you were measuring?
Measuring the angle of the shadows cast from the light of the sun at the same time of day.
How far away is the sun?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember. I would end up just Googling it.
Okay, is that information needed to be known for this to work out?
It is, yeah.
Okay, so there's no way that you know the distance to the sun, yet there's a conclusion that you're deriving from this based upon what? You've come to a conclusion, obviously. You said you've did this experiment, as you put it.
Well,
Yet,
I wouldn't say this is the conclusion. This is really just evidence. The
It's not an experiment either, by definition.
yeah.
It's not.
I'm for this conversation, I'm gonna let him go with a couple of these things.
Yeah, we'll leave it. In a second, I would like to provide a couple of citations. In a minute, though, for you to go through with him, Miggy, if that's all right.
Sure.
I'll tell. Yeah,
Sure.
I'll tell you.
I have a kind of a method to my madness. If you guys have ever,
I know you do. I know you do. That's why I'm saying I prefer to leave it to you. I'll post it and let you use it if you want to or not. That's what I was saying. I'll tell you when.
So now that we're getting to the heart of the matter, because right now what's in contention is the knowledge that you have that you think that there is evidence that the Earth is a globe.
No, I don't think that's evidence. Well, yeah, it's a piece of evidence for sure.
Okay, so
I wouldn't say that's the conclusion.
right? So it sounds like you're kind of in between whether there is evidence and there's not. Is there evidence or is there not evidence?
Yeah, there is. I would say that is a piece of evidence, but I don't think it leads directly to the conclusion. I think it's the.
It's a bit of word. Something's wrong. There's a bit of wordplay happening here. You said a bit of evidence.
It is a piece of a collection of evidence. Yes.
Okay, so let me rephrase what I want to ask you then. Can we know for certain if the Earth is a globe or not?
I think we can, yeah. I mean,
do you think we can?
Yeah, I think we can.
Okay, and by what method can we know this? By the method you're describing right now?
We could either view it for ourselves from far enough away distance, or we could go with the conclusion that makes the most sense given.
Okay. Tell a nigga don't. Okay, so you said conclusion, right? You used the word conclusion, but you just shot me down when I said conclusion. You said it's not a conclusion. You said it's only a piece of evidence. So now you're saying there is a conclusion?
I think the problem I had. Well, no, I know the problem I had.
Well, what's your problem?
You were trying to attribute my conclusion to the single piece of evidence that I'd personally carried out.
All right,
but
so
really,
okay, I'm trying to get the understanding of where we're at with this idea that the Earth is a globe. So is there a conclusion then? Because you said before there wasn't. So is there a conclusion?
Yeah, I think there is.
You think there is?
Well, I'm getting quite lost in.
Well, I know that because I would be too. That's your word salad that we're eating here. Like, it's not mine. So I'm just trying to sift through the madness that you're trying to tangle yourself in, which really, I mean, if you think about it, something's wrong. It's really cut and dry. It's either it is or it isn't, right? So either if there's a conclusion or there's not. Either there's evidence or there's not. There's no a little tiny gray area in between little piece. No, it's either you have evidence or you don't. So that's what I'm trying to get.
There are pieces of evidence that lead to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so one of the pieces, now that we're getting somewhere, so there is a conclusion that the Earth is a globe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that sounds like you're certain, right? So now let's gather all the little pieces that you need to make the Earth a globe. Which one of them, it sounds like this shadows experiment, right? That you call an experiment, this shadows experiment, right? So you said two locations are measuring shadows. Now I asked you a question: how far away is the sun? And you didn't give me an answer to that. Basically, you said I don't know. That is one of the requirements that you need to figure out the distance from the sun to where you're at, so that you can measure the shadows and get an accurate distance. But right now there's a variable in the explanation that you don't know. So therefore, you can't really use that as a piece of evidence, as you so put it, for your conclusion.
Okay.
So I'm just kind of giving you that there. That it's. Do you have anything else that can be used? Because this doesn't seem like we can reach any sort of evidence from it, because of the fact that there's variables that you can't know.
I am of the opinion that this is not a conclusion that every single person on Earth needs to make. I know that there are many flat earthers who think it's a conclusion that everyone has to be able to make, but there are times, and I think that the shape of the Earth is one of them, where it's reasonable to default to the answers of people who have put the work into this.
Okay.
That's
Who,
very silly.
Who has put the work? See, it sounds like you don't have the answers to these questions, right?
All right, can we just deal with
another
like
way,
his one
another
claim a
way,
second?
another way around it would be saying that somebody else smarter than me knows the answer. So you don't
Pretty
have
much,
the
yeah.
answer; somebody else does, right? Is that
Thank
correct?
you.
Yeah. That's fair, yeah. I think that's
Oh.
a bit it's a bit of a yeah, that's fair.
Okay, so right. So you agree with me that you don't have the answers, you don't know, but somebody else more intelligent than you might have the answers. Now,
Yeah.
who do you think we can look to as people trying to figure this out? Who can we look to get us some definitive answers? Can you point us to a particular intellect that might be able to give us answers to these questions that we're asking?
No, I can't because it's not a problem that bothers me
Okay,
that
so
much. I find it a fascinating problem, but I don't have
Right.
a hero of my own model.
Well, so then we have no way of knowing then between you and I. If we're trying to figure this out, you and me, right? And somebody smart enough knows about it, but we don't know. We're just assuming that we know somebody smart enough knows about it, according to you, right? But we don't know. The
Yeah,
answer
but I
right now.
suppose where I
Go ahead.
think we differ is I choose to listen to people who create benefits for humanity based off the information they portray, and flat
Pertaining
earthers
to
seem
the
to listen to
pertaining to
people.
the so I'm sorry, I had to stop. Pertaining to the globe Earth, because I didn't want to get us off the
Yeah,
the.
pertaining to the globe Earth.
Okay, so right. So who are they? Because
So
at first you said you didn't have a hero, so you don't have anybody. Now there is somebody. Who is it? Who are they?
I can't name him, but I use satnav very frequently. So whoever created the satnav, he's someone who I think is very useful because his understanding of the Earth being a globe has helped my life. It's made it easier.
All right, so this is somebody that understands modern technology. Is this correct?
Not
right.
someone who makes money by having people pay subscription services to him to make flat Earth YouTube videos, by the way.
Okay. Okay. So this modern technology that you speak of, this guy figured it out. So you would say he's the guy we need to speak to. Yet there's a lingering problem, right? The elephant in the room is that there has been information that has been handed down for thousands of years that the Earth is a globe, of a certain size. And so we have this information being perpetuated from generation to generation, reaching all the way up until current times. Yet only now we have somebody smart enough to figure out if the Earth is a globe. What happened
This
to
is
all
an
the information?
example.
Well, I know, but my contention is that we've collectively, right? All of us have been given this information that the Earth is a globe, yet we don't know who can figure this out. I mean, obviously, people, in ancient times said that the Earth was a globe. I mean, you would even say that, for thousands of years, people knew that the Earth was a globe. All right, how did we get to that conclusion? Because it seems like the only person you're talking about is the only guy that can champion this argument. Yet,
I don't.
Go ahead.
Okay, I don't really understand why the source of the information is that important. So let's say, for example, that Stalin was the source of the information. If it were right, it wouldn't make it any less right that it was coming from Stalin, because if it's supposed that it's a scientific fact. Like I don't attribute any value specifically to the person who is giving this information. What I find more valuable is the results of the information. And
Right.
like assuming that, SatNav, for example, among other things of radio satellite communication,
Yes, he's on
assuming
about
that
guys.
was based on a flat Earth principle, then I would probably believe in the flat Earth. But
Well, it
unfortunately,
can't. Well, wait there. So you have that. You actually have that. Well done. Thank you very much. So it is based on a flat Earth principle.
Right. So now we're getting to the issue that we're having here. First of all, you said that there's somebody that knows that you could probably point to that can give us the information. Well, this person probably wouldn't engage in a forum like this, or in any other,
probably not.
or in any other forum where, as being such a person as what you would consider as an educator, would be able to let people know if they had any questions. Why
I
is
don't
that?
say I consider them an educator. I would
No?
say I consider them educated. It doesn't mean they have
Okay.
a moral duty to explain every possible issue that the general population has with what
Right.
he
But here's the thing, though.
knows.
Like, even if this guy knew what the Earth is and had these keys of knowledge to himself, why wouldn't he share that with humanity? If it's one of the, for an inquisitive mind to come to him and say, "Hey, what is the shape of the Earth?" and for you to say, "Well, it's not his duty, man. He doesn't have to answer that." Well,
It's
the
not.
thing is, you don't know, right? And you being somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe would benefit from this, because you're in a forum right now where you don't know any information that we're of the questions we're asking you here, right? So now it seems like you feel like you're comfortable in knowing the fact that you can just be blissfully ignorant to any of these questions, which is it's really crazy to me, because somebody can just go through life, kind of like with their eyes and ears shut. Like, I would be wanting to know more, right? Isn't that the mind of somebody who's looking at things in a perspective, like, for science and for the advancement of humans? Like, we'd want to know more, right? Like, that would be our something that drives people. But to your saying that we don't need to, let's just all sit back, take the secondhand information that people are handing us, and just take it on credit that they're telling us what they're telling us is the right thing.
No,
We're not
it's
supposed to
actually
challenge, right?
it's even worse. It's even worse. He is when we assumed he believed something about the heliocentric model, he called it a straw man, because we're quoting NASA. And now you're using NASA as saying that they're smarter than you, but all we're doing was when you said we were straw manning you, we were assuming you agreed with what NASA said.
And so here's
I
I
have
guess,
more issue with it being presented in the
and
way that
I
you're
guess,
presenting it.
all right. So here's what I'm trying to get to real quick, because I want it to be known that, okay, you came into this forum, maybe you were curious or whatever, you just wanted to know what the conversation was about, but whatever brought you here, still this forum has questions for you that you cannot answer.
Yeah,
and it's to me it's curious that somebody who, it sounds like you're a bit learned of things, that you wouldn't know any of these answers that should be remedial. They shouldn't be something that should stump somebody of a reasonable mind, which is kind of what I'm saying right now. It's like, okay, you say you don't know any of these things, yet you've lived on this earth for as long as you have, yet you have no knowledge of what this earth is. And that is kind of where we're at here. And we're like, why haven't you looked into it? And I'm pretty sure everybody here was asking you these pertinent questions to.
But Miggy, he just stated a minute ago that he thinks it's something that we don't need to know, that it's not a pertinent question to be asked. I'd like to deal with his original claim, though, still, which is the sticks and shadows thing. Are you still sort of claiming or clinging to that in any way, shape, or form, that would be some proof of the globe?
He didn't.
I would say it's evidence.
No, I think we came inconclusive with that whole thing. Remember, you didn't
I would
know.
like to make it conclusive, though. That's what I'm sort of trying to get to, because he's talking about maybe listening to people that have maybe more knowledge, right, than himself, right?
Yeah, but
so
it's not cemented. It's not cemented that he knows that as a not
I
even
know.
a piece of evidence. So he can't even say it's a piece of evidence that he can use for the globe, because he didn't know the distance to the sun. So that we gotta hand wave dismiss that.
I understand that, but I understand that, but I want to nail it for him once and for all and really get rid of it out of his brain. So So you agree? Are you agreeing with Miggy's statement there? Then that it is not in any way, shape, or form any evidence for the globe. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that. I agree
Right.
that
So can
it's
you check the
dependent
Livestream voice
on.
text?
Maybe you'll find some evidence in the bottom of the next bottle, mate, because it sounds like that's where you're at right now.
Well, no, I'm trying to show you that your assumption to do with sticks and shadows, that essentially it's not any viable form of evidence for a globe. And like you said, you want to stick to authoritative bodies, people that might have put more weight into this, more effort. So would Alicia Mitchell of the Scientific Society be somebody that would be more, I'd say, knowledgeable than us? She's someone that's involved in observational data and collection of observational data. Or John T. Williams Jr., the Department of Psychology at the University of North Carolina in Wilmington. They did a study together. They did a study together.
Sounds like a straw man.
Psychology.
Well, no, I'm about to post citation for you in the live stream voice text that will show you your so-called scientific experts that will tell you that the so-called experiment you believed you'd done that points towards a globe is in fact what you would call assumption and is based upon assumption and therefore doesn't show you any real cause and effect relationships. I'm about to post that now. So, Miggy, you can carry on. I just wanted to post that. That was all, and
that's
to
fine.
post that just to nail it for once and for all.
Yeah, no, it. See, the thing is, the cognitive dissonance kicks in, and he wants to still believe beyond the fact that he doesn't have any evidence to any of the variables of what he described by his quote unquote experiment. So I told him that we'd have to hand wave dismiss that out of the way and say you can't use this. It's not any.
You can't use it.
It's not.
You're
any
right.
evidence, it's not any evidence of anything. So to bring it up is, you can't. It's just like a foolish attempt at trying to think that you're going to get somewhere. Because
I was only bringing it back up in order to warn him in the future.
Yeah, I'm
to
actually
warn him in the future of it.
I'm actually speaking to him. Not, so if he was thinking that this was evidence, right? So it's not something that he can use in any way, shape, or form to describe anything, because there's, like I said, there was variables that he couldn't describe that he knew of, which is fine. He doesn't know, and the whole thing about him being here is a deeper understanding of what he does not know. So with every question, with every line that we give him, I think we got some feedback. Neat love, you got some feedback on your mic, brother. Neat love, are you there?
I'm just gonna mute him because he was coming across the troll earlier anyway.
So we're getting somewhere, right? And the place where we're getting to is that how much you really don't know about the earth in which you stand on. Now, there's physical claims I'm pretty sure everybody was talking about that were met with I don't know kind of answers, but in a very long-winded way in your attempt to try to describe what you think you know something's wrong. But when I've been hearing, because I was standing back here in the corner listening to all this, and it's okay to say you don't know. And like you just said, right? It's by your own admittance, hey, somebody smarter than me knows all these things, which I don't, I mean, that's up to you. You can completely go with that and, you'd be all right. But it's the place where we have issue is when you say, okay, I know this is evidence for such and such. Then we're going to call you out and say, okay, how is it possible that somebody who says they don't know starts to then leap over that and says, I do know? You can't. Either you know or you don't know. So in this forum, then that's kind of where I want you to actually get to. A place where you say, that question you asked me, I don't know. And maybe you want to give it to somebody that you think has a more superior knowledge than you. But for this particular forum, that honesty will carry you farther, because then we can have a better conversation versus you trying to give an answer that has no relevance to anything in the way of evidence. And that's what we call on. We call on physical evidence, empirical evidence, right? Something that we can go and measure. So, like, I can tell you to go do something and you'll be like, okay, I can repeat this test. I can validate it. I can falsify it. I can show you, everything that I'm going to do, and you can repeat it. And everything that's involved within this controlled method, you can validate. So every variable. So that's kind of where we need to get to if you want to make this a reality. But if you can't get there, it's gonna be just met with well, prove it to me, and you're gonna be like, well, now somebody smarter than me knows, and it's just gonna be an endless circle jerk cycle, which I don't want it to be. So I just, if we can get to that point, something's wrong where you more relaxed and you're like, yeah, I don't know, then we'll be fine.
I'd
right?
very, very quickly and happily be able to say I don't know. But what I would like to point out to not necessarily all flat earthers, but mainly the people who say in absolutist terms that no, I know the earth is flat, is that you, even if you think you don't, defer to the knowledge of other people. There's pieces of equipment that you are probably using right now that you don't know will explode and kill you when you plug them in for the first time and try to use them. In those situations, you are deferring to people who are more knowledgeable than you on this subject, and I think you're doing so for good reason. The difference between me and someone who would say in absolutist terms that they think the earth is flat is that I draw the line at where I defer at a slightly
very
different point.
different. It's very, very different, my friend.
It's not at all. It's just
It really
the
is.
case of where we draw the line, and the place that we draw that line is
We're
not.
talking about physical substantive experience with things that happen and occur, and observably, testably, and repeatedly so, things seem to happen. When I plug this phone in, I know the thermal energy in the battery is enough to blow my hand off, but when I plug it in, I know that it could blow up, but it hasn't done so previously. And in the engine, listen, wait there, and in the engineering within inside of this phone itself, right? There are things that actually I do know about. There are things that I know about in terms of how I'm charging it, and also the tolerances therein, in terms of with Ohm's law and what resistance and actually the amps that the battery could take before it would vent and blow up. So I don't actually need an expert to tell me that this charger can't blow up this phone. Especially when this charger has a fuse in it, because I understand how all these things work. This is very different than what you're trying to analogize it to. It's not analogous. Again, this is not analogous.
It is analogous, and I
It really isn't, dude. It really is not.
If I may
Because
also,
you don't.
since sometimes
It's nowhere
wrong.
near analogous. It's dude, this is silly. Like you're making.
If you are sitting here,
Listen, this is obvious sophistry. First of all, that was
Allow me
a
to
crazy,
speak. I've
retarded
been
appeal
sitting
to.
here.
It's a crazy, retarded appeal to emotion.
Allow
oh my
me to
God!
speak.
It's something like explode if you don't touch somebody.
Allow me to speak.
Yeah.
You
After me, you
do
can speak
not.
right after me. Right after
If you are
expose
going
your
to
dumb
sit here
shit.
and pretend you do not defer to other people's knowledge on things that you are not as knowledgeable on, then you are lying.
Yeah, we do, but we actually
Every
experience
single
the
one of
Earth because we're here.
The
We're here,
difference
right?
is where we draw the line.
Yeah, but
Wait,
we
if I may
Listen.
remark on what sometimes wrong
Can I
said.
finish? Can I say something? Like seriously? Like
Go
we listen. You live on Earth? Dude?
That question.
You live on Earth. Do you experience the Earth? Have you ever experienced it as a ball? Yes or no? Have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball?
It's such a bizarre question.
Just answer.
It's not bizarre. It's a real simple question, dude. Have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball?
Do you use electricity? Do you experience electricity?
Why
Have
you
Yes,
ever
I do.
experienced
To answer the
electricity?
question, do you experience the Earth as a ball? Yes, or no?
I do. Yes, I do.
When? When did you experience that?
All the time.
When? Like, tell me when you perceived with your senses the Earth is a ball. Let's hear
Right
it.
now, 1 minute ago,
You perceived that with your which sense did you use?
I just
Was it vision, taste, touch, hearing? Which one?
I did what someone else mentioned earlier, and I took LSD, and it helped enhance my experience. To
Yeah. Okay. So now you see, we're getting to the crux of the matter that you're just a believer, right? That you believe the words of other people, and that your actual experience, which is not experiencing the Earth as a ball with your senses, you don't believe that.
No, I experienced it.
You don't experience the Earth as a ball, and you're a liar to even claim you do. Which all you did was show your true colors.
Yeah.
You're a dishonest person.
He was going to be killed.
And listen, you're the type of dude that'll ask in 5 minutes after you lying why they would lie.
Using the word experience is dishonest.
Oh, God.
You're saying
What's dishonest about the word experience?
You perceive the world as flat. You perceive it that way. You don't
Are
experience.
perceptions not experiences?
It's such a dishonest framing.
Perceptions are not experiences. This is what you're
You
trying
are
to tell us?
trying to avoid the question, and that is all because you got caught in a lie. You got
know what,
caught.
guys? I can't wait until this is what's taught in
Oh,
schools.
I
At
mean,
me,
the future
at
proof.
me,
The
when this
after
is
the
when
future.
people believe this. At me when this is the accepted truth, because obviously you
Oh,
guys
the
should
accepted
be.
truth.
When it's
Is that
accepted
in
truth.
You guys
Don't care
should
about
be
a
on
club.
podiums telling
the
the
majority.
world all around the
We are.
plane.
We are.
You should have
We
millions
don't
of
have to
people.
tell
on the
anybody.
podium.
All we have to do is tell anybody to just ask them the simple question I asked you. Have you experienced the Earth as a ball? It's
What's
real
with this stellar
simple. It
commentary,
doesn't
man?
have it's hidden in plain sight. All you have to do is go outside and actually believe the reality you experience. You can turn on your TV and see a spinning ball at the beginning of a newscast and believe that instead.
I
your pick.
feel no need to be honest
my
in
feelings.
my questions when you are being so dishonest to me.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Listen, what did I say that was dishonest?
The very claim that so many people here have had, that they do not defer to the knowledge of other people, and that it is completely disanalogous to deferring to the knowledge when it comes to the shape
There
of
are
the earth.
things you can know for certain for yourself. You know, electricity can zap you. Do you not? Do you have to defer to somebody else to know that? There are
Then
some
why-
things that, yes, you will. Now, we didn't say you never defer. They said in this case, something that you can test and you experience for yourself from day one when you're born on this planet, if you want to call it that. You should have felt it spinning. You should have seen the curve of the earth. You didn't. You were told.
Experience
You were
motion.
told. You were told not to trust your senses. You can sense every angular motion of anything else you do, but somehow you can't feel the angular motion of the earth.
If
You're
I
told
may,
not to trust yourself ever. And that's where you're coming from. And that's okay. If you want to hold on to that, go right ahead. But don't call us liars and tell us that we were being dishonest. Because
Just
we're
stick
not.
with your priest. Stick with your priest that tell you, like, right outside the perception of your senses, the Earth is actually a ball. But if you do these mathematics and you believe that this Neoplatonic idea that the reality is mathematics, then you'll have some enlightened state where you realize the Earth is not what it seems. It's really something else because we said so. That's the position you're in. That's the position you're in. Dude, there's no way around it. That's the position you're in. You've rejected what you've experienced. You glommed on to some priest that tells you outside the perception of your senses, it's really something else. You're just too small to see it. You're too unenlightened to see it. Maybe, like, if you're really intelligent, you can see the emperor's clothes, too.
I do really love that flat earthers have gotten so frustrated.
I
with
see.
people
This is when
saying
you
that the
lose.
Bible
You just
doesn't count as
conceded
evidence,
defeat.
that
You
they've
just
had to
conceded
start
defeat,
calling
dude.
what
You just
we believe
conceded defeat.
religion.
You
Spiraling.
just conceded.
So
Listen,
There
when
it
Cooper.
is. He's seeing it now.
Listen,
Spiral.
Spiral.
Go for it.
Yeah, the spiral. Listen, as soon as you guys start talking about flat earthers and not the topic, you've conceded defeat. Thank you
Conceded
very much.
everything they previously said. Yep. Good job.
Oh, the flat earthers
Yeah.
now becomes about personalities.
Yeah. And welcome back. Welcome back to your stage 2 adult fairy tale. It's Santa Claus. It's Santa Claus stage 2. You know, so you graduated from childhood fairy tales, Santa Claus, so forth, the Tooth Fairy,
I
whatever
actually
else.
don't believe in
Garbage.
Santa Claus because I'm Jewish.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, whatever. I'm sure you have.
I don't think we have to be. I don't think we have to be.
Whatever it is that you believe.
Listening to him for like 30 minutes talk about his feelings about what flat earthers are. So
Wait.
we should probably go to the next person because this
Good
is
idea. I'm with Miggy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Zealot.
go read
If I
the,
may,
go
may I
read the
ask
Torah,
on
dude.
this question?
If you're a Jew, go read the Torah. It will tell you it's not a ball.
it's
But let's move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me speak to somebody who knows the earth is a globe, not somebody who doesn't know or pieces of evidence. Get out of here, man.
I mean, really.
Yeah, it's
Go
true. I
talk to your-
don't know.
go talk to your priest. Like,
I don't know the
Yeah.
earth is
So,
a
like, get your
globe,
priest.
but
Get your priest in here so we can talk to him. I want to smash him over the head with flat earth proof. That's
we
what
don't
I
have
want to do.
priests in Judaism.
So yeah, go run
Yes,
along.
you have
You
Rabbi.
have scientism priests.
Did you just say that are priests in Judaism?
I said we don't have priests in Judaism.
You have high priest.
Temple priest, high priest. Oh my, really?
Sorry.
If I may, I want to ask Sometimes Wrong this question because he bothered to assert that flat earthers are certain, but he's not certain. Why is it worthwhile saying that?
He just has feelings, Gregory.
What does it matter?
He gets in his feelings because he can't. You can't argue this, dude. You're just a bench warmer. You got to get the real players in here. There's no.
Dude, you come in with sticks and shadows, guys. When anyone comes in with sticks and shadows, right.
Go back to the bench. Get the real
They
players.
need to get
Exactly.
smashed back to the Stone Age where it belongs.
You don't even know your own faith well enough to come over here and convince us of it. Sorry. You just don't even know your own faith. It's sad.
You're pathetic. You don't know nothing.
He just wants to convince himself that because he is not convinced about anything, that means he's probably more right. But because we can prove him wrong, that means we're wrong.
Whatever makes you feel better.
Anyway, let's go ahead and go sit down because
Go and read the citations I gave you about how your own scientists tell you that your assumption is
a little
wrong.
white knight going on here with
I
Sasha.
believe my priests, but I have no idea what they actually teach or say or have proven or not proven. Boy,
got a little
chisel
white knight
it.
company here, though. We got
Yeah,
Sasha,
we
Imran.
are the religious ones.
Quiet.
Also,
Quiet, I
Alex
will
is
silence
my
you.
Yeah,
Guys,
you are the
You
religious
are the
one.
fanatic religious
Guys.
zealot.
All right.
Mickey?
All right, so Sasha Inov, what were you saying? Because it seems like you want to stick up for something's wrong. Go ahead.
No, I was sticking up for you guys. I was attacking something wrong.
Well, it sounded like you were defending him.
No, I was saying he knows nothing.
Right, that's cool. We can move on.
Good.
All right, who else we got in here? Because that didn't cut the mustard, not even a little.
Like having a kindergarten talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pathetic. That he was a joke.
Well, Sasha, what makes you think that you live on a spinning water monkey ball, huh?
I don't believe that.
Your roles say different, but okay.
Well, I have a few white swans if you want to hear them.
Are they auditory ones? Are they
White swans?
audible white swans? Yeah, I'll listen.
Yeah. How do the white swans sound?
Well, I'm actually a flat earther, but this is one thing that doesn't make sense to me. So just, take it with a grain of salt, okay?
We'll try to help you out with it.
So if the earth is flat, why can't all countries look up and see the moon at the same time?
Because light does not travel infinite distances.
How come the bottom of the sea where it's sunny is dark?
Yeah.
Because the light can't travel that far, I guess.
Thank you. There you go. There's the answer to your question, and thank you.
Ding, ding, ding.
Oh,
I wish I had a chance to say something to Sometimes Wrong and all the time wrong, actually. But because I wonder how he feels. He said he's did he say he was Jewish? Not that that matters, but I wonder how he feels about in his faith, whatever it is. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be anything. I wonder how he feels about he's following a religion now that was created by a ordained Catholic priest, a Jesuit.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Oh,
actually, Judaism was created before Christianity.
No, I just wanted to put that
we're
one
not
little
saying
piece
that.
in.
Did you listen to what he's saying again, and think about what he's saying before you comment, Sonny?
Yeah, well, I just said it, so I wonder if the gentleman that was here that was saying whatever belief he had, he's actually following a religion. He said he doesn't have priests, and yet he's following a priest. The Big Bang Theory is created by a Jesuit priest, ordained Catholic priest.
extrapolated it from the Bible actually as well. God spoke the earth into existence, and we are but dirt and ash. From the Torah, in fact, he extrapolated that from. We are but dirt and ash. Spoke into existence, acoustic sound, the Big Bang. Catholic priest.
Not the Big Bang, because then he goes on to physically create things separately. Not the Big Bang at all, because guess what? There's light, and there's even an Earth before planets. So it's not heliocentrism at all. Don't even try to go there with your books and say that that's what it teaches. That's not. That's how you guys have warped it into that. That's how that Jesuit priest warped it into and got you to believe it. That says that it does not.
Exactly.
I've
Well,
read
did you
the
guys
Hebrew.
mute
No,
something wrong, or did he mute himself?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
The beginning of the Torah tells you straight up that it's stationary, that it's not moving. It tells you how it's set and where it's set. Very beginning of the Torah tells you it's not a freaking ball.
If you guys muted something wrong, we should unmute him so we can continue to globe smack him. Or flat smack him, I mean.
There's no need to smack a hamster.
Oh, he's done. He's done. He's overcooked.
Yeah,
and this is what we meant. You don't know your religion. You're coming in here trying to sell it like you're a professional, well, say a door-to-door religious person trying to teach us your religion, and you don't got it. You don't even know your religion. Yeah. That's why you're a zealot. Zealots are people that just believe and have no idea why they even believe what they believe. They just come in and will tell you you must, but they don't even know. So you're no different.
Yeah,
so yeah, for real.
Are you talking to me?
Use globe salesman.
Let me speak to the guy who knows that the Earth is a globe. That's who I want to talk to. None of these guys are like, I don't know if it is or not. Well, go sit down. Let me speak to the guy who knows how it's a globe.
That's the one Are you kidding me? Not even Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't know it's a globe.
Yeah, that's against science.
What's against science? You?
He's going to say you can't know anything for sure. Trust me. That's where he's going with that one.
What's against science?
He meant cartoon science.
Oh.
Well, sometimes wrong may be a good conversation for QE. Might have been interesting.
We need something with a little meat on its bone for Indio. Indio's in here. He's got a short amount of time.
India already spoke with him. That was why. Yeah.
Not him. Like that's not that guy.
Yeah, he's telling us something about scientific meaning and
that's my point. Yeah,
on experiments and stuff. So I think he needs to talk to QE a little bit.
Does he even know what science is? Who are we speaking to?
You could choose to unmute him if you like. Sometimes wrong is his name. He is a little bit knowledgeable, but he is.
No, the gentleman that was just talking. Did you guys mute him?
Sasha Inov? No, he's not muted. He's locally muted, but he's not muted.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait,
Sasha.
what? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, we're talking to you.
I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah, we're also talking about sometimes wrong. I can unmute him for you guys.
Yeah, sometimes wrong is a train wreck of epic proportions.
Hey, that's copyrighted.
He is. Oh.
Sometimes wrong. Welcome back.
Didn't they get enough last night?
Right, neat love your band, mate. I told you to stick out of this fucking your band.
Oh, I was just gonna go to bed.
Not you.
Don't ban him, dude. Don't ban him.
Sasha is rooting for the Globers. What?
If we wanted somebody to spin our wheels, man, we'd buy some spinners and put them on our cars. We don't need that. That endless sophistry, talking about feelings, you flat earthers. Oh, sit down, man. Like, I don't want to hear that.
Okay, well, you could server mute me again then.
No, let's talk about science instead.
Okay. What specifically did you want to talk about?
What do you know about
belief systems?
What do you think science is?
What do I think science is? What do you think science is?
No, not what do you think.
I
Not what
asked
do you
you
think
first.
it is. Oh God.
Okay, sorry, QE.
Not what you think it is. What is, and not just science, because that's knowledge. What is natural science? More specifically, can natural science be conducted without experiment?
No, it can't.
All right. So you got to have experiment for natural science. You got the right answer. You're about 8,000 light years ahead of the regular skanking foul ball tarts. So we got astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics. Now, to have an experiment, you must have a hypothesis because experiment is a hypothesis test. Therefore, can you post a single viable scientific hypothesis in the entire history of either astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics? And please identify the parts. Thanks.
So can I give you an example of a hypothesis from astrology, astronomy, so on? What can you say?
Not astrology. Not astrology. Astronomy? Well, it's close. Astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics.
They are close, right?
Because they masquerade, they walk around as natural sciences, but they have no experiments. So obviously they have no hypotheses. So I asked you a question you can't answer. I was just going to see if you'd try to do it.
So I feel like a reasonable hypothesis would be something along the lines of how. So the hypothesis could be along the lines of it takes 365 days for the sun to orbit the
Get ready.
Earth
Get
to
ready.
orbit.
You just exposed yourself. That's not a viable
Yeah.
scientific hypothesis.
Sorry, I am about to go to sleep because it is like 3 in the morning here. So I'm gonna miss.
Yeah, that was that. You'd
It's
fail
not
fifth grade
3 in the
general science.
morning. That's a lie. It's 2:35 in the morning, so you've got at least until 3 in the morning, so you can stay for a little while. Don't lie.
I'll stay for a little while. So I would say a reasonable hypothesis would be saying something along the lines of we conjecture that it takes 365 days for the Earth to orbit the
Are
sun.
you fucking deaf or are you tired?
Just tired.
Do you know? Let's start here. Define a scientific hypothesis.
So a hypothesis is the presumption that you have regarding the nature.
Wrong. It's not a
What do
presumption.
you think
Scientific
it is?
hypothesis, not a presumption or assumption. Wrong. You'd fail fifth grade general science.
All right, so tell me what it is.
I'm not going to tell you. You're supposed to be telling us.
I
That's
thought
wrong.
you were like the people who were sharing the truth.
Sharing the truth.
Or are you just decrying that which you don't agree with?
Oh no, this isn't disagree genre. It's either black or white, 1 or 0, yes or no.
QE is a gauntlet, and you're effectively running the gauntlet. That's what's happening.
All right,
I mean,
let's,
it feels like
all
I've
right,
hit
let's
the
move.
wall at
We
the
can
end.
move on. You're already exposed. You don't know what scientific hypothesis is, so we'll just tell you.
Tell me what a
From
scientific
30, yeah, I'm going to. Shut up. 36 minutes after the hour in live stream. So, scientific hypothesis, Colorado State. A special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. From Geosociety, Kristen McClellan's scientific method. The hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. The first blank is the dependent variable. It depends on what you're doing in the second blank. And the second blank is the independent variable. You manipulate it to get a reaction. There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect the dependent variable. Lastly, I got about 80 of them, but I figured I'd just post 3. Penn State University. Scientist applies his or her present knowledge to predict the effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable. See?
So is your prediction not an assumption?
It's not an assumption. There's a difference between an assumption and a supposition.
You didn't use the word supposition in your.
Yes, I did. I said it was a predictional supposition in the natural cause and effect relationships.
You've written your definition out, and the word supposition isn't anywhere in there.
I didn't write these out. These are from. Do I look like fucking Penn State or Colorado State, numpty?
No, I'm just confused because you read out exactly what you wrote in the Discord, and you it doesn't.
I read out what I wrote exactly in the Discord. That makes no fucking sense.
You read out exactly what you wrote in the Discord, and it doesn't say supposition.
Yeah, I know. I summarized it. It's a supposition. Hypothesis is a. You want me to go look for a fucking hypothesis? A supposition, you numpty dipshit.
Oh, quantum eraser! I've got you. A hypothesis is not a supposition. A scientific hypothesis is a special kind of prediction that
You're a
forecasts
fucking
how the
idiot. Fuck off.
So you failed 5th grade science. Now you're arguing with the teacher.
Stay muted.
About the
Idiot.
word, about the language used in a freaking citation.
What a fucking
quoted source.
Just for the record, I'll go fucking get it. Sorry.
Just for
You wrote it. You wrote it. He read exactly what you wrote. No, he just read it. He read what he posted. Gee whiz.
Yeah. You were muted indeed. Good night.
Yeah, look at that. I just posted
couldn't even-
supposition, definition, hypothesis. Oh,
He couldn't even be honest. Dudes, he couldn't even be honest about the fucking time. Is it right? So I gotta go. It's 3 a.m. in the UK. I'm in the UK. It's not 3 a.m, guys. So you can't even be honest about the time. So
Yeah,
don't worry about it.
Hold on
He
a
already lied
second.
once, so he thought he
Hold on a
lied to it.
second. Hold on a second. That's supposition, an assumption or a hypothesis. That's incorrect. Supposition is not an assumption. It's not a presupposition either. You see, they're different fucking words. They don't mean the same thing. What is presupposition or an assumption? Anyone?
All right. So pre, it's in the word really, right? So pre would be the prequel to the supposition.
Yeah, you've already come to the conclusion. Well, it's not a. You could pretty much say
claim.
it's hard and fast assumption. Supposition isn't hard. Supposition is still available for inquiry as opposed to the assumption and the presupposition.
Exactly.
thanks for clearing that up.
Let me hold on. Let me look at my contradictionary.
Contradictionary.
We know he's gone. They live, but there's an audience too.
They probably got it from Assumption University. There's actually such a thing. Oh my God. Unbelievable.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good one, damsel. Yep. A thing that is accepted as true. A supposition isn't accepted as true. It's available for inquiry. Good one. Yep.
It's like a claim, right?
Depends on the claim.
This is how these clowns attacked science by replacing synonyms with a broader meanings, and then they add different interpretations.
And this is his own priests admitting that it's a presupposition that you could measure anything with sticks and shadows. And we've got citations. That's from APS. That's this month in physics, where that came from. So his own priests say that's a supposition. So that they're presupposing or assuming, should I say? They're assuming, should I say?
Yep. You're right. Yep.
Is a
Okay, that's
supposition
the
a
one
claim
evidence that we
depending
have.
on the supposition?
A supposition is available for inquiry.
A presupposition is something that's already been supposed to be true.
Exactly. That's it. That very subtle difference, but very important.
Like, that's what we have a go at people all the time for in here. Stop presupposing that because the graph of the P and S waves between seismographs draw a shape that looks like a sphere, because you're presupposing it's a sphere, you're emulating those points on a geographical map that's on a sphere, so it draws a shape that looks like a tree. Or it wouldn't draw that shape, would it, if those locations were on a flat surface? The presupposition would be the Earth being a ball. So the tree shape is basically a measurement of something, right, that effectively could change based on the presupposition. So without the presupposition now, it would look more like lightning going up toward the Earth. Now, with the presupposition, it looks like a tree. So a presupposition makes a big difference, dependent in what, dependent on what we're talking about and what it is. But when it comes to the Earth, presuppositions make the globe. That's true, actually. They live. I've never thought of that. The Disney symbol and this, a Jewish. I don't know what to call it. A Jewish. I nearly called that a Jewish settlement. That's on Epstein Island, is it? But who was it was saying earlier about Whitsitt was saying earlier about how you have Virgin Islands, and then you have Richard Branson with the plane, the Virgin plane, and they probably took virgins out on the Virgin plane to the Virgin Island, and they went back on a plane that was probably a different plane, because it would be weird to send the virgins back after going to the Virgin Island on a plane that would be named maybe Deflowered. Maybe that plane was called Deflowered. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Or raped or
That's a
something
good
like
one.
that.
I love it.
Yeah. Or use for future intelligence. Or blackmail. Blackmail material. Or blackmail
Cracks.
waste.
Crack, you're hilarious. Rape Airlines at your service.
Sorry.
But it would have to be in past tense.
Yeah, no, because if you imagine it being at like what would you call it, like biological blackmail waste, because obviously they all just get killed and put in barrels. So the boat that takes them away from Virgin Island, they go in on Virgin plane as virgins onto Virgin Island, and they leave as biological blackmail waste on the boat called Deflowered. There you go. I made it more twisted.
SS
Sounds
Deflowered.
Sounds like the Muslim dream.
Muslim dream.
Yeah.
No, they prefer that as a reality.
Yeah.
Their dream is about lots of virgins. I don't know where 72 virgins can come from when they fuck every woman in existence, but yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna shut up.
HMS Deflowered, Her Majesty's ship.
Her Majesty is shit.
Yeah.
That's a good one, isn't it? Her Majesty is shit. Yeah, so Sasha, mate, come on, mate. It says you're not here to learn. Prove that you are here to learn. Stop being lazy, for one, because you're not talking about the Earth. Let's talk about the reality. Please don't deny that you are suspect. Highly so.
What do I do that's suspect?
Hmm.
Do you have AIDS? Spatially speaking.
No, sir.
So what is your purpose in being here? Like, I want to know in the next 3 minutes your purpose and what purpose you serve, because I have no understanding of your purpose right now.
To have fun.
Pardon?
To learn and have fun.
You sound like you're not having fun, and I want to know what you've learned.
Fun. Let's have a good. Let's have a good time. Let's challenge your science acumen. What is natural science?
Like, why do you ask me definitions? Like, I don't really understand the point.
Definitions. Well, it's called the Socratic method, right? It's the basis of all communication and natural science. That's why I'm asking you. How about that?
Why don't you just define it for me then?
Fuck's sake. Well, we're trying to find out your level of knowledge and see if you are, how would we say, equipped for the discussion?
Okay, natural science is science that relates to the natural world, I guess.
Did we go through this yesterday?
Okay, I don't know the definition, all right? That's why I asked you to define it.
What is natural science? Science about the natural. Well, thanks. Wow, astonishing.
Okay, like biology, physics, chemistry.
Biology, not all of biology?
I would say yes.
Really? Like people that the glorified collators, like taxonomic classification, that's science? Really?
Yeah,
Explain what that
taxonomic
is.
classification is definitely science, dude.
Classification's definitely science, really. That's why that's the problem. You don't know what natural science is. That's the whole
Because
problem.
it relates to what a species is, which relates to genetics, which relates to
A species relates to genetics. Listen to this fucking idiot.
Right.
You don't think a species relates to genetics?
I don't think a species taxonomic classification system is a convention, human, man-made. It doesn't have anything to do with natural science. The moment you come outside that man-made convention and make claims upon reality, guess what fallacy you're committing?
I don't know.
We're begging the question.
Yeah. Do you understand what QE is trying to say to you here, though?
Not really.
Yeah,
like,
that's not
what part are you struggling with? So what was just said was right. You were stating because it's to do with genetics, then it is science, right? What he's saying is a human construct of classification, right? So, i.e., the way that me or you, for instance, let's say, will classify something like we could have tally charts, like how many times I slept with your sister or something, right? Versus how many times you walked my dog for me, right? And we could have like two charts, and you know we could draw lines on those charts, and those charts represent real things, but the charts themselves are not those things. Again, remember what QE just said to you. A human construct of classification therein is not what science is.
Right, but species are not human constructs. Those are like
Species, the Aristotle. Hold on. Aristotle first coined the phrase. How do you get species out of the scientific method?
Okay, once again, you don't need to use the scientific method for it to be science. Like,
really?
Like, you act like the scientific method is the only way you can derive truth.
Yeah,
That's
it's
not
the
the
only
case.
way. That's right. Here we go.
That's
Yep, I'm
how
going to show you
science is
how.
defined.
Yep. Hold on a second. So, live stream, 51 minutes after the hour from the University of Rochester Physics Lab. The scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement for systematic experimentation. You're fucked. You're fucked.
Okay, and that scientific experimentation is the fact that species cannot produce offspring with other species.
What the
That's what makes
fuck?
it a species.
What's the hypothesis?
The hypothesis is that a dog cannot have a offspring with a human.
That's not a
not
species, you
hypothesis, is
fucking
it?
moron.
What's that got?
So you think dogs and humans are the same species?
No, I'm saying that's not a hypothesis, you dumbass cracker.
Okay, so we're just gonna call names now? Nice.
Yeah, no, before I called you a dumbass cracker, I showed why you were a dumbass cracker. It's not a hypothesis, you dumbass cracker.
Who cares about names anyway? Just let the piece of shit QE.
Yeah, that
continue.
word doesn't offend me, so you can keep saying that. But
Exactly. Who cares about words? About that's kid shit, bro. Like we're men
yeah,
here.
he just has to commit the ad
This
hominem.
is non sequitur. Non sequitur.
word.
What's a hypothesis?
I just gave you the hypothesis, but you were.
What is a hypothesis? That's not a fucking hypothesis, you retard. What's a scientific hypothesis? Define it.
A prediction that will happen when you manipulate the independent variable and what will happen to the independent variable.
No, not what happened with the independent variable, with the dependent variable. You almost got it. Okay. Put your conclusion species in a hypothesis. This is fucking retarded. What's the independent variable, dependent variable of it's a fucking species?
So do you know what the definition of species is?
Species, which one are you talking about? The first 50 from Aristotle or the last 100 in the past 25 years? Which one you mean? You fucking idiot.
The contemporary definition of species.
You fucking contemporary. I got your contemporary right here. You're an idiot.
Oh, so you're allowed to ask me for definitions, but I can't ask
You're an
you?
idiot. Yeah, I just asked you which one.
The contemporary consensus.
Duh.
Okay, whichever one you want to go by. Let's just go by that.
You're a moron. You don't know what natural science is.
That's
you don't
a
know
logical
what fucking
fallacy.
hypothesis. What's the three constituent parts of an experiment?
Independent, dependent, and manipulated variable.
Wrong.
Nope, that's correct. That's correct.
No, it's not correct. You got the independent variable, which is the manipulated variable, dependent variable, and the control and constants. You're a fucking idiot. You'd fail 5th grade general science right here in front of everyone.
Okay, well,
Say
I'm not
goodnight.
majoring in science.
Say
so,
goodnight. Say goodnight, clown. Say goodnight.
Is this where you mute me?
Good night. Fucking idiot.
No, keep him unmuted, dude. Look, I love Marilyn Manson.
No, I don't.
I'm just fucking around.
Marilyn Manson. He took out his ribs.
He sounded like Marilyn Manson as well. Like, the motherfucker sounds like Marilyn Manson and shit. That was funny, Q. That was funny.
Other idiot from last night. Remember, that was a train wreck of epic proportions. The one who posted the vestibular apparatus.
Oh, that dude, that guy was funny. That was funny. That one was.
That was a train wreck.
I'm rarely stoned, so yeah, that really was funny. Now thinking back about it, yeah, man, that was a train wreck. Some people don't understand reality at all, QE, mate. So did anyone notice what QE did there, where he started to cry about being called a name? So I said, well, just let the piece of shit QE continue. Did you see what QE did? He ignored it like a man and moved forward.
It was nothing. Meant nothing.
Right. Exactly, because that's what real men do. What real men do is they deal with a subject matter and they move forward. That's what real men do.
If it isn't true, it shouldn't bother you anyway.
He is a piece of shit, though.
Yeah.
Laser focus. That's QE.
I'm just saying, guys. It's just the way that we're supposed to be. Water off a black swan's back.
Water off a duck's back.
I said black swan's back, dude. You didn't, and that was better than duck. You didn't.
They live. They live. They live. We got a fucking Do you have a problem, son? Ha ha! He deletes it. Yeah, he doesn't deserve to post in here. They live. You're just about ready to go along with his ilk too. By the way, they live. Come off mute.
I was talking about. I thought he deleted it.
No, I fucking deleted it. All right. So I
gotcha.
That was a little miscommunication then. Fair enough.
Yep, no problem.
Well, sometimes wrong is still posting about it now.
Did you do the picture of Witsit and Lunatic together? I did. I think Lunatic. It's just it's how many minutes past the hour?
Oh, cool. Where are they going out to dinner?
53 past the hour. Yeah, it looks like some gay date. I don't know.
Yeah, gay date.
I'll talk to him about it later. Don't worry, it's fine.
Well, it would have been more romantic, but Chris was there too, so.
I can just read this out. You said, wait, that I said so. I said, right. So I replied to the picture. You're better looking for sure. Knew it. You replied, he can't help. He's ginger. So my reply to that is, he can't help being one, or is incapable of helping in any fashion or form.
I mean,
due to some ailment
he can't help it
or
that he
lacking.
is a ginger. Yeah, you get it. He can't help
Right.
that he is a ginger. Yeah.
So it's not that he can't help at all due to something he's lacking due to the illness of gingerism.
Well, he's fully
Okay.
capable.
All right. Okay.
All right, yeah.
Good,
Can we
I'm
move
glad we
on?
cleared that up.
Where can we move on? Where'd you guys? Is that like dinner? Did you go out to dinner?
Yeah, we Foxtown Brewing. It's a brew pub. We had a burger and a couple beers.
Oh, cool.
Sweet. What did you eat? What did you have? Like, what sort of food do they serve there?
Fucking burger.
It was good. I mean, I was really happy with what I ate. I think they both were also. I had the Milwaukee burger, or whatever, had 2 different kinds of bacon on it. I got called a baby truther because I eat pork.
Mate, dude, you were
Dude,
wait,
you're
and you have
making me
pork.
hungry.
Yes, bro. Yeah.
God didn't make anything bad to eat, brother.
I'm telling you, I know how much that would have annoyed Whitsit watching you eat that pork. Like,
Hey, QE, I got a quick question.
funny.
Wait a second, cracks. He's still laughing, so wait till he's done laughing.
Okay.
I'm finished. Carry on.
Good.
Have you never seen the movie They Live? Because you were calling me They Live.
Oh, I'm sorry. They live. I don't think so. No.
It reads live.
You've never seen Roddy Piper act his acting debut? Come on, man. That's Roddy Piper?
Yeah, I
It
remember
reads-
Roddy Piper back in the
Right.
day. I don't remember.
Yeah,
that
dude,
movie.
he did his debut called They Live, which is under the impression that there are you ever see the movie V? Do you remember the movie V that came out, the TV series V?
No.
All these lizards, human beings were flesh sacks for lizards underneath.
I'm guessing no.
Anyway, these are fucking.
I answered no for QE because I just trust me. No.
What were they fucking police sacks?
So anyway, there's these. Anyway, Roddy Piper does his debut in They Live, and it's all about these special pair of sunglasses that reveal the true nature of these aliens.
Okay,
Because they're
I got
sending,
it. Yeah. I got it. Yeah, I've seen many memes about it and stuff. I just haven't seen the movie. Sorry.
It's actually a decent movie, believe it or not. It's actually it's like decent. Yeah.
John Carpenter.
I might watch it. What's it called again?
They live. The aliens.
They live.
They live. They live.
Called They Live.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. I protest questioning boomers about these movies. Okay, move on.
Right.
Carry on.
So they live.
I want to clarify for QE the glasses Rowdy Piper has that he can see the aliens. It's a metaphor for the elites. The aliens are like the elites of the world.
Yep.
Right. So they live.
They live.
No, seriously, They Live. Just to fix your problem for you. The reason why I've read it as They Live, and no, every time I've read your name, I've seen it that way. So is QE. It's because it reads They Live. Because when you write They Live, you have to do it with a lowercase l, because live. No, seriously, because anytime live is written in a sentence, if it's live TV, the L is capital. L is only a capital when it's live TV. So we'll read that as They Live. Everyone will. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, I just use it because the movie does it the same way, capitalizes both of them.
Yeah, they're idiots.
Yeah, they're idiots.
Fair enough.
They're fucking stupid. I'm sorry, but it says it says They Live.
It says
Like-
they live, man.
Like what? Chewy, you know, because you're reading it the same way I am.
Do your own work.
Do you? Where's your work? Dude, earlier I posted 3 of your citations. I was like, yeah, I didn't even search for this shit. QE sent me it. When I go with the Gem Pandas, they're like, you're just parroting QE shit. And I was like, yeah.
What's your point?
Yep. I did. Yeah, I am.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep. Is it all right? That wasn't a compliment. Oh, sorry.
Too funny.
I don't know. They have a healthy obsession with you over there.
Do
you
they?
take up a lot. Yeah. You take up a lot of time in their minds and their space, a lot of space in their heads, bro.
Really?
Yeah. You should start charging rent for that space. You become a rich man.
You definitely got under their skin very, very efficiently.
Yeah, man, they talk about you a lot over there. I actually believe that some of the people in there would try and physically harm you in real life if they saw you. But if they actually saw you, I don't think they would. I've heard you're quite a big man.
Nah, I'm getting a little older now. Maybe about 25 years ago, they wouldn't have tried that shit.
Yeah, I just don't think they would anyway. You seem like a drill sergeant. You're a bit like me. Like I don't take shit from anyone. So
Yeah, my mind is still sharp and it thinks I can do a lot, but the body is the second law.
lacking.
Second law. I'm telling you, man. Second law.
Damn that second law. Shit.
It's a bitch, man.
Can't stop the entropy, right?
Bitch.
every time you take a piss, it's a reminder of entropy.
Are the golf balls hanging a little lower than they used to?
Every time I open the fridge, it reminds me that we can live in an open and closed system.
That's a good one. That's a t-shirt. That's a t-shirt phrase right there, buddy.
Bro, were you there for it?
No, I just heard that now, man. That's Bryce. That's a good one.
Shit, we need that for the numpty clips. Like somehow, if we could flush out the refrigerator being the example for the naturally occurring open and closed system, that would be a good numpty clip.
No, it wasn't that. I asked him to give me. Remember the question, right? The question is, and I asked it plenty of times. Give me the equation for the second law of thermodynamics and a brief description on what it is. And he said, refrigerator.
Yeah, no, but then when he went into explaining why, that was what he was saying. But yeah, he just said refrigerator.
Guess what Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy, Mr. Quanumbrum said to that question? Guess what he said?
What?
Vacuum.
Wow. Yeah.
No vacuum chamber. Sorry.
Wait, how much was it that how many moles of helium was it? 4.4 grams of helium in a mole. Was it?
You're talking about Dr. Phil now.
I'm on about Dr. Phil now, yeah, but was it him that said that about?
He said the
And
more helium you put in, the heavier it won't. It's not. I can't even remember. It was so stupid. I just
yeah, and then I give him a new method to weigh helium, and I said about getting I said, you know, when you weigh like a fish, and you have basically what you would call a pressure gauge that gives you an equal rating because it's calibrated to tell you the weight of the fish. So why don't you fill up a balloon, scale tear it, right? Look up how much it weighs, just by dangling the balloon, basically tear it off. I said, then attach a helium balloon to the thing. And Phil was like, oh, that's a really good idea. He loved it. Obviously not realizing that he would be just weighing the room around him, really. And yeah, that was be pushing effectively the relative density of the helium, not the helium itself. But he really loved the idea and we started writing it down and that. It was fucking brilliant. He looked like such a twat.
I put a debate out of. It was a bunch of people in here. I don't think you were a part of it.
Probably not. I've just come back.
Yeah, just a few weeks ago. It's on my. If you go to my channel and go to
the debate.
Yeah.
Think about it this way, QE. You only have 62 years left to go.
Me? Nah, I ain't gonna make it that far.
Between you.
Come on, man. 120. You can do it.
No, I'm on about between the both of you.
Ain't gonna
between the two of you might have that much long left. What?
Wow.
You can laugh. You can laugh, bro, but how much? 60 years, 30 years. Wait, maybe you want a bit more. Sorry.
Hey, there's 340,000 people that are above 100 still alive.
Yeah, prove it.
340?
That's a positive claim.
340,000 people. That's counting all the continents.
That's a positive claim. You prove that?
No, but I saw it on the news.
Yeah, well, the news is just full of shit. I won't listen to them. Sorry, I'm being facetious on purpose because it's you, Godric. I'm just being a twat. Love you, really.
Yeah. It's not that far out of the realm of possibility, but I'm not going to be one of them.
I always say, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to be one of those people that dies young, and people are like, nah, man, don't think like that. I'm
it's
like,
your shit that kills you.
Well, I don't know, man. I think I've done all right so far to make it to here.
I remember back in the day, we used to sit around, me and my friends, and with the older people, they weren't old, canes and stuff yet, but they would always be complaining and shit and talking about medications, and we used to sit around and say, but why are they fucking whining all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, now I know why.
Listen, I'm 27, so I shouldn't understand that sentiment at all.
You're
But
27?
Yeah, bro. You know,
shit.
Huey, I'm 27, bro. But when I was like 7 years old, I woke up in the morning and my mum was paralyzed on the floor.
Wow.
So from when I was 7, I've cared for somebody. So I've learned a lot of empathy when it comes toward illness and medications.
Okay.
And then I ended up developing terrible back problems myself, right? So like, just as I got my own life really to myself, sorted things out for my mum and really got my own life. And yeah, so I really have a lot of empathy for that shit. I've sort of, that's why I've got a bit of an old head on my shoulders, I imagine, because I've had to grow up quite early.
And you realize, no, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, son. Go ahead, son.
I was going to say, and you realize, Crack, that between us, that we already are almost, if not already, at 120. So,
Yeah.
so come on, man.
Dude, why do you think I listen to you guys? I'm 27 years old, right? My dad passed away when I was like 18, 19.
Wow.
So basically, like, you guys to me are like fucking father figures, man. Like, really, that's why I like make sure I come here and listen to you guys. That's why I've predominantly got like I've listened to QE for years, man. Like, I was like a fanboy for QE before I came on here. I didn't know he was on this Discord. I came in this Discord and QE was in here, and I was like, "Fuck me, I love this guy," because I watched the video that he made on the Flagellum, and irreducible complexity the day it came out. I knew about it on blogs and shit, and I was waiting for it to come out.
Oh, that was a long time ago, man.
I know it was, dude.
Has anyone here heard of the German secret mafia?
The hell does have to do with the discussion?
What the fuck?
I'm just asking.
Well, hold up here. Wait a second. Let me chime in.
Sorry.
I was gonna say I listen to QE. QE's a lot smarter than me, man. But one thing I did realize in the process is that really what I actually already knew about science, that it just needed revitalization. I need to,
like a bit of refinement.
I need to go back and revisit and go, oh, okay, and connect a few dots, and that's what QE's helped me do. And so then, yeah,
Q helps everyone do that. They don't like to admit. Even the people at Gems have done that because they've changed a lot of their language ever since having dealt with QE. But then I spoke like this since I was a young child myself. I wasn't too shocked because the way QE spoke, let's say, because obviously in an investigation we have inductive and we have deductive reason. I was raised very differently to seemingly a lot of people. I was raised in, I would say, quite an intellectual fashion. I was seen as a gifted child, and I was fed knowledge on a daily basis. I wasn't brought up a Glover. I was brought up a geocentricist. I wasn't brought up necessarily a flat earther, but my mum laughed always at the idea of a spinning globe and would literally ridicule it. I remember her ridiculing it, and she's incredibly intelligent. And so I was fed knowledge, and especially when it came to stuff like science, my mum didn't turn around and tell me what she thought about science. Like, literally, I've got like about £2,000 worth of science textbooks in my house, and I read them. So I know what science is because I've read what science is out of like proper textbooks. Do you see what I mean? I'm like, she like helped me do it and like kept me interested in fucking doing it. And like I did that with lots of subjects, mate. And like that's how I learned a lot, you know? And you know, I was a fidgety kid with ADHD, and I still managed to do it because I was very hands-on, and like I can't thank her enough for those experiences.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, go ahead, Q. Like,
No.
yeah.
I was talking. I forgot to mute. Sorry.
No, but that's why when I found your videos, QE, I was quite young, like you said, really, because this is years ago. But when I found your videos, because I was so dead against evolution, right? And QE, I remember QE when QE used to be like a very nice guy. People call him an asshole now for the stuff that he does, but like realistically, like he does do that. He refines shit for people though. The scientific stuff, he refines it for them, and by being an asshole, it makes it so like your ear wants to listen to what he's saying, so it captivates people. And it makes
You caught on to that.
Oh
huh?
no, and listen,
I knew it from the
Huey,
very
I know exactly what you're
beginning.
doing. You're a production genius. And to be honest with you, I've been upset for years why what you do hasn't caught on and you haven't become super famous. It's actually a fucking outcry, and it pisses me off because I know what you put into it. I know how you change the cadence of your voice. I understand the way you change the tonality and the actual rhythmic flow to what you're doing, and the way that you do it and why you do it for the shock value and what that does for people, because it makes them listen. You have to listen when you hear you speak. And people can say you're an arsehole, but there's a method to the madness. And that method, yeah, I've tried to learn a lot from it.
Dude, shut up.
But yeah, man.
Start talking
I'm
about
giving
your
his secrets
feelings
away.
now.
Sorry, I'm giving QE secrets away here.
Monologuing, crack, monologuing. I'm only kidding.
I don't give a shit, man.
Few people recognize that, so kudos to you.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Thanks.
Yep. I've known that for a long time. Listen to your local assholes. The people that you think is an asshole, you learn the most from those assholes. Like I found that in my life.
Thanks.
For
I
real.
think is that a thanks or fuck
Yeah,
off?
no, I appreciate. Thank you. I'm honored.
And Sonny, you started to do it as well. That's
What's
what I've
up?
noticed. Sonny, you've done it as well. That secret sauce that QE's slapping on, you do it as well. That's what sets different people apart when we talk about subjects and how we captivate and teach.
Yeah, I think we all have a different way that we can process information and then transmit information.
I noticed
So,
that
like,
Sonny's really good at.
huh?
Oh, sorry.
I wanted to touch on the back. Remember, you said your back injury. That's where I was posted at. I wanted to bring up a really kind of ironic, funny point. So, my back is all fucked up, but not in the way you think it is. So, or how it got that way. Because, like I said, I was in the infantry for 8 years. I used to haul small countries on my back, along with large weapons across the country, right? And you'd figure, yeah, that would probably screw it up, right? No, it wasn't that. I was in Mammoth, California on vacation, right? In the summertime. And what they do with the ski hill, we were at the bottom of the ski hill, right down by the cabin. And it's got like a bunch of flights of stairs, like 3-decker stairs coming down to the bottom where the cabin is. And what happens is mountain bikers go up there in the summertime and they ride down the mountain. Well, me and my wife and my daughter, then she was just a baby, were sitting at the bottom on the bottom rail. We were sitting down there and I stood up, I got out and stretched and stuff and just walking around when a guy came down on his bike. I seen him out the corner of my eye down the first set of stairs. He was good.
Right.
Second set of stairs, and then the third, he swung over to the third set where we were at the bottom, and he lost fucking control.
Wait, he was on the bike?
Yeah, he's on a fucking mountain bike. Big guy.
What a dipshit.
Yeah, and he lost fucking control.
What?
And I caught him. I didn't see him. I heard it. because he was behind me and I didn't have time enough to turn around, right? But my wife was there with the stroller with my daughter in it. And I heard it behind me and I said, oh, fuck. Right? So I had, it's just a natural thing that you do. You're going to protect. Right?
Bro.
He slammed right in my middle of my fucking back with the handlebar.
Oh, mate. And you had to take it, and you sort of stepped into it as well.
Yeah.
When did that happen?
When you said back injury, I wanted to bring that up. It's just
when did he crash into you, QE?
That's similar to where I got back
That was in 2005.
I fucked my left leg up there, 14 pins, 2 plate skiing. I think it was 2010.
Oh, really? At Mammoth?
Yeah. No, not at the same place. Not at the same place. Camp Misfortune. Camp Fortune in Quebec.
Oh, okay. Yep.
I call it Camp Misfortune. Okay, so I got 2 questions for the room. Please, 2 questions, and then you guys can go on. Have you ever heard of the German secret mafia?
Yeah.
No.
Pretty secretive, aren't they?
Yeah, they had a good secret then.
Okay, so and then the next one is, does anyone know what's a henway?
Not my way.
What's a henway?
Yeah.
It's a bit like
about 2 pounds. Maybe 2 pounds.
2-3 pounds, that's right. Okay, so somebody did hear it before. Okay. Carry on, lads. Sorry. Old Joe.
I didn't get it.
2 or 3. I'm not getting it.
Me either, bro.
What does that mean? Why?
What's a henway? Oh, 2-3 pounds. Get it? What's a henway? Oh, 2-3 pounds.
Nope.
My brain's too literal for this shit, mate. Like I'm thinking a Henry is
how much does your hand weigh? Your hand weigh.
A chicken, a hen.
Oh, a hen.
What does a hen weigh? Yeah, exactly.
Chicken weigh a couple of pounds.
Do I get a prize for getting it right?
I'm still
not fucking getting it.
You know, like a rooster and a hen. Right? You know, a rooster and a hen.
How much does a hen weigh? 2 or 3
What's
pounds?
a hen weigh?
He's got to be trolling.
Mate, this makes no sense. You lot are mental, right?
I know what a fucking hen is. What is the punchline? What the fuck is the point?
Just tell her. I don't get it at all.
Okay. What's a hen
I
weigh?
was gonna do that, Drace. I didn't want to ruin it though. You were that. You know how I was thinking. But go ahead. Go ahead. What? Explain the punchline. I'm not fucking getting it.
Okay, what's a hen weigh?
I heard you for the 12th time.
So the punchline is 2 or 3 pounds.
I don't get it at all, you cunt. You're a cunt.
And we still don't get it.
I've never heard a joke being drug out and beat to death over the head with a club. That's the way I've heard this one.
What is the weight of a hen?
I gotta mean.
Hey, it doesn't make fucking sense, and it's not gonna, no matter how many times we can't say it.
Miggy, explain it to him. Explain it to him, Miggy.
Miggy, please.
Right here. There it is. Live stream voice text.
Beat a dead horse. That's not making it.
No, he's just trying to be. He was just trying to make a funny in between the conversation.
Yeah, we know, but like me and QE don't get the joke, and like everyone else gets it, but like me and QE just can't understand it, and like he won't explain it.
It must be trolling. It must be trolling.
Yeah, the explanation is simply just making it sound like it's a play on words. Like, what's a henway?
What's a henway?
If you say it really fast, it sounds like you're making a word out of henway. Like you're saying henway
now. Like but I immediately
thought
like
a highway. Like a highway. What's a highway? What's a henway?
I understand that, but I immediately that's not a good thing because I thought of a hen, and what's it weigh? So what?
Right. What's a henway?
Oh, then that's why it didn't
Mind
work
you,
on
it
you.
was a bit of dry humor, but yeah.
This is fucking gold.
What's the hen weigh?
So what? 2-3 pounds. Who cares?
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. It's not. If you say it fast, it's still fucked up. I'm still thinking of a hen.
It is still not fun. It doesn't make sense. Still, like, what's the point?
How many globers? How many globers
There
does
is
it
no
take to
point.
find
That's the
curvature?
point. There is no point.
You wouldn't need to know what a henway was in the first place in order to get
The way
that
the
joke.
joke was played on me was when I was younger, working with my grandpa doing asphalt. We'd be on a job site, and my grandpa would go, "Pass me the henway," and I'd go, "What the fuck is a henway?" And he'd say, "Oh, 2-3 pounds."
Well, that
Oh, I
makes sense.
see. You were but that's different.
That's different. Why didn't you say that before? That makes sense.
I got it. Ain't funny.
What's the pie cost?
All right, wait there. My
That's
wait there, guys, wait there. My granddad's got cancer. We covered him in butter. He went rapidly downhill after that.
Butter.
Why did you cover him in butter?
No one got the joke. My next door neighbor, right? We call him Blue Peter. He's got bad circulation.
Blue what?
I remember the first time you told those.
You gotta really feel the room if you're gonna start coming out with some jokes, man. It ain't happening around the kids.
Drace, I butchered the first joke on purpose. I wanted it to sound very melancholy and just like make everyone feel awkward. I did that on purpose.
I was talking about the earlier one before that.
It worked.
Yeah,
way to bring the room down, bro.
That's what I like to do, make people awkward.
My dad's got cancer.
But yeah, still the henway thing, mate. Yeah, you should have explained it, the right way round, because you really confused the fuck out of me.
That's what the problem is.
I would have asked when he passed me a henway in the live stream. You would have been, "How the fuck can I pass you a henway?"
There we have a key to the problem: asphalt, and what what Crack said a minute ago. Around the other way, whatever you said. There's a problem here.
I didn't get the first one either.
I bet you didn't get my joke. Sorry about that.
That's all right. It's all right. I sort of switched off to everything went a bit like quiet for a second, and then I switched off for a moment because I'm stoned off my head.
Yeah. So was henway a tool reference or something? Am I ignorant of this tool reference?
Well, it's just any tool, isn't it? Really, pass me the henway, and you're just messing around, like you're just saying, pass me something, but like you're not even really clarifying what you want. You're just saying anything, really.
Yeah, like go get a bucket of that handrail coolant.
Mate, I used to make my friends go to the shop on the way to my house, and I'd get them to buy a thing of KY jelly, one Cumberland sausage, which is a big thick sausage, and a box of condoms, and get them to buy it and come to my house, and loads of people would fall for it and buy it. So they'd end up going to a cashier, and I'd make sure they go to this certain small garage. So they go up to the cashier and they pass them one massive sausage, ask the cashier for condoms because they're behind in the counter, and then ask for a thing of KY jelly, and then buy it and then leave with it, and look so obviously gay and not realize the joke I'd played on them.
Why are you gay?
Yeah, XO was right. You're horrendous, you British.
I would never, Sonny. I would never ever do anything like that to someone like yourself.
Disturbing.
Quit lying to yourself, crack villain. It was all for you.
Listen. I did ask him to buy it for me. I did say that at the beginning. So like, when did I lie? Stop lying about me lying again.
You need to stop lying. Just tell the truth, crack. Come on. You
So
had
which
fun with
one
that
is it?
sausage.
I already stated at the beginning, Bufu, I asked them to buy this for me, and now you're saying I was lying about it not being for me. I stated that at the beginning. So when did I lie?
No, I'm not saying you lied. I'm saying that you did buy it. You got your friend to buy it for you so you could use it on yourself. Come on, tell us the truth.
I already stated what I said. I don't need to say anything else. I asked them to get it for me.
Ha! Gay!
He's basically admitting, crack, that he would go and get some for you, thinking all the while that he's gonna be so gay getting all this stuff, but doesn't realize that he's the one buying it and looking gay.
Yeah, I mean, like, mate, it's alright being. Listen, it's cool to be gay behind closed doors, but looking gay is worse than actually like everyone else. You know what I mean?
Oh my God, I'm gonna have to moderate every one of you now.
I'm just fucking.
Who's passing the pipe around? God damn it!
I'm stoned off my head, mate. Battle mod, you'd love this shit. This tastes good, man.
Yep.
India was in here earlier. We flat smacked the fuck out of this guy. Then we had a laugh with QE. It's actually been like quite a good night. Me and Sonny had a laugh with QE. We toyed with this bloke for a little while. He was a complete idiot, like, basically.
Oh, you had a bloke in here. Oh, I well missed it. By God.
Yeah,
Mate,
we had an English guy in here.
mate, you can pick up the telly and give me a ring, mate.
No, I'm sorry, man. I should have I should have actually messaged you, shouldn't I? Sorry, mate.
Sure.
Sorry, I actually should have. I didn't think about it next time because, like, yeah, it was actually quite amusing. India went with him. Well, I spoke to him for a bit.
We got anybody in here that's muted?
Miggy spoke to him as well.
Talk to? Miggy, we got anybody on deck in here? What's up?
No, I've been watching right now. There's only the usuals and maybe.
I've been watching. I've been waiting.
Sasha, but he's been played out.
Sasha, man, like I said, you that lazy earther roll. Do you want to get rid of it? It's being lazy.
I look out the window and what do I see? Three fucking Glovers staring back at me.
His science acumen seemingly gone up a little bit though.
Well, there was a new crypto in here who just left, and there's a Felix 4. Has anybody talked to him?
Felix 4.
That's a mute his ass.
I came in here yesterday, and I came in here a couple of weeks ago, and no one will give me a flat Earth tag. I mean, it's just.
Well, that's a good thing. I'm glad to fucking hear that.
No, we won't give them to you, Felix. I'll give you one right away. That's all right, mate.
You will not.
Ah, dude, thank you.
He will not.
No, mate. I'll have to
Give me
interview
that
you.
down.
What were you told?
Give it to me.
Felix,
right now.
Felix, what were you told? What were you told? No, the
I will not repeat myself. I ain't hear one flat Earth evidence come out of his mouth. Mickey, you want to test him?
This is my point. I was about to ask him, Felix, what were you asked when you did ask for the flat Earth tag previously, just for a bit of recon?
Did you miss the hyper fastidious memo?
No, I know that, mate.
Oh, so you got the memo.
I'm not giving it to him. I was asking him something.
Well, did you critique his asshole? I want to know this man shits flat Earth, eats flat Earth, talks flat Earth, and walks flat Earth.
Obviously.
It's been well critiqued. I feel.
Felix, I'm about to ask you, what were you
asked? You guys opened me up and looked into my soul.
You should be dropping your flat Earth proofs like bars on a track. You should be on the attack.
Like, when you come in here, you, like, if a Glober comes in, bro, like, you need to prove that shit. Like, the point is, as well, is, like, when you asked for it last time, what were you told?
Get a Glober to come in. I'll debate him. Right now, right here.
Yeah, or, like, turn around and tell us some shit. Like, tell us something we haven't heard before, bro. Like, tell us something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, give us some information or some shit. Like, you know what I mean?
I still won't get the tag. I've done that before.
Bro, with moderators, like, you'll get the tag.
Yeah, man. Like, how can you still be a flat earther when Richard Branson just went into space? Explain that to me.
Explain to me how Richard went to space. I see no dick in
Dude,
space.
because he's got a lot of money, and he's friends with Elon Musk, and they're totally not
Pay
part of.
attention, guys. This is
And
the flat
they're
earther now.
totally not a part of like this Jesuit scheme and part of Freemasonry.
Dude, he went to space. He went to space. How can you? Didn't you see the curvature out of the window? How could you still be a flat earther? How dumb are you?
What window?
Yeah, here's the curvature they saw out of the window.
We watched Five Guys on a plane.
Look at that curvature
on a plane, and all of a sudden, Dick went to space.
Yeah, look at that curvature, dude. The Earth's
like a
concave.
I can guess his name. His name's Dick.
Wait a
Look at
second.
him.
Witcher was
Mate,
talking.
This is some good weed, man. What's it?
I was saying, look, the
Yeah,
Earth's
I could hear
concave.
that, bro. I just wasn't taking the rumpus. I was giving it.
Yeah, Witsit was talking to me yesterday.
Okay, so you think that that's what the Earth looks like out of that window?
I think he was being facetious.
That looks like weed.
And Felix wasn't. It was flat Earth.
No weed.
Self-evident.
Where'd you get those? What's it?
That should be
Screenshot
the axiom.
I screenshot it on their own YouTube channel.
You're kidding me.
No.
Wow.
Yeah, they put a edited video out the next day. It's like 3 minutes long, and so it shows one picture of him looking through the window, and it shows this major curve. I'll send that right now, and then it shows her looking through the window, and it shows it concave. I'll just screenshot it. That's it.
Grace has a good one with Branson in it too.
Of concave?
Yeah.
That's crazy. So funny.
It's right beneath yours, a couple beneath yours. FE Batman's got one. It's yours, then another one. Then yeah, scroll up. Well, now his is a video, sorry, but it starts out. Look at that shit.
Hey, what a joke.
Yeah. Oh man.
So if
So-
they're looking out different windows, the Earth is a donut.
So this was this a live broadcast? You got it out. This was off the live broadcast.
No. They uploaded this edited video to their YouTube the next day.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like 3 minutes long. It's this guy giving this emotional speech to the children out there. I once was a kid that had a dream about going to space, and here I am. And then they float around and they show everyone looking out the window.
Wow.
Yeah, live. It all glitched out while they were.
Yep.
I don't understand though, because in one part of the footage, when they're actually in the aircraft, you see it. I swear to God, you see bubbles in the aircraft. Like, I don't even understand.
Well, it's so funny. Like, if you're honest and you watch it, it's very obvious what's happening. As it's moving, as they're moving, the angle of convexity or concavity changes. Like, just like my GoPro. Like, if I take a GoPro right here and I look at the sidewalk and I tilt it down, it curves, and then I tilt it up, it curves the opposite way. And you're literally watching that happen on their own edited video, which means it's the best that they can put out. And people still act like they went up and saw the curve of the Earth. I mean, what do you do with someone like that?
Dismiss it because that's a really good photo. Thanks.
Yeah, it's just a joke, man.
How high did they claim to go?
Just around 50 miles. So
That's it. You
Yeah.
can't see.
Yeah.
What do you do with that? You tell them do the
Kiwi
math.
and Witsit
It
in
don't work out.
Wait, there is Kiwi, Witsit, and Battleman all here at the same time.
50 miles is what? 280,000 feet?
Yeah,
What's the
something like
distance to the horizon at 50 miles? Anybody
don't
have
know.
a calculator? Quick.
Or Glober say
I
60.
know the ISS horizon is supposed to be 1,400 miles. So think 1,400 miles to the horizon.
So around
That's in every
300.
direction, right? See, this is what I try to tell them, right? So if it's 1,400 miles to the horizon in every direction, right? And you know how they talk about this dip angle? You have a dip angle to the horizon. So if the horizon is one distance and there's one dip angle to the horizon, you can't have one dip angle and it look curved. It's going to always look flat no matter what. You have to be far enough away from the ball where you see the whole ball. Being too close to it, you're never going to see a curved edge of a ball. It's impossible. But I saw a cartoon once, so.
Yeah, like the craziest part about this to me is they know how this is how brainwashed they have people now. The title says we went to space. This Branson dude, he's all over the place talking about we went to space, right? And that's all they have to see is a title. There are mainstream articles out that said they didn't actually go to space. There were still clouds at the height that they were at, and they just floated around for 4 minutes, just like a zero-G plane. That's a mainstream article from futurism.com. But most people, they know they've got everyone so brainwashed that in 2021, 99% of people will just watch the 3-minute edited video and the title says they went to space. Bam. That's all that they'll look at. Like
all they need.
Well, Virgin Galactic's a publicly traded company. Okay. So their stock went way up after they did it, and then it crashed back down. And it was 60% of what it was trading at before they launched. So you tell me, everyone, if you're an investor, it's going to get people to invest. We're going to do a little public relations scam to get people to invest in our company. We're going to scrape off a bunch of money when the stock goes up and then crash it.
Yep.
All right.
It's always about the money, dude. When they say it's not about the money, it's about the money.
Guys, I've sort of got like a ability to get like a multi-angle black swan as well. We don't need any more than the one we've got, obviously.
Nope.
But it's quite a cool one, that was all. I just think the more that we see, the better. You know what I mean? It illustrates the point differently. QE, I haven't shown this to you yet. It's it, I believe, actually. But yeah. And then, it's quite interesting. Just check out Livestream voice text. So there's an island off of the coast of somewhere near where I live. Basically, I was at this location here. Can people refrain from posting in the livestream just for a moment, if that's okay? This is at Woolacombe Beach. This is
It's not in there.
Livestream voice text.
No.
I've just posted it.
I see it.
Now it is.
All right. Sweet. So it's at Woolacombe Bay. It's from Woolacombe.
Can you turn up the quality of your internet?
Yeah, you got a quality button?
What? What's wrong with it?
It's from
no, I'm talking to QE. Turn up the quality of his internet where he's not getting images.
Dude.
All right, we're looking at it. It's where you drew this line over the water.
What?
Water.
Right, so that shows the distance away of where it is. Okay, I'll just post the images. Okay, of the actual beach. We can all talk about the sort of elevation that I'm at. Wouldn't really matter. We can play around with the numbers and look at what it is. This is the images. I'll wait a second. Now I'll post. This is the island itself. Here is a blurb of information about the island, which I will post.
I'm taking all this in at breakneck speed. What's your damn point?
I'm just saying, it's just a black swan. It's just a black swan. That's all, bro. The image that I posted first was me sat on the beach. I took the image of the island. You can see the island clearly there. It's a distinctive island. It can be taken. These images can be taken from many places on the coast of the southwest coast of the United Kingdom. Right. The distance of it away from where I am sat is 19.7 miles away. Okay. Right. I can look at this island from places that are even 35, 37 miles away at different angles and stuff like that, right? Okay. Anyway. point being, as well, when we look at it, we know obviously we have the height of the island, we have all the dimensions, how long it is, we have all of that, right? So it's 3 miles long, right? So there's also dip at both ends of the island, purportedly there's supposed to be, right? Because of its because it's lengthways facing away from the coast. So, and then we know the heights of it, so we should know what should be revealed, and we should know where the Sagittarius should be as well. So I'm just saying, as a black swan, if you look at that image, it's quite clear to see there's no Sagittarius between it and the island. On the left side of the island, you can actually see the boat moored up. If you look at it on the computer, and the boat, looking at it online, the actual wooden masts on that boat are only 20 to 25 feet high. So I'm just saying, like, you know, it's just a black swan.
Did you take this with the Android or something?
Yeah, yeah. It's just because I was just there for the day, bro. Like, I'm gonna go back out.
Oh, you actually took it with an Android. I was just
Yeah,
making a joke.
I'm gonna go back out and do it properly, bro. Obviously, I'm just saying that's just what I've got there.
So what's the numbers?
The numbers are 19.7 miles away. No more than I'd say 4 foot off the ground. I believe below 4 feet, and then yeah, basically 4 foot off of sea level, obviously, because it's on the beach. 19.7 miles away, and you can see a boat on the left side that is below 20 feet tall. And there are portions of the island.
It's a little shaky, man. You're gonna have to identify that as a fucking boat. I can't see it.
Well, even so, we could look at the, like I said, the blurb talks about the lowest portion of the island. You can see the whole island there.
Yeah.
There are
What's the
portions-
highest point? Yeah, that's not gonna get you there. What's the highest point of the island?
Wait there, let me see. Where's the blurb? The highest point though is very high. Do you know what I mean? Like, so, but you can clearly see like the lower points as well. Wait there. The highest point of the island is, so it is about 3 kilometers long. I'll get back to you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking. I believe it's in the blurb.
You understand what I'm saying? You can't call that
Yeah,
a boat.
yeah, of course.
Right.
No, I
So-
get you.
Yep. So you got to take the island. Should the island not be seen? I haven't plugged the numbers in, man. I'm too lazy.
Well, to be honest, at 19.7 miles away, at 19 with 8 inches per mile squared, what's the curve calculator? If anyone, someone could post it.
Don't know. I didn't plug the numbers in. You're gonna have
Yeah,
to.
I know you
confirm-
haven't. I'm gonna do it right now.
You're gonna have to confirm your height. It's not 4 foot. It's gonna be higher than that now.
No, yeah, of course.
You're gonna have to get all that stuff wired fucking tight.
Yeah, when I redo it.
Yeah. Okay.
But I can get this at 1 foot, I believe, QE. I was laying down with my, like, you know what I mean, like with my cousin. My cousin lay with his chin in the water, and he was looking at the boat with his own eye. You just couldn't see it with the phone. So with a P900, you'll be able to literally zoom in on the boat, and the
Right.
boat is like 10 foot off the fucking water, mate.
Oh
This is
yeah.
gonna be
You
a
see-
black
you can
swan,
see the
bro.
boat. Yeah, I got you.
Bro, I'm telling you, you can see it with your eye. So
Oh,
with
I hear you, dude.
Yeah.
But for you to post it as evidence, you got to see the fucking boat.
yeah, of course, man. Like you'll be able to read the sign of it, I reckon. Like for real. I'm
We're
just
gonna
saying.
1000, man, and stop using Android.
P900.
But yeah, fair enough. Works good enough.
That'll work.
I mean, you would also have to know how far away the boat is too, right?
The boat's
the island.
19.7 miles away. It's moored up on the dock. That's the thing that they measured the distance to.
So there's a dock over there. You need a picture
Yeah.
of that fucking dock.
Yeah, we can get a picture of the dock as well.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah, wait there. I've got it.
He posted it already. It's right there, isn't it?
It's
Got
a
it, right
lammy.
there.
It's right there down at the bottom.
Yeah, I just said the Alami one that got the Alami shit on it.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
can get my own shot one. Yeah, obviously I can get my own one.
Yeah.
It's easy to do.
Yeah, that could have been taken in San Juan. You got to get the actual picture of the boat dock from that island.
Yeah, that's easy to do, bro.
You might as well just go ahead and think about every angle as a globe zealot, right? So
Yeah, I will. That's
outside verification of your height, like when I go do P900, like I take my phone and I literally video my tripod 12 inches up, all that, because you know how.
Well, for the Baltards, it's only 2 angles. For us, you're going to need all the pedigree information.
Yeah, of course, dude. That's why I'm asking. This is why I'm showing it to you both, like now, like while everyone's here, because then it's like.
No, I think it's a good. Yeah. Did anyone plug the numbers in, or am I going to have to do it?
What, 19 miles at 4 feet?
Yes.
I think I have it up. Oh shoot, I don't have it.
Man, I could do it at 1
got
foot. Even. No, I mean, but.
Yeah. So target hidden height's 182 feet, and the distance to the horizon is 2.4 miles.
There needs to be a sagittar in that image, 2.4 miles away.
Needs to be a hump. Is that what you're saying? There needs to be a fucking hump.
An Earth curve.
What happens if you go to that island right there and shoot it to another island? What do we live on? Mogul fucking Earth? There's no hump. That hump died a long time ago, man. There's no hump.
Exactly.
Dude, you can go out and look at over bodies of water, and with the naked eye, you can debunk the globe Earth.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt.
I know. I'm telling you, you sure can.
Hey, and I do it all the time. Like I just go out there. I'm like, damn, did we leave the P900? You can see things with your naked eye. Now, sometimes, even though when you zoom in with the P900, you get through the thickest part of the atmosphere. Like I have the tripod set up 12 inches, and it gets like hard to get good resolution. But you can see things with the naked eye, bro, that you cannot see on a globe. It's so crazy that they pulled this off. You don't even need a camera, bro. Like if you go out to water enough, you'll find out very quickly if you look at the math that the Earth is not a ball.
The eye is like 800 megapixel.
Yep. Yeah, but for the dumbass crackers, you need hardcore stuff.
Yeah, of course.
Oh man.
Yeah. Dumbass cracker.
And there's so many things you run into day-to-day observations, right? So like, say you're 1 foot off the surface, you zoom in and you see something 17 miles away, and you're not supposed to be able to see it. And you can tell you'd be able to see all the way to the base, but there's just stuff in front of it that they're just like a building in front of it or trees in front of it, so you can't technically see the bottom, So like in the planet world we live in, it's like, okay, that's not good enough. Like you have to go get the perfect observations nowadays.
Yeah,
because we all know how it goes. Yeah,
I know a good one. It's like 10 or 20 observers in a circle, all exactly a distance away from each other. They shouldn't be able to see each other at 1 foot off the ground, observer height, everything done properly with tripods, with cameras. You could zoom in and zoom out, and everyone be able to see each other in a concentric, like in a circle facing each other, and then take a shot. So you have an image, and then you can use a emulator to stitch this together almost, and you can use a 3D camera in the middle. But whatever, the point is every person, 20 men, right, would all have an image of one another at a distance they shouldn't be able to see each other at.
No, you can't have two people live on the. You can't have two people live on the Earth. Where's Sasha at? He needs to post that. But anyway, sorry to interrupt. What's it? Do you have that documentation? That I copied it and I saved it and I can't find the damn thing. About the what the hell was it?
Really? You can't remember?
The geodetic. Hold on. Fuck. Geodetic surveying, where it talked about how they assumed the model right there in the first paragraph.
Yeah, I actually got that from India. I can find it. There's one from like the father of geodesy.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find it.
You sent it to me. I saved it, and I can't find that son of a bitch. I tried. Now that I just thought of it right now, before crack gets involved again.
I'll see if I can find it.
Appreciate it, man. Go ahead, crack.
No, I ain't speaking. You've had my feelings, mate.
No, go ahead, crack. Go ahead. Yeah, that's all I wanted to get out. Go ahead.
We know you Europeans are soft, bro.
Nah,
So
I forgot what I was fucking saying. Anyway, mate, don't worry. It's alright.
No,
but you know what I mean by an observation. Just a circle of people all looking at each other, shouldn't be able to see each other. What type of refraction's that? Tubular, downward, and then across horizontal for everyone at the same time.
You can't have two people live on a globe, dude. It's impossible.
I know that, but I'm on about for the retard crackers. You're on about retard crackers, so I started thinking about how you could really show it to them. Sorry.
Black Swan is the original Black Swan is all I need. Actually, I understand what you're doing, but that's all. It's over.
Have you guys ever thought that, like, when you see that mountain from 255 miles away, and it's supposed to be obstructed by over a mile at the top of the mountain, right? So for them to just say the word that they say religiously, refraction or whatever, obviously they can't say it, but just the idea alone, right, is preposterous. That mountain would actually have to tilt forward and then lift up. It wouldn't just have to lift up. It'd have to tilt it forward, the refraction, quote unquote, right? It'd have to tilt that mountain forward some and then pop it up. Like, what? A clown world.
Yeah, it would, but you can't use that angle of tilt towards you because you wouldn't be able to make it out even at that distance. But I understand what you're saying.
Right, like to have it where it's exactly what it would look like flat.
Yeah.
Like it'd have to tilt towards you and up. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, especially with the angular size change over that distance, to detect the angle is pretty difficult.
Is Indio still in here?
I don't know. I'm trying to find. I'm like 2 computers removed from when I had that thing.
Oh, that's
that was a long time ago as well. India was the one who had it. I remember the night that he gave it to me and Witsit before Witsit.
Went straight to Gamma Pandas and just like dismantled their worldview.
Yeah. We literally I've got it somewhere myself, but it's on one of my old devices. It is around, Q. It's not lost. It is around because we got it off of India that night, and that was funny. That was.
Well, I have it, and I think I saved it on my laptop, and I didn't transfer it over, right? So it's different computers, like he was talking about, because he did send it to me because I asked him for it, and he sent it to me, and I said, "Oh yeah, cool." And I tried to find it, and I can't find that son of a bitch.
Wait there, Q. Let me see if that's on this phone. I've got some of those things they did at Gamma Panda of Witsit, like some of the other ones, the ones you might not have seen. Let me try and find them. I can send them in DMs because it's bullying now. Does anyone want to see loads of fruit flies? What's the point? Look at what fruit flies look like. They look fucking insane.
What the hell?
They're attached to a straw outside of a cafe, like a thick shake straw. Apparently it'd been there for about 40 minutes, and all these fruit flies had gathered on the straw. So I got my camera out, put on a big ring flash to bleed out the image behind, the light behind it, put it on a quick shutter speed and just took this quick image, and look at the state of that. It's mad. Absolutely insane. I've never seen them like that. Ever.
Gnarly fruit flies, even in England. Gee whiz.
Bit weird.
There's no deflection of the Earth and flying flies and flying flies and flying fruit flies. The Earth doesn't spin below.
I got bit the other day as well. someone bit me the other day.
Damn, I didn't find it yet, but I did find this. It's so funny. Geodetic
Oh
survey.
my god, remember this. Remember this. This is like a hair that's like gonna get plucked out of a pimple, mate. Honestly, like if you squint at it, right? I love this. This thing's really great. Indio does a good breakdown with this image, doesn't he? Where he talks about the plumb line.
Yeah, for sure. I do know he's the one that sent to me, the father of geodesy. I'm gonna see if I can.
It was. He sent it to me and you. I remember because he did like a private lesson almost, wasn't it? Remember? And it was fucking well good. Where and it was like the day before you had that debate, but we went over to Gamma Pandas and you like practiced or whatever over there. Really.
Oh yeah. When I debated the geodetic
We
survey.
forced it, didn't we, onto geodetic surveying, so you could just basically practice on the same debate that you're gonna have the next day against that twat on YouTube. And then, but yeah.
What's crazy is I sent it to that room like 30 times, and I know that if I went over there and asked them for it, they definitely don't know where it is. You know, they threw it away within minutes. They're like, I don't want to ever see that thing again.
Nope.
Because it's the father of the methodology that they're invoking. Like the guy that is the father of it, right? And he's like, this is how we do it. We assume the Earth is a spinning sphere with a core and gravitation of mass particles and all this nonsense.
I don't know how you debate it, mate. I can't even be bothered to try and absorb it or take it in because I find it that boring and that shit. It's such a horrible topic. It really is. Like,
oh yeah, it's awful.
I hate
But
it.
if any time someone hits me up for debate and like it's someone that actually works in that field, that's relevant. Yeah, if it's relevant, then I'll do it. Like he asked me to debate Team Skeptic, and I'm like, no. And asked me to debate some Dapper Dino or something like that. I'm like, no, I'm good. Like, give me something with 500,000 subs or subject matter expert, or I'm not interested, bro.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Curvy plumb lines to go along with your curvy level.
You seen McToon's failure?
MC
Yes, sir. I'll take 2 of them and go large. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Say that before Mike said MC Tune. Yeah. Does he still have a channel?
Who? McFruity?
McBooger Eater.
How did you see McToon's failure?
McToon's what?
Failure.
What are you talking about?
It sounds like he's saying Buzz Lightyear, but he's saying failure.
Oh, you want to talk
McToon, right? Shows this, right? It has this the screen shot.
He failed long before.
Right. But there's something he forgot to include. Right? Because the original
is hilarious.
Is this right?
Oh yeah.
Well, I grabbed it.
Yep.
And I did it myself. Check out the bend in the beam there.
Oh, so he cut it out.
Yes. He cut that shit out because he knew it destroys his argument.
That's just prove he's just intentionally dishonest. That's crazy.
Yes.
He's dead. Numpty Clip killed him. He's done for. This is what I have. Sure. This is what I have. What's it? From me.
Live for this
shit. Put that. I wanted to hear that McToon one. Quantum. I didn't get to hear that.
You didn't get to hear that yet?
I have not.
Yeah, it's even on my channel, bro. You're slipping, bro.
It's on Wit's channel.
I've been streaming like 8 hours a day, man. It's been hard.
Champions make examples, not excuses, man.
Yeah, exactly. What's it? At 2 minutes after, this is what I got from you. That's the only thing I have. This is a train wreck of epic proportions as it is. That's not what I want. I want the first paragraph. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Let me see if I'm still trying to find it.
Yep.
Your best bet's India because like it was such Yeah, unless you're on that device. What's it?
It was a pretty big document, if I could remember correctly.
It is.
Yep. It's actually huge.
India has these gems that you can't find on Google, you know?
Yeah.
So I can read this out for everyone if you'd like to hear it. What the fuck?
What the hell?
What is that, man?
Hey, Battlemire, y'all having rain dance over there?
Yeah, is it?
I was fucking muted. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Don't make me go to the live stream and ban a motherfucker. Roll back the tape.
That was Impulse.
We don't use tape anymore, man.
Was that you, Impulse?
Listen, son, you clearly knew what I meant. Don't make me listen. Don't make me, and I won't. I ain't did it between Coon's age, but I will. I reckon I will. And if you talk over me, who's talking over me? Point that motherfucker out.
No, it's Impulse. He's got his
Impulse.
mic open. He's making sound effects.
Oh, can somebody mute his dumbass?
No, I'll do
Thank
one
you.
better.
I'll do one better.
Thanks for coming, but you're not quite what we want here, Impulse. Oh, you can run, but you can't hide. I already had you locked in.
Nice.
You bastard. Yeah, you Brendan.
Target acquired and eliminated.
So, you want me to read this train wreck? Check this out. From this is the United States Air Force, for fuck's sake. In spite of the fact that the surface of the Earth cannot be reached everywhere, it has been made possible to have a general knowledge of the shape of the Earth through the existence of a simple law of formation. The fuck? Of the shape of the whole body of the Earth. This is the law of formation of which the factors are the gravitation of mass particles and the centrifugal force created by the rotation around an axis.
Bro, I love them.
What? That sounds like an outward force. What the hell?
No. You got to buy.
It is chock full of fucked up shit.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
The law of formation. So they're assuming the whole body of the Earth, the formation factors are gravitation. That's fucking horseshit. They don't even know what mass is. Centrifugal force. So they're assuming the rotation of the Earth created about the rotation around an axis. What the fuck? This is classic, man. That's why I held on to this one.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Where's that rotation, huh? Can we get a measurement?
The law of formation, that sounds like contractual law to me. They're just looking for agreements or cosigners.
No, they're talking about the nebular hypothesis here about how the Earth formed.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying there's a law of formation in law. The forming of contracts, trusts, and bonds.
Dude, just tell me why I typed this whole entire thing in word for word, and even the USAF ACIC St. Louis, Missouri, and it still doesn't pop up. Like I just want to throw something right now.
I know, man. I know. I got it.
Jeez Louise. I think I do have a 2 terabyte USB. I'm gonna plug it in and see. It's probably on there from my old laptop.
Yeah, don't go crazy with it. What's it? If you can't find it, that's fine.
That's all good. I'll just if this works, then I'll just grab it.
Next time Indio comes in, I'll snatch it. I'll get him.
Mate, trust me, India's got it. Like, India's got it. He had more than that file. I remember he had it like in a folder file. Like, it's going to be really easy for him to grab it. Is my point.
Yeah, but you can't DM him because he don't fucking answer those. So you have to catch him in here.
I know. I went to our DMs and I was like, "Damn, now I know what it's like to be on the other side of this." This guy's been curving my DMs.
He's always replied to me.
Shut up.
Shut
I'm
the
being
fuck
serious. He actually has. I would screenshot it, but I'm not actually allowed to, apparently.
I can't say anything about that, man. Like I'm the worst about that ever.
Yeah.
I think it's your broken device, bro. We can't stop you from doing screenshots. That's not a permission on Discord. It's a function of your device.
Yeah.
No, the function of this server that you don't show DMs between nerds and admins.
Yeah, but wait a second. This is bullshit anyway. He could just pull out. Listen, Indio's replied to me through the years, right? I can just pull one of the replies out and say, "See there? No, that's not what I'm fucking talking about."
He would reply if it was something serious. I swear he would. Surely.
But whenever you start saying a bunch of bullshit, you start going to Mickey Mouse tone.
What's the question, though?
Can you please give a folder to do with the Father of the Odyssey? I feel like he would want to give it to you, Kiwi.
What the
Like,
fuck
I'm
did you
saying, I'm
say?
thinking in it.
All right, let's all DM Indio and ask for it.
Yeah, should we all DM him? Yeah, no.
I don't even know what I'm asking for just yet.
I know
The
I couldn't
Father of the
understand a word
Odyssey.
he was fucking saying. The PDF on Geodesy.
The Father of the Odyssey.
Father of the Odyssey.
Geodesy.
It's a huge file.
No.
I'll go to war over the pronunciation, bro.
Yeah, same. Is it geodesic? Geodesic?
Geodesy.
It's
Listen,
Geodesy,
bro.
for fuck's sake.
When you correct my pronunciation, you say it's fair to do the
I
same.
wasn't correcting anyone.
Yeah. I mean, you can say
I'm not
either way.
talking to you.
You can say
not
Ewan.
talking to you.
You can't pronounce shit right. If I'd be all fucking day trying to correct you.
Over.
Over there, man.
What?
We still got
What?
flat earthers saying Ptolemy.
Shut up, with it.
Battle matter, walk on water to whip your fucking ass. Hey?
That's what I'm talking about.
That's a good one. I like to hear people try to stutter over that one. That never gets old.
Ptolemy.
But what?
Pneumonia.
Specificity.
God damn it, man.
Specificity.
I was just fucking joking, man. What the fuck? Let's not go too far with it, man. Come on, Christ. Say pneumonia any damn way, crack. Say it.
Aluminium.
What do you want me to say, bro?
Aluminium.
Bad.
Aluminium.
Say rear.
Well, actually, me and Witsit discovered that I'm actually not wrong for pronouncing it that way because it's spelt that way and it's spelt differently in America. It's spelt aluminum.
Yeah, the actual spelling is different. That's wild.
Say rear view.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Witsit found this out. So how about everyone leave me the fuck?
Well, no, because then we start talking about electrostatics, and you keep on just killing the vibe with electrostatic.
Electrostatic. It's electrostatic.
Literally.
And it's attic. Not what you said, Witsit, right, mate?
What's electrostatic? Listen, is that the friction we're talking about? Is that what's electrostatic?
Friction.
Right, look, I'm gonna type out a line. I want you to read it out loud.
Yeah, friction. You know, there's more than one type of friction.
Witsit
Right?
loves the way that I drop the T when I drop the T. He loves it.
Maybe you don't know that. There's kinetic friction and electrostatic friction.
Kinetic friction. Kinetic friction.
Kinetic, yes. A friction.
Kinetic friction, yeah.
And static.
What about static friction?
Static friction. There's two types.
You also get erratic static friction.
Is there less static?
No, that's some pervert shit. Put lubricate on it.
Or is that a contradiction?
Is there less static in the attic?
Static in the attic.
Depends on how long it's been since the attic got cleaned.
The attic got cleaned about a week ago, mate. Talking about it.
So the dust will interfere with the connection?
When the dust settles, man just whips it back again so that it fucking flies everywhere again. I don't ever have an easy going of it. I like it rough. I like it when it's always tough. The dust never settled.
Why is that a dusty room? That gravity doesn't pull all the dust down? That the dust is
That's
on
the
every
point.
surface and
Because of
every direction?
electrostatics.
Mm-hmm.
Did you bust anyone on that yet? What's it? Electrostatics.
Yeah, I did it in Gamma Pandas. It was hysterical.
No, you did not. When?
Yeah. Dude, I don't know. Okay, it's been like maybe even a couple weeks, but dude, they spiral, bro. I set them up so hard, bro.
You did. I can't wait. Was it taped?
Yeah, maybe so. I have to ask Kivo. Kivo was in there, so
So he was. I can't wait, man.
it's so funny, so funny.
Cool.
Like they did not know what to do. Like the rooms arguing with each other, you know. It was hilarious.
Lovely.
What were they arguing? What's this? I want to see the video clip.
Nah, I
what was it?
I popped it because what's it's been saying for a long time. That I knew as soon as he said it, I said, yeah, he's got everyone by the balls. He just didn't, he wasn't very specific with it, but I helped him be specific.
Yep.
So we need 2 trains headed towards each other at rapid pace with flatbeds on both trains.
The hell are you talking about?
All containing multiple hamster wheels about to collide with each other.
No, we're talking about electrostatics. What the fuck are you on?
I'm talking about the Globers on the hamster wheels about to crash.
No, we're talking about electrostatics.
If you
give us a rundown?
Technically, hamster wheels.
I was going to try, but these fucking guys are on hamsters.
I don't know why he's talking about it. I'm asking why. Right. Why are you saying that, Sonny?
See?
Oh my gosh. Are you serious, Cracky?
Listen, the reason I'm saying is because what Witzer was saying
Are you continuing, Sonny?
he asked me to
I don't care. You tell him wait after. Just tell him wait. Let QE finish. We were on electrostatics, not hamster wheels.
Hamsters are inherently electrostatic, just to let everyone know.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no duh.
No duh.
A hamster wheel would be an example of kinetic.
Boy, Sonny, they're brilliant, isn't it?
Oh, shit.
We're just not going to get to it. I don't care.
I know.
That's all I care about.
Okay, electrostatics. Let's hear it. I want to hear it myself.
Electrostatics. Yeah.
Fuck, I might as well just rap.
Oh no!
Whoa,
Here comes the hamster wheel rap.
Electrostatic, we got a habit, eradicate the vibrate. Can we get back to the debate?
Automatic. You might
you
understand
got
that it might get erratic around here. The quick statement about it.
Calm down.
Now you know it's bad. I apologize.
I'm about to put you in cactus. Put Sonny in cactus. That's the only one I could put in cactus.
I can put every one of you in cactus.
You can't put Sonny in cactus.
Everybody won.
Not you, Battle Mod. I know you can put everyone in cactus. Well done. Like, for fuck's sake. Like, man.
Yeah, the problem is after you're already there, I wouldn't be doing nothing.
Cogdiss is alright, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people keep.
Oh my gosh.
People talk about it.
We're never gonna get to it.
What were you talking about, Quantum?
I don't know. Go ahead with that, please.
What I was saying was, Witsit was always correct. The first time he said it, he said that that everything has electrostatic forces. And as soon as he said it, I remembered it way back in the day, right? And I said, yeah, he's right. He just wasn't specific enough because he likes specificity. So I just helped him out with his specificity. That's all I did.
Good.
Do you want to know it?
Yes.
Yeah. Everyone wants to know now. Right? No hamsters?
You added
You got these guys on the edge of their seats, bro.
No. I got a question.
So all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic. That's what Witsit was talking about. He just wasn't specific enough. But they're called van der Waals forces. They're dipole forces, London dispersion forces, and hydrogen bonding are all electrostatic.
Yep.
That's all inter, I-N-T-E-R molecular forces, not intra, inter.
So
Got it?
that's yeah. So the difference between intra and the difference between what would you say the best way to say it to everyone
So the
would be?
three types of molecular forces obviously are covalent, ionic, and metallic bonding. But the inter molecular forces between molecules are all electrostatic. Those are van der Waals forces. Dipole, London dispersion, and hydrogen bonding.
Yeah.
Yep. All electrostatic. So he's got him by the balls. So I just helped him out just a tad bit to get him up against the wall.
Yeah, they spiraled, bro. It was hysterical.
Yeah, you can't deny the existence of those things as well, either, can you?
No, I think Zanuck said, oh, no, it was Scott Veach or Zanuck. I think it was Scott Veach, right? He said, no, maybe it was Zanuck. Who knows? I mixed them up. But he said, okay, well, but not everything. No, there are some without molecules. There's some forces without molecules or something. And I was like, what?
Hold off, dude. I'm telling you, we got a signature numpty clip on a similar vein with the booger-eating PhD, M. Scott Veach, with his covalent bonds in alloys. Just hold off. So it's in the similar vein, but go ahead. What's it?
No, it was absolutely hysterical. All I did was sit there and laugh for 10 minutes. So that citation was so awesome, bro. It was like I was a kid in a candy store, bro. I was just sitting there.
I knew it, man. I knew it when I sent it to you. I said, oh, he's going to love this.
It's so funny. And I set them all up because I always say, well, everything's intrinsically electrostatic. All compilations of matter are electrostatic. I always say that, and they hear it all the time. So I started it off with the same thing they always hear, and I just eased them into just being combative and then just decapitated them with the citation.
Damn.
That's what I fucking love, man. Good job. I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, this is terrible.
Man, it is interesting though, because the fact that gold leaf sticks to everything, right? And then when you take it that further, and then you I don't know, not like gold plating things, for instance, where you use, you can use an electrode and then you can gold plate shit, right? Like I know it's not the same thing. It's not really the exact same thing at all. But I'm saying the fact that it sticks like your hand or a piece of furniture, it will stick to pretty much anything.
Do you guys want this? Do you guys want? I bet everyone wants a source for that. I know Trace does. So okay, let me get it for you. Hold on a second.
Yeah, do it. What? How long is it?
It's not. No. What do you mean? How long is it? That's what she said.
It's a keystone interaction. She said that too.
All right, there you go. At 21 minutes after the hour, you guys can copy that shit and then go check it out for yourself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, have fun with that one. I mean, that's why I just put it in there and then left. And then they freaked out, and I just kept posting it.
This isn't from making shit up out of your ass university. This is from the chemistry department at Purdue, so you ain't getting around it.
Exactly.
Chemistry is like the one sector of science or field of science, right? That
I knew it. I just needed to find it. It didn't take long.
It's the best way, right? It's the best way, dude.
But he didn't read his Skype messages for like 6 months. I'm there fucking Witsit.
He is bad. It's Witsit. He doesn't reply.
Yeah, if you saw the left side of my Discord right now, you'd have like an OCD attack, bro. It's awful.
I'll be fair though. To be fair, this motherfucker's replied back to me every time though as well.
I didn't
And
play
he
that
goes
shit
to
on
me.
Discord. I didn't play it on Discord. I knew better. That's how I went to Skype. I should have known better there too.
The Skype is definitely the better angle, though. You're right about that. You're right about that.
Yeah.
I don't have near as many people that have my contact on there, so it's not as bad.
Exactly. That's what I thought. See? Yeah.
Like, you messaged me on Facebook, bro. Yeah. Okay, I'll get back to you in a couple decades, bro. It's never gonna happen, dude. I have like 400 pending requests and thousands of messages. I'll never do it.
Yeah, fuck Facebook.
Hey, so everyone get that at 20 minutes after the hour. You can use that shit.
Yeah, of course, bro.
Got it.
Got it. Good.
I'm reading up on
Mate,
intermolecular.
you no point in doing your work yourself, man. QE does it for you.
Exactly.
Yep. It led into like, I'm like, so, because they were talking about gravity, right? So I'm like, wait, so if on the smallest scale, this is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity even claims to be. Well, if you can't isolate it, like, how did you find gravity? And dude, they just melt. It's so funny, bro. It's so funny. Like, you don't actually have to go there, right? But like, it's just still funny. It's still funny to go there. Like,
Yeah, it's still kind of fun. It's still, even though it's old, it is still kind of fun to like, and you get like the excuses. I don't know.
like the fact they even utter the word Cavendish around people now is still impressive. But I'm just like, I just go straight to this, you know. Like I don't even. There's so many easier ways to do it, but I think it's almost like a cat with a mouse or something, right? Like it's like I'm shining the laser on the ground for the cat. It's kind of funny. So I don't know.
I wanted to talk to QE about mitigation of electrostatics when they talk about using water, right? For instance, yeah. So when we use water to apparently get rid of electrostatic charge, that's not really truthfully what's happening, is it?
No, you lost me at water.
Well, but no, because it's not, is it? Like, so let's say you have a balloon. If you have a balloon, you have the balloon.
Water.
Remember, it's
water.
Like,
that's hydrogen bonding. That Van der Waals forces. You still have electrostatics. Holy shit, man! You guys got diarrhea of the fucking mouth.
Yeah, can everyone shut up, please? Go ahead, please. I'm just trying to. That's one thing. Right. Electrostatics. Okay. So when they say they're going to negate for it, and they use, let's say, water apparently to do so. Let's say over a balloon. Realistically, you're not removing the electrostatic charge, are you? This is what I'm saying.
Of course not.
Right. So putting a barrier between you and the thing momentarily would change the reading, correct? Much like a frequency being given out. How does this work? Why does this occur? And where does the charge go? And then does it just come straight back?
Polarization.
That can polarize back towards it, like a person that goes back towards it after the water's been on it. You go back towards it, the balloon is recharged again, correct?
Yeah, how did they separate the two forces? Yeah, that's a very good point right there.
That's my point.
It decapitates the whole thing, bro.
That's my whole point. Where does it go? I don't care even if they say they exclude for electrostatics. How do they gather if it's inherently electrostatic, and we have proof of that, how do they gather the electrostatics and remove it from the room? They can't do that. They can't show.
No, you can never, ever control the variable. Like when they're talking about Cavendish, it's like, is there air around it? What's it made of? Is it made of anything material? Like it's the most decapitating lethal weapon ever, bro. It's hilarious.
Awesome.
Right, so this is why the guy's talking about doing Cavendish inside of a vacuum chamber, because obviously removing the medium, therefore thus. But okay, so electrostatics, without let's say does the electromagnetic field of the Earth still exist within inside of a vacuum chamber that's the size of like a school, for instance, Is it? I know it's a vacuum chamber, but does the electromagnetic field, does the Schumann resonance of the Earth still echo through those halls? Yes or no?
Of course.
So how can they exclude for electrostatics when there is a medium in which that it can permeate through? Even when they remove the medium of air, they can't do so, so they're null and void on that again, right?
Yeah, and they actually can't even fully remove the air, of course, right? So I mean, it's it's very simple. You can't get rid of it, man. It's not a big deal. And
Yeah,
they started arguing. They were so decapitated. They started arguing, stumbling around, like talking about, well, then how do things? Why don't elements go up? Well, then why don't diamagnetic elements go up? I'm like, oh my gosh, you're an idiot. And then they're like, okay, so then why do things sort out relative to density? Then shouldn't everything be being pulled down? I'm like, oh, bro, look how far in the weeds you go, right? Because you just have to disagree with the flat earther. I'm like, electrostatics is known to be very weak, but it's still 10 to the 39th power stronger than your claim of gravity even claims to be, right? Like, it's very weak. But it's you can't win. I'm sorry, it's no way to win. I thought about it. That's why I made it an argument. You can't win, bro. Just go on mute. They don't get it. They will fight till the end. 20 feet 1. It's wild.
Yeah, they enjoy dying on certain hills. Seems.
But of course, it's simple, right? The reason that the globe Earth fairy tale did not just absorb this phenomena that we know to be there and always there and try to incorporate it is because it simply doesn't work. It's not strong enough. That's why.
Yep.
So they had to say there was a scalar force that out on this major scale, out in this vacuum fairy tale Narnia, right? That these giant masses then become very strong with gravity that you can't detect over here locally. They couldn't just take electrostatics and make up a fairy tale about planets revolving. That's why they didn't use it, and they practically ignored it.
I've always said it's like what came first, what was first, postulated, the globe or gravity. Well, obviously it was the globe that was postulated first, gravity later postulated. Why? Obviously to explain the idea of an objective direction of down all the way across the face of a spherical ball. Like that's the only reason you would ever have to hypothesize this, to try and even like come up with a vapid, stupid hypothesis like this idea of gravity and build a fake pseudoscientific theory around it. That's the whole reason you'd have to do that, is because of the idea of a ball first. Like I just don't see how people don't understand that. Like what?
Well, it's just insane if you think about it. Like if you're actually trying to adequately address naturally occurring phenomena, how could you look over something you know is literally present in all of it? That makes no sense. Literally present everywhere in every compilation of matter, and you're not even going to address it.
Yeah,
What?
you're gonna just look at it. Well, of course, because it doesn't make sense for corporations to, corporations often, leaders of tech, scientists often their projects are funded. People like Werner von Braun, for instance. We don't know whether the guy was altruistic, whether he was benevolent, whether he was actually a nice guy, whether he was under duress. We don't know much about the actual, maybe with individual scientists we do, but not necessarily so-called mad scientists, evil scientists, apparently, that create weapons, for instance. A lot of the time, like me, for instance, I'm so interested in explosives and the way that chemically, the way that they're formulated that, I could see how I could have been involved in a job doing that, but not realizing really the end of it, right? Where that goes in the end, involved in our war system. But I'm just saying, like
macro, right? Like a macro of people over the course of time trying to explain naturally occurring observable phenomena and how the world works. But throw out the biggest thing or the thing that we know is always there. That is insanity, bro. Like,
this is my point. That's kind of my point, bro. Is that like when you have these individual people like this, like they weren't ignoring it, were they? I don't imagine they were. Like I feel like corporations are the ones that fund these people, and they probably all wanted to look into electrostatics and electromagnetism in a much higher degree, but corporations were like, no, this isn't something that is repurposable. It's not something that becomes redundant. It's not like something you can program to fuck off later, is it? You can't control it. It's everywhere. So therefore, if you create technologies that are involving this thing, obviously every person has access to it always at all times, right? You can't remove it from the equation. So therefore, if you make a product involved with it, yeah, you're fucked. So
right, you can ask them the the most logical line of questioning, right? So, is everything that is matter electrostatic? And they'll fight it, but then they come to the agreement. Okay, so everything material is electrostatic.
Yeah.
So if I drop material, what happens? If I drop a material that's more dense than the air, it accelerates downward. Okay, so then by deduction, is that downward acceleration electrostatic in nature?
In nature,
they will
it's
say no, bro. What are you talking about? Everything
yeah.
that's matter is electrostatic. You just dropped matter and it accelerated. That means that acceleration is electrostatic in nature, bro. Like that, electrostatics is involved.
I would say electrodynamic.
Is the cause of the movement of it electrostatic?
Take a breath. I would say it's all electrodynamic.
Yeah, like I could agree with that, but I mean, is the cause of the thing moving isn't?
That's a whole different ballgame, right? It's like when I'm talking to them and they're like, explain downward acceleration. Then I'm like, okay, we have two primary factors. Relative density. So the density of an object relative to the density of the medium that it's in will affect directionality. We can actually prove this with demonstration by manipulating the density of the medium, and it changes directionality. Also, present in all of this is electrostatics. We can also manipulate electrostatics and show that it can affect directionality. So what we know for a fact is that density and electrostatics are at play in the phenomena, right? And they're like, so you're saying that electrostatics is no. That's not what I said. Is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just telling you, you can't even start to explain it without addressing those two things.
Well, the main point is that I like the way that this is being phrased better. Instead that these two things are two separate things instead of like one or the other. A lot of people are arguing over whether or not we can have electrostatic in the chain of the idea of the acceleration in the form of, if it is how QE explains it is, this idea, the intra versus, if it is this way and it's this way inclined, there would be a form of like release and let go as it goes down, which would create a form of like an acceleration in essence, actually.
It's charged particles and electrodynamic acceleration.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
it would unify. It would unify from the quantum realm to the megascopic realm.
Yeah, exactly.
We can do this.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So, like, and then we have relative density still exists. Right?
This topic can be covered with short and powerful statements. It doesn't have to be rattled on about. You dilute the topic when you're not short and sweet on electrodynamics, charged particles, electrodynamic acceleration, all that. Just be specific and drop it down.
Yeah, but this is the first time I'm talking about it as two separate things and then combining it for myself. So this is new language to me, really, Battle Mod. So I'm learning it, mate.
Hey, so if I take a balloon and I'll rub it on my head and it sticks to the wall because I increase electrostatics and then it starts to lose its charge, where does it fall to?
Where it falls to, what the balloon falls down.
It falls down to the earth. Okay, so once it falls down to the earth,
it flows to the ground.
Right? Is the ground electrostatic?
Yeah.
Exactly. Is the ground electrostatic and is the balloon still electrostatic? Of course.
And the ground has lots of minerals in it that are permeable to electrostatic, more so than other mediums as well. We have veins of copper as well. And we don't understand about how minerals are produced, and let's say even fuels and gases when we have the introduction of electromagnetic.
Short and sweet, man. Short and sweet.
That's cool. That's really cool.
It's basically the flow of energy through a circuit or charged particles, electrodynamic flow and acceleration and why and rest.
Resulting in pressure mediation.
Yeah, exactly. So it can all be defined through electrodynamics, all of it, and demonstrated.
Yeah, like the simplest I can think of, it's like if you drop matter, the matter's electrostatic, and it falls to the earth, that's electrostatic. Like if you don't get it, I don't know what to say. It's subjective.
I would say some of it is just charged particles, polarization, and flow and direction.
Of course.
Who was saying short and sweet? They had something to say. You had something to say?
They keep it short and sweet, bruh.
You got something to say? Well, yeah, but you got something to add.
Yeah, he's got something to say. What he's back by battle mod. Go ahead, say what you want with impunity.
Yeah, it's cool. You can say what you want. That's what I'm saying. I thought he had something to add to the conversation because I thought he could be cutting
Hey, how do bumblebees fly?
They can. They shouldn't be able to anyway, but they can.
They create a field.
Right, resonance.
Exactly.
Yeah,
A vibrational
the
pattern.
vibration.
Yeah.
Same way beetles fly.
Cymatics.
So, I mean,
if cymatic vibration creates a field that shape, then that shape, like created in cymatics, would be like an umbrella of a.
Yeah, like a little UFO shield. So if you wanted to build a UFO, wouldn't you just try to replicate what a bee
that
does?
sort of shape.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
that's
just do what a bee does.
So this is the idea of levitation, as we know of it.
You make a reverse magnet.
Like with the bell with the Nazis, right?
The Glock.
The bell with craft.
The Glocken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there actual measurement for the bees creating this field?
Yeah, I
Do
mean,
y'all have
it's known that they create a resonance, and that's why they fly, and that they're not aerodynamic, yet they can go through crosswinds from 50 to 60 miles per hour, right? So,
yeah. Well, we've known that about, especially bumblebees, because bumblebees are really unaerodynamic.
yeah, it's specific to bumblebees, right? Like they have a crazy resonance, so they don't.
Yeah, they vibrate like fuck. And even hornets vibrate in a massive way. And if you think of that field, like I said, like a small umbrella, right? And you have the electrostatics everywhere, and we don't understand what that's like. That those two fields obviously interact with one another. We know they do anyway. We can show that. So that's awesome to think about. Like
You get into a Van de Graaff generator, and you just manipulate electrostatics, and you can have a piece of paper in it, and it'll go up and down. Because of
also hummingbirds as well. I mean, as far as bees, and you're saying that bees are vibrating off of something like hummingbirds have that same thing too. If you notice their wing, if you notice how hummingbirds, they're the only birds that can fly in any direction they want to. They're the only birds that can do that.
Of lightning, we're talking about naturally occurring phenomena, excluding the Van de Graaff generator, right? So you have lightning, bumblebees, beetles. I mean, these are naturally occurring things, right? And that's where we should boil it down to, like, what can we see happens in nature?
Wait. So
right. That's why I was also bringing up the fact of hummingbirds as well. That's why I was.
Yeah. Of course. But here's the part. Here's me being honest. The difficulty comes when you want to manipulate and vary and validate the causal agent, like the cause, right? Because it's very difficult to even entertain the idea of controlling the variable of electrostatics. Like you can manipulate the amount of electrostatics and see it has an effect. So, and I actually want to do this. I want to get some bumblebees and find a way to affect their resonance with electrostatics.
What about creating like a hover pad for them that makes it even easier for them to fly? Is in like using cymatics, for instance, right? And you create like a little pen for them to fly in. And you basically you film them with it on and then off and see if it looks like incredibly easier or if they're more agile or like, harmonious frequencies versus non-harmonious, and see if there's like, try and find a wave pattern that's the easiest for them to like float in almost,
It's also once again being honest, it's kind of limited to a logical foundation, because as it pertains to the Earth, like how are you going to control the variable of the electrostatics of the Earth? you
of course.
never
Well,
ever can, right? So like
that's why I thought about a chamber and then overpowering it with like a speaker, using like creating a cymatic field and try and overpower like whatever's going on around that you can't limit or get rid of. You know what I
you
mean?
could try your best, but like it's just that thing. It's that thing where it's pretty obvious we know the answer, but I cannot tell you that I can scientifically validate it via experiment because we're talking about the nature of the Earth, right? Like,
of course. No, I just like the way of looking at it of the acceleration downwards. That makes sense to me perfectly. That's fine. And then, but that not being some people, it's like either or with relative density. People
yeah, and
keep it that
that's
way.
what's frustrating for me because it's literally that's a
That's
false
annoying.
dichotomy, right? It's like
It really is.
yeah.
Yeah, it's good that it's being put that way instead, where obviously both can exist at the same time, because obviously otherwise that would be a clusterfuck of problems.
Well, yeah, we just know for a fact they both exist, right? We know for a fact that both of those things exist during the phenomena of acceleration downward. So like there you go.
Yeah,
And things
people
don't
are
just
arguing.
accelerate down, right? So like if something goes up, both of those things are still at play again. Relative density. So as people would say, relative density disequilibrium and electrostatics. Like, those are both there. Like that's what if you're being intellectually honest and you want to be productive, that's where you would start, right? You would address what you know for a fact is there, and you would do everything you can to try to control every other variable, right? Like that's where you start. And it's in today's paradigm, the way everything's set up, I can't even get average people to get to that common ground. It's like, damn it, bro. I need some help. I need us to get to the first step together so we can figure it out. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yep. Definitely. There are a few things that we could all be doing differently actually that would help everyone as well.
Van de Graaff generators are very telling, though, if you apply it to the idea of the Earth. It's and then you look at light, right? So it seems very hyperlogical. We're in effectively a Van de Graaff generator, like we're in one.
So as well, like, have you ever reversed like the emulation points on a P wave, S wave, and refraction graph or like seismographs? Reverse it as if so it's not on the emulated on the spherical ball, you put it onto a flat map and look at what it looks like. It looks like lightning flowing upwards, and like the way tree roots grow downwards. Like it fits with the things that we see basically.
How crazy is that? That like water systems, like the veins in leaves, like the limbs of leaves, your brains, your lungs, lightning, they all look the same.
Yeah, and this is how the waves of the forms of earthquakes happen when they read their seismographs at different locations. We take the emulation points and then you map it out onto a flat map instead of obviously the spherical one. And yeah, that's just interesting to me. But there was something else I was going to say, but it slips my mind.
Like if you look at your palm, if you look at your fingers, same thing.
Yeah,
look at your veins, same thing.
Things move in paths of least resistance, and they emanate and flow outward, and they split off into different veins and channels. It's the same thing way with copper underneath the ground. The way copper is inside of like on the coast. If you were to ever find any, the way things like run and flow as path of least resistance is the way that things flow. We know this inherently, and this actually coincides with electrostatics and all of this as well, because look at the way animals migrate. We can like map this with the toroidal field, and we can map migration patterns as well based on hot air thermals, but hot air thermals are also informed by what? Entropy, microstates of entropy, and also guess what? Electromagnetic field and electrostatics. It's all interlinked, buddy, and it's what's been ignored for ages.
Because it decapitates the globe Earth model, and it's the first step to figuring out how to harness energy all around you and adequately understand the phenomena on the Earth, right? So like by removing this one crucial understanding, which ties into magnetism, right? like just removing this with like inaccurate denotations or really connotations of these words, right? And like that alone, people are stumbling around completely lost, trying to explain how concepts bend, and like how it doesn't work, and how
That's my
95%
worry.
of the universe is dark matter and dark, because they just removed a couple crucial things and then they sent them on a fool's errand. Not everyone's lying. They're all just running around on a fool's errand with their heads cut off, destined to oblivion.
What do you think about the idea that this is an idea that I've thought about? I'm not heard anyone else speak about it, like 5G being a thing that they've created as a way of mitigating our capability of harnessing things such as energy from the electrostatic field and electromagnetism itself, by it being a countermeasure toward an obvious progression away from wanting to not rely on the government, because we know they're full of shit now, and they know everyone is a so-called conspiracy theorist now. So, like, what do you think about the idea of it being a countermeasure?
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, I would say one thing just from a basic, like a fundamental perspective. If you're putting all these additional frequencies into the system, then if the man-made implementation of frequencies is going to throw things off, right? Like it has to. The Earth was created perfect. So like when we're adding all these frequencies, it's not a good thing.
Exactly. The Schumann resonance of the Earth has been recorded at fluctuational points that don't make sense and shouldn't have occurred at those levels, because it fluctuates between different points, right? It has a frequency zone or a mean, it has a mean amount that it should fluctuate between. So, like, as well, obviously, we have the idea of the conscious mind. We don't understand where it comes from. They understand it doesn't come from one singular part of the brain. They have instances inside of hospitals, for instance, where every individual part of the brain has been destroyed and a person has been fully conscious. So, therefore, not one of those single places could have been the place that retains the conscious mind, because all places have individually been destroyed. Make sense? So, does it make sense? What's it? Does that make sense to you? The idea, it does, right? Okay, sweet. So that being the case, the idea of the conscious mind, people, we give off frequencies as well, correct? So, in knowing so, we don't know much about the conscious mind. The idea as well is that if everyone collectively is scared because of one individual thing, for instance, let's say like a war or something to be afraid of, like a terrorist or something that was invisible, for instance, right? If everyone's afraid, would the collectively everyone's thinking about the same thing, consciously, frequencies of the people are more likely to be similar because of the patterns of them are coming from similar emotions or from similar things. If this does at all affect electronic frequencies of people that they give off, and then understanding that would be hard to understand, obviously, right? It gets swept away in the electromagnetic field of the Earth. I'm just saying, like, having a grid system, like a 5G grid system, would they be able to read and receive changes potentially, do you reckon, in the frequency of the Earth using it? If they can change the frequency of the Earth and fuck with it, and to me, it makes me think that they might be able to feel the rebound and change as well from how we affect the frequency of the Earth. Does that make sense?
And I think they're going to use like the manipulation of the atmosphere and then the Earth and then us, as in literally genetically modifying, putting nanoparticles in people. Like, if you can basically tune that frequency, you can do all kinds of things, dude. There's no telling what you could do if you could tune that relationship.
All right.
It's polarization.
No, well, this is the way I've been thinking about it for a little while, and that, I always bounce shit off me. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it gets kind of scary. I mean, I wouldn't say scary. I'm not really scared, but like, it's a crazy idea.
Yeah, it's kind of scary that every time I think about something like this and then I bounce it off you, you're like, you think the same thing as me. So that's kind of annoying.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that that's all relevant to what's going on right now. I mean, they're putting nanoparticles in people.
It's disgusting. Yeah, that's definitely worrying. No, but in Sweden, it's become like a common practice now. To like have injected things into like before you go into parties and stuff.
Yo, Crack.
Yeah, mate.
Do you think you could send me those photos of the organisms?
Oh shit! I completely forgot about that. Yeah, of course, dude.
All
I can
good.
do that.
All good.
Yeah, I
Have
can
it
find them in 2 seconds as well. I'll do it in like what's your name again? It is
basketballs, yeah.
what's
Haven't
it?
been on the server in a
Oh yeah,
while.
Vash. Yeah, but no, I ain't seen you in a while. That's why. Yeah, dude. I will. I fell asleep last night, or whenever it was. I fell asleep.
Yeah, bro, but I was on the boat 2 days ago looking because I always do this. This is like a fun thing for me to do. I look up at the moon, right? See the moon phase? And I know I shouldn't be doing this. This isn't proof if it's flat or if it's a ball, but I just like doing this. But I look at the moon phase, right? And I saw it was on like the right side of the moon, right? And then I look in the direction of west because that's where the sun sets, so that's where the sun would be. But like the sun had just set, and I saw that like the sun was on the other side of where the moon phase was.
The
So
wrong side.
right. So if you're asking me, there's no way that the sun is what's giving the moon its phase.
You got
From
to
what I've
remember though as well, where the sun is comparatively to the moon. If this because of the distance, apparently the sun rays are parallel, right? How much of a sphere is lit up at any one given time, right? As well, okay. Its orbit around the Earth and its distance from the Earth, right? Like the way I see it, the fact of the matter is that like it is impossible, right, for only us to only ever see one lit up face of the moon. But at the same time, the idea of directionality, like the moon itself, right? I don't know if we should ever see it as less than like half a full moon almost, it seems like to me. Because like I really don't even see how you could see a crescent. Because like it makes absolutely no sense how you could even see a crescent. Like not in the way that it works, in the way that I'm just looking at it, not in the brightness and the way that the brightness of it looks and the directionality. And then when you take long exposure shots of the moon, buddy, right, you never get a directionality of light coming from where the light is. Meaning like any other time you take long exposure shots of light sources, you get their pathway when you take long exposure. You never get a pathway between the sun to the moon either. Which is weird.
Interesting.
But I'll send you that stuff. Sure. I thought you were going to say something different when you were talking about being in the boat because of the organism.
I'm in a boat. Yeah, I forgot I gotta go do this live stream or whatever. But I love you guys, man. I'll catch up with y'all on the flip side.
Love you.
Yep.
Later, what's it?
Peace.
Wait, shit. Later, bro.
Man, when I lived in the Midwest, I used to get stung by every kind of wasp and hornet you could ever even imagine.
Oh, jokes. That's dangerous. That can kill you, right?
That's where I'm living right now, and with the job that I have, yeah, trust me, dealing with bees is that's part of the job. Bees, wasps, all that, whatever. I usually don't fuck with them. They like I typed in the chat. They don't mess with me much till fall. They get all pissy in fall. And
Is that
then,
when you're on heat?
yeah, well, they all know they're about to die, so like they're like. You just go.
Me, is that when you were in heat? Sorry, I'm such a cunt. But yeah, so yeah, they're all about to die, so they're like, well, suicidal.
They used to live in our we used to have like these clotheslines, right? And so we had poles in our backyard that were these metal pipes, right? And the horizontal member, they would go in there in that pole and that pipe, and they would build a nest in there. They attacked me from like 50 feet away.
Mate,
Like there, they
I'm
came
good.
out and they came out and like scanned the freaking area. Like I could see
What
them
were they?
a wasp.
Oh, mate, wasps are worse. They're
And scanned, and
smarter
then
than.
it just made a beeline right towards me, wham, and just ran right into me and stung me from that far away, from like 40 or 50 feet away in my yard.
Yeah, a hornet was trying to sting my mum like right in her back. She's got lots of hair, so it saved her really because it was getting caught in her hair, and it sounded like a helicopter, mate. I had to hit my mum like in the back with like almost like a towel. I was like, I'm so sorry. She's got a bad back as well. I was like, I'm gonna have to because I needed to swat it. Because if it got its belly underneath her and it got it, like she would have went. It could have killed her because it was very big. I've still got the body of it. You know,
Yeah.
it was big, bro. Like it was the size of my thumb. And I hit it, and then it didn't die. It was in the room, and then it landed on my mate's face. He was asleep on the couch. This is in like summer. It was like midday. It was like boiling up. Like he just had a spliff and fallen asleep, and it's on his face. And I like fell and like whacked him in the face with like a towel. Managed to kill it. That didn't kill it, by the way, though. Right. I put the towel over the top of it, and it was buzzing under the towel. The towel was like nearly moving along the floor. No joke, bro. So I had to like slowly apply pressure to it, like all over. I didn't want to like crush it too much. And yeah, I kept it, but it was so powerful, like so strong. I could feel it under the towel. It was insane.
Yeah, I've seen wasps that huge, abnormally large
It was a
wasp
hornet,
out in
yeah.
the country, freaking huge, like a 2-inch long one I've saw before. But then I used to like playing around. So in the back of my school, there was this hill going around the field, and I was walking around on that hill, and I started playing around with some rocks, and I moved a rock, and I got stung in the face by ground hornets or wasp or whatever they were. They stung me in the face probably 4 or 5 times.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, if you're allergic to it, you can die. I remember a hornet making a beeline for a kid, like you said, 30 feet away even. Made a beeline for this kid, stung him right in the neck. Before I knew it, his neck became his chin on the right side.
Wow.
They combined until his shoulder, he looked like a hunchback of Notre Dame. And I had to take him home. I carried him home. He went so limp, bro. He went into a really bad anaphylactic shock. Before he was going to die, he was like pale. Take him to hospital and everything, like an EpiPen. I remember like being smart and being like, I'll give him like Nital, because Nital is what's it called? I can't even think straight right now. I'm too stoned. But yeah, it's you know, it's a strong anti-inflammatory anyway. Sorry, antihistamine. Diphenhydramine is Nital. So I think she gave him some of that, and that would have saved his life probably.
Yeah.
But mate, they are ruthless, right? Because it got caught in his neck. It was like stuck in his neck, Sonny, and I could see its abdomen pulsating.
Oh man, that's gnarly.
And so I got to like grab it, and I remember when I grabbed it, with like my top, because I knew it wasn't going to sting me because it was in him. I remember like ripping, like pulling it out like gently, quickly, and then like squeezing it to like kill it. And it took a lot of force when like to kill it, you know, by squeezing it. And that's the only 2 experiences I've ever had with hornets. It's only 2 times I've ever seen them they've attacked. 2 times. So a healthy respect, man. How many times did you get stung? 7 times by wasps.
Yeah, I know someone else whose relative died from getting stung. He got stung 3 times and he died. Went into a coma and died.
What? What?
So some people are allergic, like you said.
Yeah. Like, you can be really allergic, like shellfish allergic, can't you? Where you can just get.
Yeah. Yeah, some people will blow up. They're like won't be able to breathe, anaphylactic shock or whatever. Yeah, just choke.
Probably happened to Wits it. He's ginger. So.
Yeah, had a good run. I used to, before I ever got stung, I used to go and pick up bees with my hands and put them in jars, like hundreds of freaking bees. Never got stung. Just picked them right up, put them in my jar, kept picking them up. Then eventually I'd let them all go.
What do you mean never got stung? Come on, you had to get stung once in a while.
I didn't get stung.
How do you find these big Lou, are you imagining Sonny with a barrel full of bees just piling them into his bag?
I never get stung.
Is that what you're thinking about? Because that's what I'm seeing is Sonny with a barrel of bees and he's just like there scooping them into his bag.
And then when I did, then I stopped picking them up again. So, because I was afraid of getting stung. So then I didn't go pick them up anymore.
Hey, what the fuck, bro? Do you want to know how to get away from bees and wasps? They see in like gases, apparently. And I think it does work because I've been chased a few times since I've learned this information. I've learned this when I was like 12. And if you get chased by them, same with the hornets, like they never come near me. When I was closer to them as well, both times. Is to hold your breath and walk away from where you just were breathing, because apparently they see the gases coming out your mouth. And that's apparently how they follow one another as well, is the change in the air as they fly. They sort of can see it, so they can see where the hive goes as a collective, and they follow that trace. So you stop breathing completely and then run away in a straight line away from where you last breathed, you're very likely to get away. So hold your breath and run is the way to get away from bees and wasps, apparently.
Interesting tip.
Yeah, I read it.
I don't know how far you can run without breathing, though. So.
I know.
Well, apparently you only need to get about 20 feet away without breathing for them to stop thinking you're a threat. The reason why they think you're a threat is because they continue to see your signature as you breathe, as you run, as you scream, as they sting you. It's hard not to breathe when they sting you because you scream. So that's how they keep thinking you're a threat, because when you scream, they keep seeing these plumes of gas, almost like you're an aggressor. If they see calm,
who screams when they get a bee sting? Little kids, girls, like.
Well, dude, I'm on about like a whole hive attacking you, and then the hive seeing you like going, I'm running away.
Yeah,
as you're running.
You're already formed. Yeah, you might be making noise.
Just, you know what I mean? Like, and you're out of breath, breathing in and out, deeply trying to get away because you've just been like stung and you're scared. I'm just saying, like, resist that fear and hold your breath, run in a straight line, you'll be all right. It's worked for me a couple of times, I'm just saying. And I read it in an SAS hand manual. And I was like literally really young.
I feel like that's not the first time I've heard that. It sounds
I don't think it's bullshit at all. I don't know if they see in gases. I don't know if that's fucking true. But I'm just saying, I think they follow your breath. They work on frequency, right? So like if vibration, the air change, like, they could feel the air change. They've got like what Witzer was just talking about. They can feel that air change to get rid of it. They could probably feel the air change you running away as well. So like that's why I think you should run in a straight line sometimes. Because it's like quicker for there to be less disturbance, Or run in a zigzag and then run in a straight line, I don't know. Or run straight line, zigzag, straight line, zigzag. And basically the point is, because if they're going to follow you, they're going to follow you no matter what.
Disturbed a nest as a kid, and we got kind of swarmed like that and took off running in a straight line. Yeah, I didn't bother trying to zig and zag from
exactly because you just want to get as quick away from it as possible, put as much distance between what they're protecting. You know what I mean? That's why I say a straight line.
It's still getting stung. It was pretty far from the thing. I was like looking behind myself as I was running, and I saw like 3 or 4 bees still keeping right up with me, like right on my ass. I was at full speed.
That's it. They follow themselves as well. Like I said, they can see themselves as well. The hive. That's why they keep getting people, because they can see, like, if one of them gets you, the one behind it can see it next to you. Do you know what I mean? And we don't know how that looks to them. It might look different when they sting you, even. You know what I mean? Like, they might flap their wings slightly differently when they latch on, so then they know that they've got you. You see what I mean? So the ones behind are more likely to sting, or less likely. Who knows?
I know yellow jackets will chase you forever.
Yeah, they were yellow
And
jackets. Yeah,
yo, just like a month ago, I was running through a neighborhood, right? I was in the midst of cutting trees, and I was running through the neighborhood, taking my clothes off, like down the street. So yeah, they'll chase you, man, and it's pretty bad. I think if you smash one, I think they smell it. Maybe I don't know.
And
But
supposedly
they'll
they leave when they sting, and the pheromone is released, and then the whole
It
nest
is.
basically.
Yeah, I think it's true, because if you go back around like the hive later, even anywhere close to it, and like one picks up on that, like you'll get stung, and somebody could be standing like right near you, and they not get
Yep.
stung. So yeah,
Well, that's the point. Is the fear pheromone. That's why when I say hold your breath, them seeing that breath, right, is what makes them release the fear pheromone. That is what invigorates everyone. So when I say hold your breath, it doesn't just protect you from them like seeing you. It gets rid of the very thing that makes them let off that pheromone. You know what I mean? It's not like disturbance. Like, cause think about it. Bees don't attack because you hit them or because you like hit the hive. It's because you fucking go near it. So they see your breath or they see something coming off of you. They see that and they react to that. That's why all of them go crazy, right? Am I right? Has anyone? I've had beehives start chasing me just by going near them, right? Going too close to it and disturbing the area. I think I'm right anyway.
if you go
But
around a yellow jacket nest and you're making a lot of vibration on the ground, that is
exactly,
a
there you go.
disturbance. Like if you sneak up on it, like you can get real close. But I mean, you're gonna have those guards kind of
I'm
like,
just saying, you're making less disturbance 100 meters away from a yellow jacket nest than 5 yellow jackets coming back with nectar and landing on the hive, and they don't all go crazy. Do you get my point? It's not
yeah, I just
just like
wait.
it's not just you like touching them, right? It's literally that's what I'm trying to get at. It's not like just like the hive moving because like rabbits run past and things like that. Like they don't like you don't see bees chasing mice around apparently. Like bees rarely like kill rabbits. Like do you know what I mean? Like they kill things like deer and shit like that. Like you know, like but like they rarely like kill little rodents. They rarely like get disturbed by. Do you get my point? Like it's like I feel like if they see us 100 meters away, the disturbance, like the vibration of me walking on the ground 100 meters away from yellow jackets, I don't think that's enough for them to start chasing me comparatively to what they would feel from themselves. I think they can distinguish when it's bees come into the hive. I think they can distinguish a predator like a human that can eat their
They
nectar,
can
their honey.
probably distinguish you between me.
Yeah,
So and know
that's
the
my point.
difference. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's true. I'll just wait till they go to sleep, like in the evening, and I'll just go pour
Yeah.
soap in the hive.
Yeah, you can use smoke as well is like another good way. Obviously, like cannabis smoke actually does work. Green plant material creates the most smoke. So I mean like not a lot of bud, I mean like the shade leaf that you would trim from like a crop. That's what you would want to use. But you would want to use a form of like tree nectar or tree sap as like a hot coal as an ember to burn. And then you would like scrunch up and then like tie off the like a hemp ring inside of like a lantern almost with the coal heaped in the middle so that you can create smoke around the edges from the heat with the coal in the middle and like then you're able to have smoke around you or whatever. And yeah, I know that's hemp's one of the ways that they've done it in the past with the smoke.
The smoke machine gun things are probably the best way.
My sister and her husband have been. It's really her husband. He's been doing beekeeping. He's got like 5 or 6 bee boxes around the yard. He lost most of them last winter, though. He had to replace them.
What?
Winter.
The boxes or the bees?
He lost the queens. The nest died. The cold winter killed them. Yeah.
If the box didn't break, that's a hard job. Okay. Such a money way of boxes work on Wednesday. That's annoying. Nah, yeah, that is shame.
You're roboting now.
Huh?
You're roboting.
Yeah, people can't keep bees, man. It's crazy. There's so many things against it. It's just you have pest control coming by all these neighborhoods spraying the flowers with chemicals, and you have all kind of things with honey.
Yeah, the beekeepers, from what I've been hearing from my sister's husband, yeah, like it's not just him. Like, yeah, beekeepers are having trouble keeping their nests alive, big time.
Lots of people have been struggling with their bees. Like local beekeepers are struggling with their bees and stuff. From even like not just from the cold. I mean, from what I hear, anyway.
Yeah, he seems to think it's mostly just they didn't survive the winter, but so he actually bought some new high tech bee boxes. Like,
be honest,
they're better insulated, more protection for the cold in the winter and stuff. Like,
but like they resonate with frequency as well. But like bees migrate, and I forget. Like remember, like you have certain butterflies that you don't see anymore. When you're a kid, you saw them all the time. And then there are areas that do see them. Me and Batboy were speaking about this before. I think with you actually, Lou. I can't remember if it was you. But anyway, but certain bees will die in areas if you try and keep them in certain areas because they naturally migrate. Like they don't always, because like I remember when I was a kid, like a beehive used to change location, like basically through not just the farmland, but through the farmland and into the farm's wood and then out of the wood and then into a different tree line and like over like 10 years or whatever it moved quite a distance, you know what I mean, and it had preferred to do so for some reason. It hadn't stayed in the same location, and the first location it was in was probably better than the last safest place. So like there's like bees themselves even change their location, and people can say, oh, it's based on the best flowers, but the area they're in really, like from what we know about bees flying, they would fly that whole area the whole time that they'd lived, so there'd be no reason for them to like move at all. It's like equilaterally, like equidistantly, just as difficult for them to collect nectar where all the different places they went. So I wonder what that has to even do with it, you know, where bees keep their hives, why they move them there, you know. Yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean, when it comes to beekeeping, though, it's something that people have done for centuries. You know, there's people who know an awful lot about it, and things are definitely changing. You know, like they're having more trouble than they ever used to.
Sorry.
Well, up here in Canada, there's an old saying that the height the bees are building their hives is how much snow we're going to be getting.
Yeah. It doesn't work, but it's something they just say. No, I'm joking. It does work. That's pretty cool, though, right? I think they say the same in England and places like in the middle of the moors with mole hills. The entrances to mole hills and stuff like that sometimes correlate. Or like how high certain things that, rabbit warrens, the way the angle of rabbit warrens are and shit like that, and how high up and how far they dig to do their warren.
And they also say that a groundhog can tell you if you have 2 more weeks of winter.
How does he do that?
What if it's cloudy on the day he's supposed to see a shadow?
Well, then winter's over. Or is it the other way around? He sees the shadow, he runs back in. So yeah, cloudy, no shadow. Winter's almost over. That's obviously bullshit.
Oh, see, because he would feel the change in temperature first, wouldn't he? And the other bit just sounds like bullshit, like you said.
I don't know. Up here in Ontario, we got our groundhog, Wyerton Willie. He's like Wyerton Willie the 50th, though.
What did you call him?
Wyerton Willie.
Wyerton Willie.
Wyerton, the town.
Yeah, Wyerton's the town that he's located at, but you know, like they're on the 50th Willie, so they must pass down their knowledge to their young.
What's the life expectancy of a groundhog?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I'd say a couple years at least.
Maybe they just kept firing the other 49 because they kept on getting it wrong.
I don't know. I don't believe that. You know, when he sees his shadow, you know, you get an extra 2 more weeks of winter, or it's 2 weeks shorter. I think that's just a crock of BS.
Yeah, it's just one of those. I don't know what's the.
Like we've had
what's
snowstorms
right
in
for
the
that?
first week of July up here, so.
You had snowstorms, what, not that bad?
Well, when I was in grade 8, the first week of July, we had a 6-foot snowfall overnight.
Jeez.
Shit.
That's a big one.
So she said.
When I was a kid, yeah, in Wisconsin, there was a like summer snowstorm that we got too. Like, I think we got like 10 inches overnight, which was, and it was I think June, not quite July, but still. I mean, we're talking middle of summer basically, and 10 inches of snow. It was pretty crazy. It melted like 2 hours once the sun came up.
Yeah, no, this was up in northern Ontario back in, I think, 98 or 99.
Northern Ontario.
The thing about those summer snowstorms when they happen is you get a lot of damage because the leaves are already on the trees and stuff, and then they hold all that stuff they want to break and drop on wires and things like that.
I would almost say it does as much damage as an ice storm.
Oh, it could do even more depending, right? It's individual circumstance, really. But all the foliage and everything being there is pretty dangerous, dude. Like, you know, that weight being put on top of there on the healthy, even though it's healthier wood, somewhat.
Well, just the
There's
fact
no
that
way-
the snow it's so heavy because it's wet, right? So it weighs even more.
Well, it's the way that it's the way the trees capture the snow, though, right? Like when you have obviously tree limbs that have no leaves on them, they don't have surface area to capture the snow, so it doesn't carry weight. Like some tree limbs end up taking on tons in one night. If you're looking 6 foot, 6 foot of snow clogging up a tree that's like, you know, even
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's one of the reasons why deciduous trees shed their leaves, like, is to survive through the winter without losing all their branches, you know.
Well, like evergreens that keep their spines, you remember all the spines individually point and face
outward, almost pointing up, but each individual limb points facing up as well, which creates diffusion almost. You know what I mean? Like spikes facing up almost and outward. It's harder for the snow to settle. Does that make sense? Like, but this, it's harder for it to settle on those types of limbs. Whereas limbs that just come out like from the tree, like at a 90-degree angle, sometimes coming out and then down. You know what I mean? Evergreens always grow up, like mainly grow like up, like in a cone. You know.
I don't know. I see trees growing in all different ways. The growing.
Yeah, I know. I'm on about a certain type of tree here. That's all. And like in Europe and in the Alps, that like certain types of evergreens, sort of. Yeah.
When it comes
The
to
ones
like,
that don't lose the needles, I'm on about.
evergreens, pine trees, whatever. Yeah, they all slope downward a little bit, so that when snow and stuff does build on them, they shed off.
That's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to get at is the design of them works for that. But when you've got that in summer with normal trees, you know what I mean? Like with the leaves, that's dangerous. That's when houses get hurt as well.
Yeah, no, the big limbs can't take that much weight. They take trees and limbs down on top of houses, on top of power lines, things like that. You get a lot of that stuff in those storms. It's a freak occurrence, of course, when you get those storms.
Yeah, but it happens. It does happen though, bro.
Crack, do you got the photos?
What?
The evolution shit?
Yeah, I've got them, dude. I'll get them for you right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can speak about them a little bit if you want.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Sorry, I'm just replying to a message. Over here, so it's been very slow. Right. So basically, right. So what I was showing before. Why can't I find Google anywhere? It does matter.
I posted a nice time lapse for you, Crack.
Whatever, Booth. I'm joking. I love you, really, mate. We've got to stop giving each other shit. It's unbecoming.
Yeah, that is kind of a cool time lapse.
Yeah? Oh, alright, cool, sweet.
Whatever. It's just, it's nothing for. You probably never seen snow like this.
Really?
In England, no.
Not in England. Probably, well, yeah, not in England, probably not. More than likely not, brother. Right, so.
Up here where I live, like I got to shovel off my roof 3-4 times a year, or else my attic will collapse.
Yeah. No, up there, I know it can be a lot worse. We don't get 6-foot snowfalls here. I mean, it can happen. I think it has happened, but that's really rare too. Most I've seen in one snowfall was about 4 feet. We had a 4-foot snowfall in maybe like 2010, 2012. Oh, it was pretty crazy waking up in the morning, like literally having to dig a tunnel, like it just tunnels everywhere, and then there's nowhere to throw the snow. You're just packing it on even taller. So now you had 4 feet. Now you've got 6-foot walls. It was kind of fun. It was like light, fluffy snow. So like it was actually, I mean, it was work still. It's a lot of snow, but I mean, I couldn't even find my car. I knew where it was. There was just like a tiny little like hump in the snow because like the wind kind of leveled everything out.
Yeah, the odd snowstorm when I was living up north, the drifts would just bury your entire driveway with about 10 feet, even though it only snowed like 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, that can be when it's really windy.
Wow.
Like people have been snowed into places and then like died because of it, because like just snow shoved like where they couldn't get out.
The dude that was asking for the, I posted them in the live stream with you. They are the, there's just the flagellum.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Flagellum, yeah. So this was used as an example by Michael Behe. The book you should look at if you're really interested in this, in abiogenesis itself or irreducible complexity, you should look into Michael Behe's book called Darwin's Black Box. It's a book that goes through the individual points that you would need to debunk in order to debunk Darwinism in and of itself. It does so pretty well. The flagellum is like, that's why when you said you was on a boat, I was like, maybe he was going to talk about that, but because it's like a super advanced rotary motor, it's one of the most efficient rotary motors ever sort of devised or known about. It's so efficient in its energy use, that is. That's the flagellum, and you can see its function past the point of its individuality of it being a rudder and a motor, because you see the bacteria, like the anatomy there of the bacteria cell, and then further down, I also included a diagram of it, of something that has a flagellum attached to the back of it as well. Which is of a eukaryotic cell, which is half plant, half animal.
Your voice is getting a little froggy there, Craig.
Yes, my internet was dropping out, it went red.
It's also like what?
It's a
3, 4 a.m. there.
of the last thing is a diagram of it.
I just used that term froggy to bother him because he like because of the story he was telling about the dude in pandas.
Should I get triggered by the assholes on YouTube and then come in here and just address that? I know you guys aren't following the YouTube chat, but these guys are just, oh man, they're freaking such assholes. Well, can you hear me now? Because I just had to fix some shit. Because
we hear you. I mean, are you surprised though? Like, have you?
No, I'm not surprised, but it's just like there's like new people, and they're probably the same people with
sad
different names.
For the new people, though. It really is.
Yeah, it's like why do you? They're like, oh no, they're triggering me for no reason. But I've been like typing in, like I can tell when new people come in, they're just like, oh, what's this? What's this? Boom, 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 and I talk to them. And then other people just like kind of the same way it works in here too, right? It's like people trigger us and then we just kind of go off. So I just wanted to address people in YouTube, particularly Mr. Tummy. Fuck off, man.
Bro.
Anyway. No, I mean, you guys have been doing a great job tonight, by the way. It's been
What's
great
up,
talks.
Helio? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing pretty good, man. But yeah, I mean, it's like I've been listening. I've been watching the YouTube chat and stuff, and chilling out and stuff. You guys have been doing great. But
we've had a good night tonight, man.
Yeah, we've had a lot of assholes in the YouTube chat though, and I just want to come in and say that you're an asshole, and they've probably been banned like several times from my YouTube chat. You know, it's like, you fucking assholes. What the hell?
Yeah, man.
I just get tired of typing at a certain point. It's just like, ugh, just get away from me.
Just stop. Just let it run on its own, man. Just let them say what they want to say. That bit's, that's it.
For the most part, I do.
Yeah. That's, you don't have to type back to people.
Yeah, but I feel bad for the other people that want to actually be involved in the chat, and then they have these retards in there just typing nonsense. It just really gets.
Well, like I said before, like it's a shame we can't have the YouTube chat somehow emulated into here, where we could see it live in here for us.
Yeah, we attempted that before. There's a way to do it, but it just didn't work out. But anyway.
No, because you'd have to have two different chat channels as well.
Yeah.
Or two different channels altogether where you would view one video as you were. Yeah, it wouldn't work. It could work, but yeah.
Hey, for the most part, I mean, everything's going pretty great, but I just want to. I mean, every once in a while, I mean, it's like Pillbox comes in and he's like, he'll do the same thing I'm doing. After you spend so much time in the YouTube chat, you have to come in and say something every once in a while. So yeah, I'm the only one that can actually ban people now because I took everybody's wrenches away. It's like, you guys keep this shit up. You're not. Well, I mean, I won't say you won't be able to come back in. You won't be able to come back in because you're just going to create another account and just.
Nah, you're a dictator, mate.
No, I'm not a dictator. Oh no, I'm not a dictator. Dude, I want them. I want them. They're just so full of shit. It's like they just make stories up. They play around a little bit, and they play and play and play, and then they get really heavy. And especially if I start jumping in, then they just really mess with me, and it's really weird. When I watch it happen, and they're all like just playing with everybody. I've been doing this for a long time, so it really pisses me off when they mess with people, especially new people that come in. It really freaking pisses me off. So, just wanted to say, don't fuck with my YouTube chat, man. Or it's not mine, it's ours. It's our YouTube chat. Don't come in here and mess with us. This is our platform. We have a voice here. Now, I mean, I took all the wrenches just because there was a lot of drama going on between, even flat earthers and stuff. And it's just like, you know what? Let's see what happens if I don't. But at the same time, I keep an eye on it, and I like it open. But at the same time, people will take advantage. I'm just saying. Don't think I'm not watching. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
That's the thing. We're always going to have people, doing insults, and that's what I see. That's what they do. Just insult and never answer the questions, and just tip tap around. And it's it's a funny world.
Yeah. I mean, flat Earth. I mean, it's just like, people will just say something stupid. It's like, where's your evidence for the flat Earth, dude?
Yeah.
Don't you see the same Earth that I do? And they'll be like, well, it looks flat, but it's not. I mean, that's a simple argument, right? But then I don't know, some people just, will come into the YouTube chat and say flat earthers are this and that and this, and then they're manipulating people and all that. Don't freaking start accusing us of trying to manipulate people. We're just trying to, we're showing them that they see the same thing that we see, freaking accuse us of trying to manipulate people.
That's the thing. It just comes down to belief and who's manipulating who. Just because we think.
Oh, but you don't have to believe flat Earth. You experience it. That's the point.
That's it.
And they'll say, well, and they'll say, well, it's too big to actually see the globe. I was like, well, how big is it? And then they're like, oh, well, it's this big. Well, wait. It's like, well, here's how big they say it is, and then you're going to say, well, you wouldn't expect to see the curvature of the Earth from this. Well, and then we go through the math and say, well, yeah, you would be able to see it from this level, this elevation. Yeah, this is what you should see from this elevation. And then they go just crazy after that. They have no idea what they should or should not be able to see over a certain distance, because like refraction can explain this, and like, well, the sun is this. All the astrophysics stuff. I mean, it's just like all of that is their belief. But that's not our belief. I mean, we experience Earth as we're standing on Earth. I don't have to believe it. Gall-darn thing.
That's the
we
whole
see
thing with
Earth.
Refraction is just they can't consider both possibilities. It's like, yeah, okay, like refraction could be appearing it or making it look flat, but then they can't go on the other side and be like, well, maybe refraction's not doing that big of a part and it maybe is flat. Like they just, they can't consider both options.
How about that freaking numpty clip yesterday? Can we put it out there? It was MC Toon putting out that shit. It was like, well, we know the distance of the sun and we know the speed of light. It's just like, wow, man. See, this is what they believe. And they call us dumbasses, right? It's like, dude. And they call us believers, right? I mean, you believe the Earth is flat. No, I observe the Earth is flat. And just like, so do you. Like, well, there was someone else earlier tonight who was just like, no, I don't. I do see the flat. I see the globe Earth. No, you don't, bro. There was somebody would just. I mean, it's not our job to convince people the Earth is flat. But anyway, but with with Huey's numpty clip with MC Toon yesterday. Oh man, that was really cool. He was like, it was funny. He's talking about the speed of light and everything. He's like, we know we can bounce radar waves off the sun. That's insane. Who? He's the only one that says that. I mean, I think he's the only one that ever said that he could bounce radar waves off the sun. Pretty sure he's the only one that would ever say that.
But yeah, like Fight the Flat Earth is he's very articulate with his words and all that stuff.
Well, I think it was Fight the Flat Earth talking to MC Toon about bouncing radar waves off the sun.
Yeah.
And it's just like nobody in quote unquote scientific thing ever claimed that. They're just pulling shit out of their ass to try to debunk flat earthers, which none of the flat earthers claim that. They're just like, oh yeah, we can definitely bounce radio waves off of the sun because it's a physical object. Okay, bro. Where
You
does it
can't
ever
bounce
say that?
anything. Bouncing things off spheres as well is silly. It's the most stealth object ever is a sphere. Like we know to be able to make something stealth, you limit the right angles on it. So because you get back an echo, something called a paint, right, which changes the wave format of the sawtooth waveform of the radar. So the pressure of the radar hitting something actually changes the pattern in the wave behind it, and so forth, going backwards, combing back through the different waves inside of the pattern.
Did you listen to that video, Crack Villain?
No.
I'll send it to you. It's
Yeah,
freaking, it's insane. I mean, it's just like nobody has ever claimed anything like that. He's just pulling shit out of his ass.
It's just coming out of nowhere.
Go ahead. Sorry, brother, to interrupt you. Continue.
No, you're not interrupting me. I was just saying that, like, so that's how you. But with a sphere, obviously, well, when we think about ricochets or sloped armor, for instance, on the fronts of tanks was created because you could have thin metal now that would, well, at a 45-degree angle, a piece of steel, right, is now as thick as, a 90-degree piece of steel that points 12 o'clock straight up toward the sky. It's just as thick as a piece of steel that's like 5 inches thick, for instance, now at just 3 inches thick when it's at a 45-degree angle, right? And obviously now we have the ricochet quality as well, because it's not, the projectile's not hitting it head on, so it ricochets off of the actual armor of the tank. And aerodynamics as well, air ricochets slowly off of different shapes, right? Aerodynamic shapes. Well, a sphere, in terms of radar bounces the same way off of things that are shaped in ways that they are able to hit off of and not make too much of a change in the pattern or the pattern of the wave behind it. Too much change too quickly. So you need slow change that allows the wave to, not change how it affects the one behind it, the pressure of it, what's behind it. So a sphere is a perfect stealth shape because it has no right angle. It has nothing harsh for it to vibrate off of, for it to create a quick pocket, for the pocket to then, push itself all the way back to the beginning of the sawtooth. So spheres effectively are the best things in the world to fire radar at and never ever receive a paint or echo or report back from ever. So this idea of using
Exactly, when you hit a sphere, they're gonna report back in all directions, right?
Well, it's gonna hit the sphere, and it's almost gonna hit it, and then it's gonna like scoop against it, and then push itself around the back of the sphere, and then go off the back of the sphere and disappear. And now it's made itself into a smaller point than the sphere itself, so it's never gonna bounce back through the sphere. This idea is ridiculous. You can't receive a paint in that way. A sphere is a full-on stealth shape for radar. It literally will report back as nothing, as if nothing was there at all. And then the medium between you and the sphere, well, it depends on, in distance anyway, the size of that wave as it splays out in a sawtooth pattern.
Who said this, Crack Villain? Who said that they sent radar to the sun?
People say this, dude.
McToon, he said that in that video. See, watch that video that I just said.
I've heard, mate. I've argued with Rumpus. I've argued this with Rumpus. Sorry, Helio. I've argued this with Rumpus, Zanuck, Kojo, lots of people. Go ahead, Helio.
They claim that the sun is physical and you can send radio waves, which 93.
Well, if anybody made that claim, they should all be round up and gas chambered. Thank you.
Come on, let's a little bit.
Hold on, man.
That's absolutely you have got to be. Those people should not be allowed outside of their homes. They should be quarantined.
You gotta be kidding me, bro.
I don't think
I wouldn't gas chamber them, but I would actually. I think they should not be allowed to tell people anything about
They should
anything
be sterilized.
on the internet.
That's for sure. At least tranquilized. They should be put in an institution. Obviously, quantum arrays will tell you that. But who could be this stupid? The most advanced radar systems could barely get 5,000-6,000 miles. They think the sun's within that range. I doubt it. I doubt it.
The medium in which they travel.
Wait. Hold on. So, Crack Villain, you haven't heard the Numpty clip from yesterday, and let me ask you this, Exo. Have you heard that one from yesterday that I just posted?
No, I'm afraid to now, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I don't know if I
bad.
can deal with
It's
that.
that
I don't know if I
bad.
can
It's
deal with
that bad.
I
Yes.
I have a hard
This
time
is what
listening
it
to
is.
flat earthers. Listen,
This is a freaking MC Tune saying that you can bounce radar waves from off of the sun.
well, he needs an exorcism. What kind of person would say something like that? He's possessed by. What are you talking? This isn't a joke. These people need psychological. They actually need a lobotomy at this point.
I don't know.
How do you even make it? I don't even know what to say to that. How do you just say things like this? How do people just say things like this? Yes.
It's called the spirit of fantasism, like this idea of living in this world or realm that's like, you know, fantastical and sci-fi and
Well, I gotta bet. Just tell him that you know the XO and I fly around in an SR-71 Blackbird. I'm going to fly over their house very soon. Tell them that. That makes the same amount of sense. And tell them I'm going to drop them a note, and you know they can just use smoke signals to get back to me.
Is that a threat?
Yes, I will outfly Elon Musk and the Amazon Satanist and the guy that just did it 3 days ago. I'll fly all of them. I got SR-7 on Blackbird.
with my ramjet.
If we're going to get this stupid, you have to treat stupid like it's stupid. If you try to answer these people's questions, that's when you're stupid, actually. Thanks.
Pals to swine.
Hey, and if anyone in the YouTube chat, I'm going to send this link to the YouTube chat too. If you think I'm wrong, that MC Tune didn't say you could bounce radio waves
Speaking
off
of
the
your
sun.
favorite topic. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, I came in to address the YouTube chat because I got tired of typing in there. I mean, it's just like there's too many idiots in there, so I don't really have freaking enough time to do that shit all the time. So
you're finally coming around. The good news, Heliosceptic. The good news is Trillion has now made her 17th account that you're now getting credit for, and she also doesn't care.
Oh, no.
She's working on her 18th account, and she wants you to know that she does not care about the topic at all, and she's going to make a new account, so she'll have 19 accounts now.
I'm quite aware of that. But hey, everyone in the YouTube chat, watch this video, and you're going to hear MC Tune claim that you can bounce freaking radio waves off the moon and tell the distance of the sun.
And if you agree with them, you should jump off the Empire State Building head first and do a thumbtack. Thank you.
How long's the clip?
The video's about 20 minutes long. It's a little over.
Oh my gosh, I thought it was going to be like 60 seconds. I can't take much more of this.
No. I mean, it starts off a little bit. He says something about radar waves or whatever. I mean, you know how QE does his numpty clips. No.
Oh, that's right. He does a very elaborate explanation.
Yeah, it's a numpty clip.
Too much.
Yeah.
I've heard him before, by the way.
But dude, I mean, who in their right freaking mind would think that you could bounce radio waves from Earth 93 million miles away and receive a signal back?
So total distance travel 192 million miles. And what system was this exactly? I'd like to know the Doppler effect on this one.
You're gonna have to ask MC Tune. I mean, I'm sure you could email him, and he'll be glad to do a flat Earth debate with you. Do you want to do a flat Earth debate with
No,
MC
he
Tune?
wouldn't. He would never. Those people, none of them would ever talk to me. Absolutely. The Russian system and Ukraine, it weighs about as much as a battleship. It's the size of 3 different like football arenas that Crack Villain hangs around and in England or wherever he's from in that part of the world where they have these giant football arenas. This radar system's twice the size of the football arena. I think it's Wembley. Or what is that place, Crack Villain?
Wembley Stadium.
There you go. And they have a hard time getting to 6,000 or 7,000 miles, and the system is heavier than a battleship.
Yep.
Well, they say that they're going straight up through the gradient, which the atmosphere gets thinner. But the issue that they forget about is that up in
No,
it's,
what crack? Wait a
well,
minute.
it doesn't matter because
Why do
it's so
you
much.
miss these obvious? Why do you're gonna feel pissed off when I show you this? When they shoot out these waves to detect aircraft, they say it bounces off the ionosphere, but when it
Yeah,
goes to
exactly.
the
So
sun,
how
it
do they
just goes right
penetrate it?
through. Yeah, it
How
just
does it
goes
come
right
through and
through,
come
no
back in?
problem.
Come back in.
What a joke! It's just people are just possessed by demons.
Remember, they received the paint and the echo from the report off of the sphere that goes through the ionosphere. That
Somebody, let me
apparently
guess. The
sometimes it
evidence was
doesn't.
somebody took crayon and wrote a couple circles on a piece of paper, and that's the evidence for this.
Yeah.
It's not just the distance, guys. Remember, the Earth is moving and spinning. So how's the signal even getting back in time with all this movement? I mean, it's
That's
just
right.
crazy.
Exactly.
It
You're
moves
just
with it.
the sun hasn't been there for 8 minutes. Correct, damsel. Yep.
Yep.
Well, because you receive back the paint, the echo, man. You know, you just do.
Oh,
Believe me.
because 8 minutes is the speed of light, right? Eight light minutes, right? That's what it is.
There and back, though, and you're spinning out of range of your radar dish.
Right.
They're
So
saying
being
that
light,
light. Listen to this.
the same speed.
Oh God. Yeah, watch that video. You guys got to watch the video. Yeah.
I'm too fucking tired, man.
Yeah. Just watch it. I mean, it really doesn't explain anything. Nobody shoots radar beams at the sun.
I want to make a split.
The entire
I'm too
fuck.
tired.
Pardon my
What
French.
do I do? Do I smoke a bong or do I roll a spliff? I'm too tired to roll a spliff.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, you know, to receive radar waves back from the sun, especially if you assume
They say the
assume it's
sun's a
93
nuclear
million miles
reactor.
away. I mean, geez.
Dude, they say the sun's a nuclear fucking reactor that gives off radiation, mate. They can't say they receive radar waves back from it. It's
Well,
a
sure,
nuclear
but
reactor.
they assume that about the moon. I mean, they assume that about the moon, and
I know
actually,
who's gonna
you know,
solve
you could get
this
some
one, by the
bounce
way.
back from the moon. You know, with
You couldn't
radio
listen, but
wave.
Helio,
Go
what I'm
ahead.
trying to say, Helio, what I'm trying to say is you can't get bounce back from a radiation center because radiation that gets put into radiation gets implicated into the radiation, especially when it's a highly volatile, a radioactive nuclear reactor that's much more powerful than the radiation or waves that you send to it.
I get that as well. And by the way, you will never be able to determine the distance to that object when you get the radio bounce back. If
They say they use parallax as well, don't they? They say that they use, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't it a black body? So you can't do those things to it. It's a black body.
Yeah. Oh, see, that's addressed in. See, you watched the video, didn't you, damsel?
I don't know if I watched that one, but I know a little bit about.
Yeah. They said the sun is a black body. You can't even receive any radio waves or light waves from it.
Yeah, because it's a radiation. This is what I'm trying to say. You couldn't receive anything from it because of the fact that it is radiation.
Crack villain. Now, Helioskeptic, please listen to me. I know who actually.
I'll shut
has
up.
the
You
answer.
guys.
Watch this. No, listen, Dennis, stay. I know who has the answer for this and who's going to be able to explain it thoroughly. His name is Matthew Learns, and he has the solution for this problem. I can't wait for him to come up here and explain how this works to us.
He doesn't because.
Matthew?
I guarantee Matthew Learns has an answer. I guarantee it. Where is he?
I mean, it's pretty late right now. He might not be.
You ain't got the answers, Sway.
Say his name one more time and he'll show up.
You ain't got the answers.
It's like Beetlejuice. He'll just show up.
Well, he's going to give you an explanation of how this works. Yep, because it bends and therefore it works flat. Yep.
Yeah, say his name one more time. Have faith.
Crack villain, you would win the war of attrition. I'll give you that.
Why?
War of attrition.
You have a longevity. You will hang into that. you'll be in that trench for 8 hours. The enemy thinks you're gone. You're gonna catch him
Yep.
trying to walk across the field every time.
Yep.
You've been like the last man standing, right? He's like, what?
I don't have the patience.
Where the
What, you mean that I
think
can
you're
stick
going?
around and like argue for a very long time? You mean?
I don't have the patience. I have
Yeah,
to
I've
just,
got legs, dude. I've got fucking legs.
That's
for
why
sure.
I've been in the YouTube chat for like 3 hours, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna jump in and address the YouTubers and these guys. I'm tired of your shit. Stop acting like I don't have anything to offer. It's like you can't do anything. I'm gonna come into the. Guess who's not coming in here? All these fucking assholes in the YouTube chat. They're not coming in here and talking, right? Not the flat earth. There's a lot of do come in here and sometimes, but the other ones that are talking shit in the YouTube chat, they won't come in here and open their microphone.
They never
Get your butt in here. Sorry, guys.
No, they're bravely in the chat right now, speaking about how stupid we are and how we're scared, and as there's just the usual insults, and that's normal, and that's what I expect.
And I would,
because that's all they have. That's fine.
and
Yeah, that's
I
why
would
every once
rather,
in a while I get frustrated when I'm trying to talk to it. Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
and that's why I would rather play Minecraft for 5-6 hours than make believe with these guys. Like. Okay, and all of it, and then maybe this happens. No, maybe you can stack. Maybe you can build a house in Minecraft and grow a vegetable, and then learn some real shit rather than sit here and make some crap up about some balls.
Minecraft. Come
You know what I
on.
mean? Okay, you know what I mean. I think it's the best game out there at the moment. I'm just saying, choose your poison. You know what I mean? But not this one, not this ball poison. It's
Correct.
it's so waste of time. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Like. We're making believe, right? We're pretending, playing pretend, right? Like pretend the Earth is a ball.
It was a joke, obviously. But yeah, no, yeah, mate. Like, game wise, at the minute, I don't even know what my poison would be with games because, like, I play games, but like I can play them for about 15 minutes. They hold my attention for that long. Like, I'm the sort of person who can sit there, like Pillbox said, I can sit there for hours. Like I'm probably one of the best sort of sniper type personalities you can meet. Like I could stay there for like 4 hours, for like 4 days without moving and shit. Because I'm lazy,
and I'd rather do that than pretend the Earth is a ball. I'd rather stay still for 4 hours waiting for my target.
No, I mean I could stay
Sit
still.
here and argue.
I could stay still for a couple of days, dude. Piss myself. Stay awake the whole time. Like I can stay awake for like 3 days easily.
If I have to hear light bend one more time, I'm gonna go play Minecraft.
It is pretty insane how the type of robotic programming and just reactive normal neural process of one that's possessed by something pulling on its heartstrings is so predictable. And it's literally like you're just going to go play a video game when you're talking to a Glober because you know every move they're going to make. You've done it 30,000 times. It's unbelievable that I know I'm going to have to first explain their own religion to them, show them how many mistakes they're making, how they can't make certain assumptions, and then go down the line to history and go, how come you don't know anything about the origins of your own belief system? Oh, because you're an atheist. That makes sense. And then just repeat, rinse and repeat.
We shouldn't attack. Right.
Sorry.
We shouldn't attack people that don't know just because they've been brainwashed, but rather the people that do know, but choose to,
No, I'm talking about the proud look, Bong. I'm talking about the proud look. I'm talking about when somebody comes in here and wants to make fun of you, and they think that they're going to have a good time, and then they're just literally backing themselves into a corner, and then they start to panic. And when the panic comes in, that's when we all of a sudden everybody experiences a flat Earth, but that's actually just an illusion. So now we've changed our entire paradigm. We started off saying, listen, you got to realize, guys, in 5 years they went from we actually can see the curve to no one's ever seen the curve, and we can't even tell you when we can see it. it, as eggshells, walking on eggshells told me so eloquently 4 days ago when I was in Chatterbox, that you actually have to first perceive the difference between perception, sight, and light. And then maybe we can formulate a hypothesis with a mathematical equation to tell you
and
when
dreams.
you might be able to see something. I'm just telling you there's no answer. They just like to talk like this and tell you things like light and bending, refraction, right? And they don't have an answer. I'm still waiting for an answer. Maybe the
And
you know
I try not to respond to these people like they are normal people. You have to. I try to treat them. I do treat them like they are delusional people, right? So I'm not going to spend my intellectual currency on delusional people. I gotta bring them out of that delusion first. You know what I mean? Which means we can't really use science and logic and I mean science and math and all that. You gotta bring them back to logic and reason first. You know what I mean? Like. And then move back into the science and yep, go ahead.
I said sometimes that is true. That is true. You're right, and then you have to bring them back to reality sometimes. That's why I'm very patient with people, Exo. I'm patient for that reason. Because
I get
patience.
treated like I'm crazy here, like I'm the delusional one because I don't wear masks. So I'm upside down.
Man, I'm just out fat, refusing to wear a mask anywhere. I don't wear it anywhere. I don't care. I just walk in with authority of VR, and then that's it.
Yeah.
No one tells me shit. No one tells me nothing, bro. No one ever tells me do this, do that. No one tells me shit.
Delusional people. I mean, how are you supposed to, treat that, right? Like not with intelligence. I mean, you're not going to
you
get them with
treat it well. You have to
intelligence,
think.
right?
Well, first of all, what am I aiming at? What type of person am I dealing with? We should probably start formulating credit apps. Like, do you care about reality? Do you think babies are real? Things like that to make sure these people have a cognitive ability to address the situation. Like if somebody comes in and says, actually, I just can't, which has happened many times. This is not just my example, but many like Crack Villain, Indio, and several other people here, Justin himself, have found themselves talking to an atheist that can't tell you absolutes are even possible. They'll end up telling you that we can't absolutely believe things. I've met these honest people, these honest atheists in the first place, right? So what type of personality are you dealing with? But isn't it funny when this thing happens and they start getting the little, I don't know, heebie-jeebies, when the panic starts setting in, the commonality from these people is, well, what difference does it make? Or I don't really care, because that's a form of a panic attack. They're pulling the escape button now. Oh my gosh, I'm so scared right now that I have to tell you I don't care. So what that is, that's an admission to a psychological separation of reality and their perception. See, they are not able to live in reality. They're admitting they can't be in reality and that they don't care. They're pulling on the ejection seat.
But that is one of the phases of accepting the truth. First, you meet it with ridicule.
You can't let them do it. You have to call them out when they do it. You have to say, "Do you realize how crazy you
well,
are?"
not call them. That's what I'm saying. You don't call when you get reached that phase. It becomes a delicate operation because it's like you're going to lose the fish.
But you have to shake them by the shoulders, Bong.
Hey, Bong.
You have to shake them because they're dying inside. I'm just telling you.
Hey, Bong.
What's up, Vlad? Yep. What's up, Vlad?
Hey, Bong. You hear me?
Right, man.
Vlad, tell me.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to say it, man. I'm about to say it. And this 100% how I feel, and I'm about to say it. And this is what I'm gonna have to say. Here it goes. You guys listen? Okay. Minecraft sucks. Minecraft sucks.
Yeah.
That's it. I gotta say that.
Well, that's like somebody finally added intelligence to the conversation. Well done,
just
Vlad.
like
You're welcome.
Your opinion, man.
I
agree. That's like
Bong's like
your
it's the
opinion,
best game in the world. and like comes in here just says, "Yo, Bong, Minecraft is shit. What are you talking about, man?"
Well, that's what I mean. I wasn't. What I meant was I'd rather play a game like that than argue about pretending, making believe.
The game Bong is like when you start to bring reality to them and they immediately go to, well, why would they lie? That means they already lost.
Yeah.
They lost their humanity.
Yeah.
We're trying to propose to them how they've been manipulated, spiritually and intellectually. When they bring up why would they lie, then they've already lost. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Okay, so listen to this one today. I already told Bong, but I just typed it out. Right? So I never wore these fucking masks or these cocksucking face diapers, right? Never in my build, never. The only time that I put on a scarf was because this butchery, that 5-minute run in, I go into the butcher. That I don't do that anymore because I just get everything delivered now. But anyways, regardless, never wore those fucking face diapers. The one thing is, everybody already knows, even Fox News, like it's becoming mainstream media that all this shit was bullshit. It's gonna come out like very soon.
Oh yeah, they want the reaction as well.
Listen. Yeah. Listen. So, well, I can get into the whole vaccines killing a whole bunch of people already, but anyways, irrelevant. I'm saying this cocksucker, right? Fucking comes out the elevator. I'm in my building, and I never wore these masks ever. And everybody knows, even the fucking general manager of the buildings, they look at me and they're scared because the first time anybody fucking told me to wear a mask, I fucking told them to go fuck themselves so fucking hard, they all started shaking in their fucking boots. You know what I mean? This cocksucker didn't know who the fuck he was dealing with, obviously, today. This cocksucker comes out this elevator. I've seen him around sometimes, some fucking idiot with a fucking crutch, fucking limping like a fucking, it's one of those fucking drug addict, fucking heroin looking like type motherfuckers, skinny as fuck, like rocker. He listens to rock, you can see it. Anyways, irrelevant. Cocksucker comes out under his breath.
Hold on.
Racist.
Well, hold on. Listen, you're gonna have to have a level of compassion for people. I mean, you have to have.
I'm not even done. Relax.
Go ahead.
I'm
not done. It's gonna get worse. Don't worry.
I'm not even done. It's gonna get even worse.
Yeah, buddy, it's getting worse. You don't even know. I'm building up the fucking. Bro. Relax, bro. Helio fucking interrupting here. Jesus Christ.
It was for racial reasons.
I'm interrupting because you're about to say everybody's an asshole.
No. Yeah, no. I'm about to.
Helio,
what happened? And then
fucking truth. So, like a little cuck bitch that he is, fucking walking out the elevator, passes me, and then after he passes me, under his breath, whispers me, "You should be wearing a mask." Motherfucker walking away.
Well, he needs to go to the insane asylum.
I listen, and this was today too. I fucking stopped the doors from closing. I'm like, what the fuck did you say? And then from like the further away down, he's like, you gotta wear a mask. You gotta open the door. I'm like, oh, buddy, fucking, I walk right up to his fucking face. I'm towering. You guys understand? I'm 6'5.5", and this fucking cuck bitch is like fucking. I don't know. He's looking up at my eyes, looking up literally.
How's the weather down there?
And I'm fucking literally like, and I start off calmly like, are you a doctor? Do you know what the fuck like? Are you trying to give me fucking medical advice? Do you want to get fucking sued right now? And then he starts giving me these liberal fucking answers about coronavirus. Then I fucking go off on him, right? And I start yelling how much he's a fucking sheep, he's a bitch, he's a cunt. Is that all you got? And when he says, "Is that all you got?" Because I was walking away at that moment, and he says, "Is that all you got, bro?" I literally. Because he can't do anything, right? He physically could not fucking... even if he fucking tried to punch me, I would have fucking grabbed him and fucking broke his fucking neck. That cocksucker, listen to this. I went up right to his fucking ear. Like my fucking mouth was nearly touching. And with the loudest of my loudest... You guys know how loud I scream, right? And I'm screaming all kinds of profanity right into his fucking ear, trying to blow up his
Did you feel threatened by him? Did you feel threatened by him?
He was shaking. There was no threat, Helio. I was yelling at profanity.
He felt threatened by you.
Definitely.
Oh, he triggered you, man.
I would never do that to someone.
His fucking boots
about.
Don't tell anybody to wear a fucking mask then. Because next to cocksucker to tell me to fucking wear a mask will get the same fucking treatment.
Yeah, they're gonna get your
fucking wear your mask.
Fucking cocksuckers, man.
You better wear your mask right now.
Yeah. Cocksucker.
As if a mask would do anything.
Yeah, it's called bacteria
from
pneumonia.
anything.
Helio,
not the
people are
point,
fucking
though,
dying
man.
from
I
these
know. I
blasts.
know they're
It's all-
dumb. Dude, we all know they're
No,
dumb. It's
listen to me, Helio.
It's not okay, but it's
Bacterial pneumonia. Do you know what that is?
I know what
It's
bacterial
When you
pneumonia
wear a
is.
mask long
That's
enough,
an
it
infection
develops
in your
bacterial
lungs
pneumonia and you die.
that's a
Yeah.
pretty
bad teeth. Yeah.
yeah.
Bad
I mean,
teeth and
you
bad
don't
breath.
get back.
Yeah.
You don't get bacterial pneumonia from something from
Yes,
the
you
outside.
do.
That's something
From
from the
wearing a
inside.
mask, yes, you do. You get bacterial pneumonia when you wear a fucking mask.
Not
Yes,
necessarily.
it's medically. It's medical. Doctors are saying this shit, Helio. I don't need a
Right. The point is, you know what I mean. It's not like whether the mask helps or not. The point is you
There
do what you're
might be a
told.
precursor.
No, the point is that you do what you're told, right? And if you're not told, somebody's gonna tell you. That's the point. Okay, it's the whole mob mentality. It's the whole let the herd take care of itself. No, the bewildered herd. That's what's happening, guys. We're
That's my
being
joke.
herded, and you gotta resist the urge, right? To
No. You gotta fight.
react
You know, when you're
to
a
it,
bitch.
man.
No. See, that's the thing.
That's
when
not
you
how
guys
you
are passive,
fight.
no. When you guys are no. There's no violence involved in here. You have to be louder than those cocksuckers. That's it. And
Well,
you
that's what I
can't be
mean.
afraid. Well, yeah. Was I
If
violent?
we
Was I violent?
lose our
No.
composure, if
No,
we
you can
lose our
lose. You
composure,
can
right?
lose your
And
composure as long as you understand what the fuck you're doing.
here's my example.
Hold on. Let me ask you this.
Of organized chaos.
Vlad,
Let me just finish my point real quick, Helio.
You better
real
make
quick.
it quick because I'm about to ask you another question. Go ahead.
If my opponent makes a move, I'm playing chess, right? Chess. If my opponent makes a move on the right side, and I know, wait, that's a dumb move, right? I'm not gonna react to that. I'm not gonna be like, yo, that's a dumbass move. Why did you make that only a? No, I'm gonna take advantage of that dumb move and make my move in the center. That's what I mean. We can't react to the moves that are made that we shouldn't be reacting to. We got to
Otherwise,
focus
you're
on the
playing
center
into
and
game
pick me in the
theory.
center.
Otherwise, you're playing into game theory 101, which is what people have been doing for years, and that's how we got our rights stolen. Is by people actually playing into what they like. They want civil unrest, so then they can start to do lockdowns on us that are not just based on the virus itself. They also want us to act this way toward one another, so that then
This
we're
isn't
hostile
even a
toward.
legal
Listen,
topic. What is
hostile
going
toward
on?
our neighbors.
This is
If
not
we're
even a legal topic on this
wait there a
Discord. What is
second.
going on?
1 second. If we are basically annoyed at our neighbors and we're not, we're never going to be truly united in any good way. That's why they've done it in this way.
Union, bro.
Good. I
That
don't want to be
that being the truth.
idiots.
Hold on, guys.
Fuck 'em
That
all.
being the truth. That being the truth. Can wearing a mask cause someone to have bacterial pneumonia?
That's not the
It causes
point.
brain disease. Yes, it causes brain disease.
I was
Yes.
that's what I wanted to bring up. And
The
Vlad
brain
says
starts
yes.
dying immediately. Yes.
You can go experiment with it and get a. You can experiment and get results and know stuff, but we don't have to, like play into the hand or, you know what I mean? It's like poker. Yeah, somebody bluffs and you
what's really
fail,
weird is
right?
that I was asking
Somebody bluffs you out of
Vlad
a good
and
hand.
Bong is answering. It's
I already answered. I said yes.
Interruption.
Helio. I
I
fucking
know,
Well, that's why I'm
alright,
trying to
so
bring it back
yes.
to
I
not
said
not to get into because we don't have to talk about the topic, right? Because I do believe it's not about the topic. It's about controlling people. So that's why I keep saying like, don't get triggered.
we all know
It's like-
that, Bong. We all know that. Listen, I
Yeah,
asked Bong specifically if he
What Bong just said made sense though because of what we just heard. So I agree. I know why Bong just said what he said, and I'm glad.
I do too. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah,
taking away
was
from
trying.
that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help out Vlad. You know what I'm saying, Vlad? I'm just, I get triggered.
Listen, I understand that. Listen, but there's you cannot just sit down and watch idle.